Reborn into the young and dangerous world, Su Tianyi wakes to find himself bearing a perilous identity. On one side, a low-ranking thug in a triad, while on the other, a covert undercover cop hidden in the shadows. Just as his dual identity teeters on the brink of disaster, he awakens the God-level choice system. The starting rewards 12 routine tan leg at minor mastery, 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and a comprehensive enhancement of his physical attributes. Others climb by relying on backing. He will forge his ascent through sheer strength and overturn fate itself. Facing the endless turmoil of the streets, he refuses to remain anyone's expendable pawn. From a lookout errand boy on the streets to a rising force within Hong Kong's underworld, from a hidden undercover agent to a legendary figure who seizes control of his own destiny. Hong Kong Imperial Palace, Sauna City. In the lounge, Su Tianyi opens his eyes and glances around, momentarily dazed. He does not recognize this place, and yet he distinctly remembers that he should have died. A flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly crashes into his mind, and only then does he slowly make sense of it. Su Tianyi, a lackey under Ba by a triad boss. A parallel world of young and dangerous. Well then, not only has he been reborn, he has also traversed into another world. Once he digests all the information, he cannot help but click his tongue inwardly. In his previous life, he served as an undercover in Southeast Asia and the Golden Triangle. During an operation, his vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different place. He cannot quite tell whether this is good fortune or misfortune. He is alive, young and robust, his features decent enough, but his identity has once again become that of an undercover agent. Fine, at least the profession matches his expertise. Compared to the murky quagmire of his past life, this place at least has some semblance of rules. Besides, undercover work is something he knows like the back of his hand. Since he is here, he must carve out a path for both the original owner of this body and himself to live peacefully. The underworld is far from tranquil. He must first clean out the scum that infest it. This sauna establishment belongs to the boss Ba Bai, who is currently enjoying himself inside. Su Tianyi and several brothers stand guard outside. They call it keeping watch, but in truth, they are simply on sentry duty. He has no intention of remaining a mere errand boy. Ba Bai may be his boss for now, but if Ba Bai ever blocks his path, he will not hesitate to deal a ruthless hand. As he is pondering, a crisp chime rings inside his mind. God-level choice system activated and bound successfully. Newbie rewards distributed 12 routine tan leg at minor mastery and 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Before he can react, a surge of scorching energy rushes through his entire body. His bones crackle softly and countless leg techniques flood into his mind as though he has practiced them for over a decade. A luminous screen then unfolds before his eyes. God-level system. Host Su Tianyi. Physique 25 with 10 being the standard for an adult male. Strength 25 with 10 being standard. Agility 25 with 10 being the standard for an adult male. Skills 12 routine, tan, leg minor mastery. Items 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Tianyi arches a brow. This status panel is impressive. His physical qualities are more than doubled enough that a dozen ordinary men would struggle to even get close to him. In this world, hard fists are the only true law. With an additional 5 million in Hong Kong dollars, his opening hand could be called lavish. His thoughts begin to turn, and his ambition quietly rises. Remaining a small time underling no longer interests him. If he is to climb, he will aim for the very top. A bully like Ba Bai, who only dares to prey on the weak, hardly deserves to be his boss. Just as the thought forms, the light at the doorway dims as several men walk in. Su Tianyi lifts his gaze for a quick sweep, and his heart skips a beat. Chun Haonan Xiao Pai de Tian Air Bao Pai. The entire core young and dangerous crew has appeared. Their purpose in coming here can only be one, Ba Bai. His eyes flicker, and his mind begins its rapid calculations. A chime echoes again. God-level choice triggered. Please choose. Option 1. When Ba Bai is in danger, rush in to rescue him immediately. Reward: become Ba Bai's #1 lackey. Option 2. After Ba Bai dies, kill Chen Haonan. Reward: lackey aircraft and firearms specialization proficient. Su Tianyi glances at the options and instantly knows what he will choose. Option 1. Rescue that useless man only to remain a mere lackey afterward. He would have to be brain damaged to agree. With option 2, he can let Chun Haonan finish off Ba Bai, then make his move, securing a higher position and a generous reward in one stroke. There is practically no decision to make. He leans back, feigning ignorance, and watches as Chun Haonan and the others stride straight into the inner room. Timing his move carefully, Su Tianyi rises and pats the dust from his trousers. Going out for a smoke? You keep an eye on things. He saunters outside, leans against the wall, and lights a cigarette. Just as the cigarette burns halfway, the inner door bursts open with a slam. Ba Bai scrambles out in a panicked tumble, while Chun Haonan and the others charge after him wielding weapons. Several men against one, yet Ba Bai still manages to flail for quite a while. Su Tianyi blows out a smoke ring, inwardly shaking his head. Only when a gray-haired youth rushes forward swinging a chopper does he straighten slightly. Shanji has finally arrived. With a blade in hand, the situation changes at once. Shanji lunges in and stabs several times in quick succession. Ba Bai collapses without even a final groan. Su Tianyi flicks away the cigarette butt and loosens his wrists. Retreat, run. Chen Haonan, seeing the deed done, immediately calls for withdrawal. Yet before he can finish the words, his entire body is kicked sideways through the air and crashes onto the middle of the road. Su Tianyi's kick lands with solid force. As Chen Haonan groggily struggles to his feet, Su Tianyi is already upon him. A flash of steel, swift and ruthless, drives the blade straight into his back. Chen Haonan's body stiffens, his eyes bulging wide. He tries with difficulty to turn his head, but Su Tianyi denies him the chance, driving his knee directly into Chen Haonan's face. With a dull thud, Chen Haonan falls backward and lies motionless. The entire sequence lasts only a few seconds, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. I'll fight you to the death. Shan Ji's bloodshot charges with his blade raised. Su Tianyi sidesteps the edge, lifts his leg, and kicks. The chopper flies from Shan Ji's grasp. Another kick follows, driving straight into Shan Ji's chest. Shan Ji is thrown backward, slamming against the roadside railing and curling up, gasping for breath. Su Tianyi walks over and delivers a smashing kick to his calf. A piercing scream rips through the air as Shan Ji's leg visibly twists and bends out of shape. De Tianyi roars and lunges forward. Su Tianyi barely glances at him before spinning around with a whipping leg that crashes into De Tianyi's ribs. De Tianyi spits a mouthful of blood and collapses limply. Chow Pai and Bao Pai are frozen in terror, and only then do Ba Bai's remaining underlings snap out of it, surging forward to pin the two men down. The surroundings fall silent for several seconds. A crowd of men stare at Su Tianyi, their eyes mingling dread with reverence. Su Tianyi shakes out his hands, quietly satisfied. The combination of this enhanced physique and tan leg produces results even more formidable than he expected. A chime sounds. Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward obtained: lackey aircraft and firearms specialization proficient. As the system notification rings out, a flood of firearms knowledge surges into his mind. The feel of a gun in hand, the nuances of aiming. Everything becomes instantly clearer. Su Tianyi hooks up the corner of his mouth and turns to issue orders: take all of them back and let Uncle Chuiji decide their fate. Yes. The underlings respond in unison, their voices noticeably louder than usual. Ba Bai is dead, and this man is both ruthless and formidable, and he has just taken down Chen Haonan. There is no need to think about whom they should follow. Chen Haonan's corpse is dragged into the vehicle. Shan Ji and De Tianyi are tossed in like torn sacks, while Chow Pai and Bao Pai are bound tightly and shoved into the back seat. The whole car is buzzing with excitement. Though none of them dealt the killing blow, having witnessed it firsthand will be enough for them to brag for half a year. Su Tianyi settles into the front passenger seat and lights another cigarette. He remembers that Ba Bai belonged to He Lianxing, whose sitting boss is Chuiji. As an undercover, merely drifting along will not do. To obtain real information, he must climb upward. The higher he goes, the clearer his view will become. The engine starts, and the car heads toward the Triad Hall. In the council chamber of He Lianxing's headquarters, smoke curls in thick layers. News of Ba Bai's beheading has just arrived, and Chuiji has summoned all the key men. Most of the people have arrived, yet the seat beside the main chair remains empty. Chuiji sweeps his gaze across the room and asks: Didi still hasn't arrived? No one responds. Everyone knows that within the organization, Didi commands the largest hall and the most manpower. Nothing can be decided without involving him. What's the hurry? It's just one dead man. Speak of the devil and he appears. Didi swaggers and shoulders rolling and drops heavily into the empty seat. Chuiji casts him a glance, but says little, merely tapping the table. Everyone's here, let's begin the meeting. You all know about Ba Bai's incident. Hongxing stepped over the line and made a move on our turf, showing utter disregard for He Lianxing. Didi lets out a derisive snort, flicking ash from his cigarette. That Ba Bai deserved his fate. Getting taken out on his own territory. If word spreads it's our face that's really lost. Fortunately, he had a man under him, named Su Tianyi, who was fierce enough. Single-handed, he cut down Chen Haonan's crew and kept our banner from disgrace. Didi pauses, baring his teeth in a grin. That kid reminds me a bit of my younger self. Hard-hearted and ruthless. I've got my eye on him. Chuiji's face remains largely impassive, though inwardly, he is displeased. He knows full well that his position as sitting boss depends heavily on Didi's support. Thus, no matter how overbearing Didi becomes, Chuiji can only pretend not to notice. At this moment, Su Tianyi has returned to headquarters and is giving a detailed account of the events. Of course, he discreetly omits the part where he watched without intervening. Well done. Chuiji nods and turns to the others. How should we deal with those men from Hongxing? Didi does not even need to think. Kill them all. They made the first move, we answer in kind. Is there anything to discuss? Agreed. They should die. Whether one dies or 5 die, it's still death. The various enforcers voice their support, unusually united. Chuiji is about to agree when Lin Huila, silent until now, finally speaks. Whether we kill those men or not isn't urgent. What matters now is how we handle the turf Ba Bai left behind. Without a big brother overseeing it, chaos is only a matter of time. Makes sense. Chuiji looks toward him. So, young master, any candidates in mind? Didi cuts in before he can answer. Of course it should be Su Tianyi. He did the killing, he should manage the territory. Several elder uncles also nod in agreement. Lin Huila, however, merely smiles. Su Tianyi is indeed promising, but how long has he been in the organization? His seniority is too shallow, and those under him may not accept his leadership. In my view, Ba Bai's head lackey Xiaoming is more suitable. He has followed Ba Bai for over 10 years and knows the territory inside out. Seniority. Seniority, my foot. The D's hand smacks the tabletop, making the teacups jump. In this life, we go by strength. Whoever has the harder fists takes the seat. If you want to talk about seniority, you can wait until retirement to enjoy it. The words strike right at the D's sore spot. By influence, he should have been sitting boss long ago, yet the uncles keep him down with claims that he lacks seniority. Now the mere mention of that word ignites his fury. Watching the two men on the verge of a shouting match, Triads feels a headache coming on. He does not wish to offend either side, yet it is obvious that the D wants to elevate Su Tianyi while Lin Huila aims to promote Xiaoming, both clearly trying to expand their respective turf. Here's what we'll do. Triads raises his hand. You both have your reasons. Since we can't settle it, we'll follow the old rules. Let Su Tianyi and Xiaoming fight it out. Settle victory on the platform. Whoever wins takes the position. The D glares at Lin Huila and snorts. No problem for me. Lin Huila pushes his glasses up and nods as well. Very fair. Let them fight it out. Seeing that neither of them objects, Triads turns to Su Tianyi. And you? Any objections? After all, Su Tianyi is the actual field enforcer. He must be shown proper respect. No objections, Su Tianyi replies briskly. Good. Triads waves his hand. Then summon Xiaoming. Let the platform decide. Whoever wins ascends. The group moved over to the martial hall. On the ring facing Su Tianyi stood a man built like an iron tower, none other than Ba Bai's chief enforcer Xiaoming. His name might suggest a grasshopper, but he looked nothing like one. Xiaoming's body was layered with thick muscle, half a head taller than Su Tianyi, radiating an oppressive aura just by standing there. He was Ba Bai's most formidable fighter, famed both for his ability to take a beating and for the power of his fists. Lin Huila agreed to the duel precisely because of this disparity in weight and size. I don't know how to hold back. Xiaoming grinned at Su Tianyi, his gaze fixed on him. If you concede now, you can still walk off this stage. Su Tianyi merely tugged at the corner of his mouth without answering. His attitude made Xiaoming's expression darken as a surge of anger flared up within him. Stop, when you've made your point, don't take a life, someone shouted from below the ring. But the instant the two men locked eyes on the stage, it was clear those words were wasted. What's with all the nonsense? Fight! The D shouted impatiently from below. Xiaoming let out a low growl, then suddenly lunged forward, driving a heavy punch straight towards Su Tianyi's face. Su Tianyi remained standing in place, not moving at all. Only when the fist was almost at his eyes did he suddenly lift his hand and clamp down firmly on Xiaoming's wrist. Xiaoming struggled once, but could not break free, his expression changing in an instant. Seeing the astonishment in the man's eyes, Su Tianyi suddenly smiled, and with his other hand he swung out a punch. Thud! With a dull crash, Xiaoming's entire face twisted to one side, as his body toppled like a sawn log, crashing flat onto the ring and lying motionless. The crowd below fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone stared up at the ring. Su Tianyi was still standing where he had been, not even having taken a step. Good. Beautiful hit. The D was the first to roar, his palms clapping thunderously. Lin Huila pushed up his glasses, his face looking somewhat grim. When he looked again at Su Tianyi, there was something different in his eyes. Triads snapped back to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, "You all saw it. Su Tianyi is the winner. From now on, Ba Bai's seat belongs to him." No one had any objections before, and now even less so. Su Tianyi took the position, and Ba Bai's dozens of underlings naturally followed him, along with the 7 establishments, all falling under his control. In name, he was placed under Triads' branch, and D clearly wanted to pull him onto his side as well. But Su Tianyi had no intention of truly following anyone. Cooperation was fine, but to be someone's underling, out of the question. After taking over the men and the venues, he first stabilized his territory. Among the 7 establishments aside from the Huanggong Sauna City, the most profitable was a nightclub. This scale of assets was far from enough, but even a feast must be eaten one bite at a time. As he was pondering his next move, a young underling ran in. "Boss, there's someone outside called Feiji who wants to see you. Let him in." Before long, the man came inside. He looked honest enough on the surface, but the ruthlessness in his eyes could not be hidden. One glance told you he was the sort to cling to his principles and risk his life. Su Tianyi sized him up once. "You want to follow me?" "Yes," Feiji answered bluntly. "I saw you kill Chen Haonan. You're ruthless enough. I want to work for you." He paused, then added, "But I also want to be a boss myself in the future. If you can't agree to that, I'll walk away right now." Su Tianyi laughed. "If you follow me, you'll always be my little brother. However, I can make you the boss of many others." Feiji nodded. "All right." Feiji was a reward from the system. His loyalty was naturally unquestionable. But Su Tianyi knew very well that loyalty had to be nurtured through deeds. Relying on the system alone was not enough. "Got any work for me, boss?" Feiji asked. Su Tianyi lit a cigarette, took 2 drags, then said, "In a few days I'll announce that all our venues are placing a total ban on drugs." He flicked off the ash and continued, "On my turf there will be no drugs. Our own people are forbidden to touch them, and outsiders even more so. Feiji stood to one side, listening silently. You'll oversee these venues first, Su Tianyi told him. Whoever touches drugs, cut off their hand, and bring them to see me. Feiji nodded. All right. Su Tianyi was not just making empty threats. He didn't care how Bai had run things before, but now the rules had to change. With 5 million Hong Kong dollars in hand, he immediately threw money into recruiting men. Coupled with his reputation for having killed Chun Haonan single-handedly, he gathered dozens of underlings within days. His name began to circulate through the underworld. On the Hongxing side, Chun Haonan's funeral had just concluded. The council hall was thick with smoke. Jiang Tianxing sitting in the main seat without speaking. The Laobi could not hold it in any longer. He slapped the table and stood up. Mr. Jiang Anan died without any clear explanation. If we don't avenge him, the brothers' hearts will turn cold. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Liansheng went too far. If we don't hit back, people outside will think we're afraid. Liang Kuan sneered from across the table. You say we go to war, and we go to war. Who's sitting in the hall now? What are you trying to say? The Laobi glared at him. Just speaking some fair words. Liang Kuan spread his hands. Anyone who lives this life will pay the price sooner or later. Anan and the others went to kill Bai first. If they were killed in return, who can they blame? Not enforcing the clan's rules is already us being polite. The Laobi shot to his feet, and those beside him hurriedly pulled him back. Enough. Jiang Tianxing knocked on the table. Sit down, all of you. Liang Kuan curled his lip and crossed one leg over the other. The Laobi sat back down, breathing heavily, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Let's vote, Jiang Tianxing said, sweeping his gaze around. Those in favor of going to war, raise your hands. The Laobi's hand shot up first. But the others looked at one another, and in the end no one moved. See that? Liang Kuan laughed aloud. Jiang Tianxing waved a hand. Keep a close watch on Liansheng. We'll act if there's any movement. The meaning was clear. So long as the other side did not provoke them, Hongxing would not move. The veins on De Laobi's forehead bulged, but he could only swallow his anger. He knew now that the society could not be relied upon. At the Yuguchi restaurant, over a dozen tables had been set packed with newly recruited underlings. Su Tianyi stood in front of the main table, raising his glass. The room instantly fell quiet. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, I'm not someone who likes to talk about righteousness and loyalty. Su Tianyi set his glass down and glanced over the hall full of underlings. I'm not fond of talking about loyalty, he repeated, pausing. Because loyalty isn't something you talk about. It's something you prove with your actions. Below not a sound could be heard. If you follow me, I won't let your loyalty be for nothing, Su Tianyi continued. Those who dare to fight, dare to bleed, and can use their heads will naturally rise above the rest. But if you're bullied and don't even dare hit back, his voice dropped, then get lost on your own and don't come back. Is that clear? Clear, boss. The shout shook the chandeliers above. The eyes of these newly recruited underlings sparkled. His words were straightforward. He promised to shoulder responsibility, and their new boss was evidently generous in his spending. Eat well, drink well. Su Tianyi raised his glass again. Tonight we don't go home until we're drunk. The crowd roared in response and tilted back their glasses. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Su Tianyi looked at the scene, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Over the past few days, the 7 establishments Bai had held in Causeway Bay were already firmly in his grasp. The fervor of the men beneath him had already surpassed what it had been under Bai. But this was only the beginning. When the banquet dispersed, Feiji quietly drove the car over. He was a man of few words, not a single idle sentence on the road, just focused on driving. Su Tianyi did not mind. He understood Feiji's nature. If the man knew how to curry favor with that kind of ferocity, he wouldn't have remained an anonymous foot soldier. The car turned into a side road. Feiji suddenly slammed on the brakes. Amid the shriek of tires scraping the ground, headlights flared ahead, behind, and to both sides, as several vans blocked the road completely. Doors clattered open as 20 to 30 men jumped down, all in black t-shirts, weapons in hand, knives or clubs. Yaijao go, Feiji said, drawing a machete as he pushed the door open, his face expressionless. Su Tianyi nodded. It was a good chance to see his skills. Without wasting a single word, Feiji charged straight into them, slashing as he went. The attackers clearly hadn't expected someone so reckless. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were cut down. His fighting style was brutally direct, taking a club to the body if he had to, just to stab one of them down first, relying entirely on a suicidal ferocity. In a melee like this, that kind of fighting actually worked. But the enemy's numbers were simply too great. Feiji was gradually surrounded, his movements beginning to slow and stiffen. Watching from inside the car, Su Tianyi was actually quite satisfied. Strength was one thing, a more important was this willingness to risk his life. And clearly, though he could have fled, he chose not to. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded in his mind as the system's prompt appeared. Option 1, drive the car through the crowd and escape with Feiji. Reward 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2, get out of the car, take down everyone, and interrogate the mastermind behind them. Reward, short weapon mastery. Su Tianyi smiled and pushed the door open. He took 2 running steps and leaped a single kick, sending 5 or 6 men flying as he first dragged Feiji out of the encirclement. Then he reversed his grip to snatch a machete from someone's hand and plunged into the crowd. Blades flashed and screams rang out. Once Su Tianyi joined the battle, the situation completely reversed. It seemed he was using the 12-road tan legs. His legs were a blur, and those thugs couldn't even get close. Anyone barely entering his range was kicked flying far away. Once he started, the attacker's ferocity evaporated at once. One Feiji was already hard enough to deal with, and now an even more terrifying fighter had appeared. Feiji retreated to the side, watching Su Tianyi's clean, efficient movements with nothing but admiration in his heart. Only now did he understand how insignificant his own skills were in front of a truly tough opponent. It wasn't long before the ground was littered with groaning bodies. One of them, seeing the situation, tried to sneak away into the darkness. Su Tianyi caught a glimpse of him and flicked his toe under an iron rod lying on the ground. The rod whistled through the air and smashed squarely into the back of the man's head. With a dull thump, he pitched forward onto the ground, blood flowing out at once. Without needing to be told, Feiji walked over, grabbed him like a chicken, dragged him back, and dumped him at Su Tianyi's feet. The man's blonde hair was dyed red over half his head, his body covered with black dragon tattoos extending from his neck all the way down his arms. It would have been an intimidating sight, but now he was nothing but bedraggled. He had been the one directing the ambush earlier, so he clearly knew the most. "What's your name?" Su Tianyi asked. The tattooed man shivered all over, teeth clenched, but refused to speak. Without a word, Feiji picked up the blood-stained iron rod and brought it down on the man's hand. "Oh, my hand," the tattooed man screamed. Seeing Feiji raise the rod again, he hastily cried out, "Hualong. My name is Hualong." Not only were all the mobile units from the district assembled, but even the flying tigers were put on standby. Meanwhile, after Chen Haonan and his crew were gone, Hualong had likely become De Lao Bi's most capable henchman. Tonight's ambush was clearly De Lao Bi seeking private revenge. Hongxing probably had no wish to tear their face off in public just yet. "Who sent you?" Su Tianyi pressed. Hualong still tried to hold out, but Feiji's iron rod did not stop blow after blow until both of his hands were smashed beyond recognition. "Stop. I'll talk. It was BG De Lao Bi. He sent us." Hualong finally broke, screaming out the name. Hearing that name, Su Tianyi felt a cold smirk in his heart. He had marked this debt down. However, now was not the time to directly confront the big boss B. "Tie him up and put him in the car first," Su Tianyi instructed the plane. "Tomorrow morning, send a formal invitation to Liang Kuan. This person might still be useful." "Understood, brother E," the plane replied, quickly retrieving rope from the trunk to securely bind Hualong, gagging him as well, and then tossing him into the rear compartment. Almost simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in Su Tianyi's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating everyone and interrogating the mastermind behind the scenes, successfully completing option 2. Reward: obtain mastery in short weapons." A wealth of techniques and insights regarding short weapons flooded in instantly, as if innate. Previously, he excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Now he had an additional skill at his disposal. Su Tianyi clenched his fist, feeling the newfound confidence. In the deep of night, numerous figures loitered outside a villa, all members of Hongxing. Inside the villa, the roar of Boss B could be heard from afar. "Useless. With dozens of people, you can't even handle one. Who all of you are worthless." Inside the villa, Boss B kicked over the coffee table. A few subordinates hung their heads, not daring to speak, clearly having received the news of the failed operation. Last night, he had secretly arranged for Hualong to deal with Su Tianyi, thinking it was a sure thing, but unexpectedly dozens of people were wiped out, and even Hualong was captured. Hongxing did not want to intervene openly, but Boss B could not swallow this anger. He paced around the living room, panting heavily, suddenly stopping in his tracks. The subordinates quickly nodded and turned to make phone calls. No matter what, Hualong had to be rescued. It was about face, and more importantly, about Boss B's reputation in the Underworld. The subordinates quickly nodded and turned to make phone calls. No matter what, Hualong had to be rescued. It was about face, and more importantly, about Boss B's reputation in the Underworld. The next day at noon, Su Tianyi stretched his neck and stepped out the door. The plane approached him, saying, "Brother, Liang Kuan has responded. We will meet in 3 days." Su Tianyi nodded. This was within his expectations. Liang Kuan had always kept a watchful eye on the position of the Hongxing seat, and he would not miss this opportunity. "Go drive," he instructed. "First, let's check out the Nocturnal Man." That was the most profitable establishment left by Ba Bai, and now it had become Su Tianyi's stronghold. As soon as the car stopped, a red-haired underling rushed over in a panic. "Boss, the site was raided." Su Tianyi, Boss B from Hongxing, he brought hundreds of men, and has already smashed our 3 establishments. Su Tianyi's expression darkened. The loss of 3 establishments was no small matter. This humiliation could not be tolerated. "Call all the brothers back," he ordered immediately. "Today we settle the score with Boss B." He had no intention of seeking help from Lianxing. Once he asked for help, he would have to rely on others' faces, and only by resolving this matter himself could he truly stabilize his position. One call after another went out, and the scattered underlings rushed back. But before they could gather, another underling burst into the bar. Boss B is surrounding us. Su Tianyi frowned slightly. The other party moved faster than he anticipated. There were only a few dozen people in the bar, while it sounded like Boss B had brought at least 300 to 400. But he did not panic. Instead, he walked toward the door. Boss B, leading a throng of black-clad men, surged into the bar with an imposing aura. Su Tianyi, release Hualong. Boss B pointed at him and shouted, otherwise don't expect to walk out of this door today. Su Tianyi let out a cold laugh, too lazy to respond, and launched a flying kick. Before Boss B could react, he was kicked to the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. Fight! Su Tianyi shouted, taking the lead into the crowd. Seeing this, the underlings behind him were filled with adrenaline, grabbing their weapons and following suit. Although they were outnumbered, Su Tianyi's side surged with momentum, pushing the Hongxing men back, forcing them out of the bar. However, Boss B's men were simply too many. Once they regained their footing, their human wave tactics began to show their advantages. No matter how brave Su Tianyi's underlings were facing 10 times the enemy, they gradually found it difficult with more and more sustaining injuries. The plane, however, was fierce, blocking a dozen people, single-handedly throwing punches and kicks with vigor. Su Tianyi grabbed a machete and charged into the throng, swinging it left and right. Wherever the blade flashed, Hongxing's thugs fell in droves. That ordinary machete in his hands seemed like a divine weapon. The short weapons technique he had just acquired yesterday was perfectly suited for the situation. Although Hongxing was known for their fighting prowess, this group of people faced Su Tianyi and felt like they were made of paper, being cut down like vegetables. Within a 3-meter radius around him, no one could stand. Su Tianyi took a step forward, and the Hongxing men retreated in droves, creating an open space. Occasionally, a few who did not believe in evil charged forward, but in this moment, they all lay on the ground moaning. In such fights, often it was all about spirit. Once the spirit was deflated, no matter how many there were, it was pointless. After all, who isn't afraid of death? If it were evenly matched, they could still grit their teeth and fight. But facing a fierce character like Su Tianyi, who chopped people like cutting vegetables, who would dare to advance? The Hongxing thugs saw him coming and began to feel weak in their legs. Once morale dropped, they could no longer gather their energy. In contrast, Su Tianyi's underlings, seeing their boss so fierce, had red eyes and charged forward, shouting. Before long, the Hongxing men completely crumbled. Upon seeing Su Tianyi approaching with a knife, their first reaction was to turn and run. In the end, Su Tianyi was left alone with a machete, chasing over 100 people down the street. Not a single one of those 100 dared to look back, focused solely on pushing forward, afraid of falling behind. Run! The boss is still back there. He's coming. Don't leave me behind. Over 100 people were chased down the street by one person crying for their parents. The scene looked somewhat comical. But those who witnessed this scene could not laugh, though only a chilling feeling remained in their hearts. In this fight, Su Tianyi had made a name for himself. One person chased over 100, and he was cutting them down, making them panic. Once the news spread, many outside weighed his name carefully. He had indeed earned merit with this battle. After the fight was over, He Lianxing naturally had to hold a meeting. As the main party involved, Su Tianyi also received at the He Lianxing headquarters in the conference hall. When Su Tianyi pushed the door open, Lin Huayue spoke up first with a smile. You did beautifully this time. You have brought glory to us at He Lianxing. Su Tianyi merely nodded, saying little, keeping a distance neither too far nor too close from Lin Huayue. At this moment, Didi also swaggered in. Upon seeing Su Tianyi, Didi's voice boomed. I've heard all about it. You chased over 100 Hongxing. Not bad. Hongxing sent strongmen. I think they sent soft-footed shrimp. So many people ambushed, yet they were beaten to such a state. Oh, let's see how they brag in the future. As Didi spoke, he wrapped his arm around Su Tianyi's shoulders, appearing very friendly. It's all learned from brother Didi. Su Tianyi smiled. The attendees, whether Lin Huayue, Didi, or several others, all showed warm attitudes towards Su Tianyi, with words of praise woven throughout. On one hand, this time, He Lianxing indeed earned a lot of face, and everyone present felt proud. On the other hand, everyone wanted to draw this new powerhouse to their side to bolster their prestige. However, everyone also noticed that Su Tianyi kept his distance from the others, including Lin Huayue, while being this was understandable. After all, Didi was the first to support him to rise to power. Even Deng Bo praised you, saying you did well. Chuaji rapped on the table. Hongxing will naturally seek an explanation from them. They raided our establishments for no reason, and this matter is far from over. Understood, Su Tianyi replied. You're on a roll right now. If you have the opportunity, stake more flags in Causeway Bay. The territories you take will count as yours. Chuaji continued. If you need manpower, just let us know. Everyone here will definitely support you. That's nice to hear. Didi was the first to chime in. I don't care about others. Didi will support you to the end. Whatever you need, just say the word. Thank you, brother Chuaji. Thank you, brother Didi, Su Tianyi replied. After this fight, Su Tianyi was no longer an unknown in He Lianxing. The gang clearly intended to push him forward and make him a figurehead. After all, it had been a long time since He Lianxing had such a capable and fierce character. From now on, the resources available to him in the gang would naturally increase. 2 days later, Su Tianyi finished his business outside and just returned to the Nocturnal Man Bar. A busy man who I've been waiting here for more than an hour. A hoarse voice came from the corner. It was Liang Kuan. 3 days ago, Su Tianyi had just fought with Hongxing here, and today Liang Kuan directly sat down in his place. Su Tianyi walked over and sat down opposite. Were you anxious? I thought brother Liang Kuan was magnanimous and wouldn't mind this hour. That depends on who you're waiting for, and for what matter. Liang Kuan's voice was still as hoarse as ever. He leaned forward slightly, saying, Bai owes me 20 million. The person is dead, and the debt remains unpaid. He was your boss before, and now you've taken his place. Shouldn't you bear this debt? Asking you for money is reasonable, right? Su Tianyi shook his head. No money. He paused and continued, but I have a much bigger financial opportunity. You'll definitely earn more than 20 million. Are you interested? Liang Kuan raised his eyelids slightly. Tell me about it. If we join forces, we can take down all of Causeway Bay, Su Tianyi said calmly. I will help you secure the position in Hongxing. Liang Kuan laughed, though it sounded somewhat unpleasant. On what grounds? Why should I believe you have this capability? You may choose not to believe it. Su Tianyi looked at him. But without my help, how do you intend to take down Jiang Tianxing? It's difficult. Boss B is a thorn in your side, and he is also my stumbling block. We are not friends, but we share the same enemy. Removing him is beneficial for both of us. That is the foundation. Liang Kuan fell silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a pause, he spoke, What do I gain from partnering with you? Besides an illusory title of Dragon Head. What if things go awry? Am I to serve as your mere henchman for nothing? Once we seize Causeway Bay, Su Tianyi laid his cards on the table. I only claim Brother B's establishments. As for narcotics trade, I won't touch it. You're welcome to run it entirely should you have the skill. He knew Liang Kuan operated such dealings covertly. Though Hongxing officially forbade it, Liang Kuan had built a thriving empire beneath the surface. Indeed, Liang Kuan's eyes flickered. Monopolizing Causeway Bay's market promised staggering profits. And better yet, it offered the chance to eliminate Brother B once and for all. He pondered in silence for half a minute before finally nodding. Very well, I'll ally with you this time. First we take down Brother B. Then Causeway Bay will be split evenly between us. Causeway Bay is merely the beginning, Su Tianyi smiled faintly. Once secured Sim Sha Sui, and beyond, larger markets await our joint conquest. Liang Kuan's gaze brightened slightly. He said nothing more, but his focus sharpened unmistakably. They lowered their voices, further discussing details at length, until Liang Kuan rose and departed visibly satisfied. As for the 20 million, he never mentioned it again. Su Tianyi leaned back into the sofa, watching Liang Kuan's retreating figure vanish into the dusk. Fei Ji, Brother E. Fei Ji stepped forward. Prepare the gift, and deliver it to Liang Kuan, Su Tianyi instructed. If he meant to wield Liang Kuan as a blade, he must first offer genuine sincerity. To attempt empty-handed manipulation would never sway a shrewd operator like Liang Kuan. Fei Ji understood instantly, nodded once, then turned and left to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Brother B had barely been discharged from hospital when he received Liang Kuan's invitation. He initially intended to ignore it, yet Liang Kuan's underling arrived bearing F.A. Lung's personal effects, claiming knowledge of his whereabouts. After much hesitation, Brother B decided to attend. That night on the city's outskirts, he arrived with only 2 trusted lieutenants. Upon seeing Liang Kuan, he demanded bluntly, Cut the nonsense. Where is F.A. Lung? No need to rush, Brother B. Liang Kuan strolled forward, lazily nudging a dark silhouette on the ground with his toe. Isn't the man you seek lying right here? I've done you a favor, tracked him down just for you. Motionless upon the earth lay F.A. Lung himself. Brother B's face paled. He called out repeatedly. No response. He snapped his head up, locking eyes with Liang Kuan, his hand darting instantly toward his waist. Liang Kuan, I'll kill you. He drew his pistol. Now, don't act rashly, Brother B. You haven't even seen your full gift yet. Liang Kuan clapped twice. From a nearby car, 3 bound figures were shoved to the ground. A woman and 2 children, their mouths gagged. Husband, Daddy, save me. Muffled cries rose into the air. Brother B's face turned. They were his wife and children. Liang Kuan. His voice roared, gun barrel trembling. This is Triad business, settled among brothers. Touching my family breaks every code. Codes. Liang Kuan tilted his head, pointing at the weapon in Brother B's hand. When you leveled that gun at me, did you recall any codes then? Release them. Of course. I'll do so, provided you lower your weapon first. Brother B's grip slackened. The pistol clattered onto the ground. His eyes burned into Liang Kuan's resentment raw, but for his family's sake he yielded. Liang Kuan, we've no grudge, no feud. Is this truly necessary? Liang Kuan laughed outright. No grudge. Bai was my sworn brother. You killed him, and wiped out my 20 million debt in one stroke. And wasn't it you who tipped off the authorities about the last shipment? Another million lost. Now you speak of no grudge. Do you truly believe I'd let you walk free? Brother B sank to his knees, raising his head. I accept my fate. Deal with me as you wish. Just spare my wife and children. Liang Kuan strode over and kicked him hard onto his back. You demand mercy after playing such a high-stakes game. Liang Kuan pressed his boot onto Brother B's chest, tilting his head. Have you grown delusional? Then came a brutal beating. Brother B collapsed, gasping helplessly. Take my life if you must, but let them go, he rasped. Liang Quan crouched, slapping his cheek. Little brother B, do you know why I intend to eradicate your entire clan? Spare my family, I beg you. Brother B's voice quavered. Beg me. Perhaps my heart softens, and I grant you reprieve. Liang Quan chuckled. But Brother B spat back, I accept defeat, you're one of my own. But harm my family. Even as a ghost I'll hunt you down. Liang Quan drew his blade, and severed Brother B's tendons with a single slash. If ghosts hold no power, I'll ensure you become none at all. He sprinkled white powder onto the wound, then forced the remainder down Brother B's throat. Brother B screamed, agonized, endless, only then realizing his fatal error, dropping the gun. When the torment reached its peak, Liang Quan waved his hand. Throw them in. Beside them loomed a freshly dug pit. Underlings bound Brother B and his 2 lieutenants, and shoved them inside. His wife and children wailed, Husband, Daddy, don't kill him. One underling asked, Boss, what about his family? To live by one's word means keeping it, utterly eradicate the whole clan, so shall it be. Liang Quan spoke, and the underlings thrust mother and children into the pit as well. The 4 sobbed as earth began cascading downward. Oh, audience has arrived. Liang Quan suddenly grinned. A car rolled in. Fei Ji leapt from the driver's seat and opened the rear door. Su Tianyi stepped out. Scanning the scene, he needed no explanation. Brother E, tonight's performance was staged exclusively for your eyes, Liang Quan announced loudly. Su Tianyi approached, gazing down at Brother B, half buried in soil, and a faint chilling smile curved his lips. Brother B's eyes widened. He grasped the truth at last. Su Tianyi, you orchestrated this behind the scenes. Liang Quan, you collude with outsiders. May you rot in hell. He roared. Su Tianyi smiled. I may strike you, oppress you, but you dare not retaliate. Resist, and I slaughter your entire family. This time you raided my territory. I send your family underground to keep you company in the netherworld. His tone remained calm, yet despair flooded the pit. Only regret remained in Brother B's heart. Thousands of times he wished he'd never crossed Su Tianyi. With Brother B dead, Causeway Bay descended into chaos. Su Tianyi marched in with his men, seizing every establishment Brother B controlled. None spared, all claimed. Hung Hing, leaderless and disoriented, failed to mount any coherent response. Moreover, Su Tianyi struck with ruthless speed and precision, seizing numerous venues belonging to other branches as well. Though Liang Quan aided from within, this victory rested chiefly upon Su Tianyi's own formidable reputation. After all, tales of a lone man chasing down scores of rivals had long unsettled young Triad members. Word of Su Tianyi's territorial conquests spread like wildfire. Many gangsters hadn't even glimpsed him, yet their knees trembled instinctively. Before battle commenced, morale crumbled, leaving little doubt as to outcome. Thus his takeover unfolded with astonishing swiftness, yet upon reflection proved perfectly logical. News detonated across Hong Kong's underworld. Other syndicates stood stunned. The scale was unprecedented. Outsiders assumed Lin Sheng and Hung Hing were locked in mortal combat. Hung Hing's leadership reeled most severely. Causeway Bay vanished overnight, leaving no time to react. In truth, even Lin Sheng hadn't anticipated this. Originally seeking only symbolic gains, they never imagined Su Tianyi would obliterate an entire district. He acted without consulting the syndicate, accomplishing it alone. Precisely because of this unilateral execution, no faction could respond before the curtain fell. Inside Hung Hing's headquarters, thick smoke hung heavy in the conference chamber. 12 senior lieutenants sat assembled, all except Brother B. Has Lin Sheng lost its mind? Someone slammed the table. Where is Brother B? Causeway Bay's been seized, and he's vanished. Su Tianyi struck with savage cruelty. No warning, no negotiation. Swallowed the whole district. I've lost several profitable venues too. And my prime revenue-generating outlets are gone. Voices erupted, anger boiling beneath every word. Enough squabbling. Liang Quan leaned back, lazily scoffing. The one who holds final authority hasn't arrived yet. I'd wager Brother B fled, provoking Su Tianyi with sheer folly. Now he pays the price. Good riddance. Glances flickered among them, each suspecting Liang Quan's involvement in Brother B's disappearance, yet lacking proof to voice it openly. Just then the door opened, and Jiang Tiansheng entered. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is here. One by one they rose to greet him. Jiang Tiansheng nodded, taking his seat at the head of the table. Apologies, I was delayed by urgent matters. Waited until my neck stiffened, Liang Quan muttered, returning to his chair with a languid sway. They surged forward again, voices urgent. Mr. Jiang, Lin Sheng clearly intends escalation. You must decide swiftly. They're preparing for total war. Causeway Bay lost entirely. If we don't reclaim it, what future remains for Hung Hing? Mr. Jiang, act decisively. This cannot stand. Jiang Tiansheng's expression remained impassive, but inwardly turmoil churned. Though friction between Hung Hing and Lin Sheng had long existed, it had always stayed restrained. Full-scale war promised mutual ruin. Yet this assault bore terrifying momentum, and he still couldn't decipher its logic. Mr. Jiang, Liang Quan interjected smoothly. Hung Hing's dominion today was forged by blood and loyalty, not divine gift. At previous meetings, consensus held against provoking Lin Sheng. You yourself endorsed that decision. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the room. And Brother B repeatedly antagonized Su Tianyi, personally led raids against his venues. What value did he place upon our code? Victory might have excused it, but defeat cost us vast territories. How shall we hold him accountable? Silence fell, immediate and absolute. All recognized Liang Quan's challenge directed squarely at Jiang Tiansheng. Yet Brother B's recklessness had indeed incited collective fury. No one dared defend him. Jiang Tiansheng met Liang Quan's gaze, face serene. Brother B is absent. How do you propose we proceed? Fault demands acknowledgement, confrontation demands resolve. Liang Quan grinned. Rank grants no immunity, wrongdoing demands consequence. Speak plainly. You know well, Brother B obeyed your commands without question. When you pointed east, he dared not. Liang Quan leaned forward slightly. Now he's ignited this conflagration. Mr. Jiang, does accountability not extend to you? With the syndicate in disarray, should not the dragon head bear greatest responsibility? Jiang Tiansheng smiled. So you suggest I step down and install you in my place? Not necessarily me. Liang Quan spread his hands. But democracy prevails today. You've held office for many terms. Time for renewal. Let competence determine position. Wouldn't you agree? Liang Quan pressed the cigarette into the ashtray and rubbed his hands together. You can't handle Liansheng, but I can. Let me sit in this position and I guarantee that Liansheng will immediately retreat and never dare to overstep again. Jiang Tiansheng was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Fine. If everyone thinks you're more suitable, I'll step aside. Let's vote now. Master Chun Yao stood up and cleared his throat. Brothers, those who support Liang Quan, raise your hands. A few men in the audience whispered to each other, but no one moved their hands. No one wanted to be the first. However, after a while, Chun Yao raised his own hand. I support it. Liang Quan is right. Those capable should take charge. The meeting room fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at Chun Yao. Even Jiang Tiansheng raised an eyebrow. After all, Chun Yao was Jiang Tiansheng's advisor without territory or underlings, relying solely on Jiang Tiansheng for his livelihood. Anyone could turn against them, but he shouldn't. Yet once Chun Yao raised his hand, the atmosphere shifted. The other men exchanged glances and gradually raised their hands. In the end, it passed unanimously. Jiang Tiansheng smiled and stood up. The voting was fair, I acknowledge that. Liang Quan will take this position. He walked up to Liang Quan and patted him on the shoulder. I hope you lead Hong Xing better and that the brothers have a better time. Brother Sheng, I have always respected you, Liang Quan replied, standing up with a broad smile. But I guarantee that Hong Xing will definitely improve and everyone here will earn more. Your approach is outdated. The world no longer values loyalty, but rather brains. Jiang Tiansheng didn't respond. He simply vacated the position. As soon as Liang Quan sat down, Brother Ji spoke up. Brother Quan, now you are in charge. Liansheng and Su Tianyi have taken over many of our venues. What do you suggest we do? The others nodded in agreement. Their territories had suffered losses too. Liang Quan scanned the room. First we negotiate. If we can reach an agreement, that's best. If not, we fight. He knocked on the table. As long as Su Tianyi doesn't return our venues, I want rest. If there is a fight, Liang Quan will be the first to invest money and manpower, and we won't stop until we defeat Liansheng. After this statement, the men finally nodded in agreement. They only needed to reclaim their venues. As long as they could get them back, it didn't matter who was in charge. Thus, Liang Quan officially took charge. The next evening at a restaurant named Have Backbone, all the gangs in Hong Kong had their eyes glued to this place. The police also took precautions, setting up a perimeter, fearing that negotiations might break down and lead to violence. All 11 of Hong Xing's men arrived, none missing. Su Tianyi's crew was also blocking the other side, both parties separated by several empty tables, the atmosphere tense. The main characters had yet to arrive. As the head of Hong Xing, Liang Quan specifically named Su Tianyi to negotiate, which in itself was rather strange. Logically, he should have sought Liansheng. But regardless, Su Tianyi's name was now thoroughly resounding throughout Xiangjiang. 2 cars came to a halt almost simultaneously at the entrance of the restaurant. Su Tianyi and Liang Quan emerged from their vehicles one after the other. They exchanged glances and sparks practically flew in the air. Just as they were about to enter, a middle-aged man in a white shirt blocked their way. This district is under my jurisdiction and my name is Su Dawei. He flashed his badge, his tone stern. I don't care what grudges you have, it's best to settle everything tonight. On my turf, don't cause trouble. If everyone is good, I'll be good too. Liang Quan tilted his head. I have no problem, Su sir, it's just a matter of whether the other side is sincere. Su Tianyi smiled. Su sir, I don't want to fight either. But sometimes fighting is unavoidable. Su Dawei stared at the two and finally waved his hand. You weigh your own options. Su Tianyi and Liang Quan then walked side by side into the restaurant. The negotiations officially began. Outside, people were guessing whether the newcomer Su Tianyi could hold his own against the seasoned Liang Quan. Yet judging by his earlier demeanor, it seemed he was not losing ground at all. At Liansheng's headquarters in a side hall, the most respected elder Uncle Deng sat at the head of the table, while Chuan Baodadi, Lin Huailu, and Shueji were seated below. Uncle Deng tapped the table. AE is going to negotiate with Liang Quan. What do you all think? What do we think? Chuan Bao scoffed. It's self-willed. He has taken so many venues from Hongxing without even notifying the patriarch, trying to drag the whole gang down with him. Didi immediately slammed his hand on the table. Hey, it was you guys who sent him to plant flags. Now he has the ability to take over Causeway Bay without asking the patriarch for manpower or money. Can we blame him for that? Liang Kuan is notoriously petty, Lin Huaila said, slowly furrowing his brow. I doubt they will reach an... Uncle Deng nodded, but his worry did not dissipate. Whether we fight or not is another matter. What I fear is that AE is too inexperienced and shows fear at the negotiation table, which would embarrass us and Lian Sheng. That would be hard to remedy. Liang Kuan specifically sought him out, clearly wanting to bully the weak. The issue is that AE caused this, and he hasn't come back to seek help. Our patriarch can't intervene either. Didi thumped his chest. Anyway, I'm supporting AE. You guys have no idea how fierce that kid is. Does Liang Kuan want to take advantage of him? Dream on. Despite these words, everyone felt uneasy. They feared that if a fight broke out, the gang would suffer severe injuries. They also worried that Su Tianyi might buckle under pressure and lose the hard-earned gains, making Lian Sheng a laughingstock. At that moment, a scruffy thug rushed in. He was the DS trusted aide Long Mao. Uncle Deng Chuan Bao, brother Didi. Long Mao greeted each of them, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. It's done. Brother, he has finished negotiating. Didi leaped up. What was the result? Did they reach an agreement? They reached an agreement. Long Mao's voice rose an octave. Brother E returned all the venues from the other factions, leaving only the entire territory of Big Brother B. Hongxing. Agreed. Moreover, Long Mao took a breath and revealed even more shocking news. Brother Kuan. No Liang Kuan and Brother E became sworn brothers on the spot. They are still in the restaurant drinking and celebrating. Chuan Bao's eyes widened. What? They negotiated and pledged brotherhood. Not only he but everyone present was stunned, thinking they had misheard. This result was simply the best for Lian Sheng. What Su Tianyi had seized was mostly Big Brother B's territory now. It was rightfully swallowed whole. It was practically free. Uncle Deng remained silent for a while before slowly shaking his head. The head of Hongxing becomes sworn brothers with RC Jiuzai. He smacked his lips. Uncle Deng remained silent for a while before slowly shaking his head. The head of Hongxing becomes sworn brothers. Uncle Deng lifted his teacup and leisurely took a sip. The younger generation is formidable. His words may have been light, but they carried weight. Chuan Bao nodded vigorously beside him, grinning widely. Causeway Bay now it counts as ours and Lian Sheng's. The other elders also praised him. The result of tonight earned them prestige and territory, though anyone had to admit it was brilliant. As the excitement of the negotiations faded, Su Tianyi's name became thoroughly renowned. With his current momentum and achievements, it was clearly inappropriate for him to remain as an ordinary big brother. Uncle Deng decided to promote Su Tianyi, making him a dual flower red stick in Lian Sheng. This title was well known, but not easily attained. One must be able to fight, have sufficient achievements, and also gain approval from the majority of the factions in the gang. However, having taken over Causeway Bay, this gift was substantial. As a red stick, no one could object. Uncle Deng widely sent out invitations inviting many gang leaders and veterans from the martial world to witness the ceremony. This gathering was unprecedented in recent years. Under everyone's gaze, Su Tianyi offered incense, raised his cup in a toast, and officially became a dual flower red stick of Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng was generous, directly booking the entire restaurant for the celebration banquet, clearly wanting to elevate his status. After a few rounds of drinks, Uncle Deng called Su Tianyi aside. You do well, and the patriarch will remember you. Deng Wei's tone was gentle, as if advising his own nephew. This time I only promoted you to red stick due to your short time in the gang and your limited seniority. If you endure for a few more years, accumulate some experience, and wait for the right moment, the gang will naturally entrust you with heavier responsibilities. Su Tianyi showed a suitable amount of excitement on his face and nodded in response. Thank you, Uncle Deng, I will definitely do my best. However, he was clear in his heart. Uncle Deng was best at balancing power. Whoever stood out in the gang, he would support another to keep them in check, ensuring that his own position among the elders remained steady. Didi was gaining momentum, yet he was held down. In the future, if Su Tianyi grew powerful, he would also become a target for Uncle Deng's pressure. Such empty promises were best taken lightly. Just after finishing his conversation with Uncle Deng, Didi put his arm around Su Tianyi's shoulders and pulled him to the table. What did the old guy whisper to you? Didi took a sip of his drink and leaned closer to ask. Su Tianyi chuckled. Nothing much, just encouraging me to put his arm around Su. PSH, believe him. Didi waved his hand, lowering his voice. How about coming over to me? Shuai Ji is a loser. If it weren't for me supporting him, would he be where he is today? You have no future following him. He patted his chest, speaking boldly. Come with me, the territories we seize will belong to you, and you can take a share of my businesses. None of these are empty promises, they can be realized immediately. He leaned in closer, his eyes shining. Next term, I will definitely run for the position, as long as you support me. Once I'm in power, you'll be the first I promote to a position of responsibility. Such conditions were undoubtedly generous. If it were someone else, they would likely nod on the spot. Yet Su Tianyi merely raised his glass and clinked it with Didi. Brother Didi, I've just been promoted. If I turn around and switch to another boss, how will others perceive me? I still have to maintain some face. In name, he was still considered a man of Chueji. Didi, upon hearing this, was quite agreeable and did not press further. All right, take your time to think. I'm always here waiting for you. He then asked, now that you are in charge of Causeway Bay, what are your plans? Su Tianyi put down his glass, his tone calm, yet clear. First, I will sort out the existing venues, then recruit. My plan is to clear out all the factions, including Hongxing, Dongxing, and the Ni family, from Causeway Bay entirely. He wanted Causeway Bay to bear only his surname Su. Big D was taken aback for a moment after listening, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. You have ambition. He patted Su Tianyi's shoulder with force. I like this kind of tenacity in you. If you need help, just speak up, whether it's people or money. Su Tianyi nodded with a smile. Thank you, Big D. Just then Chong Mao rushed into the hall in a panic, heading straight for Big D. Big D, something's happened. Chong Mao gasped for breath. Inai Koen is dead. Big D frowned. Which Inai Koen? The one from Simsha Sui. Chong Mao's voice rose by 8 degrees. He was shot dead on the street just now. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally boisterous celebration party fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped their actions and looked at each other. Inai Koen was the leader of Simsha Sui. His death would send shockwaves through the entire underworld. Within a few minutes, many gang members found excuses to slip away, each eager to return and arrange their next steps. Su Tianyi was also taken aback. However, suddenly, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a god-level choice. Please make a selection from the following options. Option 1, help the Ni family through the crisis and successfully prevent the annihilation of their clan, rewards friendship of the Ni family 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2, seized Simsha Sui and absorb the Ni family's power, rewards loyalty of the Tony brothers 100 million Hong Kong dollars and corresponding rewards based on task completion. Su Tianyi did not hesitate much. Helping the Ni family would not yield many tangible benefits, while taking advantage of the chaos to seize territory was far more practical. He directly chose the second option. Ding, congratulations to the host for selecting the second option. Rewards loyalty of the Tony brothers 100 million Hong Kong dollars and subsequent rewards will be based on task completion. The rewards arrived quickly. 100 million Hong Kong dollars had already been deposited into the item bar, ready for withdrawal at any time. As for the Tony brothers, the system stated they would appear in a suitable manner. The celebration could not continue. With Ni Kun's death, Simsha Sui was about to descend into chaos, and no one could sit still. Before long, most people had scattered. Flight home. Su Tianyi got into the car and closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat. He began to contemplate how to take action. With so many gangs eyeing the Ni family, he needed to move quickly or else others would take advantage. After a while, Feiji suddenly spoke up. Brother, there are 3 men standing at your door looking around. Su Tianyi opened his eyes, and indeed saw 3 men at the entrance dressed in somewhat worn clothes, looking quite disheveled. He smirked, knowing what was happening. Drive straight up to them, Su Tianyi said. The car stopped in front of the 3 men, and he rolled down the window. As soon as the Tony brothers saw him, they immediately knelt on one knee. Mr. Su, the leader Tony raised his head and said, we 3 brothers want to follow you. Why are you looking for me? Su Tianyi assessed them. We want to find a backer in Hong Kong, Tony replied quickly. Mr. So you have a sense of loyalty and great ability. We are willing to work for you. We're not afraid of death. I can fight particularly well. Ahu patted his chest. My brother just speaks bluntly. Please don't take offense, Mr. Su Ajia quickly added. All right, follow me from now on, Su Tianyi said decisively, but then his tone shifted. However, if you follow me, there are my rules. If you can't follow the rules, you'll have to die. He paused before continuing. But if you do well, I guarantee you 3 brothers will have a bright future, never lacking in money or reputation. Thank you, Mr. Su. The eyes of the Tony brothers lit up, and they immediately responded. Su Tianyi nodded and took out a card, handing it over. There's some money in there. Go get yourself some decent outfits. Without pausing, he directly assigned a task. Additionally, there's something I need you to do. Mr. Su commands. Tony stepped forward. Su Tianyi explained the task of investigating the Ni family and getting to know the details of their 4 main subordinates, finally reminding, keep your hands clean. You don't let the Ni family notice. Tony repeatedly assured, don't worry, not a whisper of wind will leak out. With these 3 newcomers, Su Tianyi felt much more convenient. After all, the Plains group was too conspicuous, and any movement could easily expose them. The Tony brothers had just arrived, and no one recognized them, making them perfect for such covert tasks. The Tony brothers took the task feeling valued, and left with great enthusiasm. Watching their backs, Feiji frowned. Brother, can we trust them? What's there not to trust? Su Tianyi chuckled. As long as following you is their best path, providing them with the greatest benefits, there's no need to worry about betrayal. Feiji pondered for a moment and found it quite reasonable. Ni family villa. Notorious figures from the underworld arrived one after another. All dressed in black suits, not a smile on their faces. No one dared to be careless at Ni Kun's funeral. Su Tianyi also attended to pay his respects. He met with the main person in charge Ni Yongxiao as well as several younger members of the Ni family, each wearing a heavy expression. With the pillar of the family fallen, no one could be in a good mood. My condolences. After paying his respects, Su Tianyi said to the Ni family members, "Thank you for your sentiments." Ni Yongxiao nodded in return. Su Tianyi sat down in the guest area waiting for the funeral proceedings to conclude. Next to him, Liang Kuan leaned over, lowering his voice. The Ni family is in deep trouble this time. Among their 4 subordinates, Gandhi, Guohua, Black Ghost, and Wenzhong. Which one is a good guy? Ni Kuan could keep them in line while he was alive, but now, those younger ones are in trouble. He pursed his lips and continued. Only Han Shin seems a bit honest, but he's just taken over and is too weak to hold on. So, Su Tianyi asked indifferently. Thinking about making a big move, eh? Liang Kuan raised an eyebrow. If you want the Ni family's territory in Tsim Shui, the drug routes belong to me. Team up, and it will surely succeed. Su Tianyi smiled, not responding, but simply said, "What's the rush? Let's first see if the Ni family can hold their ground. If they can hold on, outsiders won't have a chance to slip in." He certainly knew that Ni Yongxiao had some ability and could originally stabilize the situation. But now that he was involved, the situation was different. However, he didn't want to divide the cake with others just yet. Suit yourself, Liang Kuan shrugged nonchalantly. But if you're going to make a move, do it sooner rather than later. With so many people watching, if you're slow, you won't even get a drop. Su Tianyi lifted his gaze and scanned the morning hall. There were indeed many attendees, each expressing their condolences to the younger members of the Ni family, displaying an air of deep sentiment and loyalty. However, he was acutely aware that beneath this facade, countless schemes were concealed. The moment these people had a chance, they would undoubtedly strike without a moment's hesitation. Thus, Su Tianyi needed to think through everything carefully and not let others pluck the Ni family's peaches. He intended to swallow the Ni family's territory and benefits whole. As the funeral concluded, Su Tianyi lifted his foot to leave, and others gradually dispersed. The 4 leaders of the Ni family, Gandhi, Guohua, Black Ghost, and Wenzhong, agreed to discuss future matters together. But just as Guohua was about to get in his car, Tony blocked his way. "Brother Guohua, my boss wants to see you. Please come with me," Tony stated directly. Guohua frowned. "Who is your boss? Just because you say so, I should go." He didn't know Tony at all, and being in a hurry to talk with Gandhi and the others, he had no time for this. Tony pulled out an envelope. "Take a look at this first, then decide whether to go or not." Guohua suspiciously opened it, took a glance, and his expression changed immediately. "All right, I'll go with you." He quickly closed the envelope, his attitude shifting. He turned to shout to Gandhi. "Gandhi, Wenzhong, you go ahead. Oh, I have something to take care of. I'll be there shortly." After saying that, he didn't care how Gandhi and the others felt, and just followed Tony, as if afraid of being followed. Gandhi and the others exchanged looks, unsure why Guohua was in such a hurry. A few minutes later, Guohua followed Tony to the location. "It's you, Su Tianyi." Guohua's eyes. Su Tianyi pointed to a chair. "Sit." "What do you want?" Guohua asked directly. Su Tianyi poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. "I want you to help with something. Act as an insider in the Ni family and do work for me." Guohua shook his head. "Impossible. I won't betray the Ni family, nor will I work for you. Don't think you can threaten me. There's no good outcome for anyone when pushed to the edge." He was calculating in his heart that establishing his own path was possible, but selling out the Ni family for someone else was out of the question. Su Tianyi smiled. "It's fine if you don't cooperate. I don't want Tsim Shui anymore. But I could send these photos to Gandhi, letting him know how happily you're playing with his wife. What do you think he would do? Moreover, you and your few companions have already become thorns in the Ni family's side. If Gandhi decides to act, the Ni family could easily wipe you out, and you would be doomed." Guohua's expression changed, his eyes flickering. The photos were evidence of Guohua's affair with Gandhi's wife, a major taboo in the underworld. Gandhi would never let him off the hook. Just dealing with Gandhi alone would be unmanageable for Guohua, and with the Ni family involved, it was a dead end. Yet Guohua remained defiant. "Don't think this can threaten me. I want cooperate." Su Tianyi said nothing, taking a sip of tea. Suddenly Tony moved, grabbing Guohua's head and slamming it into the table corner. Bang! Guohua's head bled, dazed and confused. Tony didn't stop pummeling him mercilessly. After beating Guohua to a point where he was weak, Su Tianyi finally put down his teacup and Tony stopped. "If you don't cooperate, they'll kill you right now." Tony lifted Guohua, gun pressed to his head. Under the threat of death, Guohua felt cold all over. Looking at Tony's eyes, if he dared to say no, he was sure to lose his life. Half-dead, Guohua hurriedly said, I agree. What do you want me to do?" "Simple," Su Tianyi said. "I will make Gandhi and Black Ghost turn against each other. You take the opportunity to take their territory and notify me immediately of any movements from the Ni family. Once successful, I'll give you 10 territories in Tsim Shui and 30 million. But remember, this is a one-time opportunity. If you have any ulterior motives, the consequences will be dire." These benefits were merely to encourage Guohua to work harder, a mix of a big stick and a sweet date. However, Su Tianyi had no intention of keeping his promise. For such a disloyal and treacherous character, he planned to use him and then discard him. Once he was no longer useful, it would be his end. Even if offered, Guohua wouldn't have the life to enjoy it. "All right, I agree." Guohua gritted his teeth knowing he had no choice. He understood Su Tiany's style, not agreeing meant death. Whether he acted himself or Gandhi acted, he was left with no way out. Sim Sha Sui inside a hot pot restaurant. The exterior is packed with people all dressed in gang attire. Inside the hot pot restaurant, 4 individuals are gathered around a table with the broth simmering. Gandhi picked up a beef ball, dipped it into the pot, and muttered, "Is Guohua still not here?" He wouldn't have sneakily gone to settle accounts with the Ni family, would he? The black ghost slammed his cup onto the table, saying he was the loudest before. If he dares to be the first to settle up, I'll take care of his mother first. At this moment, Wen Zheng cleared his throat. I'm the youngest here, so I'll say the unpleasant words first. Starting this month, I won't pay Uncle Kuen's debts. What do you all say? Gandhi didn't respond, but turned to Han Shun, who had been silent. Ah Chun, what about you? Han Shun smiled, picked up a slice of fatty beef. I'm here to eat. What you all do is none of my business, and I can't interfere. That's for the best. Gandhi fixed his gaze on him. Just don't get involved. After that, the few of them continued to eat and drink in silence. Gandhi, the black ghost, and Wen Zheng couldn't hide their excitement. After tonight, Sim Sha Sui would be their territory, and they wouldn't have to see the Ni family's expressions anymore. However, this atmosphere didn't last long. A young guy with yellow hair rushed and glanced at the black ghost, and then leaned in to whisper a few words in Gandhi's ear. The smile on Gandhi's face instantly vanished. He put down his chopsticks and kept glancing at the black ghost. The black ghost felt uneasy under his gaze, his heart racing. Understood. Gandhi nodded, his tone very calm. However, the next second, he abruptly stood up, grabbing the boiling hot pot, and poured it all over the black ghost. Gandhi, are you crazy? The black ghost jumped around in pain, scalding broth splattering all over him, making him grimace in agony. I'll fuck your ancestors. You dare to swallow my goods. Gandhi cursed as he kicked, and the two immediately got into a brawl. Their subordinates rushed, and tables and chairs were overturned, dishes flew about, and the scene was completely out of control. Stop him. Hurry, stop this madman. The black ghost commanded his subordinates to block the way while he scrambled to escape. Bursting out of the restaurant, he didn't care about his burns and yelled, call all the brothers back. Gandhi has gone mad tonight. It's either his death or mine. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Gandhi knocked down 2 of the black ghost's underlings, his eyes red as he shouted, bring people. Wipe out all of the black ghost's territory. Wen Zheng and Han Shun were stunned. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and how did it suddenly turn into a life or death situation? Han Shun knew the reason, but couldn't understand. How did Gandhi find out? According to Ni Yangxiu's plan, it was only to hold leverage over the black ghost and Guohua, not to force them into a desperate fight. At this moment, Wen Zheng chuckled awkwardly. Guohua hasn't come, so he must have gone to settle accounts. The black ghost also ran away, probably to settle up. Plus with you, brother Chun. It's 3 against 2. He stood up. I'm the youngest here. I can't take this. You two, I'll leave first. Saying that, he slipped away. Seeing this, Han Shun immediately got up to leave. He needed to inform Ni Yongxiao right away and find out where things were. After this, Gandhi and the black ghost's men began fighting all over Sim Sha Sui, smashing venues and seizing territory, causing chaos. But just as they were in the midst of their conflict, another force quietly inserted itself, quickly swallowing up those unguarded venues. At the Ni family villa, in the study, Ni Yongxiao sat behind his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. Han Shun rushed in through the door. Ah Xiao, something happened. Gandhi found out about the black ghost swallowing his goods, and both sides have already gone into full-scale battle. With such a ruckus, other gangs will surely take advantage of the chaos. What should we do? Ni Yongxiao took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. There's a new force in Sim Sha Sui that's swallowing Gandhi and the black ghost territory. Moreover, Guohua's people are also mixed and likely already bribed, working from the inside and outside. Upon hearing this, Han Shun became even more anxious. Then what should we do? I've found traces of Su Tianyi. Ni Yongxiao's tone turned serious. Guohua has been to Causeway Bay. This is probably his doing. We don't have to worry too much about other forces, but Su Tianyi. He's likely been planning this for a long time. He looked at Han Shun. You need to go find Su Tianyi now and arrange a meeting with him. It would be best if you can come to an agreement. If not. Ni Yongxiao didn't finish his words, but added he has grand ambitions and may want to take the whole of Sim Sha Sui. Alright, I'll go right away. Han Shun turned and left. Only Ni Yongxiao remained in the study. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples. The original plan was to first divide the 4 leaders, wait for the Ni family to stabilize their footing, and then deal with them one by one to avenge his father. But with Su Tianyi intervening, everything was thrown into chaos. This person was like a variable, making Ni Yongxiao feel a very real threat. In Sim Sha Sui, inside, the tea house was filled with people standing outside, each with a vigilant expression, and passers-by avoided the area. Gandhi and the black ghost arrived one after the other, each bringing a few underlings. Although they had just been fighting fiercely, upon seeing each other, they merely glared at one another, suppressing their anger without making a move. It was Su Tianyi who had summoned them under the pretext of negotiation. After they fought back and forth, realizing neither had gained the upper hand and had lost considerable territory, they reluctantly agreed to sit down and talk. As soon as they sat down, Gandhi couldn't hold back. Su Tianyi, so it was you who was stirring trouble behind the scenes. How we fight is our own business. You better return the territory to us. Now I'm giving you a choice. Su Tianyi spoke in a calm tone. Follow me in the future, and the territory will still be under your control. Impossible. Gandhi shouted directly, I won't pay the Ni family's debts anymore. Why would I pay you? From now on, Gandhi will not owe anyone anything. The Black Ghost chimed in exactly. At worst, we won't fight for now, and we'll join forces to drive you out of Tsimsha Sui. Even if we have to pay, it will be to the Ni family, not you. Be sensible and return the territory. Let's pretend nothing happened. Su Tianyi smiled and took a sip of tea. Looks like you've made your choice. He set down his cup, but what I intend to do cannot be thwarted. Tsimsha Sui will be mine. If you don't comply, you can only die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out, pressing Gandhi's head down onto the table, while his other hand grabbed an ashtray and smashed it down. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, blood splattered. Gandhi struggled a few times, but soon became still. The Black Ghost beside him was splattered with blood and froze, his eyes filled with fear. Su Tianyi's manner of killing wasn't frightening, but what was terrifying was his calm demeanor, as if he was merely swatting a fly. He only stopped once the ashtray shattered, wiping off the blood from his hands leisurely with the tablecloth. Then he turned to look at the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting, I agree. I agree with everything. I'll follow you, or just tell me what to do. You should have agreed sooner. Su Tianyi lit a cigarette, but now that you've said it, it's too late. The Black Ghost's face turned pale as he turned to run. But he had only taken 2 steps when Tony blocked his path. Tony didn't give him a chance to speak, pressing a gun to his abdomen and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out. The Black Ghost fell to the ground, his eyes still wide open. Su Tianyi exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke dispersing under the light. Clear out all the people they brought. Understood. Tony responded crisply, turning around to lead the charge. Gandhi and the Black Ghost's subordinates fell silent in no time, not a single breath left. Su Tianyi hadn't intended to leave any survivors. Those who bit the hand that fed them were a disaster. Left alive, the so-called negotiation was merely a pretext to lure them in. While smoking halfway through, he spoke again, clean up the mess, then go and take down their territory. I want all of Tsimsha. Understood. Tony's voice boomed as he called over Ahu and Aja, leading a large group out. Without Gandhi and the Black Ghost to hold the fort, the remaining ones were nothing but scattered sand, easily overcome. At this moment, a plane ran in and said, Brother, Eni Yongshao sent someone to convey a message wanting to arrange a meeting with you. Su Tianyi nodded. Got it. You go help Tony. The sooner we clear the territory, the better. He needed to consume everything edible before the negotiations. Once the other gangs realized what was happening, swallowing everything would become difficult. So now they couldn't afford to waste even a minute. The noise in Tsimsha Sui had attracted attention. The entire island had heard the commotion. Many gangs were eyeing this piece of fat meat, but no one dared to make the first move. After all, the Ni family had not fallen yet. Reaching out now would easily invite trouble. But they didn't expect Su Tianyi to act so quickly. Gandhi and the Black Ghost territory had already been lost significantly. Even when Zhang's side couldn't hold on much longer. With Guohua lending a hand, Su Tianyi faced nearly no substantial resistance. As for the toughest opponents, he let Guohua engage with Wenzhong. On his side, he saved a lot of effort. Late at night, a large food stall still had its lights on. The boss crouched in a corner, not daring to turn on the fire. The shop was filled with people standing on both sides, the atmosphere tense like a drawn bow. Eni Yongshao sat among them, remaining silent. Until Su Tianyi and his men walked in, he finally raised his eyes. Mr. Su Eni Yongshao spoke, coming to Tsimsha Sui unannounced, and not even greeting us. Isn't that a bit against the rules? Rules. Su Tianyi chuckled. The Ni family can't control their subordinates, so I'll take charge. That's the rule. Eni Yongshao was silent for a few seconds. State your conditions. What would it take for you to withdraw? This matter getting larger won't benefit anyone. I have no intention of backing down, Su Tianyi replied directly. From the moment I stepped into Tsimsha Sui, I never thought of retreating. The territories of Gandhi and the Black Ghost belong to you. The Ni family won't pursue it any further. But you cannot touch Wenzhang's territory, and Guohua must be handled by me. This is already a concession equivalent to giving up half the territory. But Su Tianyi merely shook his head. If I can take it all, why would I settle for half? Eni Yongxiao's expression darkened. The Ni family might lose, but you won't fare any better. You'd better weigh this. Then I want to try it even more. Su Tianyi responded decisively. At this point, there was no need for further discussion. Eni Yongshao stood up, preparing to leave. But just as he turned around, Su Tianyi suddenly spoke again. Eni Yongshao, you're a smart man. I'll give you a piece of advice. Eni Yongshao paused for a moment, but didn't turn back. Thank you for your advice, he said flatly. I know what to do. After speaking, he took his people and left without pausing for even a moment. His attitude was clear. He, Eni Yongshao, would never easily concede defeat. As soon as there was a bit of space in the food stall, Han Shen squeezed in front of Su Tianyi. His eyes were slightly red, and he spoke in a suppressed voice. Su Tianyi, let Mary go. She hasn't offended you. If you have something to settle, come at me. What kind of skill is it to bully a woman? Su Tianyi glanced at him, but did not respond. And another thing. Han Shen stepped closer, his voice turning harsh. You better stop immediately. If you dare to touch the Ni family, I will die alongside you. She is in my hands. Su Tianyi finally spoke, his tone very calm. If you're willing to cooperate, I will let her go. If you're not, then prepare for a permanent farewell. You're insane. Han Shen spat. Do you think that by taking my woman hostage I would help you? Impossible. Even if you kill her, the result will be the same. Su Tianyi smiled lightly, slowly pulling out an envelope from his pocket and handing it over. After you read this, decide whether to side with me or continue with Ni Yongxiao. What's there to see? My life was given to me by Brother Kowloon, helping you against the Ni family. Am I still a person? Han Shen didn't even glance at it, but Su Tianyi held it up nonetheless. After a few seconds of stalemate, Han Shen finally snatched the envelope and pulled out the photo inside. After just a glance, his face changed dramatically. Huang Zhiqing, I'll kill you. Han Shen clenched the photo tightly, the veins on his neck bulging. The photo showed Huang Zhiqing meeting Mary privately, along with clear evidence of inciting her to kill Ni Cohen. Whether you kill him or not, I don't care. Su Tianyi's voice turned cold, but you will soon be dead. Ni Yongxiao will definitely not let you go. He paused, watching Han Shen's face change rapidly. The deed was done by your woman, but the killer was trained by you. Do you think Ni Yongxiao will believe you were unaware? He will find out soon. Once he does, Mary is doomed and you will not escape either. Han Shen pinched the photo, his hand trembling slightly. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew in his heart that everything Su Tianyi said was the truth. Given Ni Yongxiao's character and methods, uncovering the truth was only a matter of time. At that time, regardless of whether Han Shen was involved, he would certainly be thoroughly held accountable by the Ni family. After a long silence, Han Shen raised his head, his fierce gaze now mixed with struggle and despair. What do you want me to do? Su Tianyi leaned forward slightly, his voice low but clear. Eliminate Ni. I don't want him alive by dawn. Han Shen's pupils contracted, as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. At the Ni family villa, the lights were bright. From the entrance, guards began to patrol and check. Unfamiliar faces were not allowed close. The shadows around the villa were abundant, and the number of patrolling personnel had doubled compared to usual. This was the order given by Ni Yongxiao. After this confrontation with Su Tianyi, there was no way to avoid it. He had to ensure his family's safety before he could fight back. In the living room, Ni Yongxiao sat alone, frowning, slightly, repeatedly pondering what the next move should be. Just then his subordinate reported that Han Shen had arrived. Ni Yongxiao raised his eyes and saw Han Shen walk in, followed by a stranger. Ah Chun. Ni Yongxiao's expression softened a bit. I heard that Mary went missing a few days ago. Is she all right now? No worries, no worries. This woman really doesn't know how to behave. She went to his sister's house to play mahjong all day and didn't even think to call back. Han Shen waved his hand, forcing a somewhat helpless smile. As long as she's fine. Ni Yongxiao nodded, his expression becoming serious once again. I've thought it through. Su Tianyi will not let this go easily. We have no way out. We must take action. Mister. And what are your plans? Han Shen asked. I plan to team up with the number gang. Ni Yongxiao said in a deep voice. Using their strength, we will first drive Su Tianyi out of Tsimsha Sui. The number gang. It may be easy to invite them in, but sending them away is difficult. Han Shen showed a worried expression. I know. Ni Yongxiao sighed, but there's no other way. Without doing this with our current strength, we can't withstand Su Tianyi. The number gang is powerful, but internally they are scattered. They are easier to deal with. Someone like Su Tianyi is the most dangerous. Right now, the most important thing is to preserve the foundation of the Ni family. Driving Su Tianyi away, the rest can be dealt with slowly later. At this point, Ni Yongxiao looked at Han Shen, his tone sincere. Ah Chun, my father trusted you the most while he was alive. The Ni family needs your help now. Oh, I hope you will support me. I will definitely support you. The Ni family will not come to harm. Ni Yongxiao nodded, his gaze sweeping past Han Shen's side, and suddenly stopped. Ah Chun, who is this? A stranger and newly recruited brother. The person next to him looked up at the sound and smiled at Ni Yongxiao. Han Shen did not respond, but Tony spoke up. Mister. I am with Su Tianyi. Ni Yongxiao's expression suddenly changed, glaring at Han Shen. You sold me out. He clearly remembered that during the last negotiation, this person stood behind Su Tianyi. I'm sorry, mister. I had no choice. Han Shen suddenly moved, grabbing a pillow from the sofa and aiming it at Ni Yongxiao's head. Ni Yongxiao struggled, but Han Shen had already pulled out a gun and pulled the trigger through the pillow. The gunshot echoed dully. I don't want to either. But if I don't want to die, you have to die. Han Shen shouted, while firing. I'm sorry, Brother Kowloon. I'll go down and apologize to him. Ni Yongxiao had long since ceased to move, but Han Shen was like a madman, firing until the magazine was empty. He gasped for breath, murmuring, I had no choice. Truly no choice. With the pillow removed, the sight beneath was unbearable. Han Shen clutched Ni Yongxiao's corpse, his shoulders shaking as he began to wail. But not long after he put down the corpse, his gaze gradually turning cold. Han Shen replaced the magazine, knowing full well that at this point he had to be ruthless. Without leaving any members of the Ni family, future troubles would not be resolved. Tony remained by the side, watching without intervening or stopping. That night, the Ni family was destined to be. The next morning, as Su Tianyi was just waking up, Tony was already waiting nearby. Mister. So the matter has been resolved. Ni Yongxiao is dead, and Han Shen did it himself. Tony respectfully handed over a video camera. Not only did he kill Ni Yongxiao, but he also cleaned up the entire Ni family. He made me record it. Su Tianyi was not surprised. Though he didn't say it explicitly, he had long anticipated that Han Chun would act this way. If he weren't ruthless enough and didn't understand the need to eradicate the roots, Han Chun wouldn't have gotten to this point. The video clearly showed the entire process. Without Han Chun's cooperation, it wouldn't have been so detailed. With this tape, as long as it got out, both the black and white sides would not be able to tolerate him. Han Chun was indeed clever, understanding that when the rabbit dies, the hound gets boiled. Once Ni Yongxiao fell, the value of this traitor was lost. Submitting this declaration of loyalty was both an expression of allegiance and a handing over of his lifeline. If he dared to harbor any thoughts of betrayal in the future, this video would serve as his death warrant. A smart person. Su Tianyi smiled after watching. Keeping him around as a dog isn't bad either. He currently lacked manpower. Swallowing the Ni family's territory was not enough, solely relying on his own brothers. If Han Chun could recruit the old troops of the Ni family, it would save a lot of trouble. If he could use them, he would. If they were no longer useful, killing them wouldn't be too late. In the afternoon at the nightclub without night, Su Tianyi sat alone in a booth drinking while Feiji and Tony stood behind him. Two figures entered the door, one fat and one thin. The fat one walked steadily while the thin one wore a flowery bandana, looking around as soon as he entered, seeming a bit dim-witted. It was Han Chun along with his subordinate Xuanxiang. Han Chun walked to the table, slightly bowing. Mr. Su, the Ni family has been cleaned up. His posture was very low. He had clearly found his place. But Xuanxiang didn't understand the situation and stared wide-eyed at Han Chun. Brother Chun, was it really you who killed him? Why? His voice grew urgent. Didn't they force you? You don't have to believe them. I'll help you kill him. You should run. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. Don't. Han Chun's expression changed, wanting to stop him. But it was already too late. Bang. Xuanxiang's body stiffened and fell straight back, a hole appearing in his forehead. Blood splattered on Han Chun's face, but he didn't dare wipe it away. He just clenched his teeth tightly. He regretted bringing this fool along. You want revenge for him? Su Tianyi flicked the ash from his cigarette. Han Chun came back to his senses, his voice bitter. Revenge. It should be me seeking revenge. I brought him here. I'm to blame for this. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Only then did Tony put the gun away. If Han Chun had shown even a hint of hatred just now, the next bullet would have been for him. Han Chun wiped the blood from his face and respectfully said, Mr. Su, the Ni family, Black Ghost, and Gandhi's territory have all been settled. But regarding Guohua, what do you think we should do? Before he finished speaking, Guohua rushed in through the door. Mr. Everything has been taken care of. He was beaming, his voice loud. The Ni family is completely finished, and Black Ghost and Gandhi are dead. He stepped closer, rubbing his hands with a smile. You managed to establish a presence in Simsha Sui so quickly. I've put in a lot of effort. The benefits you promised me before, shouldn't they be fulfilled now? With the Ni family down and Gandhi dead, Guohua felt he had no more leverage and stood tall. Su Tianyi smiled and leisurely lit a cigarette, leaning back into the sofa. Guohua's expression darkened. Mr. Su, are you implying you want to burn the bridge after crossing it? He lowered his voice, his words sharp. If some matters leak out, no one will have a good face. Su Tianyi remained silent, only lightly exhaling smoke. At that moment, Han Chun suddenly moved. He grabbed a knife from the fruit platter and lunged towards Guohua's neck. Oh! Guohua let out a scream and pushed Han Chun away, trying to escape. But after a few steps, Han Chun had already pounced on him from behind, pinning him down. The knife was pulled out and stabbed down hard. One stab, two stabs, three stabs. At first, Guohua struggled, but soon his movements slowed down and finally, he lay completely still, daring to threaten Mr. Su. I'll kill you. Han Chun gritted his teeth as he plunged the knife in each stab, splattering blood, blinding him. Su Tianyi watched quietly, as if observing a monkey show. By the time Han Chun stopped, Guohua was already in a disheveled state. Han Chun himself was covered in blood, gasping for breath. Mr. Su, I apologize. I acted without consultation, he said hoarsely as he dropped the knife. Su Tianyi flicked off the ash from his cigarette, saying, Don't kill on your own territory in the future. If you want to kill, do it outside. Yes, there will be no next time. Han Chun immediately replied, then added, Now there's only Wenjung left. I'll deal with him quickly. Wenjung has run away. Su Tianyi raised his gaze. He went to the police station to confess and become a witness. Now he is being protected by Huang Zhiqing. Han Chun felt a tightness in his heart. If Wenjung went to court, many people would be doomed. Is there a way to deal with it? Su Tianyi asked. Yes, Han Chun gritted his teeth. I will definitely kill him before he goes to court. Su Tianyi nodded and left the bar. As Su Tianyi stepped out of the bar, the night wind blew, flickering his cigarette, but it surprised him that Wenjung had become a witness, but the threat was not significant, or at most it would just give Han Chun and the others a headache. However, that kid Han Chun had long planted his underlings and infiltrated the police station. Dealing with a witness was still manageable. Therefore, Su Tianyi was too lazy to worry and simply let Han Chun handle it. No one expected the Ni family to collapse so quickly. Su Tianyi's sweeping dominance in Simsha Sui sent waves throughout the underworld. Before others could react, he had swallowed the entire territory of the Ni family. By the time other gangs wanted to reach out, it was already too late. Now Tsim Sha Sui belonged to the Su family, not the Ni family. In other words, anyone who wanted to share in the spoils first had to get through him. Yet even with the deal sealed, there were still those who harbored thoughts. After all, Su Tianyi had just made his debut and many gangs thought he couldn't handle such a large piece of meat. In fact, not only outsiders were envious, but even within Lianqing several factions were eyeing this lucrative territory. After all, Tsim Sha Sui's monthly protection fees exceeded tens of millions, not counting other income. With such a large piece of meat, who wouldn't swallow hard? But Su Tianyi had never regurgitated what he had eaten. Whoever reached out, he would chop off their hand. His swift actions were originally aimed at seizing time and preventing others from intervening. From the moment he struck, he had no intention of sharing with anyone. Just as he was about to head back, a bespectacled man with an honest appearance approached. Su Tianyi recognized him. It was Fu Ming, one of Chui Jia's subordinates. Chui Ji himself had little ability, and his subordinates were naturally not that strong. Fu Ming adjusted his glasses and whispered, "Brother, the boss wants you to return to headquarters. They said there's a meeting." "A meeting?" Su Tianyi smiled. "Sure, you can go back and pass the message that I'll be there after I finish some business." The so-called meeting was just a concern over the Tsim Sha Sui territory. He understood clearly, but had already made up his mind. Anyone who dared to covet this territory, even if they were from the same sect, would not receive any mercy. The territory he fought for, no one should think of touching. However, he still had to attend the meeting. But he was not in a hurry. He decided to eat and rest before leisurely making his way over. At the Lianqing headquarters conference room, smoke swirled. Chui Ji, Lin Huayue, Big D, and several other operatives were present, yet no one spoke, each with a rather grim expression. Big D grew impatient and tapped the table. "Chui Ji, did your Fu Ming notify IE or not? It's been over an hour, and there's still no sign of him." Chui Ji wiped his sweat. "Fu Ming is reliable. He surely passed the message. Perhaps IE had something come up. Let's wait a bit longer." "Wait." Big D raised his voice. "I'll send someone to find him right now. I can't believe we can't find him." Just as his words fell, the door was pushed open. Su Tianyi walked in slowly, wearing a smile, but showing no apology. "Sorry, there were many matters to attend to which delayed me." He glanced around at the others. "What's the sudden meeting about? Did something happen?" Big D immediately broke into a smile. "IE, you've been the most impressive lately, single-handedly breaking through Tsim Sha Sui. Today's meeting is mainly to commend you. You've set up the flag for the society in Tsim Sha Sui. Everyone should—" "Oh, that's unnecessary." Su Tianyi waved his hand. "This territory was earned for myself." Though the words seemed ordinary, an unspoken battle had already begun. One wanted to incorporate Tsim Sha Sui into the society, while the other refused to yield an inch. Chui Ji cleared his throat. "IE, we've discussed. Your establishment of a flag in Tsim Sha Sui is a great merit, so, when dividing the territory, you can choose 10 first. Whatever you want, no one will compete with you. The rest will be managed by Grandpa. If outsiders come to stir trouble, the society will also intervene. You don't need to worry about it." Su Tianyi laughed directly. "I'm sorry, the territory I took over I will manage myself. I have no intention of handing it over to others." If today's meeting was solely for this matter, then it could be dismissed to avoid wasting everyone's time. Lin Huayue leaned forward. "IE, we are also doing this for your own good. Now how many gangs are eyeing Tsim Sha Sui? Without support from a gang, can you hold it? 10 venues might be negotiable, but if the territory in your hands is lost, you'll be the center of the society." Big D also chimed in. "Exactly, rather than being seized by outsiders, it's better to hand it over to Grandpa, and everyone will still appreciate your efforts." Su Tianyi looked at them, his tone calm. "Without me, can Lianqing establish a flag in Tsim Sha Sui?" Su Tianyi spoke bluntly. "The venue was taken by me, and if it's lost, it's still my business. If you have the ability, you can go and seize it yourself. So you're not planning to hand it over?" Lin Huayue asked. "Hand over what?" Su Tianyi laughed. "What Grandpa gives I can hand over. But my own territory no one should think of touching." He scanned the room and continued, "Tsim Sha Sui is mine. Not a single venue will be given up. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect, whoever reached out, he would chop off their hand." This statement turned the faces of everyone present dark. Chui Ji wanted to mediate, but Su Tianyi had already turned and left, not leaving a word behind. That night, Tsim Sha Sui remained lively. The Ni family was gone, but the neon lights on the street did not dim, and those who should be drunk were still drunk. The music in the Mingjue Entertainment Club was deafening, and the lights dazzled. This place was now Su Tianyi's territory and the busiest money-making den in Tsim Sha Sui. But who was wandering around inside? Su Tianyi had instructed that keeping watch didn't require much intelligence, just the courage to fight. Whoever caused trouble would be thrown out directly. At that moment, a crowd surged in at the entrance. The leader had a loud voice. "Brothers have worked hard. I'm called Huanyo. I'm with Le Xiao. Grandpa sent us to take over the venue starting tonight. This place is under our control." He paused and added, "The money on the table, you can take it. But this venue has nothing to do with you from now on." Who stepped forward and blocked the way? "Who said that? We won't hand it over. This is Grandpa's decision." Huanyo raised his voice. "Don't you even listen to Grandpa's words." Who shook his head. "I listened to Mr. Su. If Mr. Su tells us to leave, then we will leave." "Mr. Su lets us watch the venue, we won't take a step back. He glared at Huanyo and added, leave now and you can still walk out on your feet. Otherwise I guarantee you'll be carried out on a stretcher. Huanyo had more people, almost double those on the opposite side. So he felt confident and his tone was tough. Su Tianyi is also with Grandpa, we're all doing this for the society, don't force us to fight. Ahu stepped forward, almost pressing up against Huanyo. You'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise I will kill you. Huanyo's Adam's apple moved, feeling a bit intimidated, but still shouted, take action. Before his words fell, Ahu had already grabbed his collar, directly lifting him and smashing him against the wall. Huanyo fell to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and couldn't get up. A subordinate beside him swung a wooden stool at Ahu's head. Ahu didn't dodge, meeting it with a punch. The stool shattered, and the person was sent flying. Ahu initially held back. After all, this was his own territory, and breaking things wasn't cost-effective. But since the opponent had already attacked, he had no intention of holding back. Once he let loose, Ahu was like a tiger out of its cage. Although the opponents were many, they were not enough to match his strength. Soon Huanyo's men were either lying down or fleeing, and the scene quickly quieted. Ahu's side also had some injuries, but the opposing side suffered heavier losses. Sometimes having more people actually worked against you. That night it wasn't just the Mingjue Entertainment Club. Many venues in Simsha Sui were besieged, some were sent by Lin Huayu, some by Big D, and others were other operatives from Lianxing, trying to intervene. Su Tianyi refused to hand over, so they wanted to go hard first, taking control of the venue, and then saying something. But Su Tianyi was not unprepared. He had already placed his own people in each venue, and had made it very clear anyone who stirs trouble or wants to seize territory would be thrown out without mercy. These subordinates were all recruited by Su Tianyi himself, not sent by the society. Therefore they only listened to Su Tianyi's orders. Lin Huayue's attempt to pressure them with the society didn't work at all. Most venues remained secure that night. However, Su Tianyi's people held their ground, not letting any venue be taken by Lin Huayue's side, though both sides suffered considerable injuries. Once the situation unfolded, Ahu and the others immediately went back to report. Mr. Su Lin Huayue's men attempted to forcibly seize the venue and were driven away by our brothers. Tony, upon learning of this, hurried over and said, but our people also sustained quite a few injuries. Although the venue was secured, several were heavily damaged and might need a few days to reopen. Su Tianyi's expression darkened. With Lin Huayue going this far, the fire in his heart surged. He suppressed his rage and ordered the injured brothers should be sent to the hospital first. I will cover all medical expenses, ensuring they receive proper treatment. If anyone dies, the compensation must be sent home immediately, not a single cent less. He also intended to assist with any difficulties the families might face. Choosing this path inevitably led to casualties. Su Tianyi had anticipated this. Thus the rules were already set: medical fees compensation. He had prepared a sum of money specifically for these emergencies. Only by relieving his subordinates of worries could they be willing to fight and dare to sacrifice. In simpler terms, those willing to put in the effort were mostly motivated by the appropriate compensation. Take care of the injured brothers. Su Tianyi's voice turned cold. The rest of you gather now. He paused before continuing. They did the first of the month, so don't blame me for doing the 15th. Everyone go and clean up their venue. Yes. Tony and the others responded in unison, all eager to roll up their sleeves and get ready to fight. In Shangjiang, Yaomati and Jordan, the streets of Jordan suddenly came alive one night as thousands of people. They were dressed similarly and moved in unison, causing passers-by to scatter, fearing trouble. Have you all? Su Tianyi looked at the mass of people before him and raised his voice. Not a single venue on the list is to be spared. Smash them all. If anyone gets in the way, just hit them. Don't touch the venues not on the list. But if anyone meddles, then smash them too. If anything happens, you'll take the blame. Your only task is to destroy it. Listen to Brother E. Thousands roared in unison, the clinking of knives and clubs echoing ominously. Make your moves swift. After finishing one, immediately rush to the next. Su Tianyi added, tonight's work is plentiful. After smashing Jordan, we still have to make a round in Sunwan. Stop dawdling. Set off. At his command, the thousands surged forward like locusts, sweeping across every corner of Jordan. Jordan was Lin Huai's territory, and he had the most venues. Su Tianyi targeted him first with a simple goal to inflict maximum damage in the shortest time possible. Of course, it wasn't just Lin Huailo. There was also Didi, along with other operators who had crossed paths with He Lianxing. None would escape unscathed. They had made a first move, but he would make a retaliatory strike. Moreover, he had to retaliate double. Only by inflicting pain and instilling fear would no one dare to provoke him again. Such a commotion inevitably alarmed many. The venue keepers in Jordan received the wind and readied themselves. But their numbers were simply insufficient against Su Tianyi's overwhelming force, scattering at the first charge. This is a venue of young Master Lo from He Lianxing. What do you want to do? The keepers shouted. Young Master, less venue? Then it should be smashed even more. Brothers, get to it. Hurry, don't waste time. Upon hearing it was Lin Huai less venue, the group became even more spirited in their destruction. Eventually, the keepers simply gave up. As soon as Su Tianyi's men arrived, they willingly yielded the venue, watching helplessly as it was smashed, too afraid to resist. Meaningless resistance would only lead to greater injuries. With such a ruckus, many could no longer sit still, especially from the police station. The precinct received numerous reports of disturbance, and the news was relayed up the chain. What? There's a fight in Jordan. Su Dawei, deep in slumber, was woken by the phone, rubbing his eyes and asking, thousands of people. It's Su Tianyi again. Who is he targeting this time? Internal strife within He Lianxing. It's never a peaceful day. He sighed. Go bring back those uncles from He Lianxing and have them mediate. First, send someone to Jordan to maintain order, ensuring no harm comes to the citizens or businesses. If they act recklessly, capture one and bring them all back. As Su Dawei issued his orders, the precinct was also bustling. However, by the time a large police force arrived in Jordan, the scene had long returned to calm, leaving only destruction in its wake. At that moment, Su Tianyi had already taken his men to Tsunwan. On the DS turf, he employed the same tactics, sparing no venue under the D flag. The DS influence was indeed greater with more venues. But for Su Tianyi, the difference was negligible, merely requiring a bit more time. However, the cost that the D would have to pay would naturally be heavier. This night was destined to leave many unable to, not just the police, but also the D from He Lianxing, Lin Huailu, and those operators, as well as the heads of other societies, would likely have to keep their eyes open until dawn. The juicy piece of Tsim Sha Sui was coveted by many. Eventually, before they could act, He Lianxing turned on it. This led many societies to feel that an opportunity had arisen, as long as they seized the moment, they would surely pounce. However, no one expected Su Tianyi, having just risen to prominence, would dare sweep through the operator's territories. His readiness to act decisively and retaliate for grievances indeed sent chills down people's spines. Thus, even if someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos, they had to weigh carefully. If they provoked Su Tianyi, could they withstand his revenge? Anyway, Di and Lin Huailu had already proven through personal experience. There was no gain to be had, only great losses. The speed of Su Tianyi's counterattack took everyone by surprise. The damage he caused infuriated Di and the others. For them, it was unthinkable that Su Tianyi would have the audacity to directly lead a raid. Although they had previously considered forcibly taking over Su Tianyi's territory, they always felt that as a single individual, he wouldn't dare to confront so many operators. Even if he suffered losses, he would have to endure. Little did they know Su Tianyi was not afraid at all. He acted as soon as he wanted, and his counterattacks were merciless. The losses were painfully felt by Lin Huailu and the others. They could no longer remain seated. In the DS villa, upon hearing the news, the D exploded. What were you all doing? So many people just watched the venue, he shouted, throwing on his coat. Gather everyone now. If we don't take down Su Tianyi this time, I'll write the D. His wife handed him a shirt, gently advising, Su Tianyi is not that simple. You should be cautious. It's best to sit down and talk. If a fight breaks out, no one benefits, and it will only benefit outsiders. The D fastened his buttons without looking up. If he wants to fight, am I afraid? There's nothing to discuss. We must. Meanwhile, Lin Huailu also received the news. Although he was furious, he managed to maintain his composure. He instructed on the phone, first recall everyone and prepared. It seems we will have to fight for real this time. After a pause, he added, send someone to the DS side to see the situation. Let's not be the first to stick our necks out. Clearly, even if he had to fight, Su Tianyi, Lin Huailu did not want to be the first to take the risk. He preferred to wait for Di and Su Tianyi to fight it out first before coming in to pick up the pieces. But just as both sides were making arrangements and preparing for a showdown, they received the same notification. Uncle Deng summoned them back for a meeting, leaving only one sentence. Regardless of what you want to do, come for a meeting. Those who do not attend will bear the consequences. They did not dare ignore Uncle Deng's words, and could only temporarily suppress their anger, returning for a meeting. At He Lianxing's headquarters in the living room, Deng Wei Chuan, Bao Longjin, and several uncles sat together. Di and Lin Huailu sat across from each other, both wearing expressions of dissatisfaction. Di spoke first, suppressing his anger. Uncle Deng, he has gone too far this time. He even swept my venue, clearly showing no respect for Grandpa. He grew more agitated as he spoke. If he continues like this, He Lianxing will be doomed. If today we don't listen to Grandpa, once he grows powerful, will he drive us all to extinction? Lin Huailu nodded, though his tone was calmer. Uncle Deng, he alone cannot hold Tsim Sha Sui. If Grandpa does not take action, it will soon benefit other societies. He looked at Deng Wei and said softly, in any case, we must reclaim the venues in Tsim Sha Sui. We can compensate AE in other places, but Tsim Sha Sui must be handed over to Grandpa. From the beginning until now, Uncle Deng had remained silent, brewing tea slowly. Once the tea was ready, he raised his hand to signal, please, everyone, enjoy your tea. After everyone had had a round, Deng Wei slowly set down his teacup and said, the reason I called you here today is that last night the police invited our uncles to the station for a few hours of tea. He glanced at the two. The police's message is clear. If they want us to resolve this matter quickly, they do not want to see any more fighting. If there are disturbances again, they will definitely first arrest us old-timers before going after the younger ones. Deng Wei leaned forward slightly. So I called you here to hope that you would sit down and negotiate this matter. Just then footsteps were heard outside the door. Su Tianyi had arrived. When he walked in, all eyes from Di and Lin Huailu were fixed on him, sharp as knives. Uncle Deng, Uncle Long, Jin, Uncle Chuan Bao. He greeted the uncles one by one while he did not even glance at the other operators. Deng Wei picked up his teacup and blew on it. Eat Sim Sha Sui is your conquest, and you deserve recognition. He then shifted his tone. However, you swept through your brother's venue without prior notice, which is against the rules. Deng Wei paused, glancing at Di and Lin Huailo. But this time it was a Lu and their side who acted first, so you can be considered justified in your actions. So let this matter end here. Di twitched his mouth, while Lin Huailo fiddled with his lighter, remaining silent. The land of Sim Sha Sui is something Grandpa wanted from the start. Deng Wei continued. Since you have seized it, you will be in charge. From today onwards, Sim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay venues will be under your management, and you shall be promoted to operator. Di immediately stood up. Uncle Deng, how long has he been here? What gives him the right? Because he fought his way into Sim Sha Sui. Deng Wei raised his gaze. Have you managed to fight your way in all these? Di was rendered speechless and sat back down. Lin Huailo still said nothing, only the lid of his lighter clicked. What about the venues we were smashed? Di could no longer hold back and asked. They will be offset against one another. Uncle Deng waved his hand. You caused this trouble, clean it up yourselves. If you are still dissatisfied, call Chiren, he said. Head to Sim Sha Sui. We'll meet him there. And the driver immediately turned the car toward its destination. NSU Tianyi lit a cigarette. And not a single venue in Sim Sha Sui would be left to anyone else. Whoever dared seize it would be struck down by him. And this time Crow had to be wounded, deeply fearfully. And otherwise every stray cat and dog would soon think they could reach out and take what wasn't theirs. Su Tianyi opened the car door when Di's voice chased after him from behind. N.I.E. Di hurried, close, his voice booming. Need any help? I'll rally a dozen brothers to back you up. And he pounded his chest, grinning broadly. Once we join forces, whether it's Crow or East Star, we'll drive them all out, send them straight back to wherever they came from, I scold. He watched Su Tianyi's expression carefully, then added in. What do you say? Just give the word. I'll call everyone now, half an hour, and they'll all be in Sim Sha Sui. Su Tianyi didn't get into the car. Instead, he turned slowly to face him. Di's intentions were nearly written across his face. No need, brother Di. I can handle this myself, Su Tianyi replied, his tone calm and detached. Di's smile tightened. If you truly can handle it, that's best, Di retorted, barbed words slipping through. But remember, you're now an enforcer for Walin Sheng. If you lose, Elder Ah Kung will lose face. Su Tianyi offered a faint smile, then let the remark pass. Just watch, he said, opening the car door and sliding inside. Sim Sha Sui is my turf, and I'll hold it. The engine roared to life and sped away. Di stood frozen in place, words lodged in his throat, unspoken. He watched the taillights vanish around the street corner, his expression darkening slowly, inexorably. Chong Mao, he murmured, turning to his trusted lieutenant, get our men ready. If Su Tianyi falters, move into Sim Sha Sui immediately. He snorted. We won't let East Star claim it for free. The car sped toward Sim Sha Sui, streetlights streaking across its windows. Fei Ji gripped the steering wheel, hesitated, then broke the silence. Brother E, he asked, why has Uncle Deng been so accommodating this time? Not a single thing pursued. NSU Tianyi gazed out the window, a faint disdainful twist lifted one corner of his mouth. What could he possibly pursue? He fears pushing me too far, driving me to sever ties with Walin Sheng entirely. His current standing was forged by his own hands, not granted by Walin Sheng. Deng Wei knew this well, and precisely because he knew it, he found himself powerless. Moreover, Su Tianyi continued, Uncle Deng still needs me to counterbalance Ah Lok and Di, to maintain his delicate balance of power. So long as I hold this position firmly, both Ah Lok and Di will obey him more readily. He turned, meeting Fei Ji's gaze. Tell me, what would this old fox do? Fei Ji blinked, then nodded, realization dawning. You're truly unmatched, brother E, he sighed in admiration, seeing right through them all. NSU Tianyi shifted topics. How many men did Crow bring? Roughly 4,000 to 5,000, Fei Ji replied, voice taut. East Star is dead set on planting their flag here. 4,000 to 5,000. Su Tianyi repeated the number, his face utterly unreadable. He leaned back into the seat, voice steady, quiet. Bring as many as you like. We'll strike down every last one. Let's see how many East Star bodies remain standing when we're done. The figures sounded staggering, but he knew well few among them possessed true resolve to fight to the death. Most were mere extras, peripheral affiliates who'd scatter at the first gust of wind. On his own ground in Sim Sha Sui, he felt no fear at all. In Hong Kong District Police Station, a uniformed officer burst into Inspector Su Dawei's office, breathless. Sir, trouble. Crow of East Star has stormed Sim Sha Sui with several thousand men, and beaten Su Tianyi's men. Su Dawei had just taken a sip of coffee, nearly choked. Has East Star gone mad? He snapped, leaping upright, fury blazing. Why provoke Su Tianyi, now of all times? He slammed the cup down. Dispatch officers immediately. Prioritize evacuating civilians, securing the scene. Absolutely no large-scale brawl allowed. Rubbing his temples, he groaned inwardly. Just as Walin Sheng had settled, East Star erupted, endless chaos. Yet he couldn't ignore it. Civilian casualties would ignite a firestorm. Cursing under his breath, he snatched his coat and strode out. Sirens wailed across the district. Sim Sha Sui Nathan Road. Both ends of the street were now packed solid with people. None side wore identical black attire, East Star. The other stood in crisp white shirts, Su Tiany's men. They faced each other across an eerily empty stretch of asphalt, the tension drawn taut as a bowstring. Nearby shops had shuttered long ago. The entire avenue lay unervingly silent, save for the rustle of countless footsteps and the low suppressed rhythm of breathing. With so many gathered, violence would inevitably spill onto innocent neighbors. Anyone still thinking of business at such a moment clearly had water in their head. At the front of the black-clad mob stood a man in a denim jacket, sporting wild yellow hair, loud brash swaggering. And this was Crow, one of East Star's 5 tigers. Arrogant by nature, he scorned nearly everyone, widely regarded as the most reckless of the 5 tigers. And then Su Tianyi arrived. He strode straight to the front of his own ranks, scanned the injured junior brothers, and asked simply, "Who struck first?" And Crow heard him, and swaggered forward, bottle of beer in hand, taking a swig as he walked. "And me," he grinned. "So what? Cut off the hand that struck," Su Tianyi said. "Then take your men and leave Sim Sha Sui. Now." Crow, "Wow, I'm so scared," he mocked, feigning a shiver. The demon slayer Su Tianyi. "How terrifying. Even your words drip with blood. But I punched with both hands. So which one should I cut off?" "Chop off the left, right remains. Chop off the right, the left stays intact. So tell me." He spread his palms wide. "How exactly should I do it? Or perhaps you'll teach me." A roar of laughter erupted from East Star's ranks. Crow smashed the beer bottle onto the pavement, glass shards scattering everywhere. "You think Sim Sha Sui is your private estate? If you may enter, why shouldn't I?" He jabbed a finger toward the street. "Today East Star plants its banner here. Refuse to yield, and we'll carve you out ourselves." "Then there's nothing left to discuss." Su Tianyi extended his hand, and Tony instantly placed a cleaver into it. He wrapped cloth tightly around the hilt and his palm, then raised his eyes to meet Crow's. "If you won't cut your own hand, I'll do it for you." With that he charged, blade raised. Behind him, over 1,000 white-shirted men surged forward without hesitation. Crow, seeing the advance, hastily drew his own cleaver and bellowed, "Brothers, tonight, we seized Sim Sha Sui. Charge." Yet though his voice thundered, he instantly retreated into the crowd, shoving juniors forward to absorb the first blows. Worse, he'd secretly ordered a squad to surround Su Tianyi, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation. After all, Crow had heard tales of Su Tianyi's prowess. Though bold, he wasn't suicidal. Nah, fair duel offered no chance of victory, so why risk it? Let numbers overwhelm him instead. Yet sheer numbers proved useless against Su Tianyi, and those who rushed him fell, each in a single stroke. Ni's path remained unwavering, straight toward Crow. One step, one slash, one fall. As many rose, as many dropped. Most chilling of all, his gaze never wavered from Crow, not once glancing left or right. Yet anyone who stepped into his path met the same fate, a clean, lethal blow never allowing them near. As the battle raged, East Star's men grew unnerved, refusing to close in on Su Tianyi. His advance accelerated unimpeded. "Go, move forward, all of you. Attack him together. What are you afraid of? Keep him back, he's alone. Surround him. Hack him down. No need to fear." Crow kept shoving his juniors forward, while inching backward himself. But if the leader cowered, how could his men dare charge? They sidestepped Su Tianyi entirely, none willing to offer themselves as sacrifice. The old Crow had confronted everyone heathen, never knew the meaning of cowardice. Yet now, watching Su Tianyi cut men down, he felt genuine dread, for the first time lacking even the courage to draw steel. Only then did Crow truly grasp why whispers claimed Su Tianyi could chase hundreds alone. That wasn't exaggeration. It was truth, capable of breaking morale in 100 men at a glance. Su Tianyi pressed closer. Crow panicked further, dragging nearby juniors forward, thrusting them towards Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi didn't slow, not for a heartbeat. His eyes locked solely on Crow. Others' lives meant nothing. Only Crow's death mattered. So he ignored everything else, focused only on Crow, cleaving down anyone who dared stand between them. Su Tianyi advanced like a reaper harvesting grain. East Star's ranks crumbling, some fled, others hid. Few dared block his path. Alone he shattered their collective will. Crow, meanwhile, disgraced himself utterly, pushing subordinates forward while refusing to lift a finger himself. As Su Tianyi closed in, Crow suddenly realized he stood utterly alone. Not fled, just fallen. No shield remained between him and the blade. With Su Tianyi inches away and no retreat left, Crow clenched his teeth and lunged forward. Su, let's see just how invincible you really are. Crow unleashed his full fury, stance fierce, blade raised high, swinging straight for Su Tianyi's skull. Having risen to become one of the 5 tigers, he indeed possessed skill. Yet Su Tianyi didn't dodge. He raised his cleaver to meet the blow. Clang. Sparks flew as steel clashed. In the next instant, Su Tianyi deflected Crow's weapon and reversed his swing downward. Na's scream tore through the air. Crow's right arm severed midair. He collapsed, writhing in agony. Su Tianyi kept his word, promised a hand, took a hand. You refused to cut it yourself. I'll do it for you, he said, looking down. Crow writhed on the ground, shrieking. You struck my men with both hands. Su Tianyi continued, stepping forward, cleaver gleaming. So both. Crow's face paled. He scrambled backward, shouting, spare me. I beg you, brother E. I've learned my lesson, and Sim Sha Sui is yours, forever. I'll never return. I swear it. Just let me go. I'll pull my men out now, brothery. Mastery. Grant me mercy, now, and I'll vanish. Each step Su Tianyi took forward forced Crow to recoil. His earlier bravado vanished entirely. Afraid now. Su Tianyi gave a cold laugh. Did you truly believe I'd spare you? And he had no intention of stopping. Yet, just as Su Tianyi raised his blade to sever Crow's left hand, Crow suddenly drew a pistol. Die! Crow snarled, a grotesque grin twisting his face as he screamed. However, before he could pull the trigger, Su Tianyi's blade had already descended. My hand! My hand! Another arm was severed in response. At this moment, the men brought by the Crow had almost all fled, and very few remained standing. With the boss in such a state, who still had the courage to fight? Just as Su Tianyi was about to finish off the Crow, Tony ran over and said, Mr. Su, the police have arrived. The Crow had always hated the police, but upon hearing the police, he felt as if a savior had come and wished to be handcuffed immediately. Su Tianyi glanced around. The Eastern Star members were either lying down or fleeing, leaving very few behind. Let the brothers retreat first, he instructed. The Crow lay on the ground, fearfully scooting backward. Please let me go. Oh really? Su Tianyi sneered. Even if I can't. The Crow lay on the ground, fearfully scooting backward. Please let me go. Oh really? Su Tianyi sneered. Even if I can't escape, I must first take your life. The Crow's eyes widened in terror, as if seeing the king of hell. Su Tianyi wasted no more time. His hand moved, and the blade fell. With one strike, the Crow was utterly silenced, leaving only a pair of terrified eyes still wide open. In the distance, the sound of police sirens could already be heard. Go! Su Tianyi waved his hand and led the retreat. Over 1,000 people moved swiftly yet orderly, retreating cleanly along the predetermined route. No one cared about the Crow's corpse on the ground. Those who were retreating passed by, without hesitation, stepping over it one after another. By the time the police arrived, only Eastern Star members were left on the street, either dead or injured, with no one capable of fighting. Leading the team was Huang Zhiqing, who looked at the empty street and cursed in anger. Damn it, they got away again. Sooner or later it'll catch them all. Take all of these back. The dead are called black cars, and the injured are called white cars. Don't miss a single one. However, when Huang Zhiqing saw the Crow, everyone gasped in shock. The Crow led thousands of men to attack Sim Sha Sui, putting on a grand show that made the entire underworld believe that Eastern Star would surely succeed this time. However, the outcome left everyone in disbelief. Not only did Eastern Star fail to establish a foothold, but the Crow himself lost his life on Nathan Road, dying in a terribly tragic manner. What was even more absurd was that after he breathed his last, his body was simply discarded on the street, trampled by passers-by, until it was unrecognizable. Once this news spread, many felt a chill run down their spines. The name Su Tianyi had thoroughly intimidated all factions. Those who had previously harbored small thoughts were now all obediently retreating, no longer daring to lay their eyes on Sim Sha Sui. Eastern Star suffered a loss so severe that it was akin to spitting blood. The Crow's fate was so frightening that it was enough to make everyone think twice. Seizing the momentum, Su Tianyi firmly grasped Sim Sha Sui, and all the venues quickly reopened, orderly and efficient. After securing his territory, he immediately began to impose order. The first major task was to eradicate drugs. His rule was simple: no drugs were allowed in any of the venues under his name. His own men were not allowed to touch them, and outsiders could forget about selling drugs on his turf. He enforced stricter checks than the police. The consequences for violators were easily imagined. However, given his current authority, he encountered little resistance in carrying out this task. Within a few days, the drug trade was completely purged from his venues. He couldn't control other places, but in Sim Sha Sui this was an ironclad rule. At the moment he completely took control of Sim Sha Sui, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully seizing Sim Sha Sui and absorbing the Ni family's power. The completion rating for this mission is extremely high. Rewards: Firearms Specialization Expert 1, Erasure Card, and the loyalty of Talent Luo Tianong. Su Tianyi's heart soared with joy. This reward was far more generous than he had expected. Having previously obtained 100 million Hong Kong dollars and the Tony brothers, he thought he had already made a profit, but he didn't expect these 3 surprises. Reflecting on this mission, he indeed executed it exceptionally well. Not only did he uproot the Ni family and take over all their businesses, but he also drove back those factions like Lianxing and Eastern Star that sought to take a piece of the pie. Getting a rating of extremely high and receiving top rewards was quite reasonable. System: extract the skill rewards. He silently thought to himself, first claiming the firearms specialization. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge and sensations surged into his mind. The structure, usage, maintenance tips of various firearms, and even the subtle feel during shooting became vividly clear. After digesting this information, his shooting skill had transformed, completely leaping from an amateur to a true mark. Next, he looked at the second reward. Erasure card. After use, it can designate the removal of all traces of a specific event, truly leaving no clues behind. Su Tiany's eyes lit up. This item was simply a tailor-made divine artifact. In the future, for doing some special things, as long as he wasn't caught on the spot using this card, would leave no evidence whatsoever. It could even alter surveillance footage, making it perfect. However, what delighted him the most was the third reward, Luo Tianhong. He currently had Plains and Tony and the others under him, but as his territory expanded, having a ruthless character who could stand on their own was always welcome. He knew of Luo Tianhong's reputation, wielding a sword with exceptional skill. He was truly a talent. He was looking forward to seeing how this sword master would come to be by his side. Divine System. Host Su Tianyi. Physique, 25 standard for adult males, is 10. Strength, 25 standard for adult males, is 10. Divine System. Host Su Tianyi. Physique, 25. Strength, 25. Agility, skills, 12 paths of tan legs, minor completion, short-range weapons specialization, expert firearms specialization expert. Items 1 erasure card. Su Tianyi glanced at the panel and felt quite satisfied. Sim Sha Sui Mingjue Entertainment Club. Tony walked over. Mr. Su, he said, the powder stalls in the venue have been cleared, but the income has dropped significantly. Su Tianyi nodded. This was within his expectations. He had previously put effort into some new operating methods which could increase profit somewhat, but nothing compared to the hefty profits from selling powder. With this cut, his money bag naturally shrank quickly. Tony looked a bit worried. With the venue earning less and the compensation from previous brawls being high, the brothers are grateful. He paused. But if this continues, our funds will become tighter and tighter. As for money, you'll think of a way, Su Tianyi replied firmly, but powder is absolutely off limits. Tony said no more. However, he remembered another issue. The suppliers from Siam who used to supply the Ni family probably won't let this go so easily. Su Tianyi merely chuckled upon hearing this. So what? He replied, this is Xinjiang, not Siam. If they dare come, let them not return. What about Eastern Star? He then asked. No movement for now, Tony replied. Keep a close watch, Su Tianyi instructed. Let me know immediately if there are any developments. At that moment, a man came over. Brother E, he said, the police have arrived and want to see you. Let them come up, Su Tianyi said. Before long, Su Dawei arrived with 2 others. Su Tianyi smiled. What brings Inspector Su here today? Let me introduce you, he said as he stepped aside. This is the Chief Inspector Huang Jiqing from the Anti-Organized Crime Unit, and this is Senior Inspector Di Jian. From now on, they will mainly be the ones dealing with you. Compared to Su Dawei, the expressions of the two beside him were not very pleasant. Huang Jiqing stared intently at Su Tianyi while Di Jian wore a hostile expression. Inspector Su really knows how to joke. Su Tianyi waved his hand. I'm just a legitimate businessman. How could I be related to the Anti-Organized Crime Unit? Don't be modest, Su Dawei said. The name God of Killing is known by everyone now. In these past few days, which of our district's operations was not related to you? Oh, Su Tianyi maintained his smile. Then thank you, Inspector Su, for protecting us good citizens. Su Tianyi. Huang Jiqing could no longer hold back and shouted. Was it you who sent someone to eliminate when the smile on Su Tianyi's face faded? Sir, he replied more calmly. One must speak with evidence and use their brain. Just because you wear this uniform doesn't mean you can speak recklessly. If you wrongfully accuse me, without proof, I can sue you for defamation. You? Huang Jiqing was so angry he was speechless. Just wait, I will keep a close eye on you. Let's wait. Di Jian stepped closer, glaring at Su Tianyi. I will also keep a good watch on you, he said aggressively. Don't let any flaws slip through, otherwise I will make sure you never recover. After arranging everything, Su Tianyi left the Mingjue Entertainment Club. As he was about to drive away, he saw a man with blue hair and a slanted fringe walking towards him holding a sword. The plane immediately became alert and stepped forward to block him. Stop. What do you want? The blue-haired man said nothing and reached out to push the plane aside. Of course, the plane refused to back down, and the two immediately started fighting. Su Tianyi stood by watching with interest, not intervening. He had actually recognized who this person was, Luo Tianhong. Since it was Luo Tianhong, he couldn't be an enemy. He simply had a strange temper and was too lazy to explain. Su Tianyi also wanted to see his skills, so he allowed them to spar. The plane was reckless in fights, and this ferocity often intimidated many. However, Luo Tianhong's skills were clearly superior. Although his appearance was somewhat eye-catching, his punches and kicks were solid, and even without drawing his sword, he steadily overpowered the plane. Moreover, it was apparent that Luo Tianhong was not using all his strength as his moves avoided vital points. All right, let's stop, Su Tianyi finally said after watching for a while. The two stepped back simultaneously. What's your name? Su Tianyi asked. The blue-haired man looked at him and replied, Luo Tianhong. I saw you in action last night on Nathan Road. Su Tianyi nodded. Your skills are impressive. So you want to learn? I can't beat you now, Luo Tianhong said straightforwardly, so I want to learn from you. Once I can defeat you, I'll leave. Until then, I'll work for you whatever you need. Su Tianyi laughed. You might want to prepare yourself. Throughout your life, you may never be able to beat me. That's even better. Luo Tianhong's eyes lit up. I like having a goal I can't catch up to, otherwise it's too boring. Su Tianyi's smile became more pronounced. With Luo Tianhong joining, he indeed had a capable fighter under him. Later that night, Tony brought over the information he had gathered. Mr. Su, here are the files on Huang Jiqing and Di Jian, including their family members. Tony placed the folder down and continued. After Ni Yangxiu's death, Huang Jiqing has been focusing the anti-black operations group on you. Also, after the incident with Wenzhong, he received an internal punishment for failing to protect the key witness. He probably hates you even more now. Should we make him disappear? Su Tianyi flipped through the page on Huang Jiqing, shaking his head. No need. He closed the folder. Some people are more useful alive. Huang Jiqing is actually quite straightforward. He targets whoever is the boss in Simsha Sui. Ni Kuan is his target, and Ni Yongxiao was too, and Han Shen didn't escape, and now it's Su Tianyi's turn. But if he truly wanted to eradicate evil, his methods are too foolish. When one boss falls, a second one immediately rises, and if the root remains, this issue will never be completely resolved. So rather than saying Huang Jiqing is righteous, it's more accurate to say he just wants to advance his career. Su Tianyi pondered that such a person could actually be useful. A future police chief, if managed well, could be quite valuable. That Di Jian isn't a good person either, Tony went on. 2 years ago, he killed a pregnant woman in a Hitandran, resulting in 2 deaths, and then framed a street vendor for it. He'll do anything dirty to climb up the ranks. He paused and suggested he's currently pursuing forensic clerk Bo Meili. Why don't we bring her over and force Di Jian to submit? You're too naive, Su Tianyi laughed. Do you think a woman, especially one who hasn't been won over, can threaten Di Jian? Besides, do we really need to use an innocent woman as leverage against such scum? Tony quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Su, that was my mistake. However, Su Tianyi did develop some interest in the woman named Bo Meili. With a name like that, she was said to be quite... He quickly finished reviewing the materials, already formulating some plans. A few days later, in the office of the Mingjue Entertainment Club, the plane walked in and said, Brother E. Guanzai Sen's underling has come. He wants to see you. Guanzai Sen's gambling debt is due, Tony explained on the side. He probably sent his man to pay it back. Su Tianyi nodded. Let him in. Shortly after, a young man in a brown suit walked in. He looked quite handsome. Brother E, the young man respectfully called out, handing over a bag. I'm here to pay off the gambling debt for boss son. Here are 200,000. Su Tianyi looked at him with great interest. He recognized this person as Zhang Mitzi, one of the most shrewd and business-savvy individuals in the Lianxin gang, who later became a leader. Zhang Mitzi is involved in the underworld, but his thoughts are not on it. He is purely driven by business. Su Tianyi glanced at him and turned to Tony. How much does Guanzai-san owe? 1,200,000, Tony replied plainly. Zhang Mizi's face stiffened upon hearing this, clearly not expecting such a large sum. 1,200,000, Su Tianyi laughed. And you only brought 200,000. I'm sorry, brother. Zhang Mitzi cursed Guanzai Sen's unreliability in his heart, but had to apologize. I really didn't know Sen owed so much. You can keep this 200,000 for now. I'll find a way to pay back the remaining 1 million with interest as soon as possible. He felt a bit afraid, worried he wouldn't make it out today. Guanzai-san isn't a reliable boss. Su Tianyi didn't take the money, but leaned forward instead. Are you interested in coming to work for me? What he needed was someone like Zhang Mitzi. He had many capable subordinates, but there were none who could think and do business like Zhang Mitzi. Brother E, I admire you a lot and want to learn from you. Zhang Mitzi hesitated a moment. But I've followed Sun since I was a teenager. He has taken care of me. Suddenly switching sides. I'm afraid it's against the rules. Though he said this, he understood in his heart that following someone like Su Tianyi would be much more promising than following that gambler Guanzai-san. I understand. Su Tianyi smiled. What if Guanzai-san is willing to let you go? Would you consider coming over? If boss Sen agrees, Zhang Mitzi answered quickly this time. I'd certainly be happy to work for brother E. Tony, go give Guanzai-san a call, Su Tianyi instructed. Yes. Tony went out and returned shortly. Brother E. Guanzai-san agreed. He agreed. Zhang Mitzi was taken aback, a bit caught off guard. He agreed. Tony nodded. He said he would forgive the 1 million debt if you come to work for Mr. Su. Tony nodded and said, I told him that if you were willing to come work for Mr. Su, then the debt of 1 million would be considered cleared. He agreed quite readily. 1 million, just like that. Zhang Mitzi was somewhat stunned. Su Tianyi smiled and patted Zhang Mizi's shoulder. I think you're worth that amount, but as for Guanzai-san, he clearly doesn't think so. Thank you, brother E, for valuing me. Zhang Mitzi no longer hesitated this time. I'll definitely work hard from now on. For now, you should follow Tony and familiarize yourself with the place and the brothers, Su Tianyi instructed, but quickly added, I have something for you to handle in the near future. Be prepared for it. Understood, brother E. I will learn well from brother Tony, Zhang Mitzi immediately replied. Su Tianyi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the pile of money on the table. You can take this 200,000 back and keep it for yourself. This, Jean Mitzi paused, then quickly accepted it. Thank you, brother E. He certainly understood the rules. Taking money from the boss willingly means he's one of his own. Moreover, this money was what he had gathered with great difficulty. Being able to take it back lightened him up considerably. After Jean Mitzi and Tony left, Su Tianyi leaned back in his chair. Trading 1 million for such a talent was worth it by any measure. Many future business ventures would definitely need someone like Jean Mitzi to manage. As for Guan Zaisen's bad debt, it was something he couldn't recover anyway, so it was better to exchange it for something tangible. Later at the Anti-Black Operations Group in Simsha Sui, Di Jian stood in front of the mirror, smoothing out the last crease in his off-white suit, his hair slicked back. He had meticulously prepared himself because he had a big plan. He intended to confess to the police flower Bo Meili. The date was carefully chosen out. Today happened to be Bo Meili's birthday. Di Jian thought about taking her out for a meal, having a few drinks, and when the atmosphere was right, presenting her with flowers. The success rate should be higher that way. If luck was on his side, he might even get her drunk. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, grabbing the bouquet of roses from the table and heading out. Coincidentally, as he stepped outside, he saw Bo Meili coming out of the forensic department. Chi-Chiao. Di Jian hurriedly called out, running up to her with the flowers. Wait, I need to talk to you. Di sir, sorry. Bo Meili didn't stop her pace. I have an appointment. Let's talk tomorrow. An appointment? On her birthday? Di Jian's heart sank, and without thinking he followed her out. Outside the police station, a sports car was parked and a man was leaning against it. When Bo Meili saw the man, a smile spread across her face, and she walked straight up to him. As Di Jian recognized who the man was, his anger surged. It was Su Tianyi. Unable to contain himself, he rushed over, pointing at Su Tianyi, and exclaimed to Bo Meili, Chi-Chiao, don't believe him. This man is not a good person. Bo Meili frowned, feeling that Di Jian's behavior was a bit over the line. Su Tianyi calmly walked over and smiled. Whether I'm a good person is another matter. However, Di sir, you're casting baseless aspersions. You can't claim to be very upright yourself, can you? He paused, observing Di Jian's suddenly altered expression, and continued, 2 years ago you killed a pregnant woman in a hitandron for the sake of a promotion, resulting in 2 deaths. Afterward you framed a street vendor to take the fall, while you yourself got promoted to senior inspector. Can you sleep peacefully at night after that? Di Jian's face turned pale, and he angrily retorted, you're talking nonsense. I can sue you for defaming a police officer. He quickly turned to Bo Meili, Chi-Chiao, don't listen to him. It was that vendor who hit her, and I personally caught him. Many colleagues can testify to that. Bo Meili remained silent, her brows furrowing even tighter. Su Tianyi smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet resolute. At that time the vendor's position was such that he could not have possibly touched that pregnant woman. Su Tianyi continued his analysis, maintaining the same tranquil demeanor. The police officers who testified only saw the vendor hitting you. But if he really had hit someone, he wouldn't have had the legs to run. How could he possibly turn around and hit the police? He paused. Moreover, the witnesses are your subordinates. Can they really testify against you? If it weren't for your badge, do you think you could frame someone successfully? Di Jian shouted, I didn't. You're slandering me. He was so angry that he wanted to make a move, but Su Tianyi smiled slightly. Go ahead and try. Dare to touch me, and I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. Di Jian glared at him, but ultimately backed down and didn't dare to move. Only then did Su Tianyi turn to Bo Meili, though he spoke for Di Jian's benefit. It's getting late. Let's head to my place directly. Sure, Bo Meili replied decisively. She got into the car, without sparing a glance at Di Jian. As soon as the car started, Di Jian completely exploded. The woman he had pursued for so long he hadn't even touched, and she just went home with someone else. What could happen? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, yelling at the back of the sports car, cheap woman. You'd take any man, or if you're so desperate for men, why not sell yourself? To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the sports car actually reversed. The window rolled down, and Su Tianyi said to the passenger seat, you heard that. Bo Meili's expression was quite unpleasant. She truly hadn't expected Di Jian to be such a person. The little goodwill she had before was now completely gone. Di Jian's reaction only made her trust Su Tianyi's words even more. Chi-Chiao, let me explain. Di Jian panicked. I was confused for a moment. I didn't mean to insult you. He wanted to get closer, but Su Tianyi merely smiled provocatively and pressed the gas to leave. Di Jian was left dumbfounded, furious to the point of exploding. In the car, Su Tianyi seemed to remember something and casually asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. Bo Meili. Bo Meili. Su Tianyi smiled. The name is correct, but the surname is wrong. If you aren't considered beautiful, there wouldn't be any beauties left in the entire Xiangjiang. Thank you, she said a bit shyly. Friends call me Chi-Chiao. Su Tianyi smiled. The name is correct, but the surname is wrong. If you aren't, she looked around and quite liked it. The environment is good, the decoration is warm, and it's close to the police station. But I might not be able to afford such a nice place. She hesitated for a moment. And 3 rooms, is it to share? Of course it wasn't just for casual lodging. Bo Meili had never been in a relationship and was conservative in nature, so Su Tianyi used this method to invite her out to see the apartment, conveniently disrupting Di Jian's good fortune. I'm not renting for money, Su Tianyi explained. I don't come back often and the apartment has been empty and lifeless. I just want someone tidy to live in. The rent is negotiable. You're a police officer, so you definitely wouldn't mess this place up. I would feel at ease renting it to you. Bumeli asked, so will you come back to live here? Occasionally if I come back late, I might stay a night. But I will try not to disturb you, Tianyi replied. As long as they lived in proximity, everything else would naturally follow. Bumeli hesitated. Living with a stranger man was hard for her to accept at once. But she truly liked this apartment. Renting elsewhere would be more expensive and with worse conditions. Most importantly, it was less than a 10-minute drive to the police station, saving her a lot of time commuting. Bumeli thought for a moment and asked, how about I stay for a month to try it out? If it's suitable, we can sign a long-term contract. Is that okay? Forget about the contract, Tianyi laughed. If you feel uncomfortable, you can move out at any time. But if you find it comfortable, just stay on. Thank you, Mr. Su, Bumeli said happily. I will definitely keep the apartment tidy and will not mess it up. If there is any damage, I will compensate at market price. She picked a room but couldn't help but be curious, Mr. Su, why did Dijin say you were a bad person? Do you have a grudge? Don't judge a person from what others say. Tianyi smiled. You have to look with your own eyes, otherwise what you hear is all prejudice. However, for Dijin, if I like you, that counts as a crime, then I must have committed enough crimes to be executed 10 times. You really know how to joke. Bumeli's face turned slightly red. This sudden remark made her heart. However, Bumeli actually agreed with Tianyi's previous statement. From Dijin's behavior, he seemed more like the bad person. Moreover, if Dijin really hit a pregnant woman and framed it on the vendor, that would be truly heinous. In any case, she now felt nothing but disgust for Dijin, while she held a good impression of Tianyi. At Mingjue Entertainment Club in the office, Tianyi was flipping through the accounts, calculating how to increase revenue. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and the noise grew louder. He couldn't help but frown. Without Brother E's consent, no one can enter. What's so great about you, sir? Don't even think about coming in without a search warrant. If you have the guts, shoot. Go ahead. You scared, huh? Hearing this, Tianyi stood up and opened the door. He saw Dijin with a few plainclothes officers holding guns, surrounded by Feiji and Tony, none daring to actually pull the trigger. Brother, Feiji and the others called out in unison when they saw him come out. Tianyi. Dijin immediately spoke. We suspect you are involved in gang activities, organizing brawls, and have murdered a man known as Crow in the streets, possibly more than one. We need to take you back for questioning. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. What you say goes. Bring out the evidence. Feiji shouted. Tony and the others were equally indignant, almost ready to act. Everyone stop. Tianyi called to them, looking at Dijin. Fine, I'll go with you for a while. But if you can't produce evidence, you'll die a miserable death. Put handcuffs on him. Dijin ordered. If you have the guts, then put them on yourselves. Tianyi glanced around, and several officers shrank back, holding the handcuffs, but not daring to approach. Even Dijin himself didn't dare to force it, and could only say, all right, I'll give you face today, the handcuffs are exempted. Tianyi smirked disdainfully and walked straight outside. He didn't take the police car, but had Feiji drive him to the station. Dijin and the others were burning with anger, but dared not stop him. After all, if Tianyi refused to cooperate, these officers would likely end up lying down. Now that he was willing to go on his own, it was already considered fortunate. Who would dare force him to wear handcuffs or take a police car? Dijin had originally planned to use this opportunity to show off, but seeing Tianyi in person, his courage was half gone, and he couldn't assert himself at all. At Simsha Sui Police Station Anti-Organized Crime Unit. As soon as they returned to the station, Dijin's confidence returned. You're dead today, he boasted. I found witnesses to testify that you committed murder. If you can get out today, I'll call you Grandpa. Sir, can you be so blatant in your personal vendetta? Tianyi mocked. Moreover, I really don't want your cheap grandson, but I will definitely get out today. Mr. Sir D, what's going on? Bumeli happened to pass by and walked. Chichiao just in time. Help him take fingerprints and collect DNA, Dijin immediately said. Bumeli glanced at Tianyi, doubting he would commit a crime, but still replied, all right. Tianyi followed her to the forensic department. Just as they were about to take fingerprints, Bumeli softly asked, have you eaten? I was about to eat, but I was inexplicably brought here. Tianyi shrugged. Bumeli felt a bit embarrassed. She thought she had caused him trouble. Dijin must be retaliating because of last night. Bumeli said, I brought a lunch today and made it myself, but I have no appetite. Do you want to eat? Tianyi smiled. Of course he'll eat food made by a beauty. So Bumeli took out the lunchbox, opened it, and placed it in front of him. The lunch looked quite good. When Dijin came over, he saw Tianyi eating the lunch and joking with Bumeli. He recognized it as Bumeli's lunch, and his anger flared up immediately. Dijin shouted, who allowed you to eat? Come here. He walked over and reached out to grab Tianyi. However, Tianyi was not polite. He grabbed Dijin's head and slammed it directly onto the table. There was a loud bang, and everyone was startled. Dijin's head was bloodied and his clothes were stained red. He was usually so arrogant, but now in this disheveled state it was shocking. Tianyi wiped his hands and warned, be polite, don't think that just because I cooperate you can act recklessly. Dijin was furious, but dared not make another move. He covered his head and shouted, "Let's see how long you can be smug. The witnesses are coming, and they will identify you as the murderer." But his manner clearly showed personal revenge was at play. Su Tianyi was indifferent, extremely calm. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Level up choice triggered. Option 1, control Dijin, reward 10 million. Option 2, ruin Dijin, reward 50 million. Su Tianyi had already intended to deal with Dijin. Now he was even more resolute. He chose option 2 without hesitation, receiving 50 million with subsequent rewards based on completion. After that, Su Tianyi went to the identification room, standing with the others waiting for the witnesses to identify him. Dijin brought 3 witnesses, all from the East Star, former subordinates of Crow, and they were injured. They had clearly been coerced into testifying. Dijin whispered a threat. "Behave. If you don't do as told, you'll face the consequences." The 3 entered and recognized Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi's gaze turned icy as if he could see through glass. This look startled them. One person shouted, "There is no murderer." Another said, "Sir, they didn't kill him." The third said, "It wasn't him. We don't remember." The 3 shook their heads anxiously, not daring to identify him. Su Tianyi's gaze frightened them. Identifying him could cost them their lives. Dijin angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, are you playing me?" He rushed up to punch and kick. He had intended to use the identification to send Su Tianyi in, but the witnesses dared not, and Dijin lost control, striking them heavily, seriously injuring the 3. Su Dawei rushed in, shouting, "Stop Dijin." Dijin explained, "Chief, they attacked the police and tried to flee. I was just retaliating." Su Dawei said, "No need for explanations. Let Su Tianyi go first, and I will handle this." Su Tianyi looked at Dijin and smiled. "Let's consider it a misunderstanding, but I fear someone might use this as an opportunity to frame me." Dijin exploded in anger. "Who are you talking about? Why don't you say it again?" Su Tianyi replied calmly, "I mean you, Dijin. Do you want me to write down that name? Who doesn't know the relationship I have with Dongxing? Would the judge believe it? If anyone can just randomly testify." Su Tianyi paused. "Then I could easily find dozens of people to say you hit a pregnant woman 2 years ago, killing both her and her child, and framed a street vendor." Dijin's face turned pale with anger, but he couldn't find the words. Su David quickly intervened. "We will investigate this matter, but until there is evidence, please refrain from making unfounded accusations against the police officers." At that moment, Huang Ziqing rushed in. "Commissioner, there are over a dozen people outside claiming they witnessed Sir hit a pregnant woman 2 years ago and frame a vendor. They are here to report collectively." Dijin panicked instantly. "I didn't. They are framing me. I didn't hit anyone." Su David felt a headache coming on. He had just told Su Tianyi not to say anything reckless, and now there were suddenly over a dozen witnesses. He certainly knew this was related to Su Tianyi. After 2 years without witnesses, to suddenly have dozens appear was suspicious unless it was orchestrated by him. But if Dijin could find someone from Dongxing to testify against Su Tianyi, then Su Tianyi could naturally find people to testify against Dijin. This move was learned quite quickly. Su David glanced at Su Tianyi and said to Huang Ziqing, "Go take statements first. Dijin is suspended pending investigation." Dijin shouted in a panic, "Su, sir, I really didn't do anything. They are slandering me." Su David waved his hand. "Whether you did or not, we will find out through investigation. If you didn't do anything, think of it as a vacation." Su Tianyi then asked, "Su, sir, can I leave now?" "Anytime." Su Tianyi turned to Dijin and suddenly laughed. "Didn't you say before that if I could leave, you'd consider me your grandson?" He shook his head. "If I really had a grandson like that, it would be a misfortune for my family." After saying this, he walked straight out. Dijin was so angry that he stomped his feet and yelled at Su David, "Why are you letting him go? The crow was definitely killed by him." Su David was also furious. "Where's the evidence? Even if he did kill the crow, what's the use without evidence?" He pointed outside. "Do you think you can take him down just by finding a few thugs? Now those few people are accusing you of coercing them, so get ready for an internal investigation. If you think my handling is wrong, go see for yourself. There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 people outside the police station. All of them are Su Tianyi subordinates. If you don't let him go today, none of us will be able to leave work." Dijin refused to back down. "We are the police. Why should we fear him? Does he dare to kill police officers?" "It's not about fear. It's unnecessary." Su David lowered his voice. "And do you really believe Su Tianyi wouldn't dare to move against you? If you push him too hard, you won't end well. Listen carefully, everyone. When handling cases and arresting people, it's all about evidence. If there is evidence, arrest as you wish. If not, no one can act recklessly. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being strict." Su David turned and left. Dijin could no longer hold back and punched the wall, then kicked over a trash can. With red eyes, he yelled, "Su Tianyi, I will never let you go. Don't fall into my hands. I will definitely kill you." Dijin was breathing heavily like a mad dog. This time, it was serious trouble. Dozens of people reported him, and with 3 witnesses accusing him of coercion, even if he could settle it, his record would be ruined. Want to get promoted in the future? That seems unlikely. Su Tianyi walked out of the police station, and the plane had already brought people and was waiting outside. He walked straight out. Outside the police station, a crowd stood densely, blocking several nearby streets completely. The police maintained order with serious expressions, treating the situation as if it were a battle. Su Tianyi glanced around, opened the car door, and got in, leaving just one sentence. Let them disperse. Tony raised his hand and made a gesture. The crowd dispersed like a receding tide, all scattering at once. The street was suddenly empty, leaving only cigarette butts on the ground. The police finally breathed a sigh of relief, with someone wiping their forehead drenched in sweat. They were all cursing in their hearts, blaming Dijian for causing chaos and making everyone anxious. At the Mingjue Entertainment Club, inside a private room, Su Tianyi leaned back on the sofa drinking. Tony the Plane and Jean Mitzi were standing opposite him. Brother E. Tony said, I found over a dozen people to testify against Dijian, all of whom are vendors and neighbors from back then. Their testimonies should be sufficient. But Su Tianyi shook his head. That won't work. We couldn't take him down 2 years ago, and it's the same now. Even if he is convicted, it would only be a few years in prison, which is too lenient for him. What I want isn't just for Dijian to go to prison. I want him to be utterly ruined, to die a miserable death. Jean Mitzi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Brother E, can I say something? He was the last to come in, and usually doesn't dare to interrupt. Go ahead. Dijian is quite lecherous. Jean Mitzi lowered his voice. He often goes out to have fun. Can we exploit this? Find a woman to lure him and stage a rape scene, and send the video directly to the higher-ups. Su Tianyi squinted his eyes. This idea isn't bad, but he thought for a moment and added, the woman must be clean. We can't have a messy record. If it looks like she's selling herself, it would be impossible. I know someone, Jean Mitzi immediately replied. She does private work, has never been caught, and has a clean record. However, she was recently diagnosed with HIV and is planning to quit. If we let her act in a scene, she should agree. All right, you handle it. Su Tianyi nodded. Pay her enough. Jean Mitzi straightened his back immediately. Brother E, don't worry, I will make sure it's done beautifully. Since joining, he hadn't achieved anything yet, so he had to seize this opportunity. Su Tianyi didn't say more, finished his drink, and left. As he exited the club, Su Tianyi paused for a moment. He got into the car and said to Tony, someone is following us. It should be the police. You handle it. Don't kill them, just teach them a lesson and bring them back. Be discreet. The plane started the car. Tony nodded and turned, disappearing around the corner. In a silver sedan not far away, Huang Jiqing was holding binoculars fixated on this side. He had absorbed Su David's words. Dealing with a person like Su Tianyi cannot be done forcefully. Our evidence must be collected. That's why Huang Jiqing came personally. He intended to keep a close watch on Su Tianyi, not believing that this person would never show his true colors. As long as he waited patiently, he would eventually find an opportunity. He set down the binoculars, started the car, and slowly followed. Huang Jiqing felt that to deal with Su Tianyi, he first had to understand what this person was doing every day. If he didn't come personally to observe, he wouldn't feel at ease. Dijian had already taken a tumble. Huang Jiqing didn't want to follow in his footsteps, so he was extra cautious. He saw Su Tianyi leaving in a car and hurriedly set down the binoculars, ready to follow. However, the car wouldn't. He felt a bit anxious, pushed open the door to get out, wanting to see what was wrong. Just as his head poked out halfway, a burlap sack came down over him. Everything went dark in front of him, and then he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head, with the burlap sack quickly soaking in a patch of dark red. Soon several feet came over to kick him. Huang Jiqing curled up from the beating, then was tightly bound with the sack and thrown into a van. The vehicle took off quickly, and the street was quiet, as if nothing had happened. It was naturally Tony and the others who had acted. If it weren't for Su Tianyi's prior instructions, Huang Jiqing would have faced much worse than just being beaten up. In the dead of night, 2 vans drove in and out of an auto repair shop. The door was immediately closed. Tony and a few others jumped out of the car, opened the back doors, and dragged out a writhing burlap sack, throwing. The sack was stained with dark marks, giving off a rusty smell, with muffled whimpers coming from inside. At this moment, Su Tianyi walked out and glanced at it. Open it. Tony tore the knot. Huang Jiqing rolled out, looking drastically changed, his face bruised and clothes stained with blood. You dare to hit a police officer? Huang Jiqing gasped for breath. I will definitely sue you. Su Tianyi walked over and kicked him over. Huang Jiqing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hit you? Su Tianyi laughed. I could kill you here and no one would find evidence. Do you believe that? Huang Jiqing suddenly remembered Su David's words. That person had said that Su Tianyi was indeed ruthless. And this place was indeed a good spot to dispose of him. What do you want? Huang Jiqing struggled to lift his head. I'm giving you a chance. Su Tianyi squatted down. From now on, be my eyes within the police force. Don't provoke me again. This was also the reason he didn't directly kill him. A future police chief would be more useful alive than dead. You're dreaming. Huang Jiqing spat. Even if you kill me, I won't cooperate with you. Don't be hasty. Su Tianyi stood up and threw a few items in front of him. Look at these, then we'll talk. Huang Jiqing reluctantly looked at them, his face instantly turning pale. There were several videotapes and a recording machine. He frantically lunged forward, trying to smash them. Su Tianyi didn't stop him, but only sneered. You didn't think these were the originals, did you? I could make as many copies as I wanted tomorrow. I could have everyone in the police station with a copy. These were all the evidence of Huang Ziqing inciting Mary to act along with some shady dealings. Although they were intended for cracking down on organized crime, the methods had long crossed the line. Once exposed, he would definitely no longer be able to wear a police uniform and might even end up in prison. For Su Tianyi, who had control over Mary, obtaining this evidence was not difficult. Huang Ziqing's hands began to tremble, but he still held his ground. I'll go to prison if I have to. I heard your daughter is already 7 or 8 years old. Su Tianyi spoke in a calm tone. Isn't it hard for her to be sent abroad for schooling at such a young age? Your wife is accompanying her for her studies, right? You probably don't see each other often, do you? I'll give you a chance. Su Tianyi crouched down. From now on, be my eyes within the police force. Don't provoke me again. That was precisely why he hadn't killed him outright. A future chief superintendent is far more valuable alive than dead. You're dreaming. Huang Ziqing spat. I'd rather die than cooperate with you. Don't rush. Su Tianyi rose to his feet and tossed several items before him. Take a look, then speak. Huang Ziqing strained to see, and instantly paled. There were several reels of videotape and a tape recorder. He lunged forward like a madman, desperate to smash them. Su Tianyi made no move to stop him, only watched with a cold, mocking smile. Do you really think these are originals? Copies exist in abundance. I could distribute one to every officer in the station by tomorrow morning. These were irrefutable evidences of Huang Ziqing's coercion of Mary, along with other illicit transactions too dark to see daylight. Though ostensibly aimed at eradicating corruption, his methods had long since crossed every line. Once exposed, his badge would be stripped, and prison bars would likely follow. For Su Tianyi, who already held full control over Mary, acquiring such evidence had been effortless. Huang Ziqing's hands began trembling, yet his defiance remained. Then prison it is. I hear your daughter is 7 or 8, Su Tianyi said calmly. Sending her abroad for schooling at such a tender age must be exhausting. Your wife accompanied her as a companion. How often do you actually see them each year? He paused, then continued. I've asked friends overseas. They tell me that neighborhood security is abysmal. Disappearances and murders occur all too frequently. Shall I dispatch a few men there to watch over them? Spare them from being bullied by foreigners. You dare? Huang Ziqing snapped his head up, eyes blazing red. Lay a finger on them, and I'll take you down with me. You roar fiercely, but do you truly believe I'd hesitate? Su Tianyi countered with a faint smile. Besides, what leverage do you possess to bring me down with you? Su Tianyi glanced at his watch. Let's not waste anyone's time. I ask only once: cooperation or refusal. Huang Ziqing fell silent. His gaze fixed on the tapes scattered across the floor. His thoughts drifted to his wife and child thousands of miles away overseas, and slowly his shoulders slumped. After a long, heavy silence, he spoke at last, voice hoarse and broken. All right, I agree. What do you need me to do? Su Tianyi smiled. Don't worry, I won't push you too far. He clapped Huang Ziqing lightly on the shoulder. Just minor tasks, cooperation when required. I won't force you into corners. You'll continue serving honorably as a fine officer. Moreover, I can help advance your career. The commissioner's seat is out of reach, but chief superintendent, that remains very much within possibility. He bent low, locking eyes with Huang Ziqing. Obey me, and what you gain will surpass everything you could ever achieve through relentless investigation. Understand? Huang Ziqing nodded. Go home and recover, Su Tianyi said, straightening up. They'll contact you if anything arises. At the doorway, he turned back with one final remark. Pleasure doing business. These tapes will never surface, and your family will remain perfectly safe. I guarantee it. Huang Ziqing remained quiet for several seconds before murmuring softly, Thank you, Mr. Su. The silence carried reluctant acceptance, yet gratitude, however grudging, signaled surrender. Mingzhu Entertainment Club office. Zhang Mizai burst in, waving a videotape triumphantly. Brother E, it's done. He strode up to Su Tianyi, voice brimming with excitement. The scene's filmed. The downfall of Di Jian is sealed. Su Tianyi lifted his gaze. Oh, let's watch. Zhang Mizai hurriedly inserted the cassette. The screen lit up, revealing Di Jian inside a hotel room with a woman. After watching briefly, Su Tianyi understood exactly why Zhang Mizai was so elated. The footage was chillingly convincing. This lecherous inspector, already under suspension for investigation, hadn't hesitated to frequent nightclubs, immediately approaching any woman who caught his eye. They checked into a room. He grew impatient, eager to consummate. Yet she resisted. Enraged by her defiance, he overpowered her by force. The act was brief, but brutally violent. Afterward, she sobbed, I will file charges against you. Di Jian seized her hair and struck her hard across the face. Charge me. Fine. They'll return to disco right now and drink the night away, letting everyone confirm I was there the entire time. He grinned savagely. I'm a senior inspector. You're a prostitute. Who do you think they'll believe? Whore. Su Tianyi chuckled aloud. This Di Jian was even more thuggish than a street gangster. With this tape, his reputation was irredeemable. That said, he wasn't entirely unjustly condemned. Di Jian had always been corrupt. The tape merely unveiled his true nature to the world. This woman, Su Tianyi pointed at the screen, is she an actress, Or did you truly recruit an innocent civilian? No way. Zhang Mizai waved his hands emphatically. Brother Yi's orders are sacred. ID never risk recklessness. She's a professional in this trade. I instructed her to perform convincingly. And given Di Jian's repulsive appearance, she slipped effortlessly into character. Su Tianyi nodded approvingly. Impressive, it looks utterly real. Zhang Mizai leaned closer, lowering his voice. Brother Yi, there's something else. She has a condition. She deliberately bit Di Jian several times, mixing their blood. I suspect he's already infected. Su Tianyi smiled faintly. She performed admirably. Give her extra compensation, and after completion arrange her safe departure from Hong Kong. He gestured toward the tape. Make several copies. Deliver one to each senior officer in the police force. Let them witness firsthand what kind of inspector this man truly is. Understood. Zhang Mizai snatched up the tape. He'll handle it immediately. Praised by Su Tianyi, he surged with renewed vigor. This operation had consumed immense effort, and that single affirmation was precisely what had sought. Sim Sha Sui Police Station. Su Dawei watched the tape, and his face darkened like storm clouds. He bellowed outward, summoned Di Jian, immediately. Now, this instant. Previously Di Jian had managed weak justifications regarding the pregnant woman's fatal accident, but this time evidence was undeniable. His conduct on screen, crude, predatory, debased, was worse than any street thug's. How could such a man wear a uniform? Su Dawei now believed that Di Jian had indeed caused the woman's death, and framed others afterward. Fury seethed within him. This time justice would be served, no exceptions. Such scum had no place in the force. Word spread rapidly. Di Jian's disgrace became universal. Officers debated furiously. Curses flew freely, though schadenfreude outweighed outrage. Had never been popular. Now with scandal erupting, colleagues deemed his fall wholly deserved. Di Jian was damned beyond redemption. Yet the culprit had already vanished. Upon hearing of the tape, Di Jian's first instinct was silence. Locate the woman, compel her to recant, insist she had been entrapped. If reclassified as prostitution, head face, mere disciplinary action. But proven rape, combined with past misdeeds, meant at least a decade behind bars. Worse still, his ruthless climb upward had amassed countless enemies. Stripped of his badge, he wouldn't just face imprisonment, he'd face annihilation. Thus Di Jian dared not return to the station. Instead, he hunted obsessively across the city for the woman. By any means necessary, he had to force her to withdraw her complaint. This was his sole path to salvation. If he delayed, even escape would prove futile. Huang Zhiqing entered the station amid a cacophony of gossip. That bastard Di Jian, utter scum. I always knew he was rotten, but never imagined such depravity. How many victims has he ruined before? Now there's video proof, he can't deny it. Thinking of that pregnant woman breaks my heart. 2 lives lost unjustly, and he nearly got promoted. Huang Zhiqing absorbed every word as he walked toward his office, cold sweat prickling his spine. Di Jian's infamy had sunk deeper than sewage. Though the vitriol targeted Di Jian alone, Huang Zhiqing knew the truth. This was all Su Tianyi's orchestration. It wasn't fabrication, merely exposing Di Jian's buried sins beneath harsh sunlight. Yet even so, Huang Zhiqing shuddered inwardly. He understood clearly, had he refused Su Tianyi earlier, he himself would now be ruined, cornered, disgraced, and abandoned. Su Tianyi's mastery had extinguished his last flicker of resistance. No, I must earn his trust, Huang Zhiqing muttered inwardly. If he suspects me, my fate won't differ much from Di Jian's. He wiped the sweat from his brow, and resolved he must act. And fortune had delivered the perfect token of loyalty, right now before him. For years Huang Zhiqing had guarded against Di Jian. This man climbed ruthlessly, and Huang Zhiqing as squad leader had quietly laid traps in anticipation. Indeed, he possessed damning material that would bury Di Jian deeper still. Without hesitation, Huang Zhiqing gathered the files and headed straight to Su Tianyi. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. The location was an abandoned factory. As Huang Zhiqing approached, groans, weak and agonized, drifted from within. Inside, sprawled on the floor like a broken dog, lay Di Jian. Senior Inspector Huang, save me. Pull me out. Spotting him, Di Jian's eyes flared with desperate hope. He crawled frantically forward. But just as he reached Huang Zhiqing's feet, he was kicked aside, rolling violently across the concrete. Huang Zhiqing didn't deign to glance down, instead turning directly to Su Tianyi, bowing with deferential smiles as he handed over a file folder. Mr. Su, Di Jian's entire criminal dossier lies herein. Bribery, extortion, coercive interrogation. Each charge alone warrants execution tenfold. Once exposed, his resurrection becomes impossible. Di Jian stared dumbfounded. Had never seen Huang Zhiqing behave thus. This paragon of righteousness now groveled before Su Tianyi, smiling like a sunflower blooming in servitude. His last vestige of hope shattered. Shock gave way to icy dread. Meanwhile, Su Tianyi lounged lazily, never reaching for the folder, merely glancing at it with detached indifference. Acceptable, he remarked casually. As a police officer, evidence carries greater weight in your hands. You know precisely how to proceed, don't you? Absolutely. Utterly clear. Huang Zhiqing stood ramrod straight. I guarantee he'll never rise again. Brother E, I beg forgiveness. Dijin suddenly wailed, tears and snot streaking his face. I shouldn't have crossed you. Spare me. They'll serve you as your dog, your ox, your slave, forever. Su Tianyi ignored him entirely, turning instead to Huang Zhiqing, speaking slowly and deliberately. Senior Inspector Huang, after committing rape, this man attempted to intimidate the victim. Had my people not intervened swiftly, he might well have silenced her permanently. The entire sequence was recorded. So tell me, how shall we proceed? This is indeed true. After Dijin escaped, he went to find that woman, intending to coerce her into changing her statement. However, before he could act, he was restrained by Tony and the others. Not only that, but in his desperate situation, this bastard even attempted to target Bumeli. Fortunately, Su Tianyi had been keeping an eye on things, and even staged a heroic rescue. Now Bumeli felt both grateful and infatuated with Su Tianyi, almost ready to leap into his arms. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhiqing immediately stated with seriousness, such scum must be handed over to the law for severe punishment. He'll go back and gather evidence to ensure he rots in prison. I've already given you the evidence, Su Tianyi said in a calm tone, so shouldn't you? Show some appreciation. Although the words were not spoken outright, the meaning was clear. Huang Zhiqing gritted his teeth, bent down, picked up a large wrench from the ground, and turned to walk towards Dijin. Huang, sir. What do you want to do? Dijin panicked, dragging his body back. You are a police officer. You can't do this. Don't come over. Don't come near me. Huang Zhiqing remained silent, walked up to him, and raised the wrench to strike. Crack. Oh, my leg. My leg. With a broken bone, Dijin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yet Huang Zhiqing did not stop, delivering another blow, and then another. Until that leg was utterly deformed. Even if Hua Tuo were reincarnated, he couldn't fix it. He panted, looking back at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi clapped his hands, finally showing a smile on his face. Not bad, as expected of Huang, sir. He walked over, lowering his voice. Your wife and child are abroad, and I've already sent some condolence money over. Their lives will be much more comfortable because of you. Su Tianyi glanced at John Mitzi, instructing, arrange something for Huang. Sir, tonight, find two understanding ones, don't just go through the motions. Don't worry, brother E, I guarantee Huang, sir, will be satisfied, John Mitzi replied with a grin. Huang Zhiqing rubbed his hands together and quickly said, thank you, Mr. Su, I will definitely do well. He understood in his heart that this goodwill must not be declined. If he declined, he would be seen as an outsider. Accepting it meant he was in. Su Tianyi said no more, only slowly binding people with money and women, a principle he understood, and Huang Zhiqing understood too. Once you taste the sweetness, some things you can't go back on. Clean up that one on the ground, Su Tianyi said, pointing to the unconscious Dijin. Understood, I will definitely leave no traces. Huang Zhiqing nodded eagerly. Su Tianyi did not linger and left with his men. Huang Zhiqing stood alone, staring at Dijin for a while. At first he felt a bit uncomfortable, but soon that little guilt was suppressed. Following Mr. Su, money comes quickly, promotions are easy, and he suddenly felt that he had chosen the right path. Ding, task completion rate extremely high, reward 5 strength attribute points, 1 trace removal card. Just after leaving the factory, the system notification rang. Su Tianyi raised the corner of his mouth and directly claimed the reward. A rush of warmth flowed through his body, his muscles, slightly swelling, and strength seemed to surge up at once. He clenched his fist, feeling that he was indeed different now. Checking the panel, his strength had risen to 30, far exceeding that of ordinary people. In a good mood, he also received an extra removal card, serving as a double assurance. With everything settled and rewards in hand, Su Tianyi did not delay and turned towards the Tianyi garden apartment. After all, there was a beauty waiting there. Although Dijin was a bastard, he inadvertently built a bridge for him. After a heroic rescue, Bumeli's heart had already softened. At this moment, it was the perfect time to go. In the Tianyi garden apartment, Bumeli had prepared a table of dishes. Upon seeing Su Tianyi enter, she took off her apron and somewhat shyly said, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I made a few more dishes. She spoke with a smile, looking particularly gentle under the light. Su Tianyi glanced at the wine and dishes on the table, chuckling, oh, you even prepared red wine. If I hadn't come back, wouldn't this wine have gone to waste? Bumeli took off her apron and smiled, I didn't know, but I thought you would come. She paused, her voice lowering slightly, thank you so much for today. I didn't expect Dijin was that kind of person. If it weren't for you, I might have. I had already anticipated his treacherous intentions. Su Tianyi interrupted her, picking up a glass, so I kept an eye on him. All right, let's not mention the troublesome matters. He won't be able to bounce back anymore. Come, let's have a drink. Bumeli nodded, but then picked up the glass and gulped down a large mouthful. The wine spilled onto the corner of her lips, and under the light her face was flushed. Watching her, Su Tianyi didn't hesitate and leaned in to kiss her. She didn't shy away. When Su Tianyi woke up, the sun was already high. He recalled last night, and a smile crept onto his face. Just as he was getting dressed, Bumeli also woke up. She curled up in the blanket, looking at him, and softly asked, will you come back? Su Tianyi squatted by the bed, his face close to hers. This is my home. You are my woman. Where else would I go if I don't come back here? Upon hearing this, Bumeli's eyes lit up. He kissed her forehead and said, "Don't go to work today, oh just rest at home. I'm going out to take care of some business." "I'll listen to you," Bumaili obediently replied. In the private room of the MG Entertainment Club, Su Tianyi was sitting with Tony Jean-Mitzi and others. Su Tianyi took a sip of wine and spoke. "Jean-Mitzi, you need to run to the mainland tomorrow." "Sure," Jean-Mitzi agreed readily, then asked, "Brother E, what exactly are we doing?" "Smuggling," Su Tianyi said directly. "The mainland is lacking everything right now. Whatever sells well and has high profits we will transport. Everything except drugs can be touched." He looked at Jean-Mitzi. "You go back first and figure out the situation, clear the sales channels and connections. This business will be under your management in the future." Jean-Mitzi's eyes lit up and he straightened his back. "Brother E, don't worry, I will definitely handle it well." He had long wanted to do something big. The chicken stall business couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Smuggling is profitable and the scale is large. Su Tianyi handing this over to him clearly meant he wanted to promote him. This business has higher profits than the chicken stall. Su Tianyi said to Tony and the others, "The mainland market is huge. As long as the channels and sources are sorted out, money won't be a problem at all. You all need to pay attention. Both sides must have their channels sorted out. Once it's done, everyone will benefit and there won't be any worry about not having enough money to spend in the future." Tony and the others exchanged glances, all smiling. Their boss had always been generous to his brothers, sharing profits readily and providing ample settling in fees. However, since he didn't deal with drugs, his income was somewhat less, and with more and more people under him over time, everyone feared becoming impoverished. Now hearing about smuggling, their worries immediately dissipated. An informant flew in to report to Su Tianyi, "Brother E, Huang Jiqing is here." He added, "Brought a newcomer who doesn't." Su Tianyi waved his hand, "Let them in, you all go out first." He had already anticipated that Huang Jiqing would come along, with whom he had a good idea in his mind. In no time, Huang Jiqing led the way in with a middle-aged man in a suit whose hair was somewhat sparse. Huang Jiqing introduced Mr. Su. "This is the supervisor of the customs anti-smuggling team, Zheng Xingda." After Zheng Xingda sat down, he spoke directly. "Mr. Su, Huang sir is making the connections, but I don't see any potential for cooperation between us." Su Tianyi smiled. "I have a business proposition. I would like to ask Mr. Zheng for a favor." He continued, "This is a small matter for you, just a heads up will do. As for the compensation, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Zheng Xingda shook his head. "Don't joke with me, I am a law-abiding person." He stood up. "I will treat what was said today as if I never heard it, but it won't happen again." Huang Jiqing hurriedly stopped him, a bit anxious. Su Tianyi, however, remained calm and pulled out a photo. "Mr. Zheng, you recognize this person, right?" Zheng Xingda's face changed. "You want to touch my family? I warn you." Su Tianyi interrupted him. "It's a misunderstanding. I'm here to help. Your wife owes 2 million in ouching, and I've casually covered it." Zheng Xingda was taken aback and then sighed. "Thank you, Mr. Su." He knew his wife had a gambling problem. Su Tianyi slowly said, "I heard your credit card is maxed out, your house is about to be mortgaged, and there are high-interest loans outside." Zheng Xingda remained silent for a while before finally asking, "What do you want me to do?" "Simple," Su Tianyi replied. "If the customs has any actions, just give me a heads up and point out a few safe routes." He smiled. "Once the business runs smoothly, your family will be stable, and money won't be a problem at all." Zheng Xingda pondered for a moment, feeling that being careful shouldn't pose any issues. Once he saved enough money, he could sneak away abroad. He nodded. "All right, I agree." Su Tianyi smiled. "Pleasure doing business. They'll send someone to bring your wife back right away." Zheng Xingda hurriedly waved his hand. "Let her stay in custody for a few days. First scare her a bit before releasing her." Su Tianyi was taken aback, then immediately understood. "All right, I will arrange it, so that she thinks you went through a lot of trouble to rescue her." Zheng Xingda smiled. "That's the best way." Su Tianyi understood that Zheng Xingda was indeed very afraid of his wife. He turned to ask, "Mr. Zheng, do you have plans for tonight? If not, let me arrange something for you. It will definitely be enjoyable." Zheng Xingda rubbed his hands together. "Then I will trouble you, Mr. Su, if I would like to experience it." Since they were cooperating, he was too lazy to pretend to be serious. Su Tianyi called Jean-Mitzi over. "You are in charge of hosting Mr. Zheng. If you don't do a good job, I will hold you accountable." Jean-Mitzi quickly nodded. "Brother E, don't worry, I will definitely make Mr. Zheng satisfied." Jean-Mitzi was very familiar with this process and knew how to make these people have a good time. So Zheng Xingda followed him, and Huang Jiqing went along as well. Su Tianyi's aim in bringing Zheng Xingda on board was to facilitate smuggling. He didn't want to engage in petty operations. After all, small gains wouldn't yield much. Either do nothing or do it big. But in the smuggling business, wanting to expand without anyone at the top was simply impossible. That's why he focused on Zheng Xingda, using Huang Jiqing to connect with the customs anti-smuggling team. From now on, the flow of goods would naturally become smooth. The next day at noon, Jean Mazai returned to report. "Brother E," he grinned. Zheng Xingda was extremely satisfied. He had to lean on the wall when he left. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, but the girls inside say he's actually not that capable. He gave up after just a few rounds. Su Tianyi chuckled. "As long as he likes it, that's enough. Once he has tasted the sweetness, he'll be easier to deal with in the future." "Brother E," Jean Mazai paused. "I have an idea. I wonder if I should share it." "Go ahead." Su Tianyi waved his hand. "We're all on the same side. It's fine to speak freely. I think we should open our own nightclub. But not just any ordinary one. Jean Mazai's eyes lit up. We should cater to the wealthy and powerful, select top-notch girls and provide the best service. We'll ensure they won't want to leave once they arrive. He continued, moreover, having our own venue means we can control safety and purpose, allowing those people to enjoy themselves more at ease. We'll ensure they won't want to leave once they arrive. He continued, moreover, having our own venue means we can control safety and purpose, allowing those people to enjoy themselves. Scarcity adds value. These members will become our network in the future. We can also introduce some fresh acts, invite models and celebrities to support the scene, or even promote a few courtesans ourselves. For men, the higher a woman's status, the more attractive she is. This nightclub won't lack for customers. Su Tianyi was somewhat surprised. Jean Mazai's mind was indeed sharp. He was truly someone capable of achieving great things. If he proceeded this way, it wouldn't just be a profitable venture, but could also ensnare those in high places. Money is secondary. What matters is holding on to relationships. That's a good idea. Su Tianyi nodded. You're in charge of this matter. Once the mainland market stabilizes, you can start working on it. Yes. Jean Mazai exclaimed excitedly. I will come up with a thorough plan and report back to you. At that moment, Tony interjected. Brother, I've already checked everything. People, ships, and sales routes are all fine at customs, have Zhang Xingda's backing, so it should be smooth. However, he switched his tone. If we load the goods onto the ship, Saigon is the most convenient place. From there to the mainland, there are many routes, and if something goes wrong, it's easier to handle. But Saigon is Big Shah's territory, we can't avoid using his docks. Su Tianyi thought for a moment. Then let's talk to him, we'll give him a share of the benefits. You guys pass the message that I'll be going to Saigon to meet him tomorrow. Of course, we can't go empty-handed to meet Big Shah. We need to prepare some gifts first. This way the negotiation will be more solid. After giving the orders, everyone started moving. The next evening, Su Tianyi arrived in Saigon with Tony and Luo Tianhong. Big Shah had already received the message and was sitting at a seafood stall in the market, drinking and eating alone. Behind him stood about 100 men, clearly trying to show off their might. It seemed this negotiation wouldn't go smooth. Su Tianyi didn't mind and walked straight over, sitting down across from Big Shah. Big Shah looked up at him. You called me out. It's not just to eat seafood, right? I have some ships passing through Saigon in the future. Su Tianyi got straight to the point. I hope to facilitate things. The team money that should be given, I won't skimp on a single cent. Big Shah laughed. Good, your business is my business. Big Shah, will definitely support you on this matter. He patted his chest. As long as it's your ship, it gets priority docking. You other ships have to wait. Isn't that loyal? Then he changed his tone. But since I'm putting in so much effort, it's only reasonable that I get a little more. Right. With a thump on his chest, Big Shah boomed. Big Shah, am the fairest. I won't be greedy. From now on, for your business, I only want 50% of the profits. You can use the dock freely, and I'll ensure there are no troubles. 50%? Are you crazy? Tony immediately shouted. Big Shah glared and pointed. Who gave you the right to interject? Your boss hasn't said anything. What are you shouting about? No manners. He turned back to Su Tianyi, speaking with a hard tone. As long as you nod, everything is negotiable. But if you don't agree, then there's nothing to discuss. He leaned forward and continued. Who doesn't know that I'm the biggest in Saigon? If I don't agree, no one will dare to cooperate with you, and you can forget about your goods passing through here. Su Tianyi, upon hearing this, didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. What if I refuse? Refuse. Big Shah snorted. Without you, I can still do this business, and all the money will end up. He took a swig from his glass, waving his hand. In the future, if you come to Saigon to eat seafood, you're welcome. But if you want to run a ship from here, no way. This display clearly showed that he was determined to make Su Tianyi submit. Big Shah's demand was outrageous, wanting to swallow half the profits outright. Su Tianyi maintained his demeanor and smiled. What if I don't want to pay, but my ship has to pass through Saigon? Then you can forget about eating seafood. Big Shah slammed his glass down on the table, acting tough. Every time you come, you'll get beaten up. Remember, this is Saigon, not Simsha Sui, and definitely not Causeway Bay. This is Big Shah's territory. The 100 or so men behind him stepped forward in unison, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Su Tianyi's smile didn't change as he reached for a pair of bamboo chopsticks. Then his expression suddenly turned cold and the chopsticks shot out. Big Shah felt a chill in his hand and looked down to see the chopsticks had pinned his palm to the wooden table, penetrating through it. My hand. My hand. Big Shah let out a miserable howl, staring at his hand, unable to move. Su Tianyi casually picked up a wine bottle and smashed it down on his head. Then with a kick, he knocked over both Big Shah and the table. Seafood, drinks, blood, and glass shards mixed together, making Big Shah look both disheveled and tragic. Call someone. Quick, call someone. Big Shah yelled from the ground. His 100 or so underlings immediately. However, Su Tianyi didn't even glance at them, focusing solely on Big Shah on the ground. With this many people, Tony and the others would naturally handle it without him lifting a finger. Indeed, Tony and Luo Tianhong had already charged forward with their men, and not one could get close to Su Tianyi, leaving ample space for him to greet Big Shah. Su Tianyi didn't know where he had managed to pull out a hammer from, and he walked towards Big Shah with it in hand. Upon seeing the hammer, Big Shah immediately shrank back, shouting, Don't come closer. Let's talk. What do you want? This could get someone killed. With so many people watching, if you kill me, you won't escape. Don't do anything reckless. Everything is negotiable. At this moment, Big Shah suddenly recalled the rumors about. He regretted it deeply, realizing how foolish he had been to provoke this ruthless figure and even threaten him to his face. What a death wish. Seeing Su Tianyi approach with the hammer, Big Shah was terrified and desperately shrank back. But his hand was still pinned to the table, though any slight movement sent waves of agony, making it impossible for him to retreat even an inch. Want to move away? Go ahead, Su Tianyi said as he swung the hammer down towards Big Shah's calf. Crack. Out. Big Shah screamed in pain, cold sweat pouring down as blood gushed from his shin, deforming it. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please stop. Brother E, I beg you for another chance. Oh, I promise I'll be obedient from now on. You can have the final say. Big Shah, in immense pain, twisted his face in agony, completely devoid of temper, left only with pleas for mercy. He knew that if he didn't beg for mercy now, it might not just be his leg that gets broken. The next blow could very likely land on his head. Others might hesitate, but Su Tianyi, he would definitely do it. Now I will give you another choice. Su Tianyi lifted the hammer. Either you give up the dock, allowing my ships to pass through here, and you can eat with me, and you'll get your share. Or I'll beat you to a pulp and find someone else to cooperate with. Without you, Big Shah, Saigon will remain Saigon. Upon hearing this, Big Shah hurriedly shouted, I'll cooperate. I'll follow you, brother. Money doesn't matter. Oh, just let me stick with you. Use the dock freely. I'll manage the rest. Then it's a pleasant cooperation. Su Tianyi smiled. But I may have hit you a bit hard. You please don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Big Shah quickly shook his head. It's my own fault for being blind. It has nothing to do with you, brother E. Su Tianyi was somewhat satisfied with his attitude and said, I'll notify you when the ship is coming in. After saying this, he turned around with Luo Tianhong and the others. Once Big Shah saw them walk away, he immediately turned and scolded his underlings. You useless bunch. Can't fight, don't have any sense. Why aren't you hurrying to take me to the hospital? However, after scolding for a long time, no one came forward. When Big Shah turned his head, he discovered that his underlings were all lying on the ground, groaning, none able to stand up. Only then did he realize. No wonder no one came to help. This scene made him break out in a cold sweat. Just a few people had taken down over 100 of his men. If Su Tianyi truly brought his men over, wouldn't Saigon be flattened in no time? Big Shah finally understood opposing Su Tianyi led to only one path, death. In the future, not only should he avoid provoking him, but he also needed to find a way to eat with him. With Big Shah settled, the Saigon side was considered cleared. Thus, Su Tianyi's smuggling business officially commenced. Cargo ships loaded with televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, and even packs of cigarettes continuously sent goods to the coastal mainland. These items seemed ordinary, but in those years they were still considered hot commodities in many cities on the mainland. Moreover, items from Hong Kong were always more sought after on the mainland, fetching higher prices. Coupled with the shortage of goods over there, selling them was never a problem. Smuggling these ordinary goods over would yield at least double the profit, and tripling it was common. Su Tianyi roughly calculated that this trip could earn at least 10 to 20 million Hong Kong dollars. If he made 3 or 4 trips a month, that would amount to 40 to 50 million. Plus the channels were expanding and future profits would only increase. With this business, even if he completely stopped dealing in drugs, it would still be enough to support his underlings. He had already streamlined the entire line. As soon as the goods arrived, they would be sent via water to the coast, and he would just sit back and collect money. The process was simple, the risks low, and the profits substantial. It was indeed a good way to make easy money. When Su Tianyi arrived at the Jew Entertainment Club, Tony welcomed him. Brother E, the boats have already set sail, Tony reported. Big Fool is cooperating well. It's indeed convenient here in Saigon. Several boats are taking different routes. I estimate they'll all be back in a few days. Su Tianyi nodded, somewhat satisfied with the efficiency. After Big Fool lost a leg, he has indeed become much more obedient, not daring to voice any opinions. Prepare the next batch of goods in advance, Su Tianyi instructed, so we can load them as soon as the ship docks. Making a few trips a month, the brothers can share more. Understood. The suppliers have already settled. They will prioritize. Tony agreed, but added, however, in the past few days we've discovered drugs in several venues. It seems someone is secretly dealing. Who is doing this? Su Tianyi's expression turned cold. Is it one of our own? He had strictly warned against drugs. Whoever got involved would face dire consequences without mercy. It shouldn't be. Tony shook his head. Brother E, you've already made it clear if our people wouldn't dare to reach out. Moreover, everyone has been busy with smuggling lately, so no one has the time for this. That makes sense. People below do not dare to ignore what Su Tianyi says. Furthermore, in the drug trade, if you want to make big money, you can't play small. Once it gets big, it cannot be hidden. If it's only a small operation, there wouldn't be much profit and no one would take the risk. Thus it must be someone from outside. Su Tianyi's face darkened. Investigate and find out who has the gall to do this. After pausing, he continued. As long as we catch them in our venue, no need for discussions. You just cut off a hand and throw it out. Since he did not allow his own people to touch this, it was even less reasonable to let others take advantage. If he could tolerate outsiders distributing goods on his turf, he might as well do it himself. Why let others profit? Therefore the drug prohibition must be thorough. In his venues, anyone who touched it would be in trouble. Understood, Tony nodded. If they dare to come once, they will definitely come again. Capturing them is not difficult. Su Tianyi instructed Tony to keep a close watch on this matter. Once such issues arise, they must be dealt with harshly, otherwise it will only increase, and it will be hard to suppress later. After giving instructions, he casually asked about another matter. What about Dongxing? Any recent developments? After the crow's funeral, they've been gathering people. Tony replied, it seems they are preparing for something big. Tell the brothers to keep a close watch, Su Tianyi said. As long as they dare to cross the line, strike back immediately. If the opportunity is good, we can also seize Dongxing's territory. After all, after the fight in Simsha Sui, Dongxing suffered a significant loss and would not easily let it go. However, Su Tianyi's current momentum also made them wary of acting rashly. They would need to gather enough manpower before daring to fight. On Su Tianyi's side, he was quite adept at picking the right moment. This opportunity was just right to strike Dongxing again, ideally to defeat them and seize more territory. A few days later, the cargo ships returning from the sea began to arrive. The ships that set out full of goods returned. Zhang Mizai stood in front of Su Tianyi, his voice filled with excitement. Brother E, after deducting all expenses, we netted about 16 million. The cash was stacked high on the table before them. Su Tianyi nodded, not bad. Next time prepare a bit more goods. Making 20 million in one trip shouldn't be a problem. This was the first run mainly to explore and stabilize. The goods brought were not the most complete. Once they became familiar with the route and increased the volume, the profits would naturally rise. If the shipment volume is large, the purchase price can be further negotiated. There's money to be made all around. Moreover, given the current situation transporting goods from Xinjiang to the mainland, there's no worry about not making a profit. Su Tianyi glanced at the cash on the table and said, take out 5 million to distribute among the brothers. The rest will be kept as capital to continue rolling. Everyone was taken aback. They had thought the boss would take the lion's share first, but to their surprise, Su Tianyi took none and distributed everything to the brothers, leaving the remainder to reinvest in the business. This was clearly not for himself, but to support the people. Understanding this, a few felt somewhat moved. This is just the beginning. Don't rush to divide everything. Su Tianyi waved his hand. After a few more runs with thicker capital, everyone will get more. Thank you, Brother E. Several responded in unison. Zhang Mizai continued, Brother E, the nightclub is already under renovation and will open soon. He paused and added, I know Mamasan, she doesn't work the floor herself, but she has high-quality girls. I want to bring her over as she's outside now. Do you want to meet her? Su Tianyi raised his eyes slightly. Let her in. Zhang Mizai turned and left, returning in less than 2 minutes, leading a woman inside. Su Tianyi raised an eyebrow and sized her up. What's your name? He asked. Ruby walked in. Her looks weren't stunning, but she was quite pleasant to the eye. There was an indescribable charm about her. She didn't need to show much skin to allure. Just call me Ruby, she said, pulling out a cigarette. Hope you don't mind. Su Tianyi waved his hand. Do as you wish. Ruby lit the cigarette, took a puff, and continued. Zhang Mizai should have mentioned, but I still need to clarify. I don't work the floor. No matter how much money is offered, I won't do it unless I feel like it, and no one can force me. She flicked the ash and continued. I bring my sisters out to earn money, so I must protect them. If they are bullied, I will immediately take my people and leave. Can you accept this condition? Su Tianyi nodded. In my venue, naturally no one can touch them. However, he changed his tone. You have your conditions, and I have my rules. If you come here to make money, you must follow my arrangements. Don't act high and mighty or throw tantrums, otherwise I won't be able to speak nicely. Ruby readily replied, of course. The sisters rely on this job. They will do what needs to be done. If anything goes wrong, it will be on me. I will take responsibility. Fine. Su Tianyi turned to Zhang Mizai. You are responsible for training them. Everyone must be well practiced. He looked back at Ruby. You also need to put in the effort. The guests here are either rich or noble. If done well, the money will be several times more than elsewhere. Ruby nodded. I will. Her smoking posture was quite elegant, and that charm remained. Su Tianyi found it amusing that Ruby, who brought her sisters to work the night scene, was still a novice herself. On the surface, she seemed like a seasoned player, but in reality, she had never been in the field. It was indeed interesting. After finalizing the terms, Ruby was about to leave. However, as she reached the door, she turned back to add, Mr. So you are quite different from what I imagined. After saying that, she left without lingering. Su Tianyi merely smiled and didn't pay much attention. After all, the rumors about him outside were all terrifying. Those who hadn't met him probably thought he was a fierce demon. After Ruby left, the conversation in the office continued. Tony spoke up. Brother E, we found out the details. Recently, the drugs dealt in our venue were from Liang Kun's underlings. He paused and continued. However, it's still uncertain whether this was Liang Kun's intention or if it was his subordinates acting on their own. Tony spoke cautiously, as Liang Kun was not only a leader in Hongxing, but also a sworn brother of Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, however, sneered. This matter couldn't possibly be a spontaneous decision by the underlings. Without Liang Kun's nod, they wouldn't have the guts. In his view, Liang Kun must have thought that since they were sworn brothers, he could act without informing him, thinking that even if discovered, they wouldn't break their friendship. I will find a time to talk to him, Su Tianyi said calmly. If he agrees to stop, then that's it. If he still wants to sell drugs in my venue, then we will fight. Changing the leadership of Hongxing is not a big deal. Tony and the others understood. This sworn brother Liang Kun was nothing to Su Tianyi. Compared to them, Liang Kun's weight was even lighter. At this moment, Feiji pushed the door in. Brother E, a lackey of the Siamese Xian and I, is outside wanting to see you. Xian and I. Su Tianyi thought for a moment and remembered who he was. Xian and I was a notable drug lord from Siam who had cooperated with the Ni family for many years. All the goods from the Ni family came through him, making him a major financier. Now that the Ni family had fallen and Su Tianyi had banned drugs in his venue, Xian and I had naturally lost a significant portion of his business. Such a person wouldn't seek revenge for the Ni family. They only recognize money and have no loyalty. The Ni family was gone, but as long as someone continued to order goods, business would go on. If the new clients had bigger appetites, that would be even more desirable. However, since Su Tianyi implemented a comprehensive drug ban, it effectively cut off their financial lifeline. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline was something that had no room for negotiation. Therefore, it was not surprising that Xian and I sought him out. Bring him in, Su Tianyi said. Moments later, two dark-skinned men were brought in. They were Xian and I's right-hand men, Lame and Pharisees. Before entering, all their weapons had been searched away, so both had grim expressions. Su Tianyi didn't beat around the bush. Speak your purpose. Lame stepped forward, his tone harsh. Our boss has sent a message. As long as you continue to order goods like the Ni family every month and add 20% to the original amount, we will consider the Ni family's matter settled. From now on, we will be friends. He paused, lowering his voice. If you don't comply, then we won't be friends anymore. You better think carefully about what that means and don't regret it later. This was an overt threat. Su Tianyi, however, laughed. He found it quite amusing. This was Xianjiang, not Siam. Did Xian and I really think of himself as a local emperor, expecting everyone to obey him? Good idea. Su Tianyi leaned back, sneering. But this is Xianjiang. Go back and tell your boss to stay in Siam. Otherwise, I will make sure he can never return. You want to die? Lame instantly became furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony, who was beside him, moved, delivering a powerful kick to his stomach. Lame, seeing this, Pharisees shot up like a tower and lunged at him. Feiji immediately charged forward, throwing several punches at his face. However, Feiji's expression changed. His punches landed, but Pharisees didn't even flinch. Instead, he grinned, showing a look of disdain. Then Pharisees reached out, lifted Feiji effortlessly, and threw him aside. He then strode towards Su Tianyi with a fierce expression. Zhang Mizai nearby grew anxious and wanted to intervene, but was too late. Pharisee's fist came crashing down with a whoosh, yet Su Tianyi did not even stand up. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Pharisee's chest. The sneer on Pharisee's face turned into horror. In an instant, his massive body flew back, as if struck by a vehicle, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding down to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest visibly caving in as he collapsed on the ground, unable to rise again. Su Tianyi remained seated as if he had merely waved his hand. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lamai scrambled to the door. Tony immediately chased after him, reaching out to grab him. But suddenly a glint of cold light flashed from Lame's mouth, and he spat out a blade, slashing directly at Tony's throat. Tony quickly sidestepped to avoid it, but his arm was still sliced open. Now Tony was completely enraged, charging at Lamai and delivering a brutal beating. Had it not been for Su Tianyi's silence, he could have killed Lamai on the spot. The battle began swiftly and ended. Before long, Lamai and Pharisee were dragged to Su Tianyi's feet like two broken sacks. Lamai gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Su Tianyi. You dare to touch us? Our boss will definitely kill you. You all must die. Su Tianyi replied, it seems you still don't understand the situation. He casually picked up a dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced through Lame's palm, pinning him to the ground. Lamai immediately let out a shriek like a slaughtered pig, his body convulsing in pain. Pharisee next to him struggled to move. A plane had come over holding a large hammer, and without hesitation it came crashing down on his arm. Bang! Bang! As the hammer fell, Pharisee's palm was instantly flattened, blood splattering everywhere and staining the floor. Pharisee howled, his voice changing pitch as his face turned bright red. However, the people in the room had long been accustomed to such scenes and paid no heed. At this point, both Lamai and Pharisee became obedient, shrinking their necks and daring not to move. Su Tianyi sat there and spoke. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? He continued, I already said this is Xianjiang, not Siam. If you come here, you must follow the rules, otherwise it will be a dead end. If it weren't for leaving you to deliver a message to Shini, you would die today. But even if you don't die, don't expect to leave unscathed. His tone was quite calm, yet to Lamai and Pharisee it sounded like the voice of hell, causing them to shiver. Su Tianyi glanced at Lamai and said, your tongue is quite adept. You can hide blades in it. Then let's get rid of that tongue. Lamai was terrified and pleaded, no, please don't do this. But it was to no avail. The plane and Jean Mitzi firmly held Lamai, and Tony reached out, pulling out his tongue. With a swift motion of the dagger, the tongue fell. Tony casually tossed the tongue into the trash bin. Lamai writhed in pain, unable to scream, only emitting muffled sounds. Pharisee, witnessing this gruesome scene, trembled even more violently, nearly collapsing. Su Tianyi then said, "Cut off his ear." Tony acted quickly. Before Pharisee could react with a swift slice of the dagger, one ear fell to the ground bloodied. Pharisee clutched his ear and screamed, but Tony had already subdued him, swiftly cutting off the other one. "Go back and tell Shini to roll back to Siam quickly. Xiangjiang is my territory, and I don't want to see his drugs here. If I catch a glimpse of them, whether he's in Xiangjiang or Siam, I will surely kill him. Keeping you two alive is just to send a message. The lives of small fry like you don't matter. Making Shini understand the message is key." So Su Tianyi wouldn't kill them, but he wouldn't let them off easy either. After that, Su Tianyi ordered sever their tendons and throw them out. "Understood." Tony and the others replied and immediately got to work. Lamai and Pharisee were completely mentally broken, unable to resist at all. After handling this, Su Tianyi turned to Jean Mitzi and said, "Go find someone. Money is not an issue, bring him to see me." "Yes," Jean Mitzi replied. Tony frowned and said worriedly, "Brother Izini's side definitely won't." Su Tianyi replied directly, "Send more brothers to keep watch. If they dare to cross the line, just make sure they can't return to Siam." Su Tianyi also wanted to kill Shini, but there were other matters to handle first. He intended to arrange a meeting with Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan had been dealing in his territory. Without even a greeting, this matter had to be addressed. Brotherhood meant mutual benefit, and Su Tianyi wouldn't tolerate Liang Kuan's feigned ignorance. Originally, the plan was to eliminate Dongxing first before dealing with Liang Kuan, but if Liang Kuan broke the rules first, then he had to be dealt with first. Therefore, arranging a meeting with Liang Kuan was necessary. Just as Su Tianyi was about to make a call, the office phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he found it was Liang Kuan calling, wanting to arrange a meeting. Liang Kuan was clearly not giving up wanting to deal in Su Tianyi's territory, so he took the initiative to contact him. Su Tianyi had many venues and the profits were high. Liang Kuan would not easily give up. Su Tianyi was not surprised by this call. He just found it coincidental. He was just about to meet Liang Kuan, so the call was timely and naturally not something he would refuse. The Tian Kuan Film Company was chaotic and the employees looked like thugs. If it weren't for the signs saying it was a film company, others would surely think it was a loan shark. However, it was not much different from loan sharking. This company belonged to Liang Kuan. Although it was not formal, the profits were high. Among all his businesses aside from the powder trade, this was the most lucrative. They filmed small movies with low costs and high sales. Liang Kuan loved to hang out here and occasionally even direct himself. Today, Su Tianyi was sitting opposite him. Tony and Luo Tianhong stood behind Su Tianyi. "Hey, is this your first time here? Don't be shy," Liang Kuan said with a hoarse voice, smiling. "If you like any leading lady, just take her away. If you're interested, we can even shoot a segment right here. Everything here is real." He paused and added, "If you like, I can even find a director to shoot a whole movie for you. Whether for release, selling discs, or personal collection, it's all up to you." "I'm not interested in filming," Su Tianyi interjected. "I only asked you, did your people sell drugs in my territory?" "Oh, about that," Liang Kuan nodded. "I was just about to tell you. It was my people, and I shouldn't have let them do it without prior. But you were too ruthless, assaulting all my little brothers without a word." He leaned forward. "We are sworn brothers. Can't you give me a little face?" Su Tianyi turned his head and asked behind him, "Is this true? Who did it?" "Brother, it was me," Tony replied straightforwardly. Su Tianyi's face darkened. "You won't be getting your share of the profits this month." Liang Kuan's expression brightened for a moment, but Su Tianyi immediately continued, "Did I not say whoever dares to sell in my territory will lose a hand? Why didn't you do it?" "I'm sorry, brother," Tony immediately replied. "I will definitely follow through next time." Liang Kuan's face instantly changed. He then realized that Su Tianyi was punishing Tony not because he had hurt his people, but because he hadn't been ruthless enough. Liang Kuan suppressed his anger. "This isn't fair. You didn't give me any face at all. My territory doesn't allow selling drugs. There's no room for negotiations on this rule." Su Tianyi looked at him. "You let your people come without a word? Is that giving me face?" "It was my lack of understanding of the rules. It's my fault." Liang Kuan suddenly smiled again. He pulled out a stack of cash and pushed it to the center of the table. "I prepared your share ahead of time. This is the first batch. In the future, when you sell in your territory, you will get even more." He rubbed his hands together. "You have many venues. Our brothers collaborate, and we can make money together. You don't need to worry about anything. You just sit back and collect the money. Am I generous or what?" Su Tianyi sneered, raising his hand and sweeping all the cash onto the floor. "Do I lack this little bit of money?" He stared at Liang Kuan. "If I wanted to make this kind of money, would you even have a chance? It's a waste to leave so many venues empty. It's better to look after your own brothers than to benefit others." Liang Kuan said, "Do you want to make it a big deal?" "Yes, no negotiation." Su Tianyi stood up. "This time is just a warning. If you dare to sell in my territory again, this matter will not end here." Liang Kuan's face turned ashen. He had exhausted all his good and bad words, but Su Tianyi would not budge, leaving no room for compromise. However, he suddenly smiled again. All right. It's my fault. I didn't expect you to be so principled. I promise there will be no next time. I absolutely won't sell in your territory. If my people go again, you can handle it as you see fit without considering my face." Liang Kuan, suddenly being so agreeable, left everyone around stunned. However, everyone knew he couldn't possibly mean it. He was simply holding back for other calculations. Su Tianyi was also aware that this was merely a warning. If Liang Kun dared to reach out again in the future, he would naturally not be polite. It's all a misunderstanding. Liang Kun plastered a smile. I guarantee there will be no next time. Such words Su Tianyi would only believe half of. But there was no need to tear their faces now if the accounts could be settled slowly later. Since the other party was smiling, he followed suit. The two walked out of the office one after the other, but outside it was, I won't shoot. I said I won't shoot this kind of film. Did you hear? I won't do it. I am Su Tianyi's girlfriend. You dare to force me. When he comes you will all be dead. A girl shouted angrily, trembling with rage, dressed like a little punk, and quite pretty at that. Unfortunately, her speech was stuttering, and a single fierce remark took several segments to finish, making her sound not only lacking in momentum, but also somewhat ridiculous. Liang Kun, already in a bad mood, grew even more annoyed at the noise, and walked over to ask what's going on. Kun go. Several little brothers hurriedly shouted. A long-haired man with sunglasses explained Fei Hong brought a girl to audition, but she's not cooperating. The man in a light blue suit added, Kun go, she's with me, owes money, and hasn't paid it back. I brought her to audition to shoot a few movies to offset her debt. This man is Fei Hong, a big brother from the Chonglu Society. However, the Chonglu Society is small, and cannot be compared to Hung Hing or Dongxing. Liang Kun scrutinized the girl for a few moments. With your conditions, it's a privilege to let you be the leading lady. Go inside to audition. Saying this, he pushed her into the room. The girl pushed him away. I won't go. Su Tianyi is my boyfriend. If you force me, he. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone around came to a halt. No one wanted to provoke Su Tianyi's reputation. Liang Kun was taken aback as well, but he wasn't afraid. He found it amusing. Su Tianyi had just finished talking to him when the person appeared behind. If she were really his girlfriend, how could she be in such a mess? It's a joke. Fei Hong quickly said. Kun good, don't believe her nonsense. A little delinquent girl, how could she possibly be Su Tianyi's woman? Everyone realized this too, and almost fell for the girl's bluff. Liang Kun chuckled, and turned to shout behind. Pretty girl, you say you're his girlfriend. What a coincidence, the real deal is right here. Why don't you ask him if he recognizes you? The girl panicked immediately. She had casually thrown out a big name to escape, but she didn't expect the real person to be present. Now it was over. Provoking Su Tianyi might lead to a worse outcome. Su Tianyi found it somewhat interesting that someone dared to impersonate his girlfriend. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find it was a familiar face. Wasn't that Xixi Li? As Xixi Li looked over in a panic, a sound echoed in Su Tianyi's mind. Option 1. Ignore the matter and disregard Xixi Li. Reward 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2. Step in to save her and take Xixi Li away. Reward Xixi Li's affection 20 million Hong Kong dollars. The system selected option 2. Ding, option confirmed. Reward obtained Xixi Li's affection 20 million Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, Liang Kun also approached, grinning and asking, she said she's your girlfriend. Is it true? He paused and added, if it's true, I'll let her go right away. But if she dares to use your name to swindle, then I'll have to make her understand the consequences of her reckless words. Hearing this, Xixi Li immediately turned her gaze to Su Tianyi, her eyes filled with pleading. Su Tianyi didn't waste any words. He simply walked over, pushed aside the people next to him, and wrapped his arm around Xixi Li's waist. She didn't lie to you, he said. This is my newly established girlfriend. Fei Hong turned pale, quickly bowing. Brother, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know she was yours, but it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Seeing Su Tianyi's cold gaze, he panicked even more and raised his hand to slap himself in the face. One slap after another, getting harder with each hit. His face quickly swelled up. After all, if Xixi Li truly was Su Tianyi's woman, forcing her into such situations would be akin to seeking death. The Chang'e gang would never protect him. They would only push him forward to take the blame. Who would want to offend a killing god like Su Tianyi over such matters? Su Tianyi ignored Fei Hong and turned to Liang Kun. Can I take her away now? Yes, of course. Liang Kun replied cheerfully. Feel free to leave, no need for farewells. However, once Su Tianyi and Xixi Li left, Liang Kun's expression fell. He turned around and kicked Fei Hong, cursing. Are you here just to set me up? Get him. A group of underlings surrounded him, punching and kicking, but Liang Kun was still not satisfied. Su Tianyi, you're something else, he muttered through clenched teeth. Not only do you not let me earn money, but you also take my women. He certainly didn't believe that Xixi Li was Su Tianyi's girlfriend. The way they had acted earlier clearly showed that it was their first meeting, otherwise they wouldn't have said, just started dating. This only fueled Liang Kun's anger. He had a duck ready to be cooked, yet it was snatched away, and he couldn't turn against them. After exiting the film company, Xixi Li obediently followed Su Tianyi, looking like a frightened little rat. After walking for a while, Su Tianyi suddenly spoke. You have some guts to impersonate my woman, aren't you afraid of death? His tone was flat, but Xixi Li felt a chill in her heart. The name of the killing god was not given lightly. I'm sorry, she stammered. I had no choice, but now that you're in my hands, your fate may be worse than before, Su Tianyi said, pinching her chin and leaning closer. You have to let me go. Xixi Li was on the verge of tears. I promise there won't be a next time. She didn't dare to move, letting him hold her. Su Tianyi, however, smiled. Since you've impersonated me, you have to pay a price. Otherwise outsiders will think I have a good temper. He opened the car door and said, get in. Shi Li shrank back, asking, where? Where are we going? What do you want? Want to do? Didn't you say you were my woman? Su Tianyi's tone was cold. Then let's make it real. He thought this would scare her, but unexpectedly, Shi Li was taken aback for a moment, and her eyes brightened instead. She quickly hopped into the car and urged him, you hurry and get in. I'm already in. Once seated, she continued to mumble this. This is what you said, not me forcing you. From now on I will be your woman. Seeing her like this, she didn't seem to feel it was a punishment. Instead, she looked quite happy. Su Tianyi was a bit surprised, but he also understood. This girl truly regarded herself as his woman and adapted quite quickly. He couldn't help but chuckle. This Shi Li was indeed quite interesting. Speaking of which, there should have been plenty of entanglements between them, even though this was their first meeting. In the original plot, Shi Li would meet Chen Haonan due to stealing a car, end up with him, and eventually be tortured to death by the crow after several close calls. But now, as soon as Chen Haonan appeared, he was dealt with by Su Tianyi, and the crow was long gone. Shi Li's fate had already been rewritten. She probably didn't expect that the lie she casually told would become a reality like this. Su Tianyi smiled, thinking that this girl was offering him 20 million right from their first meeting, which was quite fortunate. He directly got into the car and left with the excited Shi Li. Although he didn't intend to spend time on women since she was proactively throwing herself at him, he naturally accepted. After all, why not cherish a goddess who is the dream of so many? In Central, there was a private room in an izakaya where Han Shun and the Thai Paul were seated. The waiter placed the sashimi down and Han Shun immediately asked, Paul, why did you ask me out? Paul replied straightforwardly, Chun, my boss wants to collaborate. Han Shun took a sip of sake and shook his head. Don't joke around, you can't compete with Su Tianyi in Hong Kong, and I don't dare to play with fire. He picked up a piece of sashimi and continued, let's eat and drink well today and forget about this afterward. If you guys continue to stir trouble, the next time we meet might be as enemies. Paul laughed. Chun, you used to say that the Ni family had favor towards you. Your life belongs to the Ni family, and you would never betray them. Now that the Ni family is gone, yet you're working for Su Tianyi, how can you face the Ni family? Are you willing to be a dog? Han Shun paused his chopsticks, putting them down to ask, what do you mean? Paul replied, my boss said to cooperate to eliminate Su Tianyi and support you in becoming the boss of Tsimsha Sui. Instead of being a dog, why not be the boss yourself and take revenge? Han Shun frowned and after a moment said, even if we cooperate, there's no chance of winning. You guys don't understand Su Tianyi's power. My little brothers are loyal and capable, and there are many talented people. Cooperation would be a death wish, I won't do it. Paul immediately said, don't worry, my boss doesn't fight battles he's not sure about. We've investigated, and Su Tianyi has offended many people. The gangs in Hong Kong have grievances against him, and the Lian Sheng and other factions also dislike him. My boss will unite the gangs and launch a surprise attack on Tsimsha Sui. No matter how strong Su Tianyi is, he will die. You will be the boss. He continued, although we are Thai people, the Hong Kong gangs need our goods. Su Tianyi doesn't allow drug dealing, offending even more people. If my boss steps in, many gangs will attack Su Tianyi. With your internal and external cooperation, victory is assured. Han Shun asked, which gang is cooperating? East Star, Hung Hing, or the Number Gang? Paul shook his head. You just agree first and you'll know soon. Han Shun was silent for a moment and suddenly said, happy cooperation. Paul laughed heartily. Happy cooperation, and my boss will be pleased. Han Shun smiled too, but his smile held a deep. In the second-floor private room of the Mingjue Entertainment Club, Su Tianyi sat with his subordinates, while Huang Ziqing reported intelligence. Su Tianyi nodded. All right, understood. He said to Zhang Mitzi, have Ruby find 2 women to accompany Huang Sir tonight, and make him happy. Huang Ziqing said happily, thank you, Mr. Su. Su Tianyi added, Huang Sir, the nightclub is about to open. Oh, bring more friends, it will benefit you. Huang Ziqing understood the meaning and replied, sure, I will definitely do that. At this time, Fei Jin came in and said, brother Han Shun is here. Su Tianyi replied, let him in. He waved to Huang Ziqing. You go out first, I will handle this matter. Huang Ziqing nodded and left, not wanting to run into Han Shun. Soon Han Shun walked in. He came straight to the point. Brother, I have something to discuss with you. Su Tianyi raised his eyes. Speak. Shinny sent someone to find me, Han Shun said, without beating around the bush. He wants me to help him. Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. Han Shun continued, they plan to unite with other gangs to invade Tsimsha Sui and want me to assist from the inside. After the successful operation, I would be seated in Tsimsha Sui's position. Su Tianyi leaned back and suddenly smiled. Then why are you telling me? If you cooperate with him to eliminate me, wouldn't you be able to become the boss? Who wouldn't want to become the boss? Han Shun smiled bitterly, pulling at the corners of his mouth. But I know my own capabilities. If I were to sit in that position, I would probably die faster. I'm not particularly smart, but I'm not foolish either. I won't engage in a death wish. His words were sincere. Han Shun chose to be honest, not out of loyalty to Su Tianyi. If he truly had the confidence to take down Su Tianyi and take the position for himself, he would absolutely take action. But at the moment he saw clearly that Shinny's side couldn't win. Having followed Su Tianyi for these days, he increasingly felt that this person was unfathomable. Therefore he wasn't choosing loyalty, but a way to survive. Su Tianyi nodded. You're quite clear-headed, you made the right choice. He paused and added, continue cooperating with Paul and find out their plans for action and when they plan to. Understood, Han Shen replied promptly. I will send any news over immediately. You can go back now. Su Tianyi waved his hand. Don't let Shinny's people become suspicious. This act needs to continue. Han Shen didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Once he left, Tony furrowed his brow. Brother, Ekin Han, could it be that he knows Huang Sir came by and purposely came to show his loyalty? Tony leaned forward. What if we just deal with him directly, to avoid him turning against us in the future? No need, Su Tianyi replied calmly. Han Shen is a smart man. Regardless of whether he knows or not, he wouldn't choose Shinny. Because he understands that no matter if I win or Shinny wins in the end, he will be on a dead-end road in between. Right now, following me is the only way for him to benefit and save his life. Su Tianyi smiled, his eyes devoid of warmth. If someone is willing to be a dog, why shouldn't I take them in? As long as the dog is obedient, it's fine to keep it. They'll deal with it when it wants to bite. From start to finish, Su Tianyi never trusted Han Shen. Just as Han Shen never sincerely followed him, his current lack of betrayal was purely because he knew he couldn't win. Thus, Su Tianyi regarded him as a somewhat useful dog. Once the dog was no longer useful or wanted to break free from its leash, that would be the end. However, Han Shen was more aware of the situation than Su Tianyi expected. As soon as Paul came looking for him, he turned up here. The reason Su Tianyi knew about this in advance was indeed because of Huang Zhiqing. Huang Zhiqing had placed someone beside Han Shen to show his loyalty, even revealing the undercover situation. As soon as the undercover saw Han Shen going to meet Paul, the news was relayed layer by layer to Su Tianyi. A few days later, Zhang Mitzi came to find Su Tianyi. Brother, the person you asked me to find before has... Zhang Mitzi stood in front of him and said, the person is outside now. Do you want to meet him? Bring him in, Su Tianyi replied. Zhang Mitzi turned and went out, and in a few minutes he led in a man dressed in a suit. This man was sturdy with a fierce look in his eyes. Su Tianyi glanced at him and knew he had not found the wrong person. He was Ao, the gold medal enforcer of the number gang. More people on the streets called him Brother Money. This man only recognized money when doing business. As long as the price was right, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had no sense of loyalty. If you wanted him to do anything, you had to pay more. His last words before dying were also about money. Thus, the nickname Brother Money was well earned. The reason Su Tianyi sent Zhang Mitzi to find Ao was not only because Ao was indeed skilled, but more importantly, he knew Awa's background. He only recognized money. As long as the price was right, he would do anything, and he was reliable enough. Once he received the money, he would get the job done properly, even if it was a risky deal. Such a person was far better than those who valued loyalty, but lacked ability. What Su Tianyi needed most now was someone who could be settled with money, and Ao was just right. A few days later, Zhang Mitzi came to find him. Brother, the person you asked me to find before has been located. Zhang Mitzi stood in front of him and said, the person is outside now. Do you want to meet him? Bring him in, Su Tianyi said. Zhang Mitzi turned and went out, and in a few minutes he brought in a man. The man was sturdy and his eyes revealed an intimidating aura. Su Tianyi glanced at him and felt assured he had not found the wrong person. This was Ao, the gold medal enforcer of the number gang, more commonly known in the streets as Brother Money. Ao only recognized money when doing business. As long as the price was right, he was willing to do anything. Su Tianyi pointed to the box beside him. If you leave the number gang and work for me, all the money in this box will be yours. Ao opened the box with some skepticism, finding it filled with cash, no less than 2 million. The money indeed tempted him. Su Tianyi's generosity was unexpected. Closing the box, Ao asked, is this for long-term employment? No, this is your transfer fee. Su Tianyi said directly. As long as you jump over to work with me, this money is yours. In the future, when I ask you to do something, I will pay you separately, and it will definitely not be less than what you're making now. Ao did not hesitate for a few seconds. Okay, I will leave the number gang and work for you. Encountering such a generous boss, he had no reason to refuse. Do you need me to find someone to help you with the exit? Su Tianyi asked. Jumping from one group to another could be troublesome. The other faction would not be gentle. Ao waved his hand. No need. If I can't even handle this little matter, I don't deserve this money. Since you've given the money, I can manage the rest myself. He was confident and indeed had the capability. Ao left, taking the box of money with him. Zhang Mitzi looked at his departing figure somewhat worried. Brother, will he take the money and run or refuse to acknowledge it? Su Tianyi replied with certainty he won't. Although he is greedy and prioritizes money, he also values his word. As long as he takes the money, he will definitely get the job done. Furthermore, dealing with such people is the easiest. Just talk money and clarify the terms. It makes cooperation much easier. Zhang Mitzi nodded, finding this reasoning sound. After spending time together, Ao, while being money-oriented, was indeed trustworthy. He probably wouldn't run off with the money. Su Tianyi did not think much more and asked, how is the preparation for the smuggled goods going? It's almost ready. In a couple of days we can set sail. The buyer is also in contact, and we can deliver and collect money once we hit the shore, Jean Mitzi replied. He paused and added, however, there have been more smuggling ships recently, and many groups want a piece of the pie. Will this affect us? There are people who take dangerous jobs, but no one takes losses, Su Tianyi replied casually. The profit from smuggling is so high a one trip yields at least double, even several times over. How could no one do it? But others are irrelevant to us. As long as they don't encroach on our territory, everyone does their own thing, and we can coexist peacefully. However, you must remember, Su Tianyi continued, if anyone dares to cross the line and snatch business, just fight back. We must also guard against those who might try to cheat us, understand. In this line of work, profits are too high, and there will naturally be many envious people. But Su Tianyi had already established connections for his smuggling routes, so the risks were far less than others. But whether other groups would be envious enough to take action was another matter. Anything could happen at sea, and it never hurt to be cautious. Don't worry, brother, I will keep a close watch. Jean Mitzi nodded. Hurry up with the stock. Try to make a couple more trips this month. Su Tianyi added, let the brothers share more. Understood. I will arrange for the ship to set sail as soon as possible, Jean Mitzi replied. He had always been reliable in his work, and Su Tianyi felt assured. He had entrusted the smuggling business to him, and it had never gone wrong. Yuan Long, in a private room of the East Star nightclub, sat a few people. Cindy from Siam and Paul, the East Star's host Luo Tua, and Hongxing's leader Liang Kuan, along with Han Shun, who had been silent in the corner. This was a gathering organized by Cindy aiming to unite several factions to deal with Su Tianyi. Cindy East Star has enmity with Su Tianyi, Luo Tua began, but we are also unwilling to be used as pawns. What can we gain from cooperating with you? Tisk, the whole port knows that I am sworn brothers with Su Tianyi, Liang Kuan laughed lightly. If you want me to act against him, what will people think of me? Cindy replied leisurely. Liang Kuan, do you still talk about loyalty? Everyone knows Su Tianyi rose to power by stepping on others, yet you still call him brother. He paused and continued. Of course we won't let you work for free. Once the job is done, Sim Sha Sui will be divided into three. You and Han Shun will each take a share. From now on I will also take care of your goods at a price 20 lower than what you pay now. Luo Tua and Liang Kuan did not respond immediately, but their expressions clearly shifted. Cindy took the opportunity to look at Luo Tua. Boss Luo, your nightclub is not small, but being in Yuan Long means your earnings are far from impressive. Any shop in Sim Sha Sui earns several times what you do here. Don't you want to plant a flag there? Luo Tua stroked his chin. Indeed, East Star's territory was remote with little profit. If he could secure a part of Sim Sha Sui, life would be much easier. If we join forces, we can dominate the entire drug market in Hong Kong, Cindy continued. By then the profits will be at least 10 times what we are making now. Okay, I will cooperate with you, Luo Tua finally relented. How specifically do we do it? Liang Kuan tilted his head with a smile. Count me in. Cindy nodded. First send someone to take care of Su Tianyi, then take advantage of the chaos to strike into Sim Sha Sui. The Union victory won't react in time, and the territory will be ours. However, to kill him we need to work together, he said looking at Han Shun. What do you say? Without your cooperation this Liang Kuan and Luo Tua turned their gazes to him. Han Shun raised his eyes, his voice flat. I am the least important here, you arrange it, and I will follow. Once the job is done, just don't shortchange me. Alright, I will have Yao Yang lead the ambush, Luo Tua said. The Grey Wolf's men will also join mine, Liang Kuan added. Cindy turned to Paul. You will act with them, it must be resolved in one go. Once Su Tianyi is dead, the matter will be halfway done. With the three parties' manpower gathered, all that was left was for Han Shun to coordinate. After reaching an agreement, they clinked glasses, laughter overflowing with certainty. At 7 in the evening the plane was on its way, and Su Tianyi sat in the back seat, heading towards Sim Sha Sui. As they neared the area, 7 or 8 cars suddenly surged from different directions, blocking the way from all sides. The Thunder Tiger Lei Yaoyang from East Star was the first to get out of the car, followed by a group of little brothers. The Grey Wolf from Hongxing also surrounded from the other side. Paul and several Siamese gunmen stood at a distance, coldly watching this side. Su Tianyi looked out the window, his expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. Lei Yaoyang stared at the car window and knocked on the glass. Su Tianyi, today you are dead for sure. He tilted his head. Cooperate a bit, it will hurt less, and you can still have a complete corpse. Brother, let me handle this. The plane spoke and got out of the car, glancing at the encircling men. With you trash, do you dare to shout here? Su Tianyi remained seated in the back seat. The outside was noisy, yet his expression showed no change. Go. Lei Yaoyang waved his hand. Move quickly, don't let them escape. The two sides immediately clashed together. The plane also charged in, mixing into the crowd. This way was safer, avoiding being shot from behind. The Grey Wolf crouched down, trying to maneuver around to the back of the car. But a blue shadow suddenly flashed behind him, a cold light flickered, and he felt a chill at his neck before collapsing. That was Luo Tianhong. The people on Lei Yaoyang's side were momentarily stunned. The ambush was exposed, no wonder there were people waiting here. But only one came. They breathed a sigh of relief. Plane. Luo Tianhong shouted casually, throwing over a dagger. The plane caught the knife, becoming even fiercer. The opposing people charged forward, almost throwing themselves at the blade. Luo Tianhong then drew out an 8-sided sword, plunging into the crowd to slash. In a few moments, he had his sights set on Lei Yaoyang. Kicking away two who blocked his path, he charged straight at him. Lei Yaoyang, being one of the 5 tigers of East Star, was a bit stronger than a crow, otherwise Luo Tuo wouldn't have sent him. Yet seeing Luo Tianhong charge over, he felt a chill in his heart. But retreating was not an option, he could only brace himself. Just as he raised his machete, Luo Tianhong's sword had already sliced through, severing his tendons. Lei Yaoyang let out a miserable scream, unable to hold on to his knife, which clattered to the ground. He wanted to retreat, but Luo Tianhong's sword was faster, plunging straight into his heart. With a swift draw of the sword, a man fell to the ground, convulsing, unable to utter a word. Luo Tianhong didn't even glance back, turning to find his next target. He and the airplane fought in tandem, and their opponents fell swiftly. Before long, only Paul remained standing. "Don't move." Paul raised his gun, his hand trembling violently. "If you move again, I will shoot." He was genuinely terrified. Luo Tianhong and the airplane's earlier display could not be subdued, even with a gun. With such a tremor, can you aim well? Tianyi pushed the door open and got out of the car, raising his hand as a short dagger slid out from his sleeve. Paul became even more panicked. "Drop your weapon, otherwise I will really shoot." Tianyi chuckled. "All right, I'll drop it." Before his words fell, the dagger had already flown out. Paul let out half a scream as the knife pierced his forehead, and he fell straight back. Paul's appearance did not surprise Tianyi at all. Luo Tianhong's presence here indicated that he had been aware of the situation all along and had turned the tables against them. When Tianyi sought to behead him, he used himself as bait, luring a batch of their opponents into a trap. Next, it was time to deal with the 3 allied families. Now that they had surfaced, it would be easier to handle. At this moment, a voice echoed in Tianyi's mind. Ding, triggering the god-level choice. Option 1, collaborate with Tianyi and open the drug market in Tsimsha Sui. Reward Zinni's friendship and 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2, crush Zinni's drug trafficking alliance and defend Tsimsha Sui. Reward 100 million Hong Kong dollars, a batch of protective weapons with additional rewards based on completion level. Tianyi did not hesitate and immediately selected option 2. Drug trafficking was his bottom line, he would never touch it. Moreover, the rewards for these 2 options were clear. He had no interest in the drug lord's friendship. As for the 10 million Hong Kong dollars, it seemed like pocket change to him now. Furthermore, the rewards for defeating the drug trafficking alliance went beyond what was visible. Ding, congratulations to the host for selecting the second option. Rewards obtained: a batch of protective weapons and 100 million Hong Kong dollars with subsequent rewards based on task completion. Just as the system notification finished, the items arrived. 100 million Hong Kong dollars was a pleasant surprise, but what truly caught Tianyi's eye was the batch of protective gear and weapons. There were many items, and the variety was even greater. Machetes, rifles, guns, bulletproof vests. Even grenades were included. Although they couldn't compare to regular military supplies, they were more than enough against the police. Moreover, the items provided by the system were clean in origin and could not be traced. With these, he felt more secure. Airplane Tianhong back to Tsimsha Sui. After inspecting the goods, Tianyi spoke directly. "Yes." The airplane responded and drove the car over. The 3 got in and left, and as for the scene, someone would naturally clean it up. Upon returning to Tsimsha Sui, Tony was already waiting at the door. "Ego, all the brothers are here, ready to move." "Good." Tianyi nodded. "In the back room, prepare the protective weapons and distribute them to the brothers." He paused and continued, "Tonight we will give them a big surprise. Since Hung Hing and Dong Sheng dared to come, they shouldn't think of leaving." Tony's eyes lit up and several brothers behind him became excited. But when they saw the batch of goods, they were all stunned. The quantity was simply overwhelming, and every item was of high quality. In other gangs, only the elite would be able to use these items. But here with Tianyi, even the most ordinary thugs could be fully equipped. This kind of expenditure could not merely be described as wealthy. "Distribute the items and set off according to plan," Tianyi instructed. Tianyi and his crew believed they were scheming against him, unaware that he had already laid the trap, just waiting for the enemy to arrive. With the weapons in hand, the brothers were all extremely excited. In other gangs, most only brought a knife to a fight. But here they could get such excellent equipment. The confidence that was already ample was now overflowing. Many were itching for a fight, eager for the enemy to come. Just as Tianyi was preparing everything, Liang Kuan, Luo Tuo, and Tianyi were also bringing a large group towards Tsimsha Sui. Tianyi should already be dead now. The dragons are without a leader, Luo Tuo exclaimed excitedly. The manpower in Tsimsha Sui is less than half, we can charge in and take it quickly. "Huh?" Liang Kuan scoffed. "Do we talk principles when we come out to mix? If we don't deal drugs, then we might as well die." "Don't worry," Tianyi added. "After tonight, Tsimsha Sui will belong to us." Chin said there aren't many people there now. Maybe when we arrive, they will surrender directly. The 3 laughed heartily, feeling confident of their victory. However, before their laughter could fade, disaster struck. Boom. A loud crash flipped their car over. "Which bastard crashed into us?" Cut him down. Quick, open the door. The fuel tank is leaking, bits about to explode. Their lives were indeed hard. After such a crash, they actually survived. However, they were left bloodied and in disarray, and the earlier sense of triumph had vanished. The cargo truck's door slid open and shadows jumped down one after another, all armed. But that wasn't all. Car lights lit up around the corners and more vehicles blocked the way. In the blink of an eye, the crowd surrounded Liang Kuan and the others in the middle of the road. The Hung Hing and Dongxing members had no idea what was happening. They were met with a flurry of blades. Their opponents were well-equipped, striking hard and suddenly, and they couldn't even form a proper formation before several fell. After much effort, Liang Kuan, Luo Tua, and Tianyi managed to escape from the wrecked car. Looking up, their hearts sank. Their eyes were filled with people, each one wrapped tightly from head to toe with machetes glinting under the streetlights. Then looking at their own brothers armed only with iron pipes and subpar knives, it was simply laughable. They are Su Tianyi's people. Luo Tua's voice trembled. How did they know? Where did all these people come from? Zinni's expression was one of shock. Idiot. Do you really need to think about it? Liang Kun's face contorted in anger. It must be that bastard Han Chun who sold us out. If I go back, I'll chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Don't worry about Han Chun for now, Luo Tua said, panicking and sweating. If we can't break out today, no one will escape. Before he finished speaking, he saw several of their men being chased and hacked down by the enemy, unable to fight back. Su Tianyi's people not only had better equipment, but also struck fiercely, scattering the formation of Hung Hing and Dongxing in a few blows. Don't retreat. Push forward. Liang Kuan shouted hoarsely, and Luo Tua echoed him. They knew that if they didn't fight desperately, they would really end up dying here. However, the enemy was far too prepared, and with the element of surprise on their side, Hung Hing and Dongxing's people were already panicking, retreating while fighting, and could not organize a counterattack. At that moment, Liang Kuan caught a glimpse of a figure leaning against a car parked on the roadside, leisurely smoking. The streetlight's glow was slightly blurred, but Liang Kuan recognized him at once. He stiffened, all over, his voice trembling. Su Tianyi. He's not dead. Luo Tua and Tianyi turned to where he was looking, their faces turning pale instantly. They had dared to come gambling that Su Tianyi was already dead. Now that this person stood alive before them, all their hopes turned to ice. In the distance, Su Tianyi exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing over the chaotic crowd with eyes that resembled a predator watching a trapped prey. What's there to fear? Tianyi gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a gun from his waist. Can he block bullets? I'll take him down right now. He just raised the gun, aiming in that direction. A cold light flashed by. Zinni's entire arm was blown off at the shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. He froze for a second before erupting into a scream like a slaughtered pig. My hand. My hand. Don't come near. I was wrong. Oh, I won't fight anymore. I'll go back to Siam and never come again. Luo Tianhong stood in front of him with an 8-sided sword splattered with a few drops of blood, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. He did not utter a word, twisting his wrist, and struck again. Tianyi's other arm was severed as well. Following that, the sword's edge swept across his neck. The screaming abruptly ceased. Luo Tua and Liang Kuan looked at Tianyi lying on the ground, their legs turned to jelly. Though their legs were weak, Luo Tua and Liang Kuan dared not linger and turned to flee. However, they had not run far when Tony and Ahu blocked their path. With a grin, Tony said, running. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? He smiled, but the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable, causing Luo Tua and Liang Kuan's hearts to race. Liang Kuan gritted his teeth and shouted, those of us in the underworld aren't afraid of death. If you have the guts, come at me. Just as he finished speaking, he shoved something into Luo Tuo's hands and roughly pushed him forward. Tony Sharpie changed his expression. Damn it, it's a grenade. He lifted his foot and kicked Luo Tua away, pulling Ahu to the side. Luo Tua could only curse, Liang Kuan, I'll screw your whole family, followed by a loud explosion. Tony and Ahu got up, their expressions grim. It wasn't fear, it was that Liang Kuan had slipped away. With Luo Tua and Tianyi finished, Liang Kuan fled, causing the remaining men to panic and scatter. Su Tianyi's men seized the opportunity to sweep through, killing those who died and chasing those who fled. Su Tianyi glanced over and ordered, take the dead back, make sure to provide the settlement fee. The injured were sent to the hospital. He paused and added, others don't stop, clear out all of Dongxing and Hung Hing tonight, leaving not a single one. With the order given, everyone moved, rushing to the next location. Later, Tony found Su Tianyi scratching his head, saying, I'm sorry, Liang Kuan got away. It's fine, he won't get far. Su Tianyi waved his hand. At that moment, no one could have anticipated that Liang Kuan would resort to such a tactic, and it was no wonder Tony and Ahu were caught off guard. Moreover, Su Tianyi had long made arrangements. Liang Kuan had nowhere to escape. What was crucial now was to seize the opportunity and sweep through Dongxing and Hung Hing while they were in a state of collapse. The camel fell and Liang Kuan fled, their underlings immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not even daring to look back to report. However, Su Tianyi had no intention of chasing after them. He understood the priorities clearly. The most urgent matter was to seize the moment and clean up all the territory of the Camel and Liang Kuan before Hongxing and the others from Dongxing could react. After all, this conflict was merely a private action by the Camel and Liang Kuan. On the Dongxing side, apart from the Camel and Lei Yaoyang, the other factions were completely unaware. The Camel felt assured of victory and naturally did not want to share the spoils. As for Liang Kuan, although he had taken the position of leader of Hongxing, he could not command the other factions at all. This time he acted independently without informing anyone. Thus the others in Hongxing and Dongxing were likely still in the dark. This was precisely the opportunity for Su Tianyi. He immediately led all his men to sweep through the empty territories. The Camel Lei Yaoyang and Liang Kuan had almost pulled all the fighters into Tsim Sha Sui, resulting in Su Tianyi decimating them, who would be left to return and guard the territory. In less than a few hours, Su Tianyi smoothly took over their entire territory. By the time the higher-ups of Dongxing and Hongxing were collectively bewildered, and even Lianxing had not yet figured it out, Su Tianyi's side had already settled the dust. This battle had directly sent the entire Hong Kong underworld into an uproar. By the time the police moved, Su Tianyi had already cleaned up the aftermath and even brewed tea to celebrate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second option, successfully defeating the drug lord Zinni's drug trafficking alliance, securing Tsim Sha Sui. The completion rating for this mission is extremely high. Reward $50 million, 5 points of strength attribute, 5 points of physique attribute, talent, divine perception. After clearing all the territories, the system's prompt sounded on time. Su Tianyi glanced at the reward list, and his heart immediately blossomed with joy. His eyes sparkled. This time he had indeed performed beautifully, not only breaking Liang Kun's alliance and defending Tsim Sha Sui, but also effortlessly dismantling their base, effectively achieving a near-total annihilation. With minimal cost and maximum results, the rewards given by the system were naturally exceptionally generous, totaling 4 items. The first was $50 million. In this day and age, green bills were incredibly valuable and could accomplish a lot. However, Su Tianyi was even more interested in the latter rewards. System extract the mission rewards. He silently recited in his heart and effortlessly allocated all 5 points of strength attribute and 5 points of physique attribute. In the next moment, a peculiar energy surged throughout his body, his limbs and bones feeling as if they were being disassembled and reassembled, with his veins and skeleton becoming increasingly resilient and filled with explosive power. Though the process was somewhat uncomfortable, the sensation of visible growth and strength was truly marvelous. Once the enhancement was complete, Su Tianyi felt as if he had been reborn. His physique was nearing perfection. He appeared balanced, yet harbored incredible strength, as if he could shatter everything before him with a single punch. His Bodhi's defensive capabilities were absurdly high. Ordinary attacks would barely register. He was quite satisfied with this enhancement. After experiencing the changes in his body, Su Tianyi finally turned his attention to the last reward, divine perception. Divine perception, a supersensory perception talent that allows one to foresee deadly threats in advance and thus evade danger. The description was merely a brief sentence, but Su Tianyi immediately grasped the brilliance of this talent. This was practically a life-saving skill. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't prevent someone from shooting him. But with this ability, he could sense any visible or hidden attacks in advance and respond calmly. Trouble. It would be easily resolved. For Su Tianyi at this moment, this talent was far more practical than any skill. Receiving a talent for the first time, its effects far exceeded his expectations, and he felt exceptionally pleased. The panel of the divine system appeared at the right moment. Host Su Tianyi. Physique 30 standard for adult males is 10. Strength 35 standard for adult males is 10. Agility 25 standard for adult males is 10. Talent divine perception. Skills 12 paths of tan legs, minor proficiency, short weapon specialization expert, firearm specialization expert. Items trace erasure card X2 $50 million. Staring at this panel, Su Tianyi couldn't help but smile. With his physique and strength both increased considerably, and having gained a life-saving talent for free, not to mention that substantial $50 million, this mission had truly yielded abundant rewards. However, this was just the rewards given by the system. The external gains had yet to be calculated. For instance, the territories obtained from Dongxing and Hongxing were equally valuable. Su Tianyi estimated that by now Hongxing and Dongxing had probably reacted. They certainly would not remain idle and would be taking action. Thus the real drama was just about to unfold, as the time to determine the final profits was approaching. However, he had already taken the biggest advantage. Even if Hongxing and Dongxing regained their senses, their options would be limited. Ever since the Camel and Liang Kuan acted independently and fell into trouble, both factions had already fallen into a passive position. At the Dongxing headquarters, the atmosphere was so tense it could squeeze out water. When the news of the Camel's demise returned, all the decision-makers and uncles could no longer sit still, and an emergency meeting was immediately convened. Capturing the dragon tiger Situ Haonan, the smiling tiger Wu Zhuwei, and the golden fur tiger Sha Meng, with 3 out of the 5 tigers of Dongxing present along with a few elders, managed to hold the meeting. The boss has been taken out by Su Tianyi, and the territories of Wuya and Yaoyang have also been lost. Sha Ming was the first to slam the table, his voice booming. If we don't retaliate, how can Dongxing survive in the future? I don't care whether you fight or not, Sha Ming will definitely fight. We are definitely going to fight, Sidu Haonan said relatively calmly, but his eyes were equally fierce. However, Su Tianyi is a tricky person. We need to gather the forces of all factions to have a chance of winning. It would be best to bring Hongxing in as well, and together we can push this overbearing Su Tianyi back. We must make him spit out all the territories he has taken. Everyone present was filled with righteous indignation, and their opinions were unprecedentedly unified. The death of the leader was already enough disgrace. If they could not reclaim their territories, Dongxing's reputation would truly be ruined. In Mongkok, on the territory of Hongxing's 13 sisters. What? Liang Kuan has been taken out. 13 sisters received the urgent report from her subordinates, her eyes widening. Immediately gather people. Hongxing cannot lose face. We must retaliate. She hung up the phone and immediately began contacting other factions. Han Bin from Kuaitsing received the news, and without hesitation began to summon his subordinates. On the other side, Fei, who was happily drinking at the food stall, was so enraged by the news that he smashed his bottle into pieces. What the hell? He yelled at the top of his lungs, everyone go back and call for people, bring all the weapons. Su Tianyi has crossed the line. If we don't fight him back, Fei will write my name backward. Liang Kun's life or death might not concern many of the factions, but with the leader of Hongxing being attacked and their territories being swept clean, if they could not reclaim their face, nobody would be able to hold their heads high in the future. In an instant, every faction within Hongxing was in turmoil, rapidly assembling forces. Just as Hongxing and Dongxing were gearing up to retaliate, things were also stirring on Liansheng's side. The news that Su Tianyi single-handedly swept through the territories of two major gangs spread like wildfire across all factions. Boss, I found out the details. Chang Mao hurriedly found a D to report. Su Tianyi has swept through many territories of Hongxing and Dongxing, and now both factions are desperately gathering people, preparing to confront him heated. What should we do? What should we do? The DS eyes narrowed. Of course we should rally our brothers to support. Why even ask? Chang Mao was taken aback, a bit puzzled. But our relationship with Su Tianyi is rather tense, right? He even smashed our territory before. Are we really going to help him now? Even if he wins, he won't share the territory with us. Wouldn't it be better to let him and Hongxing and Dongxing exhaust each other? What nonsense. Are you out of your mind? The D slapped the back of Chang Mao's head, scolding. When outsiders come to attack, of course, we must unite. He took a drag of his cigarette and blew out a ring of smoke. Moreover, he has forced Hongxing and Dongxing to the point of having to ally. Oh, what a glorious feat. If we Liansheng shrink back, won't outsiders think I D only know how to act tough at home? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and gather people. If Hongxing and Dongxing don't give us an explanation, we will strike directly. With the DS command, his faction immediately sprang into action. At almost the same time, Lin Huailu also received the news. He paused for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed his top horse Huanyo. Lin Huailu connected the call and directly instructed Huanyo, tell the brothers not to sleep, get up, and prepare the weapons. He paused, lowering his voice a bit. This time we are going to confront Hongxing and Dongxing. Everyone must go. Remember, Lin Huailu added. We Liansheng cannot lose face in front of outsiders. This battle must be fought beautifully, and no one is allowed to drop the ball. This time Didi and Lin Huailu unexpectedly stood on the same side, both deciding to support Su Tianyi. However, it wasn't that the two suddenly developed some sense of brotherhood. The reasoning was simple. If Su Tianyi lost, it would be a disgrace for both Liansheng and them, and they would gain nothing. But if Su Tianyi won, it would be a different story. If this battle could achieve a remarkable outcome, Liansheng's prestige would undoubtedly rise, perhaps even overshadowing other gangs. Moreover, as long as the gang intervened, some of the territories Su Tianyi took down would inevitably be shared with the gang. Even if they didn't share territories, the monthly fees from those venues would still amount to a considerable sum, allowing everyone to benefit. Furthermore, with a higher gang prestige, Didi and the others could also stand taller when doing business outside. In summary, Su Tianyi's victory would be beneficial for everyone. With these interests tied together, Didi and the others naturally had no reason not to contribute. Whether for reputation or profit, they were determined to help. Almost simultaneously, Deng Bo's phone rang at Shui Ji's side. Shui Ji, Deng Bo spoke seriously. Have all the operatives prepare immediately. No one is to expect a peaceful night's sleep tonight. This time the organization must give AE the utmost support. Relay the message immediately. All the brothers in the various halls are to follow AE's orders for the time being. We must make Hongxing and Dongxing see clearly. Deng Bo paused. That we have both the determination and the capability to crush them decisively with Liansheng. Only in this way can we secure the greatest space for AE. Pass on a message for me, he added coldly at the end. If any operative dares to play tricks or drag their feet at this time, they will be treated as traitors, and the family rules will be enforced. Liansheng had been too quiet for too long. Compared to its former glory, it had been declining day by day. Now that Su Tianyi had finally emerged, offering a chance for the organization to regain its splendor, how could Deng Bo let this opportunity slip away? He intended to ride this wave to remind the entire underworld of Liansheng's name and elevate the organization's status further. Thus Deng Bo decisively gathered the full strength of Liansheng to wholeheartedly support Su Tianyi. Soon all the halls began to mobilize and people started to assemble. The sight of everyone mobilizing was one that had not been seen in many years. The police, of course, could not remain idle either. The higher-ups were alerted. Hongxing and Dongxing are mobilizing as something big is about to happen. Su Dawei anxiously paced in his office. Notify immediately that all personnel should cancel their leave and return to the bureau to stand by. All on-duty police forces must rush to the scene immediately to maintain order. We cannot allow them to clash. Also request to have the Flying Tigers ready for deployment at any moment. As orders were issued, the police began large-scale mobilization. Not only were all the mobile units from the district assembled, but even the Flying Tigers were put on standby. Meanwhile, Su Tianyi had already swept through Liang Kun's territory at an astonishing speed. As he contemplated his next step, noise suddenly erupted from both sides of the street. First, the men from Hongxing arrived, 10 fit drivers gathered, followed by a dark mass of thousands of younger brothers marching over in a mighty wave. As soon as the Hongxing men took their positions, a large group emerged from the other end of the street. Each of them bore the Dongxing insignia, and their numbers were no less than those of Hongxing. At the forefront were the three leaders of Dongxing, Situ Haonan Sha Ming and Wu Zhuwei, the 5 tigers of Dongxing, now reduced to 3. The simultaneous appearance of Hongxing and Dongxing was of course not a coincidence, nor were they there to negotiate. It was clear to all that these two factions had temporarily allied to deal with Su Tianyi. Compared to them, Su Tianyi was flanked only by Luo, Tianhong Feiji, and Tony, making him appear particularly weak. Su Tianyi, someone from Hongxing shouted, "You've crossed the line. If we don't deal with you today, how will Hongxing survive in the future?" The Dongxing men immediately chimed in, cursing more fiercely, "You scoundrel! You dare touch our leader! I wonder how many lives you have to spare." With thousands of men on both sides brimming with murderous intent, it was clear they had no intention of negotiating. The forces of Hongxing and Dongxing gradually formed an encirclement. Luo Tianhong narrowed his eyes and quietly stepped forward. Feiji and Tony moved in tandem, positioning themselves beside Su Tianyi. The expressions on their faces were devoid of emotion, only a chilling air of hostility. Even when faced with enemies 10 times their number, they showed no signs of retreat. Instead, a fierce determination to charge forward and tear into them was palpable. Just as Hongxing's fit drivers and Dongxing's 3 tigers felt they had Su Tianyi cornered and were ready to issue the order to strike, suddenly strange noises echoed around them. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like iron striking the ground, or like knives clanging against pipes. Immediately afterward, a dense sound of footsteps echoed from all directions, growing closer and louder, surging forth from all sides. However, the footsteps from all directions suddenly became distinct. It was evident that a large mass of dark figures surged from behind the men of Hongxing and Dongxing, as well as from behind Su Tianyi. These individuals were all dressed in black, mirroring the attire of those beside Su Tianyi. Di and Lin Huailu were prominently at the forefront of this group. "Hey, we're here to back you up." Di's voice boomed as he quickly strode to Su Tianyi's side, casting a sideways glance at the opposition. "Anyone who wants to fight today, Di will accompany you to the end. What does it matter if Hongxing or Dongxing? I've fought before." His group was indeed the largest, and his voice exuded confidence. The expressions of Hongxing's Hanbin Chunyao and Dongxing's 3 tigers changed dramatically. They had initially thought they were only dealing with Su Tianyi's crew, never anticipating that the entire force of Liansheng would come pouring out. Moreover, the numbers of Liansheng's people exceeded what both of their factions combined could muster. A vast sea of black shirts, there were at least 20 to 30,000 of them. Just moments ago, when Hongxing and Dongxing had the advantage in numbers, they were now suddenly on the defensive. Chunyao, steeling himself, stepped forward and shouted, "Su Tianyi, what do you mean by this? This is Hongxing's territory. On what grounds do you cross the line?" "On what grounds?" Di immediately interjected, shouting, "On the grounds that our fists are bigger than yours. You broke the rules first, now you won't let us fight back." Situ Haonan also yelled, "Su Tianyi, you killed our leader Luo too. How will we settle this score?" "Settle what?" Lin Huailu stepped forward, not backing down. "Do you know how Luo 2 died? We haven't even settled the score with you yet." Su Tianyi leisurely lit a cigarette and walked to the front. He exhaled a puff of smoke before speaking, "The territories I have taken will not be returned. If you have the guts, come and snatch them back. If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't waste time. I will accompany you to the end. Fight! Fight!" The crowd behind him erupted into thunderous shouts, their momentum instantly overwhelming that of the opposition. As both sides braced for battle, it was clear they were about to plunge into chaos. Bang! At that critical moment, a clear gunshot suddenly pierced the night sky. It was a warning shot. Immediately, a fully armed team of flying tigers wielding bulletproof shields charged into the scene, forcefully creating a path between the two factions. Following this, a large contingent of mobile units filed in, splitting into two lines, completely separating Liansheng from Hongxing and Dongxing. Once the situation was temporarily controlled, Su Dawei stepped forward. He scanned Su Tianyi and the others, raising his voice. I don't care what conflicts you all had before. Now everyone sit down and talk. Now is not the old era. If a real fight breaks out, regardless of who wins or loses, there will be no benefits, only increased casualties. Whatever grievances there are, sit down and talk until both sides can accept it. I believe we can reach an agreement. There is no need for knives and guns. Su Dawei had said all the right things this time. His demeanor was milder than ever before. After all, with 30,000 people gathered, if things got out of control, no one could bear the consequences. Seeing that no one immediately rebutted, he added, his voice growing somber. If you insist on fighting now, then I will have to request military deployment. By that time, there will truly be no room for negotiation. In short, let's talk first. Chen Yao exchanged glances with those beside him and was the first to speak. All right, we'll give Officer Su this courtesy. We can sit down and talk. Dongxing can also talk, Situ Haonan said darkly. Su Dawei immediately looked to Su Tianyi. His attitude was crucial. If he was determined to fight, it would be difficult to resolve things today. Su Tianyi flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled faintly. Since Officer Su has spoken, of course I will listen. Su Dawei finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders. Under Su Dawei's earnest mediation, the prominent figures from Liansheng, Hongxing, and Dongxing all gathered in a private room of a restaurant. Su Dawei, along with several senior officers, personally kept watch on the scene, fearing they might not reach an agreement and end up flipping the table. Outside the restaurant, the situation was even more dramatic. 20 to 30,000 gangsters blocked the nearby streets, their faces stern, and the atmosphere was still tense, as if a spark could ignite an explosion. A large number of police forces were positioned around, directing traffic and guarding against unexpected situations, but everyone understood that if a fight broke out, these officers would be utterly ineffective. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere was equally tense, thick enough to squeeze water from. Liansheng, Hongxing, Dongxing, along with the police, each faction held its ground. Su Dawei cleared his throat and began. All right, now everyone can lay out their demands on the table. First, conditions should be acceptable. But if we can't reach an agreement, don't rush. Let's discuss it slowly and find a way for both sides to gracefully back down. He turned his gaze and pointed out Su Tianyi, you go first. Su Tianyi flicked the ash from his cigarette, unhurriedly stating, first, I will not relinquish any of the territories currently under my control. Second, Simsha Sui and Causeway Bay belong to me. Regardless of how much Hongxing and Dongxing have left in those areas, you must withdraw all within 3 days and never set foot there again. Third, he raised a third finger. You have come to trample on my territory, injuring so many of my brothers. Medical expenses, renovation costs, and lost wages, you owe us something for that. I won't ask for much. Both of you should contribute 50 million each as team money for our Liansheng brothers. As soon as these words were spoken, the opposition erupted in outrage. Su Tianyi, Sha Meng from Dongxing, slammed the table. Officer Su asked you to state your conditions, not to throw out astronomical figures. Why don't you go rob instead? How about I just give you the position of the Dongxing leader? Su Tianyi laughed. If you dare to give it, I will dare to sit. On the Hongxing side, Shirsen Mei also shouted, Su, don't get carried away. The territories you seized must be returned first. As for the rest, we can discuss that. They had their own calculations. The influence of Hongxing and Simsha Sui and Causeway Bay was already dwindling, and although letting go was painful, they could still endure it. However, the territory left behind by Liang Kuan was a juicy piece of meat that absolutely could not be given away for free to Liansheng. The thoughts on Dongxing's side were quite similar. Su Tianyi simply shrugged, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Oh, but I have no intention of changing the terms. He leaned slightly forward, his tone flat, yet sharp. If you can't accept it, then let's not talk. Just fight it out. After all, what you can't get at the negotiation table, you can always obtain on the battlefield. And usually you can get even more. Hongxing and Dongxing's faces turned ashen, furious enough to want to slam the table. But as they raised their hands, they froze. Su Tianyi's words were arrogant, yet they lacked a leader who could decisively say. In contrast, all the uncles from Liansheng were sitting behind Su Tianyi, clearly supporting him with all their might. Without even delving deep into the negotiation, they already felt at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Enough. Su Dawei slammed the table heavily. Everyone sit down. Is there any sincerity in this negotiation? If there is sincerity, then everyone should cool down. Huang Zhiqing also spoke at the right moment, his tone clearly biased. Dongxing, Hongxing, you were the ones to strike first this time, so you are at fault. Pay a price, it's only fair. This attitude from the police clearly aimed to pressure both families while elevating Liansheng. After all, Su Tianyi was currently very powerful, and aligning with him was the quickest way to stabilize the situation. Moreover, the relationship that Huang Zhiqing privately had with Su Tianyi was well known among the few Sharpie people present. Under such pressure, the representatives from Hongxing and Dongxing felt their momentum weaken further. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Dawei cleared his throat. I think letting you argue until dawn won't yield any result. How about this? He'll propose a plan, and you can listen. Once both sides turned to him, he continued, since the matter of the venues has already fallen into He Liansheng's hands, let's go with the current state and return it to Su Tianyi. Hongxing and Dongxing should not snatch it again in the future. As compensation, both families will each pay 30 million as a tea fee to the brothers of He Liansheng, whether it counts as medical expenses or as an apology. However, Su Tianyi, you also need to make concessions. After taking this, you are not allowed to provoke anymore, nor can you step onto the existing territories of Hongxing and Dongxing. You cannot touch any of their venues. Hongxing's Gezi couldn't help but mumble, Su sir, isn't this too bad? Are we not at a loss? Loss. A big D from He Liansheng shot a fierce glare. If you think it's a loss, then don't. They'll be the first to hit you. With your fence-sitting attitude, how many men do you have that are enough for me to hit? Gezi shrank his neck, immediately shutting up and daring not to speak again. Huang Jiqing tapped the table, his voice cold. I advise you all to know when to stop. If a fight breaks out, it won't be good for anyone. At that time, our police will make every effort to clear the scene. Everyone will be caught, no exceptions. Once you finish serving time this underworld, who knows if there will still be a place for you. Shisami Han Bin and others looked grim, yet they couldn't refute. Although the words were harsh, they were indeed the truth. At this moment, they were outnumbered by He Liansheng, and their morale was no match for the united front of the other side, especially after being beaten severely by Su Tianyi, leaving them greatly weakened. Fight again. The odds of losing were extremely high. If not careful, they could truly end up being scattered. Without a leader and with injuries, it was indeed unwise to forcefully clash at this moment. The police's blatant bias left the representatives from Dongxing and Hongxing feeling extremely aggrieved. However, circumstances were stronger than individuals, and after muttering for a while, they ultimately had to accept. Situ Haonan was the first to speak, effectively conceding, all right, we from Dongxing will give Su Sir face, and Chen Yao followed suit, but still had to put on a tough front. Hongxing will also listen to Su Sir. However, he looked at Su Tianyi, deliberately intensifying his tone. Su Tianyi, you better remember today's words. If you cross the line again, don't blame us from Hongxing for turning against you. This harsh warning made even he feel a bit insincere. In fact, it wasn't too surprising for Hongxing and Dongxing to admit defeat this time. It appeared that they had lost territory, but those were the properties under Liang Kuan and Luo. The core loss for people like Shisami and Situ Haonan wasn't significant. To fight desperately for someone else's territory against a ruthless person like Su Tianyi, they were calculating in their hearts winning would be a great outcome, but given the current situation, the odds were indeed slim. Moreover, with the police applying pressure both overtly and covertly, if they didn't take a step back, were they really waiting to be cleared out? Since everyone is so accommodating, Su Tianyi smiled, lifting his teacup. Then I will drink this cup of tea with ease. He took a sip, put down the cup, but suddenly changed his tone. However, starting tomorrow, I don't want to see the signs of Hongxing and Dongxing in Simsha Sui and Causeway Bay anymore. You'd better withdraw cleanly. The implication of this statement was practically equivalent to open robbery. If they didn't withdraw, then Su Tianyi would have to help clear it out. The faces of Shisami and the others immediately turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. But having already accepted such harsh conditions, would they really overturn the table for a few marginal venues now? It was simply not worth it. Su Tianyi ignored them further and turned to Su Dawei, his tone much more polite. Su Sir, thank you for your hard work tonight. It has made it impossible for everyone to sleep peacefully. Just one night or half a night, we can handle it. Su Dawei waved his hand, his words carrying a deeper meaning, but I hope it won't be this lively every night, mister. So you understand. Rest assured, Su Sir, Su Tianyi said sincerely, I despise fighting and killing the most. I just want to do business peacefully. But in the underworld, sometimes it's not about wanting to hide, trouble still comes knocking. Su Dawei felt like rolling his eyes. A person who claims to hate fighting and killing is almost always in a full brawl. How does that make sense? But as frustrating as it was, he had to admit that ever since Su Tianyi emerged, it was indeed others who had struck first each time, and he merely retaliated while also swallowing the other side with both people and territory whole. It was precisely because he handled matters with some decorum that Su Dawei leaned slightly in his favor tonight. All right, the tea has been drunk and the matter has been settled. Su Dawei interrupted this unproductive conversation. Aren't those tens of thousands of people outside supposed to disperse? Are they going to stay for the new year? Since Su Sir has spoken, we will naturally comply. Su Tianyi nodded and instructed Tianhong, let the brothers withdraw. Luo Tianhong responded and went out gesturing with his hands, and Su Tianyi's men outside began to withdraw in an orderly manner. He Liansheng's people also followed suit and dispersed. The people from Hongxing and Dongxing dared not linger, either quickly signaling their own little brothers to leave. The once darkened streets were instantaneously empty. At this moment, Su Tianyi wore a warm smile, appearing quite amicable. But recalling his earlier demeanor at the negotiation table, where he was unyielding and made lion-like demands, everyone present couldn't help but shake their heads. The more amicable this guy smiled, the more it made people feel uneasy. As the dust of the negotiations settled, the usually quiet Deng Bo finally leaned on his cane and slowly approached. You did well this time. You didn't let He Lianqing lose face. Deng Bo praised him first, but then immediately shifted the topic. However, you were too reckless this time, barging into their territory alone, without even notifying Grandpa. If I hadn't reacted quickly and called the brothers from various halls to support you, have you considered the consequences? Shuai Ji immediately chimed in. Deng Bo is right. The credit is yours, but the hard work belongs to everyone. Every hall worked extremely hard tonight. What was taken from the negotiation table should naturally be distributed uniformly by Grandpa. Of course, your share will definitely be the largest. The two of them sang in harmony, and their meaning couldn't be more clear. The benefits couldn't be monopolized by you, Su Tianyi, alone. Su Tianyi felt a surge of anger rising within. He fought for the territory with blood and sweat, and He Lianqing merely stood on the stage for a while at the end, yet they now wanted to take a big cut. Deng Bo Chui Ji Lin Huailu suddenly interjected, I think these venues should still belong to IE. Rules are rules, whoever fights for it owns it. We came tonight just to boost our momentum, nothing more. What Lu said makes sense. Big D's voice was loud and unwilling to be outdone. Our He Lianqing has always followed this rule. The territory we fight for is ours to defend. If we can't defend it, that's another matter. I believe IE can defend it. He paused and surveyed the crowd. Moreover, if Hongxing and Dongxing cause such a ruckus to bully our people, how can He Lianqing shrink back? What will happen to our brothers' morale? This is precisely what needs to be done. Why argue about how much we share? Lin Huailu and Big D spoke one after another, which surprised Su Tianyi a bit. However, he quickly realized that the competition for the position of the leader of He Lianqing was imminent, and these two were clearly eager to extend an olive branch to him. In their view, although Su Tianyi's influence was great, his experience was still shallow, and he was temporarily not qualified for the position of the leader, making him the most worthy target for alignment. I can certainly keep an eye on these venues myself. Su Tianyi smiled, and then shifted his tone. However, since Grandpa and the brothers put in the effort, I will also show my appreciation. He extended 2 fingers, speaking decisively. I will personally contribute 20 million as a tea fee, allowing each brother to share in the joy. Deng Bo and Chui Ji exchanged glances and nodded. Su Tianyi was currently in a powerful position, and they didn't want to strain their relationship. This amount also served as a way to back down. Once the negotiation was settled, Deng Bo and his group left first. Once they were gone, Big D immediately patted Su Tianyi's shoulder vigorously, his voice booming, "Ie, well done. He Lianqing hasn't been this impressive in a long time, all thanks to you." He then proposed, seeing Hongxing and Dongxing suffer, I'm happier than anything else. Come on, let's go have a drink and celebrate. Thank you, Brother D, thank you, young Master Lu, and thanks to all my brothers who support me. Su Tianyi smiled and clasped his hands, then his expression turned troubled. However, I have many matters to attend to later and can't spare the time. Then tonight all expenses will be on me. Lin Huailu took over the conversation, nodding and understanding. I understand. After just taking down a territory, there's a lot to be busy with. We won't delay you any longer. Thank you for your understanding. Su Tianyi expressed his gratitude. Once more, it's hard work for everyone tonight. Seeing that he indeed had matters to attend to, everyone stopped pressing and dispersed one after another. Su Tianyi sent everyone off and turned to get into a waiting car. Once the door closed, the smile on his face vanished, and he directly asked, have we captured the person? The driver, clearly aware of who that person was, immediately replied, we have caught him. He's currently in our territory. Brother E, are we going now? Let's go now? Su Tianyi leaned back in his seat, giving a brief command. Outside in the suburbs of Shangjiang, there was an abandoned factory. A silver sedan drove in, and the originally desolate place was now brightly lit. Brother, Mr. Su. As soon as the car stopped, Tony and the others greeted him one after another. Su Tianyi and the driver got out of the car. He nodded slightly to everyone and walked straight inside. Deep within the factory, a person lay on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Su Tianyi, the person struggled to crawl over, his voice trembling. Aye, Brother E, Master. Spare me for the sake of our brotherhood, please spare me. Oh, Su Tianyi stopped in his tracks, his tone mocking. Isn't this the leader of Hongxing? How did you end up in such a state? The person on the ground was Liang Kuan. After creating chaos to escape, he hadn't even returned to the Hongxing headquarters before being intercepted by Su Tianyi's men and brought here. Having fallen into the hands of Tony and Ahu, he had certainly suffered greatly. At this moment, Liang Kuan had long lost his former arrogance and was left with nothing but desperate pleas for survival. He continued to plead, Brother E, we are sworn brothers. I won't dare again, please let me go this once. They forced me to betray you. I originally planned to turn against them as soon as I saw you, but before I could act, you had already come after me. It's all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Trust me, just this once, I swear there won't be a next time. He explained in a flurry, hoping to exchange it for a slim chance of survival. You're too naive. Su Tianyi raised his foot and stepped on Liang Kuan. Or do you think I would believe such nonsense? He leaned slightly closer, his voice growing colder. If you choose this path, you should have anticipated today. Since you've fallen, just accept your fate. Isn't it better to be tough? In this state, do you not fear death? I don't want to die. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Liang Kuan cried out in terror, trembling all over like a leaf in the wind. Actually, if you obediently remain the leader of Hongxing, I might not even touch you. Su Tianyi removed his foot, his tone indifferent. Having someone like you around makes dealing with Hongxing easier. He paused, his gaze sharp, but unfortunately, you have repeatedly crossed the line, and this time you dared to join forces with the Siamese. I can't let you go. Don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say from now on. I'll be your dog, is that alright? Please. Liang Kuan sobbed and knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head, his pleas echoing in the empty factory. Su Tianyi stopped talking and kicked Liang Kuan aside, directly ordering sink him. Tony and the others immediately sprang into action. No matter how Liang Kuan struggled, it was useless. In just a few moments he was tightly bound and shoved into an empty oil drum. Then one barrel after another concrete was poured in. The scalding mud splashed upon him, causing Liang Kuan to writhe in agony, and soon he was enveloped by the heavy pressure, ultimately unable to even breathe. The concrete quickly began to solidify, and Liang Kuan's struggles grew weaker until he finally fell completely silent. The oil drum was lifted onto a yacht, taken out to the open sea, and with a splash it was pushed overboard. The barrel sank, quickly disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The next day at the office of the Mingjue Entertainment Club, Tony and Jamie stood before Su Tianyi to report the situation. Tony stepped forward, reporting, "Brother, we took over quite a few venues last night, and people have already been sent to manage them. However, with so many new venues, we truly can't manage it all, and there are bound to be gaps in oversight." "How many venues do we have in total now?" Su Tianyi asked. Jamie immediately responded, as he was most familiar with these numbers. After calculations, there are over 700 restaurants, more than 80 karaoke bars, around 40 nightclubs, nearly 200 bars, and about 70 or 80 arcades and saunas. He paused for a moment and added, "These venues generate approximately 30 million a month." 30 million a month sounds like a lot, but Su Tianyi's expression showed little change. He tapped the table and said, "All venues will be consolidated under my regulations. Remember, regardless of profit or loss, no drugs are to be touched. If manpower is insufficient, hire more. Our conditions are good, there won't be a shortage of willing people. But we don't need just anyone to ensure they meet the standards. During this time, let the brothers work a little harder. They need to run around the new venues and keep a close watch. We need to guard against other organizations crossing boundaries, as well as our own men. We can't let the new venues engage in shady dealings. New brothers, new venues, let's establish strict rules first to save trouble later." Tony immediately nodded. "We will keep a close eye on them and will not allow any chaos." Just as this was arranged, the driver walked in from outside. "Brother E," the driver said, "there are many police officers outside saying they need you to return to assist with an investigation. Do you want to leave through the back door first? We can handle it." "No need." Su Tianyi waved his hand. "If they had evidence, they would have arrested me directly. Since they say it's to assist the investigation, I'll accompany them. Watch the place carefully and don't let other organizations take the opportunity to cause trouble." After saying this, he walked straight out. Outside, more than a dozen plainclothes police officers stood ready, each with a tense expression. Seeing their jackets bulging, they probably had bulletproof vests on, with their hands resting at their waists, creating a very tense atmosphere. The leading plainclothes officer remained calm, stepping forward and displaying his credentials. "Mr. Su Tianyi, I am Mike from the Organized Crime and Triad Investigation Unit in West Kowloon. We suspect you are involved in a murder case, and we would like you to return to the police station to assist with the investigation." Su Tianyi smiled lightly, his tone casual. "Assist with the investigation? You have to tell me what case I'm involved in, right?" Mike fixed his gaze on him and said, "One of the deceased is named Lei Yaoyang, who was murdered in the West Kowloon corridor. Witnesses claim that your car passed through that area at the time of the incident. This lead is sufficient to ask you to come back and chat, right?" That reasoning sounds rather far-fetched. Su Tianyi shrugged, "But I'm the type who loves cooperation between the police and the public, so going for a coffee is fine. However, let me make it clear beforehand, this trip is likely a waste of time. You won't uncover anything, and will just waste effort. Whether it's a waste of time will be known once we go." Mike remained unmoved. "All right." Su Tianyi nodded. "I'll take my own car. You don't mind, do you?" "Go ahead." Mike readily agreed. "Since it's just to assist with the investigation, I believe Mr. Su wouldn't leave me." The driver soon brought the car to the door, and Su Tianyi got in, driving towards the West Kowloon Police Station. West Kowloon Police Station Interrogation Room. Su Tianyi sat on one side of the table, looking relaxed. Opposite him, Mike and another officer were already seated, opening their notebooks. The interrogation room had already consumed more than 10 minutes. Mike and the others took turns asking questions, but Su Tianyi either evaded the main issues or simply refused to answer, causing the officers' expressions to grow increasingly grim. However, Mike and the others didn't dare to be rough. After all, with Su Tianyi's status, if things went awry, it wouldn't just be a lawsuit. The subsequent troubles would probably be even greater. "Mr. Su, is our coffee not to your taste? You haven't touched it at all." Mike pointed to the cup of coffee that had long gone cold on the table. Su Tianyi smiled. "I'm not used to drinking coffee of unknown origin." He leaned back slightly and continued, "And you shouldn't waste your efforts. I won't answer anything until my lawyer arrives. Moreover," he tapped the table with his fingers, "your evidence is too absurd. Just because my car passed by there. How many cars pass through that road every day? Do you plan to bring them all in? He glanced over at the few people opposite him, his tone mocking. Is this what taxpayers spend so much money on every year, just for you guys to engage in such pointless activities? Su Tianyi, don't be too arrogant. A young officer beside him couldn't contain his anger and slammed the table. Do you really think we can't find evidence? Su Tianyi's gaze suddenly turned cold. You'd better not threaten me. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, otherwise you will regret every word you said. If you have evidence, arrest me now. If not, he spread his hands, then don't waste each other's time. I'm not interested in playing. The officer was stung by his gaze, and his momentum instantly deflated. He bit his lip and remained silent. At this moment, a female officer pushed the door open and whispered something in Mike's ear. Mike nodded, let her in. He turned to Su Tianyi, his tone flat, your lawyer has arrived. After a moment, a short-haired girl in a beige suit walked in. Upon seeing her, Su Tianyi raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. She was clean and graceful, exuding an approachable charm that inexplicably reminded one of those charming girls from school days. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of Su Tianyi's mouth. This matter suddenly became interesting. He recognized her. Wasn't she the lawyer Sandy who defended Wei Jixiang in The Dragon in the Jianghu? She was also the girlfriend of Officer Mike, although in the film she was later stolen away by Wei Jixiang. Su Tianyi had found her quite appealing while watching the movie, but in real life she looked even more stunning. Mike's expression was equally stunning. He stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, how is it you? You are his lawyer. Officer, the short-haired girl spoke professionally. I am now the representative lawyer for Mr. Su Tianyi. Apart from issues related to the case, I have no authority to answer other matters. Thank you. She walked up to Su Tianyi, extended her hand with a graceful smile, and said, hello, Mr. Su. I am your lawyer, Liang Guixin. You can call me Sandy. After speaking, she gently placed the cup of takeout coffee she had been holding in front of Su Tianyi and smiled. This is the coffee you asked me to bring. Oh, thank you. Su Tianyi immediately took it, saying, without even looking, this cup of coffee must be fantastic. Liang Guixin blinked, a bit curious. You haven't even tasted it, and you don't even know where I bought it. How do you know it's good? A coffee gifted by a beautiful woman. Su Tianyi looked at her earnestly. Even if it's black coffee, it must be sweet. Liang Guixin was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Her smile added a lively charm to her friendliness. Mike, with a grim expression, coughed forcefully a few times, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Su Tianyi. This was the police station, not a place for flirting, especially with Liang Guixin. Liang Guixin composed herself, turning to Mike with a formal tone. Officer, I have a preliminary understanding of the case. I understand everyone's eagerness to solve the case, but directly demanding my client to assist in the investigation without sufficient evidence has already caused disruptions to his life and work. Therefore, I request that you now allow Mr. Su to leave. I will take responsibility for the bail procedures. Mike showed a hesitant expression. The officer beside him whispered, Boss Lee, sir, instructed that he must be detained for at least 48 hours. If you refuse bail, Liang Guixin immediately interrupted, her tone steady, yet pressing, I will file a complaint. At that time, please be prepared to justify your actions. Mike fell silent for a few seconds before finally relenting. He can be bailed out. However, during this period, he must not leave Xinjiang. If he needs to leave the country, he must report to us in advance. That's not acceptable. Liang Guixin shook her head, her attitude unwavering. You have no right to restrict my client's personal freedom unless new evidence is obtained or a relevant warrant has been applied for in court. Otherwise, Mr. Su has no obligation to comply with this request. Though she appeared gentle, her words became sharp and clear-cut when it came to her professional field, leaving Mike and others speechless. Mike's face turned dark, lingering in silence for a moment before finally waving his hand. Proceed with the paperwork. Liang Guixin then turned to Su Tianyi, her tone softening. Mr. Su, you can leave now. I will handle the follow-up procedures. Thank you very much. Su Tianyi stood up, his smile sincere. Without you, I wouldn't know how long I'd have to stay here. Just as Liang Guixin was about to respond, Mike walked over and bluntly interrupted. Sandy, do you have time tonight? Su Tianyi seemed to ignore Mike's question and naturally took over the conversation, smiling at Liang Guixin. Lawyer Liang, I would like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Additionally, I still have some concerns about this case and would like to discuss it with you. Liang Guixin thought for a moment and replied, sure, once I finish the paperwork, we can go together. She then turned to Mike, smiling apologetically. Sorry, Mike, but I'm actually unavailable tonight. Let's do it next time. Watching Su Tianyi and Liang Guixin walk away side by side, Mike clenched his fists in frustration and punched. At that moment, a chief inspector approached with a stern face, his voice laced with anger. Who allowed you to let them go? Didn't I say they must be detained for at least 48 hours? Lisa, we have no evidence, Mike explained helplessly. It doesn't make sense procedurally. And he has hired a top lawyer, making it even harder for us to act. Procedures. Lisa's eyebrows knitted together, his tone more aggressive. I don't care about any procedures. Someone like Su Tianyi must have issues. What procedures are necessary for dealing with such scum? He stared at Mike and ordered directly, you continue to investigate and have someone keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. I don't believe he won't slip up. Understood, Lee, sir. Mike could only nod. Meanwhile, Su Tianyi and Liang Guixin had already gotten into the car. After driving for a while, Su Tianyi suddenly spoke. Lawyer Liang, you seem quite familiar with that officer. Liang Guixin held the steering while looking ahead. He is my boyfriend. But rest assured I keep my public and private life separate, and it won't affect my work. I wasn't worried about that. Su Tianyi smiled. I absolutely trust your professional abilities. He paused before casually adding, it's just a bit surprising. You two don't seem like a couple. Not seem like. Liang Guixin shot him a glance. In terms of status, you are quite a match. High-ranking officer with a top lawyer. Su Tianyi leaned back in his seat speaking leisurely, but I feel that in terms of personality, you may not get along. Of course I might be overthinking it. You two might actually be quite compatible. Liang Guixin said, nothing, maintaining a silence as she drove. The corners of Su Tianyi's mouth raised slightly, sensing that his words had struck a chord. He continued in a casual tone, however, compatibility and status is indeed important. Dragons pair with dragons and phoenixes with phoenixes. He then shifted his tone to one of self-deprecation. Someone like me with my background doesn't dare to hope for any romantic dreams. Why not? Liang Guixin couldn't help but look at him. I think you're great. People like us don't deserve to talk about love. Su Tianyi shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his tone. When I was young, I often went to bed hungry and had no access to education. I had to struggle on my own just to make something of myself. But those high-ranking officers, they still think we are filthy. When something goes wrong, the first ones to suspect are us. Liang Guixin listened, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. She turned her head, saying earnestly, no, I think you're outstanding, even better than many who come from privileged backgrounds. Thank you for your kind words. Su Tianyi turned back, smiling at her, his smile carrying a hint of genuine gratitude. The car stopped near Jifu Street. This street was particularly lively at night, brightly lit with the air filled with various food aromas. Why did we come here? Liang Guixin got out of the car somewhat confused. To treat you to a meal. Su Tianyi led her inside. You must often eat Western and Japanese cuisine, so today I want to take you to try something different. Liang Guixin had never been to this kind of street food area and couldn't help but feel curious. The two entered a small shop and Su Tianyi called out, as if he were familiar, boss, 2 servings of clay pot rice and 1 serving of beef brisket, the freshest you have. All right, just a moment. The boss replied from the kitchen. Clay pot rice. What is that? Liang Guixin asked. You'll find out soon. Su Tianyi smiled as he poured tea for her. I guarantee it's delicious. Before long, steaming clay pot rice and beef brisket were served, enticing aromas wafting through the air. Liang Guixin looked at the sizzling clay pot before her, blinking. Is this clay pot rice? She took a bite, and her eyes lit up slightly. It's quite delicious. I've never tried anything like this before. Of course, Su Tianyi said with a hint of pride, the best clay pot rice in all of Xinjiang is right here. You can't find this flavor anywhere else. Don't be fooled by the ordinary environment here. The best things are often hidden in these humble corners. After finishing work, I always love coming here for a serving, he said, scooping a spoonful of rice. His tone relaxed. Eating it warm made me feel at ease. Liang Guixin set her spoon down and looked at him. This place. Is it special to you? Not particularly. Su Tianyi smiled casually. I just think that after working hard, sitting down to eat something warm feels nice, like a real person. To say clay pot rice, this place is the most authentic. But if you want to eat lava buns, you'd have to go to Xinjiang for char siu rice and shrimp rice. Wang Qi ice room is a must. And as for beef brisket, of course you have to mention cow qi. Su Tianyi recounted with familiarity. Liang Guixin smiled. You really know your food. Isn't life just about satisfying your cravings? Su Tianyi laughed. Having been hungry as a child growing up, I just want to eat well. He paused, looking at her. But you might not be used to places like this. If you find it unacceptable, we can switch to a Western restaurant. Not at all. Liang Guixin shook her head seriously. I've never been here before, but it's really delicious and I like it. Her words were sincere, not just polite. For her, the lively and bustling atmosphere of the street was indeed fresh and interesting. Let's not eat just yet. We should go. Su Tianyi suddenly put down his chopsticks. He had caught sight of a van parked at the street corner with several suspicious-looking individuals looking over, and slowly, Su Tianyi was clear in his mind. These people were coming for Liang Guixin. He was confident he could handle it, and just mentioning his name would scare them off. However, to perform the hero's saving the beauty act, while he decided to withdraw for now. Liang Guixin was taken aback. What's wrong? We haven't finished eating yet. He'll take you again next time, Su Tianyi said, slapping down cash on the table and pulling her hand. We need to leave quickly. Liang Guixin was pulled along by him, full of confusion. What's going on? Don't ask, he'll explain outside. Just as they stepped out of the eatery and had not reached the car, the van suddenly accelerated and crashed towards them. Su Tianyi reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Liang Guixin's waist and dodging to the side. Bang! The van crashed solidly into the back of his car. Immediately afterward, the van doors swung open and 7 or 8 men wielding knives and clubs rushed out. Are you all right? Liang Guixin asked anxiously. During the instant of the crash, Su Tianyi had completely shielded her in his embrace, and she was only startled now, more concerned about whether he had been hurt. Su Tianyi frowned, deliberately lowering his voice to sound a bit hoarse with pain. I'm fine. Run. As the group of knife wielders charged forward with loud shouts, he grabbed Liang Guixin and quickly dove into. It's the woman of that dead bastard. Dare to catch our boss. Cut her down. Over there. Don't let them escape. The curses and footsteps behind them became a chaotic mess. Liang Guixin's face turned pale as she understood completely. It was Mike's enemies coming for revenge. Su Tianyi was purely dragged into this because of her. He could have chosen to ignore it. My ankle. In her haste, she twisted her ankle, gasping in pain. Liang Guixin anxiously pushed him. You hurry and run on your own. They are after me. You don't need to worry about me. I won't abandon you. Without hesitation, Su Tianyi picked her up horizontally. Either we break through together or neither of us leaves. Suddenly lifted off the ground, Liang Guixin instinctively clutched his collar. Her cheek pressed against his chest, feeling the warmth through the fabric. Her ears flushed instantly. Looking up, she saw Su Tianyi's profile was tense, yet his gaze remained calm. For some reason, a gentle stir flickered within her heart, making even the imminent danger feel a little less daunting. In his embrace, she felt an unusual sense of security. Su Tianyi kicked down the nearest knife wielder and continued charging forward with her. Don't let them get away. Get revenge for the boss. Damn it. Stop right there. The curses drew closer again, jolting Liang Guixin back to reality, her heart racing once more. At that moment, Su Tianyi spotted a motorcycle parked at the alley entrance, and the owner was just inserting the key. His eyes narrowed, and he accelerated towards it. Before the person could react, he yanked him off the bike. Hold on. Su Tianyi quickly pressed Liang Guixin onto the motorcycle's rear seat, shouted hold on, and twisted the throttle, charging out. Without thinking, Liang Guixin wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, pressing her whole body against his back, and finally felt a bit more at ease. The motorcycle suddenly swerved, and the rear swung in a half circle. She nearly got thrown off, but held onto him to stabilize herself. The knife wielder who was chasing them closely was knocked down by the motorcycle's tail with a bang. Su Tianyi didn't look back. The motorcycle puffed out exhaust, and in the blink of an eye they vanished from sight. Half an hour later, the motorcycle stopped at the foot of a tall building, and the person on the rear seat clung to the front person without letting go. We've arrived. Is this the place? Su Tianyi spoke. Liang Guixin finally came to her senses, hurriedly letting go of her grip and almost jumping off the bike. She brushed her hair, nervously, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just now, I caused you trouble. It's nothing. Su Tianyi waved his hand casually. I brought you here, so I must be responsible for getting you back. He paused and asked, but how did you get mixed up with these people? They're not playing around. I don't know them. Liang Guixin shook her head. Perhaps Mike captured their boss, and they are Su Tianyi nodded. Then be careful. Recently, they may not let it go easily. He looked at her and added, if they cause you trouble again, you can mention my name. Sometimes this is more effective than calling the police or involving Mike. Okay, thank you, Liang Guixin said softly. Then I'll go now. Su Tianyi pretended to twist the throttle. Wait, Liang Guixin suddenly spoke. How about going up for a cup of coffee? Su Tianyi smiled, slightly shaking. You were startled today, so rest well. He put on his helmet, his voice coming through the visor. Don't overthink it. After a good sleep, everything will be fine. I'm leaving. Liang Guixin could only say be careful on the way. She watched the motorcycle turn the corner without any reluctance, disappearing into the night, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. This night was truly unforgettable. Although it was perilous, Su Tianyi did not abandon her at any moment, even though this matter had nothing to do with him. This feeling of being desperately protected made her heart feel chaotic. Strangely, at this moment she did not think of Mike, but rather hoped Su Tianyi could stay, but he left decisively. While Liang Guixin was still dazed downstairs, Su Tianyi had already thrown the motorcycle at a certain intersection. As the car started, Tony couldn't help but ask curiously, brother, why didn't you stay a while longer? What's the rush? Su Tianyi chuckled, we need to take it slow. Too fast will scare people away. To deal with someone like Liang Guixin, you have to take a step back to lure her in. Once she lets her guard down, it will be easier to succeed. Feiji then asked, brother, how should we handle those knife wielders? Keep them for now. Su Tianyi pondered, they might come in handy later. Tonight's heroic rescue was indeed orchestrated by him, but those knife wielders were not his men. They were brought over by Feiji and the others who leaked Liang Guixin's whereabouts to those who had a grudge against Mike. If it weren't for putting on this act, that small group of knife wielders wouldn't be enough for him to handle alone. In fact, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Of Feiji and the others would have settled it long ago. Go check on someone, Su Tianyi said, wiping the smile from his face. Officer Lee from the West Kowloon Police Station, Mike's superior. Find out what he's about. Understood, he'll take care of it right away. Tony answered immediately. This Officer Lee was a name he heard in the interrogation room. Mike had initially been investigating Wei Jixiang's drug trafficking case, but suddenly focused on him. Most likely this person was pulling strings behind the scenes. He needed to figure out why the other party was determined to go against him. Mingzhou Entertainment Club. As soon as Su Tianyi arrived, Zhang Mitzi hurried over with a troubled expression. Brother, there was an incident with the cargo ship. Zhang Mitzi lowered his voice. Su Tianyi frowned. What did the office say? Upon entering the office, he directly asked what happened. Last night our ship crossed the sea and another ship deliberately approached us. Zhang Mize's tone was heavy. From the looks of it, they intended to rob us. Fortunately, Ahu was on the ship and sank them on the spot. It was dark, so we couldn't retrieve anyone. Su Tianyi asked, what about our people? A few brothers were injured, but it's not serious. A few televisions and some cargo were damaged during the fight, Zhang Mitzi reported truthfully. However, the main cargo was safely delivered to the buyers on the other side. As long as no one was seriously hurt, that's fine. The cargo is a minor issue. Su Tianyi nodded. After a pause, he continued, but did you reveal our name before they attacked? In smuggling, black eating black is not unusual. But if it was a random encounter, it's just bad luck. If they knew it was Su Tianyi's ship and still dared to rob us, that's another matter. We did reveal it. Zhang Mi's voice was heavy, but they didn't stop. Not only did they want the cargo, they also wanted to eliminate witnesses. Su Tianyi's expression turned cold as he immediately said, go investigate. No matter who did it, they would pay the price. Such matters wouldn't end without a deterrent. After all, his smuggling business was too lucrative, and there were many who were envious. If they backed down this time, everyone would want to pounce on him. Make sure the brothers on the ship stay alert. Su Tianyi instructed, bring more weapons, and if the situation looks bad, act directly. Understood, he'll make sure to pass that on. By the way, brother Yao Wu is back. He has settled matters with the Number Gang. Speaking of that, Zhang Mitzi was still a bit surprised. The Number Gang is not a small organization. For Yao Wu to have single-handedly made his way over, it's indeed impressive. Have him come see me, Su Tianyi said. Not long after, Yao Wu stood in the office. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? He got straight to the point. Su Tianyi thought for a moment and said, from now on you will be in charge of training people. Pick the best from all the younger brothers and train me an elite team. He looked at Yao Wu and added, if you succeed apart from a fixed salary, I will also give you bonuses for each elite fight. The stronger this team becomes, the more you will earn. Yao Wu replied without hesitation, all right. So Mr. Su, prepare the money, that's what I'm looking for. As long as you do well, money won't be an issue. Su Tianyi smiled. Yao Wu's eyes lit up. What will the team be called? Dark Guardians. Su Tianyi had already thought about this. The team must be elite and only loyal to him, specializing in the most dangerous and covert operations. The reason for choosing Yao Wu was clear. Feiji and Tony had gained their skills through practical combat, and it didn't mean they could teach others. Luo Tianhong's martial arts were not for everyone to learn. But Yao Wu was different. He was ruthless enough and knew how to train others to be ruthless as well. This move was something he had planned for a long time. However, Yao Wu was different. He played by traditional technical styles, and he could teach all the techniques and tricks. Brother Zhang Mitzi handed over a list. The Dynasty Entertainment Center is about to open. These are the invited guests for your review. Su Tianyi glanced through it and tapped his fingers on the paper. Overall, it looks fine, but some people should not be invited. He looked up at Zhang Mitzi. When we host guests, we must ensure we have power, influence, or wealth. If their position is too low, let it go unless they have real power. Otherwise, they are all out. Zhang Mitzi nodded. Understood. I will filter it again and send it out. The threshold must be high. Su Tianyi leaned back. If we issue membership cards indiscriminately, those big shots will look down on it. You need to think of more ways to make them feel that. Once they become members, they can have everything here. Don't worry, brother. You'll think it over. Zhang Mitzi replied readily. Su Tianyi invested more than just money in this Dynasty Entertainment Center. It was not only a money-making pit, but also a tool for him to weave a network of connections specifically to win over those prominent figures. If managed properly, it would become a place where cash flow would pour in like a waterfall. 2 days later, the Dynasty Entertainment Center opened. Su Tianyi personally attended to oversee the venue. This place boasted 6 floors lavishly decorated, exuding an air of expensive at every turn. The first floor lobby featured a dance floor surrounded by VIP booths. The second floor offered a view over the entire venue, and the third floor provided all kinds of entertainment. As for the fourth and fifth floors, they were the gambling halls. The fifth floor was only open to select VIPs. Membership also had tiers. The higher the floor, the stricter the standards. But having high thresholds alone wasn't enough. There also had to be the ability to make people willing to spend money. All the girls here were stunningly beautiful, each with diverse backgrounds, highly educated, elite white-collar workers. The more prestigious their backgrounds, the more comprehensive the training, making them incredibly appealing to clients. Su Tianyi even arranged a selection event for members to vote for the courtesan, accompanied by various hidden games, ensuring that once people arrived, they would never want to leave. Rest assured, Mr. Su. Ruby stood before him, smiling confidently. The girls have all been trained well and will. Since Ruby brought her sisters over, Su Tianyi had gathered a group of quality resources and entrusted them all. During this time, Ruby was genuinely impressed. Same show, yet this Mr. Su could find ways to charge dozens of times more money, and the guests happily felt it was worth it. Let them focus on their work, Su Tianyi said. As long as they avoid gambling, they can save money here for a few years and be able to get out. Ruby nodded. She knew better than anyone about the income here. Just as she was about to introduce more details, a little brother in charge of the venue rushed in. Brother Sister Ruby, there's someone named Wei Jixiang looking for Sister Ruby outside. Wei Jixiang. Su Tianyi raised an eyebrow. The red stick from Hongtai. Ruby's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly explained, Mr. Su, he's just a friend of mine. He must have something to discuss with me. It has nothing to do with Hongtai. Suddenly having someone from Hongtai appear on someone else's territory could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ruby spoke urgently, fearing a conflict might arise. Su Tianyi nodded and casually said, let him in. In a moment, a man with dyed blonde hair swayed in. He looked in poor spirits with puffy-eyed bags, walking as if he were treading on cotton, resembling someone soaked in alcohol the night before, still not quite dry this morning. "Ruby, help me." He spotted Ruby and immediately rushed over as if he had seen a savior, shouting, "You have to help me. The big school is holding a parent meeting, but I have no time. I still have to work for the Crown Prince." Ruby felt a bit awkward and quickly gestured to the side. "This is my boss, Mr. Su." She turned to Su Tianyi and explained, "Mr. Su, this is my friend Wei Jixiang. Wei Jixiang. I know him, he's a red stick from Hongtai." Su Tianyi smiled. However, Wei Jixiang's face paled, and he hurriedly waved his hands. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. I have no malice, I just came to ask Ruby for a favor. Please don't misunderstand." This was Su Tianyi's territory, and it was indeed easy to overthink with a Hongtai red stick suddenly showing up. Wei Jixiang was so nervous that his back was almost sweating. "Don't be nervous," Su Tianyi said casually. "I haven't said anything about you. You're Ruby's friend, of course you can come to hang out." His first impression of Wei Jixiang was actually not bad. Watching that old movie years ago, he found this person quite pathetic, wanting to make a name for himself, valuing loyalty, risking his life to save the Hongtai Crown Prince, only to lose his wife and suffer from mental distress. The father and son of Hongtai were doing well, giving him the title of Red Stick, while throwing all the dirty and tiring work onto him, clearly treating him as a night pot. To support his family, Wei Jixiang could only act submissively in front of the Crown Prince, ending up in his current miserable state. Though being called a red stick, his status was even lower than that of an ordinary straw sandal, indeed quite pathetic. However, Su Tianyi thought that if this person could overcome his inner hurdles, he might be capable of great things. Wei Jixiang quickly smiled apologetically. "Thank you, Mr. Su. He'll just say a few words to Ruby, and he'll leave right after. I won't waste your time. You two chat." Su Tianyi waved his hand, turning to walk a few steps away, and whispered to Tony beside him, "Go check Wei Jixiang's background and see what he's been up to lately." Tony asked, "Does he have a problem?" "He doesn't have a problem," Su Tianyi said, "but Hongtai has a problem. I suspect the ones who wanted to blackmail our cargo ship before were Hongtai's people." He paused and continued, "Whether or not it's true, that old guy Chen Mei, I think it's time for him to move aside. It's time to change the person in charge of Hongtai. Wei Jixiang is a lead. You guys check it out first, be discreet, and don't let him notice." Tony nodded. "Understood, brother E." Su Tianyi had his calculations in mind. If used properly, Wei Jixiang could be a knife. Moreover, he indeed needed someone to manage Hongtai's territory for him in the future. That night, the Dynasty Entertainment Center officially lit up to welcome guests. Invited guests arrived one after another, and cars at the entrance never ceased, all of whom were somewhat prominent figures. Jean Mazai stood on stage with a microphone, a beaming smile on his face. "Dear bosses, have a great time tonight. At Dynasty, as long as you speak, we'll do our best to accommodate you. It's absolutely safe here, absolutely confidential, so you can all rest assured." He waved his hand. "Next, please enjoy the first performance. 100 Flowers Bloom." As the music started and the lights changed, figures stepped gracefully onto the stage. They were dressed differently, swaying as they walked, appearing particularly dazzling under the beams. In terms of appearance and figure, they were indeed top-notch, coupled with that carefully packaged sense of identity. The information cards in the guests' hands detailed their education and occupation, nothing missing. The effect was directly maximized. There was soon a stir in the audience, and many people's eyes could not look away. Su Tianyi stood on the second floor watching the scene, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Ruby whispered beside him, "Mr. Su's methods are still brilliant. The same girls, just a different approach, and the price multiplies." Su Tianyi smiled and replied, "These people, they're not short of money or status. What they seek is the fresh. As long as they feel satisfied, they are willing to spend any amount of money. That's what it means to pay a fortune for a bowtie smile." However, his intention behind all these tricks was not solely for money. What he truly valued was the identity and influence of these guests. Each one was either rich or noble, and if they could be of use to him, it would make things much more convenient in the future. Su Tianyi's calculations were clear. First, let them get addicted to playing here, and once they couldn't leave, they would naturally have requests of him. Corruption, after all, has to start somewhere. Once these people are thoroughly trapped in the pleasures of wine and lust, many things would be easier to negotiate. They have status outside, which makes it harder for them to let loose. Su Tianyi paused and continued, "But here they can play however they want. All desires can be laid out in the open. So once they come in once, they'll never want to leave. Not only do they come themselves, but they also bring their friends along." Ruby nodded, her admiration for him deepening. She understood this principle, but it seemed that this person before her was the first to think so thoroughly and act so decisively. Then Su Tianyi's expression became serious and his tone grew somber. "Ruby, make it clear to your sisters here, if there's money to be made, they can take tips without hesitation. How much they can dig from these bosses counts as their skill. If any of them really has the ability to be married off as a legitimate wife, I will personally congratulate her." However, he changed his tone, his gaze turning slightly colder. "What is seen and heard here must not be disclosed outside. They must keep their mouths shut, and if they can't control themselves, the one who ends up suffering will definitely be themselves. Once they have made enough money and want to leave, they can do so at any time. But if they go out and speak recklessly, then it won't Ruby immediately nodded, her expression equally serious. Mr. Su can rest assured I've emphasized the rules repeatedly, and they all understand. They will definitely not disclose anything from here. She knew that this place was not simple, involving secrets that could not be exposed. The guests who came all had status and no one wanted to be exposed. Confidentiality was naturally the top priority. As long as you understand, Su Tianyi replied lightly. At 3 in the morning in the office, Su Tianyi was talking with Ruby when Jean Mazai burst in with an excited look. Brother E, tonight's business was explosive. His voice was several notches louder. Roughly calculated, the day's turnover was at least over $1 million with profits of at least 500,000. Ruby's eyes widened upon hearing this. No wonder Jean Mazai was so excited. A profit of 500,000 in a day. Many nightclubs wouldn't earn that much in a month. And this was only the first day of Dynasty's opening. Many projects hadn't even launched yet. Su Tianyi, however, showed no emotion, as if he had anticipated it all. Additionally, 70% of tonight's guests applied for membership. Jean Mazai continued his report. Once they talk about it tomorrow, there will definitely be even more people. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi finally spoke. Be strict with issuing membership cards and don't let anyone who doesn't qualify slip through. Also, currently, only the lowest tier should be opened. The higher tiers should be kept under wraps for now. Understood. Jean Mazai nodded quickly. Keep an eye on the venue and don't let anyone cause trouble. Su Tianyi instructed. If someone really stirs up trouble, regardless of their background, handle it according to the rules. Service needs to be on point, but the attitude shouldn't be too low. When it needs to be tough, it has to be tough. Got it, brother. You'll get busy now. Jean Mazai rushed out. Ruby looked at Su Tianyi, more surprised, earning so much in a day, and he hadn't even flinched. Yet Su Tianyi truly felt it was nothing. Earning tens of thousands a day was merely expected. He believed that Dynasty would earn far more than this in the future, and breaking $1 million in daily profit was only a matter of time. Moreover, money was never his primary goal. Building this web of connections was the real deal. At that moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a god-level choice. Please make a selection from the following options. Option 1. Eliminate Wei Jixiang, thereby severing Hong Tai's arm, and receive a reward of 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2. Subdue Wei Jixiang and use him to control Hong Tai, receiving a reward of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, a skill upgrade card, and additional rewards based on task completion. Su Tianyi was stunned for a moment. He then quickly reacted. Things with Wei Jixiang were likely approaching a critical plot point, otherwise the system wouldn't pop up at this moment. Glancing at the two options, he hesitated little. System, I choose the second one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting the second option. Reward obtained 100 million Hong Kong dollars skill upgrade card. Subsequent rewards will be distributed based on task completion. As soon as the prompt sound finished, Su Tianyi smiled. The system was quite straightforward. As soon as he made his selection, the rewards arrived immediately. In fact, the difference in rewards between the two options was quite obvious, and there was no need to hesitate. Even if the rewards were the same, he would still choose the second one, eliminating Wei Jixiang. That would be so boring. Su Tianyi remembered that Wei Jixiang was a fierce character who ultimately played alongside Hong Tai. If he prematurely dealt with him now, it would only benefit Mei Shu and the Crown Prince, essentially helping Hong Tai eliminate a hidden danger. Moreover, Su Tianyi had a decent impression of Wei Jixiang. Viewing him as a talent, keeping him around could be useful for managing Hong Tai in the future. Thus, choosing the second option was indeed the right choice. The reward was indeed delightful. 100 million Hong Kong dollars transferred instantly along with a skill upgrade card. The card clearly stated it can elevate any existing skill by 1 level with no side effects, and is plug and play. System, extract the upgrade card and apply it to the 12 paths of Tan Leg, Su Tianyi said without a hint of hesitation. Ding! Upgrade card used successfully. Level of 12 paths of Tan Leg increased. 12 paths of Tan Leg minor achievement has been upgraded to master level. The moment the notification sounded, a wave of warmth surged throughout his body. Su Tianyi felt as if his body had been reforged, yet before he could fully comprehend it, his consciousness was pulled into an enigmatic illusion. In there he practiced tirelessly kicking sandbags and dismantling wooden stakes, eventually even sparring with various opponents. As the enemies grew stronger, his Tan Leg became increasingly intricate. Time was indeterminate, possibly a moment or perhaps years. When Su Tianyi regained his senses, his body had his strength hadn't drastically increased, but his understanding of the Tan Leg was as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Master level. So this is what it means. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He casually opened the panel to take a look. Divine level system. Host Su Tianyi. Physique 33 standard for adult males is 10. Strength 38 standard for adult males is 10. Agility 28 standard for adult males is talent divine perception. Skills 12 paths of Tan Leg master, short weapon proficiency expert, firearm proficiency expert. Items trace erasure card X1 50 million US dollars 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Each attribute point had only increased by 3, but Su Tianyi knew that in a real fight, he could take on 3 of his former self. After all, with skills at master level, mere reliance on physical attributes was no longer sufficient. The money was also quite substantial, with 100 million Hong Kong dollars readily available, and although the 50 million US dollars required laundering, it was not urgent. The most pressing matter at hand was still with Wei Jixiang. The system suddenly presented this task, indicating that Wei Jixiang must have encountered a crucial plot. There could be no delay. He needed to ascertain the situation immediately. With this in mind, Su Tianyi called in Tony. Go find out what Wei Jixiang has been up to lately, the sooner the better. The next afternoon, the sky was heavily overcast. Wei Jixiang squatted by the chicken and duck pen, feeling dazed and filled with anger. Having drunk too much last night, and being forced into this troublesome task this morning, it was no surprise his mood was foul. Damn it, good things never come my way, it's always me getting the short end of the stick. He spat, glancing repeatedly towards the road. Why haven't Xinsha and Aquan arrived yet? Don't let me down now, or it could really be the end. Today's task was assigned by Hong Tai for him to deal with the traitorous young overlord. That guy had already sided with Dongxing, and since he had a large following, he was essentially untouchable. Yet Uncle Mei and the prince had forced this task onto him, and he couldn't refuse it even if he wanted to. While he was feeling agitated, a car suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him. The car door swung open, and two hands reached out, pulling him inside with force. Don't hit me, I was just passing by. I don't know anything, please calm down everyone. Wei Jixiang instinctively covered his head, still shouting. But after a couple of shouts, he realized no one was attacking, so he slowly lowered his hands. As he looked up, he was taken aback. Mr. Su, it's you. Su Tianyi was casually smiling. We meet again. Ah, yes, quite a coincidence. Wei Jixiang quickly forced a smile. I was just passing by, I won't delay Mr. Su's business, I'll take my leave now, he said as he reached for the car door. I'm here to find you, Su Tianyi said leisurely. Wei Jixiang's hand paused on the door handle as he turned his head. Find me? Why are you looking for me? I know you're here to deal with the young overlord. Wei Jixiang's eyes widened. The young overlord knows, doesn't he? Su Tianyi flicked the ash from his cigarette. So, is it surprising that I know? Wei Jixiang's face turned pale. He knows? Then I'm done for. Not just him. Su Tianyi nodded towards the car window. The people from Bao Rome are watching right across the chicken and duck pen, waiting to see your joke. Can you guess what will happen when you meet the young overlord? Wei Jixiang couldn't hold back anymore and cursed. What the hell? What did I do to deserve this? Why must they treat me like this? Because in their eyes you are just a dog, Su Tianyi said bluntly. They just want to see you wag your tail, trample your pride, and watch you get chased and bitten by other dogs. They love to watch the show. Damn it. Wei Jixiang shouted, I'm done with this. If you don't do it, it will only get worse. Su Tianyi's voice turned cold. They won't let you off. Your son, your brothers, none will escape. His words struck a nerve, and Wei Jixiang began to tremble. Mr. Su. His voice softened, carrying a tone of pleading. Please show me a way out. Having muddled through for so long, Wei Jixiang was not foolish. Su Tianyi approaching him at this moment was no mere coincidence. He immediately seized this lifeline. Su Tianyi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. That depends on whether you want to continue being a dog or become a person. I want to be a person, Wei Jixiang blurted out. If you want to be a person, grab the machete and take down the young overlord first. Su Tianyi fixed his gaze on him. Show me that bit of courage you had back then. Whoever bullies you, take them down. Otherwise you will always be that dog who wags its tail after being kicked. Wei Jixiang was taken aback, a struggle flashing across his face. I can't. His voice turned bitter. De Hong has lost his mother. He can't lose his father too. If something happens to me, who will take care of him? He's still so young. This was his inner demon. For this reason, he had been a dog for the prince for so many years. Do you think that by behaving like this your son will be happy? Su Tianyi sneered. In his eyes you used to be a hero, but now you're even less than a dog. He will be laughed at by other kids, bullied by others. Do you truly believe he doesn't understand? Do you really think he's happy? Wei Jixiang lowered his head in pain. But at least I can still be with him. Without me he will truly become an orphan. If you dare to take down the young overlord, Su Tianyi said word by word, if anything happens to you, your son will be my son. I will raise him until he has his own family and career. Wei Jixiang's head shot up, unable to believe it. You? Why are you helping me? I admire you. By the way, I've always found Chun Mei and his son displeasing, Su Tianyi said casually. He glanced outside the car. The young overlord has arrived. Choose to be a person or a dog, it's up to you. Wei Jixiang followed his gaze. Indeed, the young overlord had come, followed by a group of thugs, and Xinsha and Lan Mingquan had yet to make an appearance. Alone he faced a crowd. Wei Jixiang hesitated, but all the frustration from these days, those condescending looks, and the sight of his son being bullied, all surged up. He said nothing, suddenly pushed open the car door, and silently got out. Su Tianyi smiled in satisfaction. Tony, bring the plane, he instructed. Go help him. Remember, make sure he strikes first. If he hesitates, don't act either. If Wei Jixiang still lacked the courage to swing the knife, then he was of no use. Let the young overlord kill him. You want to chop me? I'm just standing here, let's have a duel. The young overlord swaggered closer, his tone provocative. To be honest, seeing the crowd on the opposite side, Wei Jixiang indeed felt a bit intimidated, his hand reaching for the knife in his pocket, but he didn't dare to draw it immediately. Yet the young overlord's arrogance reminded him fiercely of Su Tianyi's piercing words, "Do you want to be a person or a dog? Damn you. I'm chopping you." Wei Jixiang's eyes hardened, and without hesitation, he swiftly drew the machete. Without another word, he charged forward. At this moment, it was instead the young overlord who panicked, instinctively retreating. Two of his lackeys tried to block him, but Wei Jixiang raised his hand and swung the knife, taking one down on the spot. Then the blade lunged straight for the young overlord's face. With a splatter, blood gushed out. With that strike, Wei Jixiang felt as if he had returned to the year he took down, saying, both the feeling and ferocity exactly the same. With this sensation, all his fear vanished, leaving only one thought: take them down. My face. My eye. The young overlord screamed, his voice cracking. Don't come over. You all stop him. But Wei Jixiang's blood was up, and he ignored the other people surrounding him, fixated on the young overlord, continuing to slash. One strike after another. Tony and the plane watched from the back, exchanging glances. The boss had made it clear if Wei Jixiang dared to strike first, they would help. If he flinched, even if he got killed, they would pretend not to see. Given the situation, it was clearly an opportunity to act. Thus, the two moved swiftly, blocking the thugs trying to rush at Wei Jixiang, clearing a path for him to focus on the young overlord. Wei Jixiang did not disappoint. Every strike found its mark, relentlessly attacking the young overlord. Until the latter collapsed to the ground, he didn't stop. After a flurry of 18 strikes, he finally stopped to catch his breath. The one on the ground was already motionless, bloody beyond recognition. Wei Jixiang stared at the body, stunned for a moment, then a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. He did it. He no longer had to be a dog. After leaving the chicken and duck pen, Wei Jixiang found Su Tianyi again. He walked straight up to him and knelt on one knee. "Mr. Su, I want to join you," Wei Jixiang said solemnly. "As long as you accept me, I will be your fastest blade from now on. Whoever you point to, I will chop without hesitation." After today's events, he had completely realized. The Chunmei father and son had left him no way out, and surviving meant waiting for death. Rather than being drained by those two, it was better to change docks. Su Tianyi was someone who treated his subordinates well, and he had heard that their families would be taken care of in case of trouble. "You can't join me just yet." Su Tianyi shook his head, speaking plainly. Coming over now would only benefit Chunmei and his son for nothing. Wei Jixiang didn't understand. "Then what should I do?" "The VCD factory you collaborated with the prince on," Su Tianyi looked at him and said slowly, "is actually a drug-making center." Su Tianyi continued, "In the end, you'll bear all the blame while they enjoy their freedom, having made enough money, and you'll be left waiting to die in prison. The police have already traced the VCD factory. The operation is imminent. Even if you stay with me, you cannot escape this calamity." Upon hearing this, Wei Jixiang turned pale. Only then did he realize how treacherous Chunmei and his son were, using him as a scapegoat without giving him a single cent. "Mr. Su, please save me. I don't want to die for them, nor do I want to benefit that pair of father and son," Wei Jixiang hurriedly said. However, Su Tianyi shook his head and directly responded, "Therefore you cannot be with me now. You must return to Hongtai and strive to rise up. I want you to take charge of Hongtai, eliminate Chunmei and his group, collect evidence in the process, send the crown prince to prison, and clear your name while you're at it." Wei Jixiang's eyes lit up as he asked, "What should I do?" "It's simple. You kill the little overlord, seize his territory, then rally the people to elevate yourself." Su Tianyi spoke slowly. However, Wei Jixiang was somewhat worried, but Uncle Mei and the others won't agree. They will definitely reclaim their territory. Su Tianyi sneered. "You killed him, you took his territory. If anyone has ill intentions, just deal with them directly. When you stand firm, they will be too afraid to act recklessly. Moreover, the crown prince still needs you as a scapegoat. He won't tear his face with you now. The more aggressive you are, the more they will endure." Wei Jixiang suddenly understood and nodded. "Got it. Some people, when they should be killed, do not hesitate. Strike down anyone who stands in your way," Su Tianyi added. Wei Jixiang respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Su. Also, there is an undercover cop around you," Su Tianyi suddenly reminded. Wei Jixiang was startled again and hurriedly asked, "Who?" "It's a new recruit of yours." Wei Jixiang immediately said, "I'll go kill him." "Why kill him? That would create even bigger trouble. It would solidify the charges against you," Su Tianyi said with a smile. "An unaware undercover is dangerous. Once you know, it's easier to deal with. Let him spread false information to confuse the police. That would be more beneficial to you." Wei Jixiang slapped his forehead and laughed. "Mr. Su is indeed brilliant, and my dull brain couldn't think of that. Keeping the undercover is useful." Having witnessed Su Tianyi's methods, Wei Jixiang greatly admired him. Afterwards, Wei Jixiang prepared to leave to get things done. "I cannot guarantee other matters, but if anything happens to you, I will avenge you and take care of your son," Su Tianyi said as he turned away. This statement meant everything to Wei Jixiang, completely relieving his worries. After the battle at the chicken and duck pen, Wei Jixiang's reputation soared again. He killed the little overlord alone while also taking care of his subordinates. This battle made him once again valued by Hongtai. Following Su Tianyi's instructions, Wei Jixiang returned and took over the little overlord's territory. However, Bao Rong and others jumped out demanding the territory be handed over to the gang. Wei Jixiang slammed his machete on the table, glaring. I killed him, the territory is mine. If anyone dares to move, don't blame me for being rude. Bao Rong's face darkened, but Wei Jixiang's murderous aura subdued them. Shun Mei had no choice but to come out and mediate, deciding to hand the territory over to Wei Jixiang. If this were in the past, Wei Jixiang would have been immensely grateful, but now he understood that Shun Mei was only doing so because he was strong and still wanted him to be a scapegoat. Therefore, Wei Jixiang felt no gratitude at all, and instead wanted to eliminate these people even more. Afterwards, Wei Jixiang began recruiting and expanding territory, rallying other factions. With Su Tianyi's support from behind, his expansion was rapid and his influence grew stronger. On the 6th floor of the Dynasty Entertainment Center, it was generally not open to the public. Half of this place was for Su Tianyi's private use, equipped with offices, lounges, and a gym even more lavish than a 5-star hotel. The other half was for his subordinates to rest and entertain themselves. Tony and the others frequently came up to hang out. At this moment, Tony was in the office reporting to Su Tianyi. Brother E, we have found out about the lease, sir, you asked us to investigate. Here is the information. He handed over a document and continued. This person's name is Li Weiwen, and he is Mike's superior, holding the title of Chief Inspector. Su Tianyi glanced at the document and asked, have you found out why he is targeting me? After all, Mike had suddenly summoned him back to the police station last time, which was clearly instigated by Li Weiwen. This matter did not fall under Li Weiwen's jurisdiction, yet he took the initiative to intervene, indicating that he was indeed after Su Tianyi. Tony scratched his head, looking hesitant. The specific reason is still uncertain, but it may be related to you cracking down on drugs, brother E. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi momentarily did not respond. Even Tony himself felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched. How could a chief inspector target someone just because they were cracking down on drugs in their territory? After all, even Inspector Su David regarded Su Tianyi more favorably because of this. The police usually wished for someone to help with drug control, who would go looking for trouble instead. However, Su Tianyi thought for a moment and realized that something unusual must be at play. He tapped the table and instructed, this matter isn't simple, continue investigating. If necessary, you can ask Huang Jiqing for help. He is a police officer and has more insider information. Understood, Tony nodded. Although after the last battle Su Tianyi had already used the evidence erasure card to clean up all evidence, he was not afraid of police investigations. But he was not someone to be easily manipulated, since Li Weiwen had taken the initiative to provoke him. This feud was bound to be established. After giving instructions, Su Tianyi stood up. Airplane, prepare the car. I need to go out for a while. The airplane immediately went out. Su Tianyi turned to Ruby and instructed her to keep an eye on the territory. Once downstairs, however, Su Tianyi found that the airplane was not in the car, but was beating someone up on the roadside. The one being beaten was a young guy wearing a light blue denim jacket, who was crouching down to shield his head while shouting, stop hitting. Someone's going to die. I didn't steal the car, man, you misunderstood. I'm going to die. I'm really going to be killed. This guy had quite a loud voice. Despite taking a beating, he could still shout so energetically, which was quite a talent. Tony approached and asked what happened. The airplane angrily replied, I came out to drive and saw this kid sneaking around Brother E's car. He must be Hearing this, Tony got furious. Damn, you dare touch Brother E's car. Are you tired of living? He rolled up his sleeves ready to join in, but was stopped by Su Tianyi's stop. Only then did the two step back, but they still blocked the denim-clad guy to the left and right. The denim-clad guy was quick-witted, immediately noticing that Su Tianyi was the one in charge, so he quickly got up and smiled. Thank you, boss. Thank you for saving my life. Rubbing his arm, and with a pained expression, he said, I just thought this car was pretty, so I came closer to take a look. Your subordinates didn't say a word before beating me. Look at all the injuries on my body. Before he could finish, a loud clatter sounded as a large bunch of items fell out from him. Keys, tweezers, blades, scattered all over the ground. The denim guy froze for 2 seconds, then, without changing his expression, he bent down to pick them up, justifying himself. Actually, I'm a landlord, and carrying a bunch of keys is quite reasonable, right? As for these tools, a landlord has to repair plumbing and electricity, so carrying them around is also very reasonable, don't you think? This guy was seriously talking nonsense, but it could be considered a skill. Su Tianyi looked at Xing's face and found it increasingly familiar, feeling quite amused. He hadn't expected to bump into him here. He asked, what's your name? Xing rolled his eyes and was about to make up a name to fool him, but Su Tianyi preemptively said, you have only one chance. If you dare to lie to me, the next scene will be very tragic. Xing was startled and quickly confessed, Xing. My name is Xing, you please take care of me, boss. Su Tianyi thought to himself that this name is too common in Hong Kong films like Invincible, Lucky Star, or Thief Xing, and he couldn't quite place it. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, and in any case it didn't have any immediate impact. Su Tianyi casually took out a wad of cash and stuffed it into Xing's pocket. This money is for medical expenses. In the future, even if you steal a car, be smarter about it. Don't touch any car. After saying this, he turned to leave. A Xing clutched the money and hurriedly shouted, "Boss, let me join you. I can fight really well." Su Tianyi didn't look back and tossed out a line. "I don't want car thieves. Besides, being able to take a beating doesn't mean you can fight." Then he drove away directly. Su Tianyi thought that a Xing might lead to unexpected developments. Accepting him now could disrupt his plans, so he simply refused. Though it was somewhat regrettable, it was safer to leave him be for now. Hung Tian Financial Management Company. Su Tianyi arrived with people planning to transfer $50 million to a Hong Kong account. Upon entering, the reception lady smiled and asked, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "My surname is Su. I have an appointment with Manager Yang," Su Tianyi replied. The receptionist nodded immediately. "Hello, Mr. Su. Vice President Yang is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." Su Tianyi followed the receptionist into the office and was taken aback upon seeing Vice President Yang. It was yet another familiar face. This Vice President Yang was young and beautiful, exuding a heroic spirit, looking more like a female police officer than someone in finance. Vice President Yang smiled. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome, truly a fine talent." Yang Baoling waved her hand, seemingly wanting to brush off the previous topic, but she soon recalled the matter at hand and asked with a serious expression, "Mr. Su, do you have $50 million that you want to transfer back to Hong Kong?" She leaned slightly forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I just wonder if you could reveal the source of this." "You don't need to know the source," Su Tianyi replied succinctly, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. "You just need to know that the money is clean." He paused for a moment and continued, "Within a month, I want to convert it into Hong Kong dollars and bring it back to Hong Kong. As for how you operate it, I won't interfere." He looked at Yang Baoling, a slight smirk on his lips. "All the profits generated in the meantime will belong to you. Additionally, I will pay a commission of 1%. Can this cooperation be done?" Yang Baoling's eyes lit up, and without much hesitation, she slapped the table. "No problem. We will definitely get it done as soon as possible." This deal of $50 million was settled in just a few words. After leaving Hung Tian Financial Company, Su Tianyi got into the car. The pilot in the front seat turned around and asked, "Brother, are we going back now?" "No," Su Tianyi replied with an address. "First we need to go somewhere." The pilot acknowledged and started the car. About half an hour later they arrived at a nearly deserted beach. There were few people around, and only the monotonous waves crashed against the shore. Su Tianyi got out of the car, looked around, and pointed, "Go over there, look carefully." Tony and the pilot immediately began to search through the sand. Before long, Tony shouted, and they dug out several boxes from under the sand. Upon opening them, they were filled with cash. Tony quickly walked over, looking surprised. "Brother, we found it. So much money. And nearby, there are a few bombs buried as well." Su Tianyi nodded, seeming to have anticipated this. "Take all the money," he ordered. "Don't worry about the bombs." This 50 million was exactly what Li Weiwen's group was urgently looking for. Li Weiwen originally planned to play a black game, using the undercover Chen Yuanlong to trade money with drug dealers, then eliminate Chen Yuanlong and conveniently take the huge sum to fill the company's losses. However, he never expected that Chen Yuanlong would secretly hide the money before the transaction. As a result, after all his efforts, Li Weiwen ended up with nothing. Now it all conveniently fell into Su Tianyi's hands. After returning, Su Tianyi called the pilot over. "Find a person named Chen Yuanlong. He's an undercover police officer, but now he's lost his memory. Once you find him, bring him to me immediately. This person is crucial. As long as he is in our hands, we need not worry about Li Weiwen and his crew making mistakes." "Understood, brother." The pilot nodded in response. Just as he finished arranging this matter, Zhang Mitzi walked in. "Brother, Wei Jixiang is here. Let him in." Zhang Mitzi turned and walked out, and shortly after he led Wei Jixiang inside. At this moment, Wei Jixiang appeared completely different from his previous disheartened self. His eyes were sharp, his posture straight, and he exuded a fierce aura, finally resembling a brother. "Mr. Su," Wei Jixiang began, suppressing his anger. "You were right. The prince's VCD factory is indeed a drug production site." He snorted coldly. "This bastard really took me for a scapegoat. Last night, he tricked me into signing some corp. Fortunately, I was cautious and signed with a fake name using my left hand, and I bribed someone close to him. The evidence is now in hand." "Well done," Su Tianyi praised with a nod. Also saying, "Bo has already been released from prison. He has been making threats inside, vowing to take my life once he gets." He raised his head, his eyes filled with a desire for revenge. "What do you think? Can I just take people and kill him?" Now he not only feared Sang Bo, but also wanted to avenge his wife's death. After all, his wife's death was also related to Sang Bo. But since he had followed Su Tianyi, he would naturally ask for the boss' opinion first. Su Tianyi glanced at him and slowly said, "Of course you can kill him. However, keeping him alive may be more useful." He leaned slightly forward, analyzing, saying, "Bo harbors deep hatred towards both you and the prince. He will definitely come looking for you to settle the score. You initially got involved with him to save the prince. Now why not direct this calamity towards the prince instead?" Wei Jixiang listened, his eyes gradually brightening. "After Sang Bo takes care of the prince," Su Tianyi smirked, "you can deal with Sang Bo then. This way you can take revenge and step over Sang Bo to rise in power, achieving two goals with one action." "I understand." Wei Jixiang thought this plan was not only satisfying but brilliant, and he responded immediately, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Su. Go get it done quickly. If you need manpower or money, feel free to speak up." "No need for now," Wei Jixiang confidently replied, his face full of self-assurance. "If I can't handle this little matter, then I won't have the face to work with you in the future." Wei Jixiang was indeed different now. After regaining his courage, he took advantage of the momentum to deal with the small tyrants, and his followers were growing more numerous. His influence in Hongtai was now only a step behind Chen Mei. However, precisely because his momentum was too strong, Chen Mei was becoming increasingly restless and would eventually take action against him. Thus Wei Jixiang knew he had to take down Chen Mei before she could act. With Su Tianyi's guidance, he felt even more. That night outside a sauna city, a bald man in a black suit emerged with a group of younger brothers, exuding a powerful presence. This bald man had a conspicuous scar across his face going from his forehead through his eye down to the corner of his mouth, resembling a centipede. His fierce appearance combined with the scar made him even more detestable. This man was Sang Bo, just released from prison. Due to insufficient evidence back in the day, he had found a loophole and was freed early. A younger brother approached and asked, "Boss, now that you're out, do you want to do some big business with the brothers?" "What business?" Sang Bo glared, and the scar on his face twitched. "I first want to kill Wei Jixiang." Just thinking of that name ignited flames of fury in his eyes. "This bastard blinded one of my eyes back, then I must avenge this. You guys go and scrape him out for me tomorrow. I want to play with him slowly until he dies." Sang Bo's words dripped with intense hatred, showing how deep his grudge was against Wei Jixiang, even surpassing his hatred for the prince. So upon his release, he was solely focused on seeking revenge against Wei Jixiang. As he finished his fierce words, a sudden roar of engines echoed from the street. A motorcycle accelerated and raced towards Sang Bo, lifting its front wheel right in front of him. Boom! Sang Bo and a few younger brothers were caught off guard and knocked to the ground. The motorcycle skillfully swerved and came to a halt. Dazed from the fall, Sang Bo looked up and saw the rider, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "Wei Jixiang." He squeezed that name through his clenched teeth. Wei Jixiang flicked his hair and looked down at him. "Sang Bo, now that you're out, behave yourself." He paused, his tone mocking. "If you dare to stir up trouble, just as I could cut you once back, then I can do it again. They'll smash your lungs." Sang Bo was so furious he nearly passed out. Wei Jixiang, however, twisted the throttle again, revving the motorcycle as it charged at Sang Bo. Sang Bo's face turned pale with fear as he rolled and crawled backward to dodge. Boom! Boom boom. Just before a collision, Wei Jixiang suddenly swerved, coming to a complete stop. Immediately after, he pulled out a hammer from who knows where and smashed it down on Sang Bo's exposed leg. "Oh!" Sang Bo let out a pig-like scream. My foot! My foot!" He cried in agony, drenched in cold sweat, yelling, "Kill him! Get him killed!" The younger brothers hastily drew their knives, but Wei Jixiang had already hopped on the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, leaving behind a trail of smoke and a proud silhouette. "A bunch of useless fools. Get lost." Sang Bo covered his broken leg, screaming hysterically, "Everyone go find him. Turn over Shanjiang if you have to. Find Wei Jixiang. I want to chop him up myself." This time he was truly furious. Having been plotting revenge daily during his time in prison, he never expected that before he could make a move, he would first be humiliated by Wei Jixiang and lose a leg in the process. Especially that phrase, "I'll cut you again," which felt like a nail driven into his heart. Now Sang Bo's mind was consumed with one thought: at all costs, he must kill Wei Jixiang. But little did he know this was exactly what Wei Jixiang wanted. With Wei Jixiang's current influence, if he truly wanted to eliminate Sang Bo, he could simply roll over with hundreds of people. The reason for teasing him alone was purely to fuel this raging anger with another bucket of oil. What Wei Jixiang desired was for Sang Bo, this mad dog, to focus solely on him, so that he could shift the blame onto the prince and play a game of killing with a borrowed knife. However, in his view, merely killing Sang Bo wasn't enough to vent his anger. He wanted to see Sang Bo and the prince tear each other apart first, which would be truly satisfying. At the Wanchao Entertainment Center, Wei Jixiang sat opposite, Su Tianyi respectfully reporting on the progress. "Sang Bo is going crazy looking for me now," he said. "I estimate that as soon as I show my face, he'll pounce on me immediately." After roughly explaining the situation, Wei Jixiang leaned slightly forward and asked, "Mr. Su, what should I do next?" "First, take these items and send them to Chen Mei." Su Tianyi pointed to the table. The table was adorned with premium cigars and red wine, clearly high-end products worth a fortune. Although Wei Jixiang was not very familiar with the industry, he knew they were not cheap. He was somewhat puzzled. Why give such good things to that old guy Chen Mei? Do I still have to please him? Just take a look at what's at the bottom and you'll understand, Su Tianyi replied casually. Wei Jixiang, puzzled, opened the packaging and found a packet of white powder underneath. These drugs were collected by Su Tianyi from Liang Kun's territory earlier. He didn't use them, so it was perfect for the famous cigarettes and wines were meant to make Chen Mei reluctant to consume them right away, so he would store them, well, thus making it harder for him to discover the surprise beneath. Su Tianyi took a puff of his cigarette and slowly said, "Once we deal with the crown prince, you can use these drugs to take down Chen Mei as well. Isn't Sang Bo looking for you everywhere? Just let some rumors slip, making him think you're in cahoots with the crown prince, and leak the crown prince's itinerary to him. He'll naturally come to you." However, Su Tianyi changed his tone to clear yourself. It's best to have an alibi. That way no one can say this is related. How do I get that alibi? Wei Jisheng pressed. The undercover agent beside you is just the right person to use now. Su Tianyi smiled. Give him a hint. Let him think you're about to engage in a drug deal. Once the police take you in for a stay overnight, your suspicions will naturally be cleared. Wei Jisheng couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Su, this strategy is brilliant. I now understand what it means. He nodded, already planning in his mind. I know what to do now. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Su. When he first discovered there was an undercover agent around, Wei Jixiang's first reaction was to eliminate him. Now he was glad he listened to Su Tianyi's advice. Not only did he not harm him, but he also kept him close, proving to be of great use at a critical moment. After saying this, Wei Jisheng picked up those valuable gifts and left. In the evening, Hong Tai sat outside Chun Mai's villa. Dozens of younger brothers were loitering around, heavily guarded. In the living room, Chun Mei was sitting with the crown prince. When Wei Jisheng displayed the fine cigarettes and wines, Chun Mai's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled broadly. He was a connoisseur and immediately recognized these as rare treasures. Wei Jisheng said with a smile, Uncle Mei, just a little token of appreciation for you. These are all premium wines and cigars. Shall we open a bottle now to taste? No. Chun Mei hurriedly waved his hand. Such good wine should be saved for a while before drinking. If we open it now, the taste won't be right. He couldn't bear to enjoy it now, so he quickly stored it in the collection room. After having the items moved away, Chun Mei happily said, when there's a good day in the future, well, take them out to celebrate. Xiang, you are so thoughtful. What do you want? The crown prince said coldly from the side, his tone sharp. Suddenly, sending such expensive gifts, what are you scheming? He was quite dissatisfied with Wei Jixiang's recent behavior and no longer regarded him as a mere subordinate. Moreover, Wei Jixiang's reputation was growing, and the crown prince felt that his own spotlight was being stolen, which made him even more upset. Wei Jisheng remained unruffled and casually found a reason. It's nothing. The organization is about to elect a new person in charge, and I wanted to ask Uncle Mei for your support. Person in charge? You think you deserve it? The crown prince scoffed, showing disdain. Chun Mei, however, tried to mediate. Xiang, you have quite the capability, and you've contributed to the organization. You definitely qualify to be the person in charge. He spoke beautifully, but left room for doubt. Of course I support you, but whether you can be elected is not solely up to me. Other uncles must agree as well. Wei Jisheng coldly laughed in his heart, but appeared very sincere on the surface. Having Uncle Mai's support is enough. If I can't be elected, he'll accept it. Good, I will definitely support you. Chun Mei replied perfunctorily, a smile plastered on his face. Wei Jisheng suddenly turned to the crown prince and casually asked, Crown Prince, what plans do you have for tonight? What? Do you have a good show? The crown prince raised an eyebrow in response. I've got a membership card for Dynasty. Wei Jisheng smiled. I wanted to ask if you're interested in going to have some fun together. Dynasty Entertainment Center. The crown prince instantly sat upright, disbelief written all over his face. How could you possibly get a membership card? Even I can't get one. A friend of mine works as a manager there. Wei Jisheng shrugged. Though I can't get too many, one card is not a problem. Although the crown prince was still skeptical, his curiosity about Dynasty won out, and he eventually nodded. All right, let's go. The two walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders, and the younger brothers greeted them. The crown prince initially wanted to bring a few subordinates, but Wei Jisheng stopped him. No need to bring anyone, they won't be able to get in anyway. Moreover, in a place like Dynasty, no one dares to cause trouble. That makes sense. The crown prince waved his hand to send the younger brothers away, excitedly hopping into his sports car. Wei Jisheng watched the crown prince's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping to his lips, and then he got into the car as well. However, as soon as the two cars reached the intersection, they were stopped by several police cars. Mike and a team of officers surrounded Wei Jixiang's car, shouting, Wei Jisheng, we suspect you are involved in drug trafficking. Slowly exit the vehicle and do not resist. Don't worry, sir, I will cooperate. Wei Jisheng obediently raised his hands as he got out of the car, allowing them to put on handcuffs. Seeing him so calm, Mike felt a bit suspicious. However, since they had already captured him, they naturally had to take him back to the police station. Sir, this has nothing to do with me. The crown prince quickly poked his head out of the car. I was just passing by, and I don't know him at all. Search his car. Mike ordered. The officers searched, but found nothing, and could only let them go. The crown prince felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and immediately started the car, cursing, what bad luck. Fortunately, the membership card is with me. The more he thought, the prouder he felt, even believing it was better that Wei Jisheng wasn't there. He could enjoy himself even more alone. But just at the next intersection, a truck suddenly charged out from the side. Boom. The sports car was hit and rolled several times. The crown prince crawled out from the twisted car door, blood streaming down his head. One of his arms hung limply, already numb. The crown prince is indeed the crown prince. His life is remarkably tough. A chilling voice suddenly echoed. The crown prince shivered, looking up to see his face drained of color. Sang Bo. Was it you who hit me? Are you insane? Sang Bo grabbed his hair and said viciously, I want to go insane. What can you do about it? After saying this, he yanked his head down and slammed it against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After several heavy blows, the crown prince's face was covered in blood. Sang Bo pulled his hair, forcing him to look up. Tell me, where's Xiang? He was arrested by the police. If you want to find him, go to the police station. The Crown Prince weakly replied. Sang Bo received a hammer from one of his men. Xiang broke my leg last night. If you want to protect him, you can pay for this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hammer came crashing down. Crack. Oh. The Crown Prince's scream tore through the night sky. He screamed so tragically his face turned as white as paper, barely squeezing out a sentence. He really was taken by the police just at the intersection ahead. Do you think him an idiot? Sang Bo cursed, raising the hammer and smashing it down onto the Crown Prince's other intact hand. This time the Crown Prince lost even the strength to scream and curled up like a shrimp writhing in pain. That hand was completely ruined, blood and flesh a messy heap. Even a divine being couldn't restore it. Stop. Please don't hit me. The Crown Prince cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. If you don't believe me, I can call Xiang right now. You can ask him yourself. Upon hearing this, Sang Bo indeed pulled out his phone, flipping to Wei Jixiang's number and dialing. The call connected quickly, and Wei Jixiang's voice came through, sounding as if he was in a rush. Crown Prince, don't worry, I know Sang Bo is looking for me. I'm hiding well. If you want to find me, just come to the old place. My phone's about to die, that's all for now. After saying this, he hung up. When they called again, all that was left was the cold sound of the phone is off. When the Crown Prince heard this, his heart sank, knowing it was completely over. He looked up and indeed met Sang Bo's murderous gaze. At the Hong Tai headquarters, there were layers of people packed in. Almost all formal members of the organization were present today, creating a dark mass of at least 1,000. It had been many years since such a scene had been seen. Why did Uncle May call everyone? What major event has happened? Don't you know? The Crown Prince was killed by Sang Bo. Uncle May is mobilizing the entire organization to take revenge on Sang Bo. The Crown Prince is dead. Didn't he go out with Brother Xiang last night? Didn't Brother Xiang protect him? Even if Brother Xiang wanted to protect him, he couldn't. He was caught by the police halfway. The Crown Prince slipped away on his own and just happened to run into Sang Bo. Tisk, he first abandoned his brother for his own sake. It's no wonder he ended up in misfortune. If he hadn't run away, if they were together, Sang Bo wouldn't dare to act. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and those in the know had already pieced together the general idea. However, most people felt no sympathy for the Crown Prince's fate. They rather thought it was retribution, but due to the situation, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Just as they were discussing, the crowd suddenly parted to make way. Brother Xiang, Xiang is here. Wei Jixiang walked through the crowd with a blank expression, heading toward the headquarters, nodding slightly in response to the greetings along the way. In the center of the conference hall, there lay a stretcher covered with a white cloth that outlined a human shape. As the cloth was lifted, even these seasoned gangsters had several who turned to vomit on the spot. That could hardly be considered a complete corpse. The eyes had become 2 bloody holes, one ear was missing, half the scalp was torn off with the hair, and the mouth was a complete mess, as if it had been repeatedly smashed by a hard object. The limbs were soft and twisted, flesh torn open with a large area of the chest caved in. It took careful discernment to barely see the outline of the Crown Prince from that mass of blurred flesh. Wei Jixiang timely displayed a shocked expression. This is the Crown Prince. How could it have ended up like this? Who did this? Before he could finish, Bao Rong jumped out first, pointing a finger at him and shouting, what happened? The Crown Prince went out with you last night. How is it that he died and you have nothing to do with it? Did you betray the Crown Prince? Chun Mei sat silently at the head of the table, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixed unblinkingly upon Wei Jixiang, clearly harboring the same suspicion. Wei Jixiang let out a scornful laugh, his eyes flickering with disdain as he turned to Bao Rong. Uncle Bao, think before you speak. I know you've little sense, so keep your mouth shut lest you disgrace yourself further. He didn't wait for Bao Rong to retaliate, but pivoted toward Chun Mei and the others, raising his voice slightly. Everyone in the Triad knows I was arrested by the police last night and just released. If Prince had accompanied me to the station for tea, nothing would have happened. But he insisted I take the fall alone while he fled. I had no choice. What grudge does Sang Bo hold against me? Everyone here knows full well. He's gone mad seeking vengeance. I ask you, would such a man ever conspire with me to betray Prince? He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over Bao Rong's ashen face before his tone hardened further. Only a fool would entertain such a notion. Uncle Bao, you lack sense, so this time I'll overlook it. But if you slander me again, accusing me of betraying my brothers, dragging my honor through the mud, I won't hesitate to disregard seniority. Bao Rong choked, his face flushing crimson as he stiffened his neck and blurted, Xiang, do you hold any respect for elders? I am after all your uncle within the Triad. Surely these words cross all bounds of propriety. You accuse me of selling out my brothers and casting me into infamy. Wei Jixiang took a single step forward, locking eyes with him, each word deliberate and edged with steel. Were you not my uncle, I'd sever your head now and use it as a footstool. Bao Rong recoiled under that ruthless gaze. His mouth opened, then closed, finally jaw clenched. He swallowed his retort and fell silent. Chun Mei slammed her palm onto the table, her voice thick with suppressed fury. Summon everyone. Spare no expense, use any means necessary to drag Sang Bo out and bury him alive beside my son. Even as she seethed inwardly over Wei Jixiang, her immediate priority remained Sang Bo's annihilation. Just as Bao Rong and the others nodded to act, Wei Jixiang interjected coolly, "Hold on. That path leads nowhere." He turned to Chun Mei, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. "I recall, Uncle Mei, you once dismissed Sang Bo as a nameless, factionless street thug, saying that if Hong Tai moved against him, the underworld would mock us for bullying a common hoodlum. Upon reflection, Uncle Mei, your words ring true. After all, Sang Bo is merely one man. Must we mobilize the entire triad?" He spread his hands lightly. "I believe you, Uncle Mei, can handle him alone. Am I right? I place absolute faith in you." Chun Mei's expression darkened instantly. The others froze. None had anticipated Wei Jixiang's audacious. "Wei Jixiang, what do you mean by this?" Chun Mei ground out between clenched teeth. Wei Jixiang grinned lazily. "Nothing more than upholding protocol, strictly by the book." He leaned forward half a step, his voice dropping to a glacial whisper. "Moreover, I believe you are no longer fit to occupy this seat. Virtue and position no longer align. Hong Tai must elect a new leader. Surely it's time to stop squatting on the throne without ruling." "You want my seat? Dream on." Chun Mei shot upright. Wei Jixiang laughed aloud. "Whether I sit there isn't. If an election is held, it won't be now. Right now I strip you from Hong Tai in my capacity as leader, and command every member to hunt you down." Uncle Mei remains Uncle Mei. How commanding your threats sound." Wei Jixiang shook his head with mocking pity. "Alas, you'll soon forfeit that authority altogether. You're bluffing me." Chun Mei's eyes widened. At that precise moment, a squad of plainclothes officers burst through the door, guns drawn, all aimed squarely at Chun Mei. Detective Mike strode forward, flashing his badge. "Chun Mei, you're under arrest. We found substantial narcotics at your residence and manufacturing equipment at your son's VCD factory. You stand formally accused of drug trafficking and homicide, with irrefutable evidence. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in court." Chun Mei stood frozen, mouth agape, utterly unable to process the blow. "Officer, it's a frame-up. Drugs. Murder. I've been set up." He flailed his hands wildly, sweat glistening on his brow. Mike dismissed his protest with a curt wave. "Cuff him. Back to the station for interrogation." Bao Rong leapt forward first, shouting, "Officer, I barely know him. I knew nothing of his crimes. I'll testify as a cooperating witness. I'll expose everything he's done." "Bao Rong, I'll curse your ancestors." As Chun Mei was dragged away, he twisted back, screaming, "Once I'm locked up, none of you escape either. I know every sin you've committed. We die together." At once the remaining elders and lieutenants erupted into mutual denunciations, each scrambling to unearth the other's darkest secrets. Mike stared dumbfounded. He'd come for Chun Mei alone, yet stumbled upon a feeding frenzy that delivered them all. Seizing the opportunity, he barked, "Take them all back to the station for thorough interrogation." Wei Jixiang approached Mike with a serene smile and a slight nod. "Thank you, officer. Hong Tai owes you its cleansing. Without your intervention, I'd never have known how deeply they'd rotted." Mike shot him a glare, voice tight with resentment. "Don't get cocky, Wei Jixiang. I'll nail you sooner or later. You won't slip through my fingers." He felt like little more than Wei Jixiang's errand boy, bitterness churning in his gut. Wei Jixiang's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, though his smile never wavered. "I'll wait. Though I suspect this lifetime may offer you no such chance." Mike glared once more before withdrawing with his captives. The moment the police vanished, the hall emptied, echoing with hollow silence. Wei Jixiang swept his gaze across the room, then kicked over the hospital bed with a sharp crack. Prince's corpse tumbled onto the floor with a dull thud. Stepping deliberately past it, Wei Jixiang spoke, voice low but unmistakable. "I now claim the leadership of Hong Tai. Who objects?" "No objection, absolutely none. Brother Xiang has long deserved this seat. Chun Mei never deserved it. Good riddance. Anyone who opposes will answer to me first." For a breathless pause, silence hung. Then voices erupted, each louder and more fervent than the last. They rushed to praise him, terrified of lagging even a second behind, terrified of provoking his wrath. Having witnessed his ruthlessness firsthand, they were thoroughly cowed, desperate only to please him. After all, Chun Mei, Prince, and Bao Rong had all fallen in one stroke. Subduing the rest would require scarcely a gesture. Within Hong Tai, Wei Jixiang now commanded unrivaled power. With Chun Mei undone, no one dared challenge him. Thus Wei Jixiang ascended to the throne of Hong Tai, not merely succeeding, but eclipsing Chun Mei's former authority. His subordinates bowed low, obedient and subdued. Wangchao Entertainment Center. Upon assuming leadership of Hong Tai, Wei Jixiang's first act was to report to He stood before Su Tianyi, posture deferential. "Mr. Su, I am now the leader of Hong Tai. Please advise me on what comes next." Though his title had changed, his reverence for Su Tianyi remained unchanged. Wei Jixiang knew precisely where his ascent began. Su Tianyi's hand had lifted him from obscurity. That debt, he carried it in his heart. Hong Tai enforces total prohibition on narcotics, Su Tianyi declared without preamble. Effective immediately, no venue under our banner shall touch them. All operations run by other branches are to be consolidated under central control. He paused, then added, those lieutenants who comply may receive monthly dividends. But those who resist, Su Tianyi lifted his gaze, meeting Wei Jixiang's directly, shall never again possess the opportunity to object. Do you understand? Perfectly, Wei Jixiang replied without hesitation. I know exactly how to proceed. He understood Su Tianyi's ultimate aim, complete legitimacy scrubbed clean of shadows. This course served Wei Jixiang equally well, better than sinking deeper into darkness. Now that you've claimed the throne, I present you with a gift, Su Tianyi said, smiling faintly. As the words left his lips, Tony dragged in a limp, sagging figure and dropped him onto the floor like refuse. Wei Jixiang recoiled. There crumpled on the marble lay Sangbo, barely breathing, reduced to a husk of flesh and bone. Wei Jixiang had planned to track Sangbo down himself once Hong Tai's affairs were settled, never imagining the man had already fallen into Su Tianyi's grasp. I've delivered him to you, Su Tianyi said, voice calm and detached. How you dispose of him is yours alone. To Wei Jixiang, Sangbo embodied an ancient festering wound. Had that incident not occurred years ago, he would never have succumbed to inner demons, or descended into contemptuous obscurity, not even retaining his wife. It was precisely that hatred deep as marrow that had fueled his longing to end Sangbo himself. Only the urgency of toppling Chun Mei and Prince had delayed it. Now with his nemesis sprawled before him, Wei Jixiang's eyes turned glacial. Thank you, Mr. Su. His voice trembled, gratitude raw and unguarded. Su Tianyi had granted him the ultimate retribution, the privilege of personal vengeance. Don't kill me. Please spare me. Sangbo whimpered, breath shallow, tears and snot streaking. Wei Jixiang stepped forward, seized Sangbo's hair and hauled him upright. Sangbo shrieked, terror contorting his features. Ah, Xiang. Brother Xiang. I was wrong. I shouldn't have crossed you. Spare me. Don't soil your hands. Look at me. I'm ruined, useless, powerless. Let me live. Spare you. Wei Jixiang sneered. Then how would I ever reconcile with myself? Before Sangbo could beg again, the blade plunged inward. A wet sucking sound. As the knife withdrew, droplets of crimson arced through the air. Sangbo's eyes bulged wide, pure animal terror freezing his final expression. Wei Jixiang didn't pause. Another thrust deep into the abdomen. One strike. 2. 3. Each pierced cleanly, twin wounds blooming crimson. Only when Sangbo lay utterly still did Wei Jixiang stagger back, chest heaving. He turned, dropped to both knees before Su Tianyi and bowed low. Thank you, Mr. Su, for granting me the honor of avenging myself. Rise, Su Tianyi smiled, lifting a hand. From now on, we are brothers. Such formalities need no repetition. Then with quiet precision, he outlined further directives for governing Hong Tai, every word etched into Wei Jixiang's memory. The news of Wei Jixiang rising to power and becoming the new head of the Hong Tai sect spread rapidly throughout the Jianghu like it had sprouted wings. But immediately after, another piece of news left people astounded. Wei Jixiang had publicly acknowledged Su Tianyi as his elder brother in his capacity as the head of the Hong Tai sect. At this point, the Jianghu was in an uproar. It would be unremarkable for an ordinary Seijo to acknowledge an elder brother, and it would still be considered normal if done before taking on the role of head. However, he did so after assuming the position, which signified something entirely different. As the news spread, everyone understood on the surface Hong Tai was under Wei Jixiang's command, but the true authority was likely in the hands of Mr. Su. Hong Tai listened to Wei Jixiang, but Wei Jixiang listened to Su Tianyi. In this way, Su Tianyi had indirectly seized control of Hong Tai's lifeblood, nearly as good as having direct control. Thus people in the underworld began to realize this Mr. Su was not only the operative for Lianxing, but also the one calling the shots behind Hong Tai. Such a situation where one person exercised control over multiple factions had never been heard of before, only he could pull it off. Nevertheless, Wei Jixiang maintained a strong position within Hong Tai, and no one dared to disregard his words. Because of this, his acknowledgement of Su Tianyi as his elder brother, and even leading all of Hong Tai to work for Su Tianyi, went unchallenged. From then on, Su Tianyi's reputation in the Jianghu grew even more prominent, especially within Lianxing, where his influence overshadowed everyone else. Was he merely a head of the sect? Now everyone recognized Su Tianyi. Even Di and Lu had to take a back seat. As the Jianghu buzzed with speculation, Su Tianyi appeared downstairs at the Wenji law firm. Liang Guoxin worked here. She had invited Su Tianyi to dinner today to thank him for saving her life last time. In fact, during this period, Su Tianyi hadn't actively contacted her even once. On the contrary, Liang Guoxin had called him a few times under the pretext of some cases, but their conversations had been strictly about work. Su Tianyi's lack of contact didn't mean he had lost interest. One reason was that he was indeed busy. The other, he was playing a little game, waiting for Liang Guoxin to come to him. When he arrived, Liang Guoxin was already waiting downstairs, but she was accompanied by someone. Her police officer. Shandy, why must we break up? Mike appeared very anxious, speaking rapidly. Do you think I don't have time for you? I can take a leave, and I'll definitely make more time for you. Please give me another chance. Mike, that's not the issue. Liang Guoxin shook her head, her tone serious. It's that you don't respect my profession, nor do you respect me. You always want to extract client information from me, which makes me feel very scared. She paused and continued, we clearly agreed not to interfere in each other's work. But ever since you learned that I was handling the case between Mr. Su and Wei Jishan, you treated me like a criminal, always trying to dig up so-called evidence of wrongdoing. Don't you think that's excessive? I just want to catch bad guys, that's my duty. Mike immediately defended himself, but his tone softened. Alright, I admit this was my fault. I promise I won't do it again, okay? I've thought this through, let's take a break for now and cool off. Mike wanted to say something more, but upon raising his eyes, he saw Su Tianyi walking over, and his anger flared up instantly. Shandy, are you free now? Su Tianyi approached and asked with a smile. Liang Guoxin saw him and couldn't help but smile a little more. It's fine, we can go now. I understand. Mike pointed at Su Tianyi angrily, saying to Liang Guoxin, you broke up with me because of him. Shandy, don't be deceived by him. He is not a good person. If you follow him, you will definitely regret it. He then turned to glare at Su Tianyi, and in a low voice threatened, Su Tianyi, keep away from Shandy, or he'll have you arrested sooner or later. Whether he's a good person, I know in my heart. Liang Guoxin took a step forward, standing between the two men. Your malicious slander doesn't make you a gentleman. Su Tianyi smirked, showing a hint of provocation, and deliberately said nonchalantly, sir, let's part on good terms. Breaking up doesn't mean we can't be friends, why turn it into enmity? Shut up. Mike was completely enraged and shouted, it must be you who instigated this. You are behind this. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist as if to strike. Mike! Liang Guoxin screamed, but unhesitatingly stepped in front of Su Tianyi. She looked at her boyfriend, who had his fist raised with disappointment and a hint of fear in her eyes. You are terrifying. I just realized that today. Su Tianyi stood steady behind her, his smile growing more radiant, which only served to infuriate Mike further. This smile pricked at Mike, making him furious. He watched as his girlfriend completely shielded someone else, while he was utterly powerless, feeling as if he would explode from frustration. I don't want to talk anymore, let's go. Liang Guoxin stopped, looking at him directly, grabbing Su Tianyi's wrist and turning to walk towards the car. Mike watched helplessly as the two of them held hands and left, stomping his feet in anger by the roadside, only able to yell impotently into the air. Once in the car, Liang Guoxin finally sighed with relief and said apologetically, I'm sorry, he was too impulsive today and almost caused you to get hurt. It's fine. Su Tianyi smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. I can understand. Anyone would be upset about losing someone as wonderful as you. Do you think I'm wonderful, eh? Liang Guoxin turned to look at him. Su Tianyi met her gaze, his voice softening a bit. I feel very comfortable being with you. Every time I see you smile, my mood improves, and being with you always feels particularly relaxing. Then, Liang Guoxin bit her lip, finally asking what had been on her mind. Why haven't you contacted me all this time? Su Tianyi turned his head, speaking flatly. I don't know, perhaps I feel we are from two different worlds. You are too perfect to be with someone like me. Don't think like that. I've never felt that way, and you are great too. Liang Guoxin hurriedly waved her hands. You said it yourself, right? Love requires mutual feelings, not just social status. I think that makes perfect sense. Seeing her so anxious, Su Tianyi's heart stirred, and he suddenly asked, then do you like me? Yes. Liang Guoxin nodded without hesitation. Su Tianyi no longer hesitated and leaned in to kiss her. Liang Guoxin did not dodge her, instead, she leaned in to meet him. However, Mike outside was fuming, jumping up and down in a fit of rage. Liang Guoxin was so focused on Su Tianyi that she completely forgot about her boyfriend. In the Western restaurant, Su Tianyi and Liang Guoxin were having a candlelit dinner, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Since getting in the car, Liang Guoxin had been smiling and slightly shy. Although she felt she didn't know Su Tianyi well enough, being with him was just joyful. This feeling was completely different from being with Mike. Dating Mike felt like a routine task, stifling, but being with Su Tianyi made everything interesting. Therefore, Liang Guoxin was sure that she had fallen for him and wanted to continue down this path. As they enjoyed their meal, a waiter approached and whispered something in Su Tianyi's ear. Su Tianyi frowned slightly and nodded, saying, all right, I understand. You can leave for now. After the waiter left, Liang Guoxin asked, is something wrong? If you have something urgent, you can leave first so I can finish and go home myself. Su Tianyi smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing. This is our first meal together. How could I leave early? I'll accompany you until the sky falls. His tone was light as he continued, and there's really nothing urgent, don't worry. Liang Guoxin felt sweet inside after hearing that, feeling very valued. Su Tianyi indeed focused on her, not glancing around once throughout the meal, just chatting with her. After dinner, he personally saw Liang Guoxin home. When they reached downstairs, Liang Guoxin said, I'm home now. I know you're busy, so I won't make you come up. She smiled slightly and added, I don't know how long you'll be busy, but can you call me when you're done? Sure, I'll contact you later. Su Tianyi smiled and said, you go up first, I'll watch you leave before I head off. Liang Guoxin turned to go upstairs, and when she waved at him from the window, he waved back and then got into his car and left. As soon as he got in the car, Su Tianyi instructed, plane go directly to the Lianxing headquarters. The matter the plane had notified was a meeting called by Lianxing for all operatives, personally sent by Uncle Deng. This atmosphere clearly indicated that something significant was about to be announced. However, Su Tianyi was well aware and wasn't in a hurry. Within Lianxing, he had already become a key figure, any major matter couldn't bypass him. That being the case, the meeting wouldn't commence until everyone arrived. That's why he took his time flirting and finishing dinner before leisurely heading over, which made him appear even more significant. In the side hall of the Lianxing headquarters, Uncle Deng sat at the main seat serving tea. Uncle Chuanbao, Longan Dapu He, and other uncles and operatives were present, with Didi and Lin Huayue also seated nearby. Basically, all the prominent figures of Lianxing were gathered except for Su Tianyi. However, everyone sat in silence for over half an hour with no one daring to speak. Until Su Tianyi pushed the door open and walked in. "Sorry everyone," he smiled and said, "I was delayed by something, which is why I'm late." Even though he had kept everyone waiting for so long, no one dared to complain. Even if they felt displeased, no one wanted to offend the currently flourishing Su Tianyi over such a trivial matter. Uncle Deng set down his teacup and spoke. "All right, since AE has arrived, let's begin the meeting." He raised his hand and gestured, "Everyone please enjoy your tea." The uncles took their turn drinking first, followed by the operatives. The rules in Lianxing were numerous, but it was these very rules that had sustained them for over a century without falling apart. Uncle Deng cleared his throat, surveying the room before speaking. "The reason for gathering all of you today is for one matter." He paused before continuing. "Everyone knows the rules of Lianxing. For so many years, no one has been able to serve 2 consecutive terms as the head. It was not allowed in the past, it is not allowed now, and it will not be allowed in the future." His tone was steady yet carried an undeniable weight. "This rule has been passed down for over 100 years and cannot be changed. With the term of the current head approaching 2 years, it's time for us to elect a new head." As soon as those words were spoken, the side hall fell into silence. Everyone exchanged glances, pondering something, but only they knew what it was. Unfazed, Mr. Deng continued, "Everyone present, if you have the intention to run for election, please report your name to me. The official election will commence in 3 months. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand to the side. "All right, for other trivial matters, let Xue Ji explain to you all." Xue Ji hurriedly stood up and began discussing various issues within the club. At this moment, who had the heart to listen? Everyone's thoughts had flown to the election for the position of the seat. Whatever Xue Ji was saying, no one was paying attention. After all, he was an ordinary fellow, and what he spoke was not particularly important. At this moment, Lin Huailu and Didi simultaneously glanced at Su Tianyi. The two clearly shared the same thought. Currently, the only ones qualified to contest for the seat were Didi and Lin Huailu. As for Su Tianyi, everyone thought he had just taken office not long ago and would have to wait a few terms before making a move. Thus, the popular candidates for this election were undoubtedly Lin Huailu and Didi, while the other characters were mostly just supporting players. However, within Lianxing, the supporters of Lin Huailu and Didi were evenly matched, and neither had absolute confidence. If they could gain Su Tianyi's support, it would significantly increase their odds of winning to the point where they could say victory was assured. With that in mind, it was easy to guess how the two would treat Su Tianyi. They would definitely try various methods to win him over. This point was crystal clear to Su Tianyi. However, he was also well aware that while these two were trying their best to win him over, they could just as easily turn against him without hesitation. For this election, Su Tianyi had no intention of yielding. He wanted to run for election too, and it was imperative that he won. He would not allow others to intrude. The position of the Lianxing seat was crucial for his subsequent plans. Only by securing the seat could he control the entire club and gradually clean up his affairs. If he couldn't secure it, everything else was off the table. Wait a few terms. He certainly did not have that kind of patience. Therefore, when it came down to it, Su Tianyi was the common and most formidable opponent for both Didi and Lin Huailu. This situation would eventually turn around. As the meeting dispersed, Didi immediately approached, enthusiastically wrapping an arm around Su Tianyi's shoulder. "Hey, he boomed, are you free tonight? I'm treating you to drinks, and we won't return until we're drunk. How about it?" Su Tianyi smiled and politely declined. "Brother Didi, I would love to go, but I really can't make it tonight. Next time for sure." Didi responded readily. "All right. Just don't stand me up next time I'm waiting for you." Su Tianyi nodded and walked straight out. Just as he reached the car, Lin Huailu followed him. "Hey, he said gently, is it convenient tonight?" "Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize." Su Tianyi showed a troubled expression and gave a similar excuse. "Brother Didi just invited me, and I didn't agree to it. I really can't manage tonight." Lin Huailu nodded in understanding. "I see you have a lot on your plate, so it's only natural to be busy. Let's arrange another day." After all, there were still 3 months until the official election, so there was no rush. Both Didi and Lin Huailu were wary of pushing too hard, fearing that they might push Su Tianyi into the opposing camp, which would be a huge loss. After once again politely declining Su Tianyi, he got into the car and left. As the car drove onto the road, the driver couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, why are they both so eager to find you?" "It's just flattery," Su Tianyi scoffed. "They just want me to support them in becoming the seat holder." The driver asked again, "So who will you support?" "Support?" Su Tianyi looked out the window, his tone calm. "For this election, I have my sights set on that seat." Only by securing this position can we truly unfold our plans. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately said, then he'll call Tian Hong and the others to get rid of. No need, Su Tianyi interrupted. It's not at the point where we need to resort to violence. He paused and continued, only by securing this position with absolute advantage can I smoothly control the entire Liansheng. The driver thought for a moment and felt that his idea was indeed a bit rough then. What should we do? Su Tianyi pondered for a moment and instructed, after we return you first need to find someone and bring him to see me. Who? The head horse of Depu Hei's underlings, Su Tianyi replied, Dongguan Zai. What he wanted was not just the title of the seat holder. What he sought was real control over the entire Liansheng. A puppet seat holder like Chui Ji was of no use to him whatsoever. Therefore he had to lift his own people into positions within the various halls of Liansheng, which was the only way to truly grasp the entire game. Only by fully controlling Liansheng could his plan for redemption proceed smoothly. A few days later at the Wangchao Entertainment Center, the driver led Dongguan Zai inside. As soon as Dongguan Zai entered, his eyes were glued to the surroundings. This place was dazzling with lights, the music deafening, and the air was filled with the scent of money and indulgence. He swallowed hard, and his thoughts became lively. Who wouldn't want to be a lord in a place like this? But he knew that his entrance today was solely because Su Tianyi had specifically requested to meet him. Upon reaching the second-floor box, Dongguan Zai saw the main figure. Su Tianyi was casually lounging on the sofa, yet his imposing aura remained undiminished. Mr. Su, you summoned me. Dongguan Zai stood straight, his tone respectful. Su Tianyi nodded slightly. Sit. Dongguan Zai complied and sat down, getting straight to the point. Mr. Su called for me regarding the position of the seat, right? He felt that aside from this matter there was no reason for the big shot to remember such a small character. You're sharp, Su Tianyi smiled, but his words took a turn. However, that's not the whole story. So, does Mr. Su want to support Brother Didi or Brother Lu? Dongguan Zai made it clear, then quickly distanced himself. But whoever you support, it won't involve me. The final decision rests with my boss, He Gu, just a runner. Besides, the goods from our hall are all dealt with at Brother Didi's place, so He Gu can't possibly turn against Didi to support Brother Lu. He disclosed everything in one breath, fearing that any miscommunication might offend the man before him. What Depu Hei wants, I'm not concerned. Su Tianyi leaned forward, his gaze locked onto Dongguan Zai's face. Who you support is the most crucial. He paused, then added, from my perspective, while Depu Hei may hold the title of the operator, isn't it you, Dongguan Zai, who is managing everything in the hall? You handle the people, manage the business, and deal with any troubles. He only needs to move his lips. Yet he collects the lion's share of the profits, and how much you get is entirely dependent on his mood that day. If he's in a good mood, you might get a little more. If not, you might end up with nothing. Dongguan Zai's eyes flickered, but he replied, Mr. Su, I don't quite understand your meaning. You do understand. Su Tianyi leaned back on the sofa, his tone assured. Let me be direct. For this election, I'm determined to secure the seat. If you come with me, I'll elevate you to a position of authority. He lightly pointed at the armrest. Since you're already doing all the work, why not take the seat yourself? As for Depu Hei, he can retire. Dongguan Zai's heart sank, and he hurriedly replied, with my boss around, how could I qualify to sit in that position? I fear I won't be able to fulfill what Mr. Su has instructed. Su Tianyi scoffed. As long as he's around, you can't sit. But what if he's not? He stared at Dongguan Zai, enunciating each word. If I want to elevate you, who would dare oppose? If I say you're qualified, then you are. Even if you're not, I can still lift you up. Dongguan Zai's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This could not be any clearer. It meant he had to eliminate his own boss to ascend to power. If this word got out, the entire Jianghu would hunt him down. Yet strangely, he didn't immediately refuse. Su Tianyi was right. He was indeed the one hustling in the hall, while Depu Hei was more like a figurehead reaping the rewards. Dongguan Zai had long been harboring a grudge, but due to insufficient strength, he had to endure. Now with Su Tianyi extending a ladder, the situation was entirely different. He remained silent for a few seconds, swallowed hard, and finally asked in a low voice, Mr. Su, what do you want me to do? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Tianyi's face. He knew the bait had been taken. You go back first, Su Tianyi said casually, as if discussing everyday matters. Whenever you have the chance, eliminate Depu Hei. I will take care of the rest. Dongguan Zai understood. This was a test of loyalty. If he couldn't even handle his own boss, he would have no right to sit at this gambling table. All right, I'll go back and think about it. Thank you, Mr. Su, said Dongguan Zai. Since you're here, why rush back? Su Tianyi waved his hand casually. Tonight, enjoy yourself here. Zhang Mizai, who had been waiting by the side, immediately stepped forward. Brother E. Show Dongguan Zai around. Let him experience the hospitality of the host. Yes, Brother E. Hearing this, Dongguan Zai couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Thank you, Mr. Su. Looking at his uncontainable enthusiasm, Su Tianyi found it somewhat amusing. Such an ambitious young wolf, having tasted the sweetness of the top-tier venues, would only grow hungrier for power. The hungrier they were, the more useful they became. Su Tianyi preferred to support newcomers like Dongguan Zai rather than seasoned players like Depu Hei. After all, even if He supported him as the seat holder, he wouldn't hand over control of the entire hall. But Dong Wanzai was different. Once he was supported into position, he would have no way out and would have to resolutely follow Su Tianyi. Thus Su Tianyi chose Dong Wanzai, as He had no real capabilities anyway. Just as Zhang Mizai was leading Dong Wanzai out, the driver approached whispering, "Brother, the person you wanted has been found." Su Tianyi raised his chin casually. "Oh, let them in." The driver promptly went out, and soon brought. Interestingly, one of them was Xing, who was recently caught for stealing a car. This guy was actually here again. As soon as Xing saw Su Tianyi, he rushed over to plead for mercy, his voice trembling. "Mr. Su, I truly didn't steal a car this time. Please believe me. Even if I did steal, I wouldn't dare to do it on your turf. I don't know anything, I just got caught by them." Su Tianyi ignored him and turned to the bearded man beside him, frowning as he asked, "How did you end up with him?" The bearded man hadn't spoken yet when Xing jumped up to clarify, "I don't know him. He insisted on calling me his cousin, and despite my efforts to shake him off, he just won't leave me alone. Plus there are people chasing him." The bearded man was also taken aback and turned to Xing asking, "Sir, do you know me?" Su Tianyi smiled lightly and replied directly, "Your name is Chun Yuanlong. You are an undercover agent sent by the police to deal with drug dealers." So this is the undercover policeman Chun Yuanlong from Thief Xing. But he hasn't regained his memory yet. He doesn't even remember his own name and is completely dazed. Chun Yuanlong was stunned and scratched his head saying, "My name is Chun Yuanlong. Am I really a policeman?" Su Tianyi continued, "However, you are also a wanted criminal by the police. You're missing 50 million in public funds, and everyone suspects you embezzled it." Upon hearing 50 million, Xing's eyes lit up, instantly grabbing Chun Yuanlong and shouting, "Cousin, why didn't you say you had 50 million earlier? We can share. 50-50 split, 25 million each. Come on, let's go get the money." As he spoke, he dragged Chun Yuanlong towards the door, but just as they reached it, a man suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Xing's head, freezing him in place. Only then did Xing realize where they were. His legs went weak, and he quickly turned to shout, "Mr. Su, I was wrong. Whatever you need me to do, just say it, and I'll make it happen." He then pulled Chun Yuanlong and shouted anxiously, "Cousin, quickly hand over the money. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I don't want the money." Su Tianyi leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm. "I'm just reminding you, this isn't that simple. If the drug dealers don't get the money, they won't let it go easily. Moreover, the police asked you to take 50 million for the transaction, yet afterward not a single person was caught. Do you find that reasonable?" Xing's eyes widened. Could it be that the police have an inside man collaborating with the drug dealers to embezzle money, only to have a long embezzle at first? "Cousin, you're doomed. The drug dealers will kill you, and the police will kill you. They'll burn paper money for you every year. May you rest in peace." Chun Yuanlong shook his head as if trying to remember something, then frowned and shook his head again. "Mr. Su, what do you want by telling me all this?" Su Tianyi smiled. "I suspect that the inside man has a grudge against me, so I want to use you to lure them out and catch them all at once." Xing immediately cheered. "Mr. Su is willing to help you. You're in luck. This is a stroke of luck." However, Su Tianyi's next words made him stop laughing. "I need you to act as bait with him." Xing's face instantly paled, and he shrank back. "They have guns. I will die." Su Tianyi raised his eyelids, his tone turning colder. "I have a gun too. If you don't agree now, you will die regardless." Xing's smile completely froze, his mouth opening, but unable to speak for a long time. Su Tianyi then softened his tone. "If you do this, well, you can come work for me, and I'll do my best to keep you safe. As long as they don't get the 50 million, they won't kill you easily, so you'll be safe for now." Xing's eyes lit up at the prospect of working with Su Tianyi, and he immediately straightened his back. "Thank you, Mr. Su." At the Hung Tian Financial Management Company in Yang Baoling's office, Su Tianyi sat across from her as Yang Baoling handed over a contract, her tone steady. "Mr. So your 50 million US dollars has been transferred to your account and converted entirely into Hong Kong dollars. You can call the check if everything is fine, just sign here." Su Tianyi smiled, took the pen, and swiftly signed his name. How could I not trust Miss Yang? 400 million Hong Kong dollars were securely deposited, and with the existing funds, his cash on hand had already surpassed 700 million. He had no intention of investing this money in illicit businesses, though instead, he was contemplating legitimate ventures. After all, once he sat at the helm alongside Lien Sheng, he would need a way to clean his money. These days, if you don't reach the top, you don't even have the qualification to launder money. The chair of the helm is essentially a ticket to shore. Thus, the business plan could wait. It would be better to wait until the helm election settled down. After all, in this era, opportunities abound, whether in Hong Kong or the mainland. Seizing just one could lead to a turnaround. Su Tianyi figured that becoming a top tycoon through legitimate businesses would come naturally, and even advancing further wasn't impossible. After signing the contract, he lifted his gaze to Yang Baoling, noticing her furrowed brow, and casually asked, "Miss Yang, you look troubled. Have you encountered some trouble?" Is it that obvious?" Yang Baoling was somewhat surprised and instinctively touched her face. Su Tianyi leaned back slightly, speaking casually. "If you trust me, why not share it? Perhaps I can offer some advice. Actually, It's not a big deal, just that I feel uncertain and want to discuss it with someone. Yang Baoling hesitated before lowering her voice and continued, but this concerns company secrets, so Mr. Su, please don't leak it. It could affect the company's reputation. She paused for a moment before continuing. My second uncle put me in charge of this branch, originally intending for me to learn the ropes. But a few days ago when I checked the accounts, I suddenly found that 50 million was missing. Su Tianyi found it somewhat amusing. This girl was too naive to dare speak of such an internal scandal. But he didn't show it on his face, only raising an eyebrow and asking, since it's not you, why not report it to the police? I want to report it, Yang Baoling said with some grievance, but the general manager Eric won't let me. He said that if it gets out it will affect client trust, so we should investigate it ourselves first. What about reporting it to your second uncle, that is the headquarters? I did mention it, but Eric told me not to inform my uncle, yet saying that if I couldn't handle this small matter it would make me look incompetent. He told me to wait until he finds out where the money went before reporting it together. Yang Baoling recounted honestly. Su Tianyi, after listening, scoffed. So, you really listened to him? Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? Yang Baoling didn't quite catch on. Money doesn't just grow legs and run away. There are very few people in the entire company who could move 50 million right. Su Tianyi analyzed slowly. Moreover, if it wasn't done by you, your first reaction to such an incident should be to report it to headquarters. If you keep it under wraps and wait for headquarters to find out, even if you didn't take the money, you'll become an accomplice for not reporting it. Yang Baoling panicked instantly. Could it be that serious? Then I need to go find the general manager and clarify. Don't rush. Su Tianyi raised a hand to gesture her to calm down. I advise against confronting him directly. You'd better bypass everyone in the company, report quietly to headquarters yourself, and then investigate personally. He spoke more seriously, because everyone in this company is a suspect. If you let them investigate, it's like stirring up a hornet's nest. 50 million is not a small amount, but it's enough to hire a hitman. You need to be careful. Yang Baoling's face turned pale and her voice trembled. Then, Mr. Su, who do you think is the most likely suspect? Everyone is a suspect. There may even be more than one person involved. Su Tianyi looked at her. But the one who stopped you from reporting to the police and prevented you from reporting to headquarters is the prime suspect. Are you saying? Eric. Yang Baoling finally caught on, becoming increasingly convinced something was off. If a newcomer like you can spot the discrepancies in the accounts, how could he, as the general manager, not know? He had to wait until you discovered it before telling you. Su Tianyi countered. Yang Baoling slammed the table in anger. How could I have trusted him so much? I'm going to report him right now. Hold on, Su Tianyi waved his hand. I suggest you find out the whereabouts of the money in secret. If he has already transferred the money and you report it, he could simply run away and that 50 million would be lost forever. Right, I need to find the money first. Yang Baoling nodded repeatedly. Seeing his objective achieved, Su Tianyi stood up to leave. Then you keep investigating and be extra cautious. If you need help, feel free to reach out to me. He had come here today precisely to expose the 50 million gap to Yang Baoling, forcing her to investigate further. Only in this way would the inside man named Eric truly begin to panic, because he was one of the people colluding with Li Weiwen to embezzle public funds. They were rushing to find 50 million to fill the hole, which was why Li Weiwen planned to have Chen Yuanlong make the transaction, intending to blackmail the police and use their money to cover the accounts. Little did they know that Chen Yuanlong had hidden the money ahead of time, leaving their plans in vain. As Yang Baoling started checking the accounts, this was exactly the effect Su Tianyi wanted. The more anxious Li Weiwen and Eric were to find Chen Yuanlong, the more opportunities he would have to clean up both sides. The alley was narrow and winding. Chen Yuanlong and Xing had been wandering around for quite a while. Cousin, don't get me into trouble. This could really cost lives. Xing complained as he walked, his tone filled with grievance. You better think quickly. If you can't even remember who wants to kill you, we're done for. Also, you'd better remember where the 50 million is hidden. If something happens to you, that money will never see the light. That's such a waste. You need to think hard. Chen Yuanlong looked helpless. I've been thinking every day, but I just can't piece it together. I only remember there seems to be a violin case. The money should be inside it, but I really can't recall where the case is now. In fact, he had recalled some fragments intermittently, just not able to connect them into a complete clue. You're really out of luck, Xing sighed. If it weren't for me being able to stick with Mr. Su, who else would dare accompany you on this risky adventure? Is Mr. Su really that good? Chen Yuanlong asked. What do you know? Xing perked up immediately. Sticking with Mr. Su will be living the good life, and in Xiangjiang no one would dare mess with me. Then I can be considered half a big brother. The more he thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed, but just as he was enjoying the thought, he suddenly felt something hard pressing against his back. Cousin, stop messing around, Xing casually slapped behind him. I hate it when men touch my waist. Chen Yuanlong's voice became stiff. It wasn't me. If you don't believe me, turn around and see. Who else could it be? Xing turned around, his face suddenly turning pale. A woman with a delicate appearance had appeared behind them at some point, holding a gun, one aimed at Chen Yuanlong's head, while the other pressed against Xing's waist. At this point, Xing understood. They had encountered a female assassin. Don't move, the female assassin said, or I will shoot immediately. I won't move. I absolutely won't move. Xing raised both hands, his voice trembling. Please don't let the gun misfire. This isn't a joke. If you behave, the gun won't misfire, the female assassin said coldly. Now come with me, someone wants to see you. Where are we going? Who do we meet? Xing asked. You'll know once we get there. The two had no choice but to obediently follow her forward. On the surface, they cooperated while showing no signs of resistance. However, as they passed an intersection, Chun Yuanlong and Xing suddenly exchanged glances and lunged toward the gun in the female assassin's hand. Bang! The gun fired. Chun Yuanlong dodged, but Xing was knocked backward, crashing to the ground. Just as the female assassin was about to fire again, a figure suddenly leaped down from the rooftop, kicking the gun out of her hand, while a long sword was already pressed against her neck. The newcomer was Luo Tianhong. He had secretly followed them all the way, waiting for this moment. After subduing the female assassin, Luo Tianhong said lightly, Now it's your turn to go meet someone with us. The female assassin bit her lip, silent, knowing she had been caught. Xing, are you okay? Luo Tianhong turned to ask. Xing was groaning as he climbed up from the ground, holding his waist and whimpering, That hurts so much. I almost broke my waist. He pulled open his coat to reveal the bulletproof vest underneath. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise I'd really be heading to sell salted duck eggs today. Seeing that Xing was fine, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. In Sim Sha Sui, inside the MG Entertainment Club, Su Tianyi stood before Luo Tianhong, Xing, and Chun Yuanlong. Beside them was a woman, head bowed, bearing a resigned expression. She was the female assassin. At first glance, one could hardly tell she was in this line of work. She was quite delicate in appearance, with a gentle demeanor and a hint of scholarly air, resembling a girl from a well-off family. Yet it was precisely this appearance that made it easier for her to approach her targets, and she had succeeded more than once. Luo Tianhong pressed a sword against her neck and demanded, Who sent you? If you don't speak, I'll kill you. The female assassin bit her lips, silent, seemingly resolute to wait for death. I already know, even if you don't say. Su Tianyi chuckled. You came from Annam, fleeing the war to Hong Kong, and were recruited to be an assassin. That person promised you a legitimate identity and to send you abroad, so you believed him, killing one after another on his behalf. The female assassin's eyes flickered with surprise. In your heart, you know he is just using you, Su Tianyi continued nonchalantly. No matter how many people you kill, he will never let you go. But you have no choice but to keep trusting him, because the one who painted this picture for you is Inspector General Li Weiwen. His title makes you believe he has the power to fulfill his promises. Now I'm offering you a way out, Su Tianyi said. Cooperate with me, and after we accomplish our task, I will give you a sum of money and send you abroad. You can stay in Hong Kong if you wish. Why should I trust you? The female assassin's voice was cold. Su Tianyi merely smiled and replied, You have no choice. I have many ways to make you talk. Dying here would be a release. You are not afraid of death, but with me it won't be so easy. His tone was calm, yet the implication sent chills down the spines of those listening nearby. You have no ties with Li Weiwen. You've been deceived from the beginning. Rather than suffer for him, why not bring him down with you? Even if I ultimately deceive you, at least you can take him down with you. Su Tianyi said, looking at her. The female assassin fell silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. All right, I will cooperate with you. I am not sure if you will keep your promise, but I don't want Li Weiwen to have it easy. Su Tianyi smiled slightly. After all this time, I still don't know your name. Forget it, you have no name. He paused. How about, let's not use the name from Annam anymore. From today on, your surname will be Su, and your given name will be Li. I hope your future days can be like dawn, no longer hiding in the shadows. Su Li. The female assassin murmured, somewhat dazed. Contact Li Weiwen your way, Su Tianyi instructed directly. Just say you've captured Chun Yuanlong, but cannot find out where the money is hidden. Understood. Su Li responded decisively. After the call connected, Li Weiwen on the other end was indeed anxious. Especially when he heard the meeting place was set at that old bar on the beach, where Chun Yuanlong had previously dealt with drug traffickers. He was even more convinced. In the dilapidated bar by the beach, Chun Yuanlong was bound to a chair, and Su Li held a gun to his head. Before long, a group burst in, armed with either handguns or submachine guns. Leading them was Eric, the general manager of Hongtian Finance. Upon seeing Chun Yuanlong, Eric's eyes lit up. Your task is complete. You can hand him over to me now. Don't come any closer. Su Li cocked the gun one more step, and he'll blow his head off. Eric's group immediately turned their guns on Su Li. The leader shouted, What are you doing? He can't die. If he dies, who will pay the 50 million? That's your problem, Su Li replied. I want to see Li Weiwen. He promised me a passport if I captured Chun Yuanlong. She paused before continuing, I will not hand him over without seeing Li Weiwen in person. You all better cooperate, or I'll shoot him and no one will get the money. Now throw all your weapons into that oil barrel and kick the barrel over here. Do as I say, or I'll shoot immediately. Eric's face turned pale with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After all, if they couldn't retrieve that 50 million, they would all be doomed. Thus, he could only signal his subordinates to comply, throwing all their guns into the oil barrel and kicking it over. At that moment, Li Weiwen's voice came from the doorway. I will naturally fulfill the promise I made to you. Why must we make such a fuss? Li Weiwen entered, looking at Su Li. The passport is ready. Hand him over to me, and you can leave at any time. Why did you capture me? Chen Yuanlong suddenly lifted his head. Li Weiwen smiled. After going through so much trouble to find you, of course it's to help you remember. Where did you hide that 50 million? I don't know, I can't remember anything. Chen Yuanlong shook his head. Really can't remember. It seems your amnesia hasn't healed yet. Li Weiwen said, then slowly put on a white long coat and a brown hat, and had the old atmospheric lights in the bar turned on. The changing lights cast a dim red and dark green over the bar. How about now? Doesn't this environment resemble the first time we met? Li Weiwen asked. Chen Yuanlong's pupils shrank and his voice trembled. You were the boss that night. You were the one who shot me. Exactly, Li Weiwen admitted directly. If you had obediently handed over the money, then none of this would have happened. But you insisted on hiding the money. Now that you've remembered who I am, you should be able to recall where the 50 million is hidden, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause suddenly erupted from the corner of the bar. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, really impressive. I didn't expect Li Sir to have such skills. A respectable inspector general moonlighting as a drug lord. Su Tianyi walked out while applauding, a smile on his face. Li Weiwen abruptly turned his head, his expression changing. Su Tianyi, why are you here? Oh, so you think bringing a few people will be enough to capture me? Today both you and Chen Yuanlong will die here. Su Tianyi didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he raised his voice and shouted, Su Sir, did you hear that? He's threatening my personal safety right here. Don't move. Everyone stay still. You are surrounded. Surrender. In the next moment, armed flying tigers surged in from all directions. They poured in through the broken windows, the doors behind the bar, even dropping down from the ceiling, all aiming their guns at Li Weiwen and his group. Li Weiwen and the others instinctively reached for their guns, only to remember their weapons had already been thrown into. Then Su David walked out with a serious expression. He was indeed in a foul mood, having a scoundrel like Li Weiwen in the police force, engaged in drug trafficking, kidnapping, and murder, only able to catch him with external clues. If word got out, the police would have no face left. Nevertheless, Su David quickly directed the flying tigers to control the scene, handcuffing Li Weiwen and Eric's group. He then approached Su Tianyi and said, Mr. Su, thank you for providing the clues. The police are very grateful. Su Tianyi waved his hand. Su Sir, this has nothing to do with me. I hope my name doesn't appear in any reports. Can you manage that? Su David's eyes brightened, immediately responding, no problem, the police will fully cooperate and ensure you are not inconvenienced. He knew very well that if they could remove Su Tianyi from the incident and present it as the police independently solving the internal corruption, it would look much better. Additionally, Mr. Su David pondered for a moment before asking, do you have any leads on the whereabouts of the 50 million? Su Tianyi smiled. The money was hidden by Chen Yuanlong. You need to ask him. As long as his memory returns, he should be able to find it. Su David understood at once. This money was probably lost for good. Not to mention whether Chen Yuanlong could remember. Even if he did, it was uncertain if the money was still in its original place. But since this wasn't his case, not being able to find it wasn't his responsibility. He nodded to Su Tianyi again. Regardless, thank you once more for your cooperation. Just a small effort. Su Tianyi replied, casually, feeling satisfied with Su David's understanding. That 50 million, if he took it, it was his to keep. There was no way he would give it back, and now it belonged to the Su family. After Su David left with his men, Su Tianyi returned to his office on the 6th floor of the Dynasty Entertainment Center. He had just sat down when Su Li walked in. She stood before Su Tianyi, stating directly, I have completed the task you assigned me. Now do you want me to continue killing others, or do you want to kill me directly? Su Li had no faith that Su Tianyi would keep his promises. In her view, he was no different from Li Weiwen. Rather than going through the trouble to get her a passport, he would continue to control her as a free assassin, or simply eliminate her to avoid future troubles. Thus she had no hope from the very beginning. Before Su Tianyi could respond, a familiar notification sound ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a god-level choice. Option 1, kill. Su Li, erase the evidence. Reward, 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2, dominate Su Li and make her work for you. Reward Su Li's loyalty, a set of legal identity passports, and 100 million Hong Kong dollars. After hearing this, Su Tianyi slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He didn't need to hesitate over these two options. System, I choose option 2. Ding, choice successful. Rewards have been issued. The rewards were issued in real time. Of course, if he failed to dominate her later, the system would retract them. However, Su Tianyi chose this not solely because the rewards were more substantial. He genuinely found Su Li useful. Her looks and aura were naturally suited for being an assassin, making it easy for people to let down their guard, and female assassins indeed had unique advantages in certain aspects. Su Tianyi said no more and directly tossed a brand new identity card and passport over. This is your Hong Kong identity card and passport. Now you are a legal resident. Here are 2 million, it's yours. You can take the money and documents and leave Hong Kong for anywhere you want or stay. Su Li was taken aback. She stared at the documents and money on the table, momentarily at a loss. She never expected Su Tianyi to fulfill his promise, not only granting her legal status, but also allowing her to go abroad and even giving her an extra 2 million. This was far beyond her expectations. She had been deceived by Li Weiwen too many times and had long ceased to believe in such post-reward promises. Her previous agreement to cooperate was purely for revenge against Li Weiwen, as she never expected Su Tianyi to keep his word. Seeing her in a daze, Su Tianyi continued, "Of course there is a third option. If you are willing, you can stay by my side and work for me." "Work for you?" "Yes," Su Tianyi nodded. "I will assign you some tasks, and in return I will provide protection and corresponding compensation. Every mission carries risks, and you can refuse." Su Li fell silent. She was already tired of the life of an assassin and did not wish to continue being a shadow without freedom hidden from the light. However, if she did not become an assassin, what could she do? Staying in Hong Kong or going abroad felt equally uncertain to her. It seemed she knew nothing and would only lose her way. After a long moment, she raised her head and said, "All right, I will work for you. I'm glad you made this choice." Su Tianyi smiled and said, "Keep the documents and money safe. You are now completely free and can appear openly anywhere in Hong Kong. When there is a task, I will have someone notify you. Until then, you can do anything you want." "Thank you, mister," Su Li said sincerely this time. "Go ahead," Su Tianyi waved his hand. "You haven't had a good look around Hong Kong since you arrived, right? Now you have the chance." Su Li picked up the documents and money and left the office with mixed feelings. For her, she had never thought there would be a day to regain her freedom. She had long been prepared to die on some mission that had once seemed like the best outcome she could hope for. After Su Li left, Su Tianyi leaned back in his chair and smiled. This move could be considered a tactic of feigned generosity. By generously letting her go first and then inviting her to stay, she would genuinely follow him. If he had forcibly kept her, someone like Su Li, who had been thoroughly deceived by Li Weiwen, would probably just feel disheartened or even take drastic measures. He remembered Su Li from the thief Ah Xing, who was driven to the edge and deliberately sought death. Now, by giving her freedom and choices, he instead opened the door to hope for her, making her naturally willing to stay. After all, she had nowhere to go, and he could provide her with a path. This principle is simple, but if used skillfully, it becomes the art of manipulation. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Luo Tianhong pushed the door into the office. "Brother Yi de Pu He is dead." Su Tianyi put down the documents in his hand. "When did this happen?" "It was discovered half an hour ago," Luo Tianhong said. "His hands and feet were cut off and his neck was nearly severed. It looks like the work of a rival. No one has figured out who did it yet. The brutality of the attack suggests revenge." However, Su Tianyi felt it was not that simple. Perhaps someone deliberately made it look like a revenge killing. With de Pu He dead, a storm will rise within Liansheng. After all, he was one of the operatives of the gang, and his incident at this critical moment is particularly sensitive. Especially since that Uncle Quan has long since stopped managing affairs, and the actual voting power lies in de Pu He's hands. This vote is now vacant. De Pu He was on the side of Didi. Su Tianyi laughed. With his death, Didi is bound to be furious. However, the position of the operative will definitely be fiercely contested. Whoever sits in that position will get that vote, and both Didi and A Lu will have to take action. He was not concerned about how those two would compete. In his view, this position can only belong to his people, who others need not even think about it. At the same time, in a nightclub in Sunwan, Didi was discussing voting matters with Yu Biao. Didi tossed over a leather bag. 200,000, help me deliver this to Chuan Bao, tell him to vote for me. Yu Biao weighed the bag. You're aiming to win, huh? No wonder so many bosses are looking to work with you. Don't forget about me when there's business in the future. Let's talk about it after I win, Didi sneered. You help me, I help you, said Yu Biao with a smile. If I know which brothers truly help me and which just take advantage of me, Didi replied. After Didi spoke, Yu Biao quickly promised to ensure his boss would vote for him. Before the words were finished, Chang Mao rushed into the private room. Didi's expression darkened. Didn't you see we were discussing matters? Boss, something happened, Chang Mao gasped. De Pu He has been killed. What? Didi jumped up. Why did he have to die now, not earlier or later? It must have been a less doing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. De Pu He's goods were all in his territory, and this vote was originally a sure thing. Now with the person dead, the vote is gone. Have all the brothers investigate. Didi shouted. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find out who did it. Once I find evidence, let's see how a Lu can still run for the position. Not only him, but many others were also suspicious of Lin Huailu in their hearts. De Pu He's death not only made Didi furious, but many people in Liansheng were also restless. When an election escalates to the point of murder, things get a bit troublesome. Once this door is opened, things will only get more chaotic. Therefore, on this night, there probably were not many who could sleep soundly in Liansheng. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Tianyi came out of the Dynasty Entertainment Center. Just as he was about to get in the car, a shadow quietly approached. Seeing this, Tony was about to get out of the car, but Su Tianyi stopped him. Don't act, let him come up. He had already recognized it was Dongguan Boy. When the car door opened, Dongguan Boy climbed in and immediately said, Mr. Su, my boss was killed by me, who I killed De Pu He. He was clearly here to present his token of loyalty. Previously, Su Tianyi had mentioned that as long as Dongguan Boy could take out De Pu He, he would support him to take over De Pu He's position. So upon hearing the news of De Pu He's death, Su Tianyi's first thought was Dongguan Boy. While others suspected it was Lin Huailu, Su Tianyi felt it wasn't. It wasn't that Lin Huailu didn't dare, but with his calculations, killing He at this moment would be disadvantageous and not beneficial to the election. He had no need to take that risk. Lin Huailu had Deng Bo backing him, giving him the best odds, and he would act more cautiously. Therefore, this had to be Deng Guanboi's submission of loyalty. Mr. So you will support me, right? Deng Guanboi asked. Su Tianyi smiled slightly and said, are your hands clean? No one will know it was you, right? No way. Deng Guanboi hurriedly explained. He asked me to go to the mainland for a deal, and everyone saw me board the boat. Now they all think him in the mainland. I secretly took the boat back and will return before dawn. When I show up again, no one will suspect me. This answer pleased Su Tianyi. If Deng Guanboi had no preparations and acted recklessly, Su Tianyi would not want such a mindless subordinate. But now it seemed Deng Guanboi had planned well before acting, which showed some capability. Well done, Su Tianyi nodded. Upon hearing this, Deng Guanboi was delighted. He had worked hard for Su Tianyi's praise. Without Su Tianyi's support, even if he killed He, it would be for nothing. However, Deng Guanboi became slightly worried again. He is dead, but Uncle Quan is still in the mainland enjoying retirement. Whoever takes the position of operative, he can still have a say. If he specifies someone else, Deng Bo and the others will probably agree, then I will be out of luck. There were not just Deng Guanboi's eyes on the position of operative. With He dead, countless people wanted to vie for that position, and both Di and Lin Huailu would surely push their own people up. Without Su Tianyi's backing, Deng Guanboi would not be able to compete at all. Uncle Quan is old, he should enjoy his retirement. Su Tianyi said directly. You go to the mainland to see him. If he agrees to let you take over, then let him continue to retire. If he disagrees, then you find a way to make him agree. Even sending his whole family on a trip will work. If that doesn't work, then make it so he can't even afford to retire. He looked at Deng Guanboi, his tone calm, but with a hint of intensity. To rise to power, you must be ruthless. Whoever stands in your way, crush them. This position will naturally be yours. Deng Guanboi instantly understood. To rise to power, he must be unscrupulous. Moreover, since he had killed He, he had no way out, and could only go all the way. If he cannot rise, he will die. I will settle things here, Su Tianyi said finally. As long as you deal with Uncle Quan, you'll return as the operative of Liansheng. Mr. Su, I know what to do, Deng Guanboi said with a fierce glint in his eyes, and after speaking, he got out of the car and left. Deng Guanboi left that night. He had to return to the mainland before dawn. Otherwise, with He's death, everyone would suspect him. The plane looked at the taillights and couldn't help but ask, Brother, can we trust someone who dares to kill his own boss? Su Tianyi smiled and replied, what is there not to trust? He continued to explain, though his tone was very flat. He has already submitted his token of loyalty. He can't turn back now. If he wants to turn back, he will be the first to die. In Su Tianyi's eyes, Deng Guanboi was not exactly trustworthy, but he was usable, and that was enough. What he wanted was this sense of unavoidable coercion. Once he submitted the token of loyalty, Deng Guanboi was firmly in his grip. He could elevate Deng Guanboi, and naturally, he could also make him fall. 2 days later, a meeting was held at the headquarters of Liansheng. Su Tianyi kept his eyes closed, resting quietly, and did not speak. The one sitting in the main seat, Ji, was the first to speak. Everyone knows about He's incident. Deng Bo mentioned that an investigation would be conducted. However, the most urgent matter at hand is to elect a new operative, who otherwise things below will become chaotic and other gangs will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Di immediately chimed in. Ji is right, we need to choose someone first. He turned and glared at Lin Huailu. As for who did it, everyone knows in their hearts. I will find out who it is sooner or later. Lin Huailu was not intimidated. Di, just say what you need to say. I saw He that day, though his little brother was there. Would I be so stupid as to act at this time? Who knows what you're thinking? Di sneered. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Ji quickly mediated. Let's talk about this later. Gong will investigate. Upon hearing this, Di sarcastically remarked, what's so impressive about over a decade? When you're out here, it's about skills and capability, not age. You might as well find a centenarian to take the seat. It's foolish. After his sarcasm, he got serious. I think Kowloon is the most suitable. He has both capability and strength. He would be the best choice for the job. On both sides there were supporters, but no conclusion was reached. Ji had no choice but to turn to the silent Su Tianyi. Do you have anyone in mind? Only then did Su Tianyi open his eyes, and said leisurely, the venue of He has always been managed by Deng Guanzi. He is also the strongest subordinate of He. If he takes the lead, the brothers below will be more inclined to follow. He then shifted his tone and added, however, it's best to ask Uncle Quan about who should take the position. He was brought up by Uncle Quan, so it's most reasonable for him to decide. Once this suggestion was made, no one opposed it. Uncle Quan was from the older generation, and this area fell under his jurisdiction, so it made perfect sense for him to decide. More importantly, with both sides at a standstill, letting Uncle Quan make the decision would prevent further arguments. Ji nodded. Is right, I feel the same way. Let Uncle Quan decide. Whoever he supports will be the person in charge. Once it's settled, no one is allowed to voice objections. Di and Lin Huailu remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Ji then called Uncle Quan. The phone rang for a long time with no answer. Even after several attempts, it was the same. Just as Ji was about to hang up, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Uncle Quan's voice came through. In the conference room, several people unconsciously sat up straight. Lin Huailu and Di stared at the phone, looking tense, fearing that Uncle Quan's choice would not favor their side. Only Tianyi remained leaning back in his chair, seemingly unconcerned. Uncle Quan, it's Ji said. I wanted to ask for your thoughts on who should take the position of Depu He. Everyone is listening to you. Currently, there are a few candidates, A Long de Kowloon and Dongguanzi. Who do you think is suitable? Whoever you choose will be the person in charge. Once the question was asked, the conference room fell silent, as everyone awaited Uncle Quan's response. There was a moment of silence on Uncle Quan's end. Uncle Quan, can you hear me? Ji asked again. After several seconds, Uncle Quan's voice finally came through. For this position, let Dongguanzi take it. As soon as Uncle Quan hung up, Ji was left holding the phone, slightly taken aback. The conference room was quiet for a few seconds as everyone exchanged glances, all silent. However, Uncle Quan choosing Dongguanzi wasn't too outrageous upon reflection. Yet his decisiveness without any explanation caught everyone off guard. At this moment, Tianyi stood up, breaking the silence. Since Uncle Quan has made the decision, then Dongguanzi will be the person in charge. I believe no one has any objections now. He paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, I have something to announce. I will be running for the seat, and I welcome everyone to support me when the time comes. Ji nearly jumped out of his chair, exclaiming, What? You're also running for the seat? Everyone was stunned. No one expected Tianyi to make such a sudden announcement. Given his influence, he was certainly qualified to run for the seat, but he had only just recently risen to power, and his experience was still lacking. According to the customs of the organization, he shouldn't be vying for it so early. In the organization, while influence was undoubtedly important, experience was also an unspoken rule, which is why everyone was so surprised. Di and Lin Huailu's expressions darkened instantly. They had previously put in a lot of effort to win over Tianyi, hoping for his support, but now he was stepping up to run for the position, rendering their efforts futile. Tianyi countered directly. Is there a problem with me running for the seat? Is there a written rule in the organization that prohibits me? This question left everyone speechless. Indeed, there were no strict conditions for running for the seat, as long as one didn't get involved with drugs. Experience was merely an unspoken custom. Huanyo, standing behind Lin Huailu, couldn't hold back any longer and interjected. Tianyi, what makes you think you can run? With so many people in charge here, who has more experience than you? If you want to run for the seat, you should wait a few more years. Tianyi shot him a glance. When did it become your turn to speak here? Huanyo, shut up. Lin Huailu quickly intervened. Huanyo had already lost his nerve. Tianyi's gaze sent chills down his spine, and he regretted speaking up, but he still put on a brave face. Lin Huailu turned to Tianyi and softened his tone. Hey, you're capable and influential, but your experience is still lacking. I suggest you wait 2 or 3 more years before running. By then, everyone will surely support you. Di chimed in. Yes, you are still young. There's no rush for this position. Wait for the next election. But Tianyi smiled and said, I'm sorry, I'm just here to inform you not to seek your opinions. Regardless of whether you support me or not, I will run. As for whether I can win, that's up to my abilities. With that, he turned and walked out, leaving the conference room in stunned silence. Di, furious, kicked over a chair and shouted, Damn it, everyone can run, right? AE is right, this position should go to whoever has the ability. After cursing, he stormed out. Lin Huailu sat in place, his expression dark. One to Di was already difficult enough. Now there was another Tianyi. In fact, Di's threats weren't the worst. He had a bad temper, and the uncles weren't very pleased with him, plus Deng Wei's side would definitely not allow him to take power. But Tianyi was different. He was even more challenging than Di. Lin Huailu knew that he had to rethink his plans. Huanyo leaned in and whispered, Le Xiao, what do we do now? Lin Huailu thought for a moment and said, We need to cooperate with Di to have a better chance against Tianyi. But Di wants to run for the seat himself, or would he be willing to support you? Lin Huailu explained, There's hope. Di wants to contest for the seat mainly because his business needs this identity. If I become the person in charge and promise to help him with his business and fully support him in the next election, he should agree. Moreover, with Tianyi entering the fray, Di's chances would be even slimmer. It's better for him to ally with me. He paused for a moment and added, We need to talk to Di as soon as possible and not let Tianyi get ahead. Tianyi's sudden announcement disrupted everyone's plans. Even Deng Wei hadn't anticipated his entry. While Lin Huailu was contemplating how to unite with Di, a system notification unexpectedly rang in Tianyi's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting Wei Jixiang, thus gaining control over Hong Tai. Task completion rating extremely high. Reward 500 points, access to the system Mall 2 Trace Removal Cards Gambling Expertise Master. This notification came suddenly, causing Tianyi to pause for a moment, but he quickly understood. It seemed Wei Jixiang had completely handled the matter, and the old issues left by Chun Mei and Hong Tai had likely been cleaned up. Thus this belated reward truly felt like it had finally arrived. The reward content surprised him. Not only were there many items, but they seemed quite practical. Especially the first two items, the points and the system mall. He hadn't even known this mall existed within the system. Taking a look inside was truly eye-opening. The items varied greatly from a potion of incredible strength, priced at 10 points, to a 5th-generation stealth fighter priced at 100 million points, and even a formula for a miraculous drug that cures various cancers priced at 1 billion points. Realistic items, futuristic concepts, and even things that sounded like fantasies could all be found here as long as your points were sufficient. After a quick scan, Su Tianyi noticed a pattern. The closer the item was to the current era, the lower the price. The more advanced or conceptual the item, the more outrageous the price. With these 500 points in hand, while it wasn't a lot, it wasn't too little either. As long as he didn't focus on the exorbitantly priced goods, he could still exchange for some useful items. This mall was undoubtedly a vast treasure trove. Even redeeming just one or two of its technologies or formulas could mean immeasurable wealth and opportunities. Su Tianyi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This would greatly aid his future plans. However, while he was thrilled, he quickly calmed himself and refocused on the present. He still hadn't checked the last two rewards from the system notification. System extract task rewards, he signed. Soon two seemingly ordinary cards appeared in his perception, and at the same time a massive flow of information surged into his mind. This was knowledge and experience regarding various gambling techniques, sleight of hand, and tricks of the trade, which seemed to have been completely absorbed by him in an instant, as if he had practiced for countless days and nights. After a brief moment, Su Tianyi opened his eyes again, feeling completely different. He now had an intricate understanding of various gambling games, their nuances, and even their tricks, reaching a level akin to that of a master. He gently moved his fingers. Although he hadn't planned to primarily use this skill for profit, it was still a valuable. Moreover, if any trouble arose in the underground gambling den of his venue, having this skill would make it much easier. After storing away the two cards which supposedly could erase traces, Su Tianyi leaned back in his chair, pondering how to spend those 500 points and what his next steps should be. Outside, the winds had picked up due to his candidacy. From now on, anyone wishing to cheat in Su Tianyi's gambling den would essentially be walking into a trap. After all, with his current level, ordinary cheaters were simply no match for him. Only truly skilled experts who had long since achieved success and were above taking risks for money could possibly outplay him. Thus, relying solely on this gambling skill was enough to mitigate many potential troubles in his establishment. Su Tianyi was naturally pleased with this, but what he found even more practical were the two newly acquired trace removal cards. He had used one before, and its effects were undeniably real. Last time Li Weiwen dug thoroughly, but found no trace of the evidence related to his resolution of Lei Yaoyang. This was not a meticulously planned assassination, but rather a street brawl, which should have easily left traces. Yet after using one card, every fingerprint and hair vanished without a trace. He was more than aware of how reliable these cards were. The addition of two more cards undoubtedly adds 2 layers of insurance. The rewards for this mission have indeed come in waves, bringing pleasant surprises. Su Tianyi did not expect that a single Wei Jixiang could bring about such great rewards, which solidified his resolve to never miss similar opportunities in the future. With a thought, he summoned the system panel for a glance. Divine level system. Host Su Tianyi. Physique 33, the standard for adult males, is 10. Strength 38, the standard for adult males, is 10. Agility 28, the standard for adult males, is 10. Point total 500 points. System mall open. Talent Divine Perception. Skills 12 Paths of Tan Legs Master, Melee Weapon Expertise, Proficient Firearm Expertise, Proficient Gambling Expertise Master. Items 3 Erasure Cards. The changes on the panel lifted his spirits a bit more. Just then Tony approached, saying, "Brother, we have brought the person back." Su Tianyi nodded and stood up to walk outside. In the open area outside, Huanyo was bound and kneeling there. Upon seeing Su Tianyi, his face instantly drained of color, and he hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Su, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything. I spoke out of turn. Please spare me this once. I won't dare again." Su Tianyi walked up to him, speaking in a very calm tone. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say I wasn't qualified to be the host? What is there to fear from someone who can't even be a host?" In the conference hall, it was this Huanyo who publicly confronted him, saying he was unqualified. At that time, even Lin Huailu and Didi had left him some leeway in conversation, merely advising him against running for election, who no one dared to say he was unqualified. For a mere lackey to act so boldly, if Su Tianyi didn't make some display, it would belittle his courage. So upon returning, he instructed Tony to invite the person over. As soon as Su Tianyi finished speaking, Tony handed over a baseball bat. Seeing this, Huanyo's tone changed. "Su Tianyi, don't go that far. We are all from the same sect. Do you think I care about?" Su Tianyi chuckled. "I am from Young Master Less faction. If you harm me, Young Master Lo won't let it go." Huanyo tried to grasp at the last straw. "Then guess if I were to kill you, would a Lo fight with me for you? Or would he act as if nothing had happened and continue to endure?" Su Tianyi countered. Huanyo instantly fell silent, for he knew the answer. With Lin Huai-less temperament, he would never turn against someone unless he was absolutely certain, let alone risk everything for a subordinate. He wanted to plead again, but Su Tiany's bat had already swung towards him, directly aimed at his head. Bang! Huanyo, who was kneeling, collapsed in response, blood immediately appearing on his head. Yet Su Tianyi did not stop, pulling Huanyo up and delivering another blow. After taking 3 heavy hits, Huanyo was covered in blood, looking terrifying. However, this guy had quite a tough head. He was still alive, albeit barely, unable to speak further, and his consciousness. Even if he could be saved, it would be difficult for him to regain consciousness afterward. However, Su Tianyi had no intention of letting Huanyo leave alive. Since he had brought the person here, he never intended to let him go back. Plain dispose of him. Having had enough fun, Su Tianyi waved his hand. This Huanyo was asking for death by publicly confronting him. How could he possibly let him go? Yes. The plane responded, dragging Huanyo out like a dead dog. Luo Tianhong walked over. Brother, they have all arrived. Let them come up. Su Tianyi said. Among them were Chuan Bao, Long Jin, Yu Tu Biao, and several others from the Elder Su's faction. They were either uncles, or those who handled affairs, or at least veterans. Of course, they did not come of their own accord. Su Tianyi had called them over. A few people went upstairs and saw a large table set in the middle with hot pot boiling and bowls, chopsticks, and drinks, all prepared clearly for hospitality. Sit down, don't be polite. Su Tianyi smiled. If you can't get used to this, I can have someone change it. With his invitation, the others gradually took their seats. I invited you all here tonight for no other reason. Su Tianyi got straight to the point. I want to run for host, and you all know that. Therefore, I hope you will cast your vote for me. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other, momentarily speechless. These people were either supporting Di or Lin Huailo. Now that Su Tianyi had gathered them together and asked them to change their support to him, it indeed made it difficult for them to respond. If he were just an ordinary person handling affairs, it would be easier to refuse. But with Su Tianyi's reputation, everyone harbored a degree of fear, and no one dared to directly say no. If Di is running, Lu is also running, and you want to be the host, it puts us in a difficult position. Chuan Bao was the first to speak. Su Tianyi listened, but merely smiled slightly. Once I decide to do something, I must see it through. No matter what the cost, I will not allow myself to fail. He paused, and continued, if I cannot be the host, it might spell trouble for everyone associated with Liansheng. At that time, some unpleasant things are bound to happen. Are you threatening us? Long Jin's face darkened. I wouldn't say it's a threat. Su Tianyi's tone was calm. I am merely informing you of the potential consequences so you can be psychologically prepared. His words carried an air of dominance, startling everyone. After all, whether it was Di or Lin Huailu, when they solicited votes, they aimed to please and win over supporters unlike him, who directly threatened everyone. More importantly, Su Tianyi's unyielding demeanor made people believe that he could indeed follow through, and it wasn't just empty talk. Chuan Bao sighed. We are all under the same boss. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss over a host position? I need this position, so no matter what, I must secure it. Su Tianyi's tone remained unchanged. If you do not support me, you are my enemies. When the time comes, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Just then, strange noises suddenly came from outside. The piercing screams drifted in, sending chills down people's spines. What is that sound? Why is it so eerie? Elder Su could not help but ask. Su Tianyi smiled. It's nothing, just dealing with a bark. Hearing this, everyone felt even more terrified. Everyone knew it couldn't be just a dog being killed, but no one dared to speak out. The more they didn't know what was happening, the more restless they felt. If I get elected, everyone will have it easier. Su Tianyi continued to clarify. If I don't get elected, everyone's days will not be easy. Isn't that just a threat? Lao Guoyin couldn't help but speak up. If everyone were like you, would there still be any rules in Liansheng? Su Tianyi appeared not to hear, merely smiling faintly. Bang! Tony suddenly stepped forward and shot Lao Guoyin in the thigh. Oh! Lao Guoyin fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming incessantly. Drag him out, don't disturb everyone from eating. Su Tianyi coldly instructed. Tony grabbed Lao Guoyin's leg and dragged him out. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. The screams mixed with the smell of blood, causing Chuan Bao and the others to turn pale, not daring to make a sound. This was Su Tianyi's territory. Lao Guoyin got shot for talking too much. Who would still dare to speak? Elder Su kept wiping sweat, his hand holding the wine cup trembling. After a moment of silence, Chuan Bao finally spoke. If you become the host, what are your plans? First, integrate all. Su Tianyi said, we cannot be like a scattered sand with Liansheng each going their own way. We need to combine. Su Tianyi continued, after integration comes expansion. The territory needs to grow larger, and we also need to clean up, getting rid of businesses like drugs to formalize the organization. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened further. The meaning of this was unmistakable. If he became the host, he would seize all the power for himself. At that time, whether it was uncles or the ones handling affairs, their status would inevitably decline, and those like Yu Tu Biao, who relied on drugs for income, would have their financial routes cut off. Thus, how could their mood be good? Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. As for money, there's no need to worry. Su Tianyi added, as long as you support me, I will naturally find a way for you to earn even more than now, and you won't have to fear doing shady deals that will all be legitimate money. In the midst of silence, Elder Su was the first to speak up. I trust Mr. Su. Mr. Su runs such a large business, pulling us along a little. Who would fear not making a profit? Su Tianyi glanced at him, but said nothing. With Elder Su leading, Chuan Bao had no choice but to follow. If you can really do it, I'll cast my vote for you. I also believe in you. Long Jin followed suit. Then the others gradually expressed their support. After all, someone had taken the lead. Not speaking now would be tantamount to openly opposing Su Tianyi. So even if they were reluctant in their hearts, they could only nod. I am a straightforward person. Su Tianyi waited for them to finish speaking before slowly saying, now that you have said this, I will take you at your word. But if I find out later that someone deceived me, it will not be pretty. I do not wish to see bloodshed, so it is best to keep your promises. Definitely, definitely. Everyone hurriedly agreed, their other thoughts instantly extinguished. Let's not just talk, eat. Su Tianyi urged. Chuan Bao and the others picked up their chopsticks and began eating tastelessly. With worries weighing on their minds, even the best dishes lost their flavor. Chuan Bao suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked, have you seen Huanyo? He suddenly went missing. His question was certainly not casual. Everyone knew that Huanyo had confronted Su Tianyi in the meeting hall earlier. I don't know. Su Tianyi replied casually, if a person is missing, go find the police. What use is it to come? Yet his tone betrayed a sense of something amiss. Everyone's heart sank. It seemed Huanyo was in serious trouble. At that moment, the plane walked in holding a plate of meatballs. As soon as he appeared, everyone froze. The plane was covered in blood with bloody hands and bits of meat stuck. He placed the plate of meatballs on the table and said, freshly made beef balls, everyone give them a try. The plate of meatballs looked rather forced, crooked, and twisted with traces of blood and a somewhat strange odor. Suddenly, everyone recalled the chilling screams heard earlier outside the door. Su Tianyi said he was dealing with a dog, but what was brought to the table was not dog meat, but beef balls. Looking at the blood on the airplane, if it was just chopped beef, how could it end up like this? Thinking of this and glancing at the dish before them, the Master Su and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling. I suddenly remembered something. I must leave first. Chuan Bao immediately put down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, but don't worry, I will definitely vote for you. Take your time eating. Mr. Su, I also feel a bit unwell. I must take my leave. Master Su hurriedly set his eyes, not daring to glance at the plate of meatballs, his hand shaking while holding the chopsticks. The others also quickly got up, all saying they would support Su Tianyi, then one by one made excuses to leave, no one touching their chopsticks again. Remember what you said today, Su Tianyi finally said. If you do it, we are still friends. If not, the consequences will be hard to predict. I won't force you, you all think it over yourself. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had received a pardon, rushing out in a flurry. Once outside, several people could not help but double over and vomit. In truth, they hadn't eaten much, but they couldn't stop gagging, feeling as though their bile was about to come out. After tonight, the beef balls would likely become a psychological shadow for them for the rest of their lives. Of course, more importantly, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to go back on their word to Su Tianyi. But even after leaving, they didn't dare to disobey. After all, they were truly afraid of Su Tianyi's methods. Especially after connecting the fire bowl with that plate of meatballs, a chill surged from the depths of their hearts. As it turned out, no matter how bold Chuan Bao and the others had been in the past, or how they had helped Lin Huailu, they could now only turn and support Su Tianyi. This tactic was too frightening. Who would dare to oppose him? That would simply be asking for death. After several people had finished vomiting, they exchanged glances. However, no one spoke. They just bitterly smiled and shook their heads before dispersing. For Chuan Bao and his crew, they could only hope that after Su Tianyi became the seat holder, he would truly keep his word and help everyone prosper rather than cutting off their paths. Stepping out of the clubhouse as the night breeze blew, a few people instinctively shrank their necks, suddenly feeling that it was truly nice to be able to breathe. Moreover, they felt quite fortunate that Su Tianyi hadn't forced them to eat that dish, otherwise they probably would never sleep peacefully in their lives. Even without eating, the shadow had already been cast, let alone actually putting it in their mouths. If Su Tianyi had insisted they eat, even if it was raw, they would have likely had to swallow it. So this feeling of relief now truly felt like having snatched back a life. Fish head Biao, Chuan Bao commanded as soon as he stepped outside. Go back and quickly return the money to Didi, just say we can't afford to play anymore. If he refuses, let him talk to Su Tianyi himself. Oh, we can't support him anymore. Understood, boss, Fishhead Biao replied succinctly. In reality, after this night, he wouldn't dare stand on Didi's side anymore. This was a matter of life and death. Not just Chuan Bao, everyone else was thinking the same. Those who had previously received benefits from Didi were now considering how to return the money. Meanwhile, those supporting Lin Huailu were also preparing to clarify their stance, no longer associating with him. After all, once Su Tianyi's decisive methods were revealed, who would still dare to waver? That would truly be asking for a long life. In front of so many uncles and aides, Su Tianyi's men dared to shoot at Old Ghost. So Chuan Bao and his crew felt there was nothing Su Tianyi wouldn't dare to do. If they didn't vote for him, they were definitely finished. Moreover, it wasn't just their own trouble, their families would also suffer the consequences. Who would still dare to go against him? When these uncles and aides returned and conveyed the message to Didi and Lin Huailu, both of them immediately found it hard to sit still. If it was just one or two people defecting, that would still be normal. But if everyone turned against him at once, this matter was definitely not simple. Damn it, this group of old things. Didi cursed angrily. They promised so well before, and now they suddenly turn on me. Do they really think I, Didi, am easy to bully? Lin Huailu doesn't have this ability. It must be Su Tianyi pulling strings behind the scenes. For someone just starting out to do something so big, if I don't cooperate, I won't be called Didi. Long Mao, prepare the car. I will confront Su Tianyi today. If he can't come to an agreement, then don't blame me for teaming up with Lin Huailu. Be careful, try not to fall out. Talk it over properly. It's still his territory, so be cautious, Didi's wife warned anxiously. Got it, I want fight there, Didi replied casually, putting on his suit jacket and striding out, heading aggressively. At the entrance of the Dynasty Entertainment Center, Didi was about to storm inside with a few subordinates, but they were stopped before they could even enter the door. The receptionist politely but firmly stated, "Gentlemen, we only admit members. Non-members are not allowed inside." Long Mao immediately shouted, "What? My boss can't enter. Do you know who our boss is? Be sensible and step aside." As he spoke, he pushed the receptionist aside to clear the way for Didi. However, just as they attempted to force their way in, a dozen security guards surrounded them. These individuals were dressed in suits, but were all robustly built. It was clear they were not simple. The oppressive atmosphere descended upon Didi and his men. Tony walked over, and without a word pulled out a gun and swung it at Long Mao. The butt of the gun struck Long Mao's head heavily, and blood immediately gushed out as he fell to the ground. The other subordinates wanted to take action, but Didi raised his hand to stop them, his face already turning ashen. Then Tony directly pressed the gun barrel against Didi's forehead. "Not a member, and without Mr. Seuss orders, no one is allowed to enter, including you. If you dare to force your way in, I guarantee your head will burst, and you all will die here." With a gun pointed at them, Didi and his group froze in place. Leaving would be unyielding and disgraceful, but not leaving, they believed Tony would truly dare to shoot, and they might be carried out horizontally today. As they remained in a stalemate, the airplane walked over and said that Mr. Su had sent him upstairs. "Is it all right now, eh?" Didi lifted his chin. Tony lowered his gun and stepped aside. Didi stepped inside, and Long Mao and the others wanted to follow, but Tony crossed his arms to block them. Mr. Su only allowed him to go up alone. The airplane remained silent, which was taken as acquiescence. Didi had no choice but to turn back. "Long Mao, you all wait outside." After saying this, he entered the elevator alone. This elevator was a glass one, transparent from all sides. Didi initially suppressed a belly full of anger, but as the floors ascended and his eyes swept over the scenes on each level, his anger unintentionally dissipated somewhat. He knew the Dynasty Entertainment Center was a money-squandering den, but seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood how the word luxury was truly defined. The crystal chandeliers dazzled, the carpets were thick enough to sink one's feet, and the people coming and going were all elegantly dressed, laughing and talking in scenes he usually never encountered. He had to admit that Su Tianyi had indeed accomplished something by creating such a place. This was completely different from the rough and tumble world of violence and extortion he was familiar with. The elevator quickly reached the 6th floor, and as the doors opened, Su Tianyi was sitting there. It was only then that Didi snapped back to his senses, remembering why he had come. He walked a few steps to Su Tianyi and got straight to the point. Did you instruct Chuanbao and Long Jin not to vote for me?" "That's correct," Su Tianyi smiled. "Not just them, but also cold old Shuangfan Dong Shui Go Fei Hua. I've informed them all they will only vote for me." He spoke directly without any circumlocution, "So aside from Deng Bo, all the other uncles will support me. Those who do not support me will not even have the chance to vote." Upon hearing this, Didi's anger flared again. "I supported you so much before, and now you want to oppose me. Even if I don't run, this seat holder won't go to you." Su Tianyi's tone was somewhat disdainful. "Why not?" Didi protested. "My influence is greater than Les and Chuanbao, and the others all support me. I have the most votes." "Because Deng Bo won't let you in." Su Tianyi leaned back slightly. "If he wants to maintain balance, he cannot allow you to dominate. Those fence-sitting uncles, as long as Deng Bo hints, will immediately shift their support to a Lu. You have no opportunity whatsoever. Then I'll start a new He Lian Sheng and become the seat holder myself." Didi retorted defiantly. "You wouldn't dare," Su Tianyi said in a calm tone, yet it felt like a needle. "Deep down you are still afraid of Deng Bo, afraid he will mobilize the entire He Lian Sheng to take you down. If you truly dared, you would have done it long ago. You wouldn't wait until today." This hit a sore spot for Didi, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. In the movie, that rebellious spirit of independence was indeed scared back by a few words from Deng Bo. Su Tianyi seized upon this point. "I wouldn't dare. Does that mean you would?" Didi retorted. "If Deng Bo aims for balance, I can't do it, and neither can you. Your power isn't small now." "Yes, you wouldn't dare." Su Tianyi looked at him and slowly said, "But I would. If I can't become the seat holder of He Lian Sheng, I will establish a new one. Not only will I establish a new one, but I will also smash the old one to pieces. If a Lu wants to fight, I will ensure he cannot. If Deng Bo opposes, I will ensure he cannot. Whatever I set out to do I will accomplish. Whoever stands in my way will simply disappear, he said with a tone devoid of fluctuation, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Didi felt a shiver in his heart. Some things can be thought about, but not spoken, for that would be treasonous. Yet Su Tianyi said it so directly. This wasn't a lack of sophistication, it was a complete indifference. Moreover, Didi knew that Su Tianyi seemed to truly possess this capability. Aren't you afraid of me teaming up with Lu? Didi stared at him. Lu approached me saying that as long as I supported him to become the seat holder, he would help me do business under the title of seat holder. Moreover, Lu stated that in the next term, he would definitely support me as the seat holder. I can afford to wait for an extra term. Even if I don't take this term, I won't lose out on benefits. Didi said. Su Tianyi chuckled. Didi, do you really believe this? Deng Bo has refused to let you in for 2 consecutive terms. Do you think you'll have a chance next term? As for Lu, that kind of person values power more than life. If you compete with him, he will definitely eliminate you first, and you won't live to see the next term. Didi was taken aback. What? Of course you can choose to believe Lu and think I'm just trying to scare you, Su Tianyi continued. But you can also choose to believe. If you cooperate with me, I guarantee you the greatest benefits. Didi countered. Lu will betray me, you want. I'm not like you guys. Su Tianyi said in a calm tone. You treat the position of seat holder as a treasure, I treat it as a tool. There are things I must accomplish which can only be done with this position. Once I clear the name of He Liansheng, becoming the seat holder will instead become a burden. At that time, you can sit for as long as you want. Dee questioned, how long will it take you? At best 1 or 2 years, at worst 3 or 4 years, Su Tianyi casually replied. I have already taken my position, can what Deng Bo said still count? Su Tianyi retorted. Dee was instantly at a loss for words. He understood that with Su Tianyi's capabilities, if he truly rose to power, the Liansheng would likely change its surname to Su, and Deng Bo's words would probably go unheard. These words made D's expression fluctuate greatly, his mind churning intensely. After a moment he spoke again. How can I trust you? With just a few empty words I can't bet my entire fortune right. If Lu turns against me I still have a chance, but with you I have no way out. Su Tianyi smiled. You can choose not to believe me, that is your freedom. However, if we do not cooperate we are no longer friends. Once you step out of this door, I will do everything in my power to defeat you until you are no more. He paused for a moment, and continued. If you believe that teaming up with Lu can deal with me, feel free to try. This blatant threat infuriated D, yet he truly felt helpless. Even with less help the odds of winning were slim. At most they could create a rift within Liansheng, but more likely they would be entirely overwhelmed by Su Tianyi. In the past, Su Tianyi could handle both Hongxing and Dongxing simultaneously. Now, with even greater power, dealing with 2 factions would be a piece of cake. D had no other choice, his expression shifting between dark and light. Su Tianyi was not in a hurry, smoking a cigarette, waiting for his response. D stepped out of the office, finally letting out a long breath. Just now, Su Tianyi's casual demeanor had instead suffocated him, and it was only now that he felt somewhat relieved. Inside the office, Su Tianyi had already called in Tony and the others. Go follow them, Su Tianyi instructed, see what Deng Bo and Lu intend to do. And keep a close watch on those uncles, I want to know how they choose. The last time he summoned all the uncles, it was merely a warning. Deng Wei had managed affairs for decades, and his prestige was still intact. If he personally took action, those old fellows would likely turn their guns around. Therefore, Su Tianyi did not expect to resolve everything in one go, he simply wanted to test the waters. More importantly, this was an opportunity to clearly see who could be used, who was a fence-sitter, and who would become an enemy. In all matters, one must first show courtesy before resorting to force, so that when the time comes to act, others cannot speak out. If he were to act directly without any prior notice, it would appear too tyrannical, making it hard to win people's hearts. Thus, he first invited the uncles over to clarify things. But if anyone still decided to side with Lin Huailu, he would not hold back. After Tony and the others listened, they immediately set off to handle it. As expected, Deng Wei and Lin Huailu indeed had no intention of sitting idle, both were already preparing to counter. In the tea house's private room, a large round table was surrounded by the uncles of Liansheng, with Deng Bo among them. No one spoke. They each calculated in their hearts, all too aware of Deng Wei's purpose for hosting today. After brewing a pot of fine tea, Deng Wei invited everyone to drink a round before speaking. I know that some of you have accepted benefits from D, making a bit of money and gaining some advantages isn't wrong. I also know that some of you have already negotiated with A, wanting to support him in taking the position. What you are doing is for your own sake, and I can understand that. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to respond. Chuan Bao, whose seniority was second only to Deng Wei, spoke first. I think there's nothing wrong with D and AE, especially. AE has capabilities and a large power base. Letting him take the position will definitely make Liansheng better. As for Lu, it's not that he is incapable, but he is indeed a level behind AE right now. The Jordan district he manages has always been underperforming. I think it's not suitable for him to take the position. Deng Bo set down his teacup and said, the power of the person in charge is important, but do not forget that Liansheng is not just a single faction, it is many factions coming together. If one family dominates, Liansheng will become a place where one person speaks. At that point, Lianxing will no longer be Lianxing, it will turn into a personal organization, with everyone else merely his subordinates. You are all uncles, but in this matter it is best to think clearly. It is not simply about who has more power or who offers more money, we must seek balance. Only with balance can the organization continue to thrive, otherwise it will surely fall apart sooner or later. Sui Go immediately interjected. That's right, the organization must maintain balance, one family can't dominate. This has been the rule for decades, even centuries. It cannot just be discarded like that. Long Jin chimed in. I also support a Lu for the position. You all see that AE is capable, but he is too overbearing in his methods. If he takes the position, will Lianxing still have a place for us? And you all know deep down, AE, he will definitely reclaim all factions. By then, all the territory will belong to him alone. If he becomes the leader, Lianxing will have to be renamed Su Lianxing. With this statement from Long Jin and Sui Go, the other uncles began to waver. Even Chuan Bao fell silent at this moment. In fact, most of these people were fence-sitters swaying wherever the wind blew. Now that Deng Wei personally came out to rally support for Lin Huai-Lu, they felt Lu had a greater chance, and those who initially wanted to support Su Tianyi began to change their minds. Deng Wei continued. Lu has promised that if he takes the position, he will definitely improve the organization and increase the dividends for all of you uncles. Let's consider it a bit more. Fei Hua spoke up. Deng Wei nodded. All right, take your time to think about it. There's still some time before the election. I hope you will respect your seniority and make the choices that uncles should make. Do not choose wrong. I don't care how you choose, Sui Go stated firmly. I and Long Jin will definitely support Lu. Long Jin nodded. He had the same intention. Unlike the other uncles who were wavering, Sui Go and Long Jin's stance was very resolute, as if they would support Lu no matter what. Others might be fence-sitters, but they could not afford to be. Too many of their interests were tied to Deng Wei and Lin Huai-Lu, making it impossible to support anyone else. If Lin Huai-Lu were not elected, their losses would be substantial. Ultimately, their firm stance was merely because their interests were intertwined. Afterward, everyone finished their tea and left the private room one after another. As soon as they left, Lin Huai-Lu rushed in. He asked Deng Wei, Deng Bo, will they agree? They will, Deng Wei replied confidently. They have already wavered, they just haven't seen the actual benefits and won't express their stance immediately. He paused and added, after all, they are also afraid that if AE rises to power, they will lose their own positions. Letting AE take the position is not beneficial for them. However, Deng Wei looked at Lin Huai-Lu. During this time, you need to show your capabilities as well. Let these uncles have a taste of the benefits. Only then will their stance become more resolute. As long as we can bring them all over, even if AE's power is great, we won't have to worry. Lin Huai-Lu's face lit up with joy as he replied, yes, I will do well. Deng Wei nodded, but added, of course, if we can have AE voluntarily give up, that would be best. If we can avoid conflict, that would be ideal. In the end, it benefits no one if things escalate. Should I go talk to him? Lin Huai-Lu volunteered. Deng Wei shook his head. It won't work if you go. I must speak to him personally. Then I will trouble Deng Bo. Lin Huai-Lu immediately said. Deng Wei's willingness to step in was something he naturally welcomed. In fact, Deng Wei had planned it this way. He quickly had someone invite Su Tianyi over for a meeting. Deng Wei understood that if Su Tianyi refused to back down, those uncles might support Lin Huai-Lu verbally now, but they might not be reliable at the final moment. Moreover, with Su Tianyi's current strength, if he truly competed with Lin Huai-Lu to the end, Lianxing would definitely suffer significant losses. Therefore, Deng Wei felt it was necessary for him to step in and persuade Su Tianyi to give up this round for the position. He originally thought this issue would take at least 1 or 2 more rounds to arise. He did not expect it to come so quickly. But regardless, to preserve his speaking power, he must stop Su Tianyi from rising to power. On the other side, Su Tianyi received Deng Wei's invitation and simply chuckled coldly. Tony stood before him and asked, Brother, Deng Wei has secretly met with all the uncles. He must have won over quite a few people. This time he called you over most likely for something unfavorable. Are you still going? Of course, why wouldn't I go? Su Tianyi replied directly. I want to see what tricks Deng Wei is really up to. This stumbling block Deng Wei would have to be moved eventually. Since that is the case, Su Tianyi decided to take this opportunity to thoroughly resolve this old and stubborn issue. A dilapidated 3-story Western-style building was Deng Wei's home. His family did not live here. Usually apart from him and the servants, there was only a Shar-Pei dog. Thus the house always appeared quite empty. Normally at this hour Deng Wei would have already gone out to walk the dog. But today he had a visitor, so he did not go out and even sent away the servant. Soon he heard footsteps. He knew someone had arrived. The next moment, Su Tianyi walked in alone without any... Deng Bo, I have arrived, Su Tianyi said as he walked over. Deng Wei glanced at him. Take a seat. Once Su Tianyi sat down, Deng Wei began. I know you have the capability. Young people are competitive and eager to rise. I understand that. I was the same way when I was young. He shifted his tone. But you are too young and your experience is insufficient. Managing Lianxing now could lead to problems. You have not been in power for even a year. Being so eager to take the position, many old predecessors may feel discontent, making the organization prone to falling apart. Su Tianyi remained expressionless and simply asked, "So what does Deng Bo mean?" "I am not against you taking the position," Deng Wei said, "but let a Lu take it this time. Do not compete with him." He continued, "Once a Lu takes the position, the territory you have taken will still belong to you. Whatever business you want to do, he will support you. You are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why rush this time?" Su Tianyi smiled. "Deng Bo, that sounds meaningless. Last time, when D wanted to compete, you said he lacked qualifications and told him to wait around. But this time, did you support him?" He leaned slightly forward. "I am not D, who I do not believe such words. If you have the ability, then fight for it. If you do not, then accept it. Everything else is just nonsense." Deng Wei's expression darkened. "Hey, do you really want to push it this far? Competing hard is not beneficial to you. You are still young. Can't you wait another 2 or 3 years? Su Tianyi countered directly. "What if I insist on competing?" "If you insist on competing," Deng Ba's tone turned serious, "then you'll be opposing the entire Lianxing. At that time, every faction will strike against you, and no one will support you." Su Tianyi laughed. "Deng Bo, it's not that I'm young, it's that you are growing old. When one gets old, one must yield to the young. Leaving gracefully is far better than being kicked off." He leaned in closer and continued, "In the last election, you pushed Ji aside, and this time you support a Lu, claiming it is for the good of the society, but isn't it just because they are easier to control due to their lesser influence? By letting them rise to power, they will only be more obedient to you. In this case, you aren't just sitting as the head, your authority surpasses that of the head. Am I right?" Deng Wei's face darkened. "Do you still see us uncles in your eyes?" "Uncle." Su Tianyi snorted. "If you obey, you can still be called uncle. If you don't, then you are nothing. My position today is earned through my own efforts without the society's funding or anyone's help. Do you think using seniority to pressure me will work?" His tone was calm, but his meaning was firm. "In any case, I have secured this position. Whoever tries to stop me, I will strike down, and you are no exception. I say this here." Deng Bo was infuriated, shouting, "You dare! The whole society will not let you off. If you do anything, they will target you alone. You better think clearly about the consequences. Don't let your youth and arrogance lead you to make mistakes." Su Tianyi merely smiled. Yet in the next moment, he grabbed a nearby wooden stool and smashed it down towards Deng Bo. Bang! The stool shattered, and Deng Bo fell to the ground. However, this old man was tough, but despite his age, taking a hit like that, he surprisingly did not die nor even faint. He lay on the ground, shocked and enraged. "Are you crazy? You dare to hit me? The society won't let you off. I will never allow you to take the position." Having held the position of head and being an uncle for so many years, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him, so his current fury was understandable. However, amidst his rage, Deng Wei suddenly met Su Tianyi's gaze. The murderous intent in Su Tianyi's eyes sent chills down his spine, and he finally understood that Su Tianyi was not merely going to hit him, he intended to kill him. "Help! Help me!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Deng Bo desperately crawled towards the door while loudly calling for help. But he was simply too overweight. He struggled to get up from the ground. Nearby, a Shar-Pei dog barked incessantly, wanting to rush over, but too scared to do so. Su Tianyi did not stop, picking up a nearby coffee table and smashing it down at Deng Wei. Bang! Crash! The coffee table shattered into pieces. The Shar-Pei whimpered and ran away in fright. At this moment, Deng Wei was already covered in blood, unable to move, and could not even call for help, only looking at Su Tianyi with pleading eyes. It was only at this moment that he fully understood that this respected uncle, when faced with true brutality from the other side, his seniority meant nothing. It was less useful than a stick. He finally realized that power is not as important as life. Regret flooded his heart. Had he known, it would have been better to support Su Tianyi. However, it was too late for regrets now. "I gave you the chance to exit gracefully, but you refused." Su Tianyi lit a cigarette and said, "I told you whoever stands in my way I will kill, and you are no exception. In this world, one must keep their word. If I say I will kill you, I will certainly do it." After saying this, he kicked Deng. Bang! After a muffled sound, Deng Wei fell silent. In his final moments, even regret could not save his life. Su Tianyi turned and left, leaving Deng Wei's lifeless body lying on the ground. Deng Wei was dead. The most senior and respected uncle of Lianxing unexpectedly died at home. The news spread, sending shockwaves throughout the martial world. It was neither an early death nor a late one, but rather at the critical moment of selecting the head, making it clear that this incident was unusual. While outsiders might be watching the drama unfold, the uncles and officials of Lianxing could not sit still. They all knew that Deng Wei's death must be related to the election. If even Deng Wei could be killed, how safe could they feel? Hence, everyone was on edge. The entire Lianxing was in turmoil, like a storm was about to break. With Deng Ba's death, Chuan Bao was the first to panic. Now that Chuan Bao had become the most senior uncle, he felt like he was the next target. So he hurriedly packed a bag, intending to retreat to the countryside to hide until the storm passed. However, just as he reached the car, a sedan suddenly braked in front of him. The car door opened, and a person leaned out, saying, "Uncle Chuan Bao, my boss wants to see you. Let's go for a ride." Chuan Bao hesitated for a few seconds, but still got into the car. He knew very well that he could either walk in willingly or be dragged in. The person who came was a subordinate of Su Tianyi known for being ruthless and only following Su Tianyi's orders. Thus resisting would only lead to more suffering, so it was better to cooperate. Once in the car, Chuan Bao couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" "You'll know when we get there, no need to rush," Tony the driver smiled. Chuan Bao then closed his mouth and stopped asking. Although he felt anxious, he could only follow along. At this time, not only Chuan Bao, but also several other uncles from Lianxing had been invited to leave. The ones doing the inviting were all subordinates of Su Tianyi. Those who cooperated boarded the car politely, those who did not were beaten first and then thrown into the vehicle. Regardless, they all had to go. By the time Lin Huailu realized what was happening, all the uncles had already been taken away, and it was too late for him to intervene. The car drove along and finally stopped by the river. When Chuan Bao and the others got out and looked, they saw Su Tianyi sitting under a sunshade fishing, looking very leisurely. Those unaware would genuinely think he had invited them to fish. However, a faint fishy smell in the air made they understood that Su Tianyi could not have simply asked them to come fishing. With Deng Wei dead, how could they possibly be safe? Moreover, as they walked further, the fishy smell grew stronger, making them even more anxious. As they got closer, they saw smoke billowing from the other side, and their expressions instantly changed. The most timid among them, Sure Yisu, felt his legs go weak, nearly kneeling down. The others were not much better, each one pale. Beneath the thick smoke, there was a large pot set up boiling something, and the steam carried a strange odor. Next to the pot were some severed limbs, and judging by their shape, they did not appear to belong to animals. Sure Yisu immediately threw up while the others held back, but their stomachs churned. At that moment, they heard someone calling for help. "Help! Help me! I'm sorry, I won't dare anymore." Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a frail dog lying on the ground, covered in blood, with hands and feet twisted at odd angles, clearly with broken bones. A few men lifted him up and tossed him into a pre-dug pit, then began to fill it with dirt. Before long, only his head was left sticking out. They then poured water into the pit, compacting the soil further. Chuan Bao and the others watched in horror, not daring to breathe. If that was the frail dog, what was boiling in the pot was likely the dragon root. Thinking of this, a chill ran down everyone's spine. They certainly understood why the frail dog and the dragon root ended up like this, simply due to their fickleness and insistence on supporting Lin Huailu. Now one was buried alive, while the other boiled, both meeting a gruesome end. One side depicted bloody torture, while the other portrayed leisurely fishing. These two contrasting scenes presented a strong contrast. However, this contrast did not ease anyone's tension, rather it deepened their fear of Su Tianyi. Chuan Bao swallowed hard and asked, "Mr. Su, what exactly do you want us to do?" He did not even dare to mention his full name, directly addressing him as Mr. Feeling anxious, Su Tianyi slowly put down his fishing rod and said, "Actually, I don't want to do anything. Ideally, elections should be fair and competitive, but some people insist on forcing their way, then I have to resort to a few methods. If they are fickle, they must pay the price. Isn't that reasonable?" The crowd lowered their heads, not daring to respond. Su Tianyi continued, "As for the previous matters, I can let them slide. Regardless of whom you supported before, I am giving you another chance. Support me, and you can go over there to collect your money." He pointed to a nearby table piled high with neatly arranged bundles of cash. The meaning could not be clearer: take the money and take a side, or oppose and face death. The fates of the frail dog and the dragon root were laid out, and it could very well cost their families. Either take the money or die. Su Tianyi's choice was simple and direct, yet it weighed heavily on everyone. Although Chuan Bao and the others were seething inside, no one dared to shake their heads in the face of the death threat. "Mr. Su is right." Sure Yisu was the first to jump in. Lianxing must be led by a strong person to thrive. "I fully support Mr. Su as the head." His mind was quick. Since he had to agree anyway, he might as well express his support first and perhaps gain some benefits. Tony casually tossed over a bundle of cash. Sure Yisu quickly caught it, continuously thanking. Chuan Bao hesitated for a few seconds, then followed suit. "I already told Deng Bo that Mr. Su is more suitable than Alo. I will definitely support Mr. Su." Su Tianyi smiled, and Tony tossed Chuan Bao a bundle of money, which looked like at least $1 million. "I also support Mr. Su. Count me in. No one is more suitable than Mr. Su." Under the dual pressure of money and death, the others began to speak up. Before long, everyone had received their money. "As long as you obey, there will be even more money to share in the future," Su Tianyi said. "But if you are fickle, consider the consequences yourself." He did not explicitly state what the consequences were, but the examples of the frail dog and the dragon root were right before their eyes. Chuan Bao and the others repeatedly said they wouldn't dare, although they felt a bit unhappy. Seeing so much money made them secretly delighted. Getting $1 million just by nodding. Who could resist such generosity? What were they in this world for if not to make money? As long as the money was enough, status and power could be set aside. Afterwards, Su Tianyi waved his hand. "Sure Yisu, you stay. The others can leave." Upon hearing this, the others immediately clutched their money and left in a hurry, fearing that lingering too long would lead to a change of heart. However, Sure Yisu felt uneasy watching Chuan Bao and the others leave with regret, but they ran off quickly without looking back. In the blink of an eye, only Su Tianyi and his advisor Su remained. The advisor Su cautiously asked, Mr. Su, do you have any further instructions? You are a clever man, Su Tianyi said directly. I believe you can be of use, but we have no bond, and I do. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. The advisor Su gritted his teeth, grabbed a nearby knife, and turned towards the dying dog buried in the dirt. Save me. Please save me. The dying dog gasped weakly, barely audible. Although its bones were broken, and it was firmly pressed down by the dirt, managing to hold on this long was a testament to its tenacity, but it was evident that its time was nearly up. Advisor Su stepped forward without hesitation and plunged the knife down. With a squelching sound, blood splattered across his face. He dropped the knife, collapsing to the ground. The earlier resolve, he had vanished in an instant. The dying dog's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at him, seemingly not expecting that it would be this advisor who would send it on its final journey, and then it fell silent. Advisor Su's heart raced, terrified beyond measure. As a lawyer, he understood all too well how severe the crime of murder was. Even if the man had only a breath left, as long as he wielded the knife, he would be regarded as the murderer. He actually didn't want to do this, but had no choice. Su Tianyi's intentions were clear. If he wanted to join in, he had to make a blood pact. He acted without waiting for Su Tianyi to speak, for this was the fastest way to gain trust. Killing the dying dog was the best guarantee. If he dared to betray later, the first to suffer would be himself. After a while, Advisor Su forced himself to calm down and returned to Su Tianyi. I didn't misjudge you, Su Tianyi smiled. You truly are a talent. Advisor Su felt helpless inside, but could only reply, Mr. Su, please give your orders, I will carry them out. Su Tianyi was quite pleased with his perceptiveness. This was exactly the kind of clever person he desired, one who was clear-headed and understood what should be done and what should not be touched. Advisor Su stood there, still a bit anxious, but his eyes reflected not only fear, but something else. Since he had taken this step, he decided to embrace it. Perhaps he could truly achieve a prosperous future. Once I become the head of the organization, Su Tianyi said, you will be the chief lawyer for the gang. All matters related to the law will fall under your jurisdiction. Of course, you will also receive a share of the profits from the gang's business. Whatever the enforcers earn, you will earn as well. This statement made Advisor Su's heart leap. He knew he had made the right bet. This condition was equivalent to elevating him directly to the position of an enforcer with no less income. Moreover, it was clear that Su Tianyi intended to seize power. In the future, all matters would be decided by him. In this case, the authority of other enforcers might not compare to that of this lawyer. Thinking of this, Advisor Su became even more excited. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your recognition, he quickly declared. Whatever you need, I will ensure it is done perfectly. Su Tianyi nodded and posed a question. Lu killed Deng Bo, what do you think I should do? Advisor Su was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. That's right, it was Lu who did it. Deng Bo refused to support him, so he harbored resentment and struck with lethal intent. As the head, you should lead the entire gang to hunt down this traitor until death. Su Tianyi was very pleased to hear this, and gestured for him to continue. To solidify this matter, Advisor Su pondered, it would be best to start with the most trusted subordinates. Get his confidence to testify, only then will everyone believe it. Good idea, Su Tianyi replied. You have worked with Lu before, you should know which of his subordinates are reliable. How about you take care of this matter? No problem, leave it to me. Advisor Su readily agreed. Tony, plain you got. Su Tianyi gave an order, and then said to Advisor Su, I hope for a quick resolution, no delays. If you succeed, there will be a reward. Thank you, Mr. Su. Advisor Su responded repeatedly. The matter was thus settled. Advisor Su made up his mind and moved quickly. He was quite familiar with Lin Huai's inner circle, and while the other party was still unprepared, he arranged a meeting with a few trusted subordinates. Those few people didn't think much of it. After all, Advisor Su had previously worked for young Master Lu, and was a lawyer appearing to pose no threat. Of course, Advisor Su did not take action himself, but Tony and Plain would. Advisor Su acted swiftly and easily gathered Lin Huai's several confidants to an abandoned factory. By the time Su Tianyi arrived, the 5 of them had already been stuffed into iron cages, each one bearing injuries. The insults from the cages never ceased, with each louder than the last. If you have the guts, kill me. I would never agree with you even in death. Kill me. You want me to betray young Master Lo? In your dreams. You bastard, Advisor Su. How dare you harm young Master Lo? We will haunt you even as ghosts. These few individuals indeed had spirit, despite being beaten to this extent, they kept their mouths shut. However, to be easily bought off, they wouldn't have become Lin Huai's confidants. People like Lin Huai would definitely first look for loyalty when choosing subordinates. Su Tianyi certainly did not expect to accomplish anything solely through a beating. He approached the cage, and the 5 continued to insult. There are 3 bags of money here. Su Tianyi spoke up, his voice not loud. Each bag contains 1 million. Whoever agrees to cooperate with me first can take 1 bag immediately. He paused, then continued, don't expect to return to Ali's side. Once you step through this door, even if you return unscathed, do you think Lu will trust you? He will only think you are traitors, and will find a chance to eliminate you. So there's no choice. Su Tianyi glanced at the cage. Either take the money and cooperate, or wait to die. Only 3 bags of money were available for 5 people. This tactic was quite ruthless. If everyone had a share, they might still endure. But now there were only 3 bags, who wouldn't worry that others would nod first, and they would end up dead. Human hearts are like this, sometimes they are very strong, and other times they are very fragile. Indeed, after Su Tianyi finished speaking, the insults from the cage diminished. The few exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. However, one bald man suddenly shouted, "Don't listen to his provocation. Do you know how young Master Lu has treated us? Betraying him, are we even human? We won't take this dirty money." He turned and spat at Su Tianyi. "Su Tianyi, fuck you. If you have the guts, just kill us all. Young Master Lu will avenge us." Su Tianyi smiled, remaining silent. Tony walked over, opened the iron cage, and yanked the bald man out, swinging a hammer down onto his chest. With a muffled thud, the bald man spat blood, and a dent appeared in his chest. Tony turned around and brought a pot of boiling meat soup, steam rising fiercely. "No, don't come here." Upon seeing the pot, the bald man's voice changed. Tony grinned and poured the entire pot of hot soup over him. With a sizzling sound, white steam rose, blisters instantly formed on his skin, and then the skin began to peel. The bald man screamed in agony, wanting to touch it, but not daring to, twisting into a ball on the cement floor. The remaining 4 in the cage trembled at the sight. After tormenting the bald man enough, Tony threw him back into the cage. The bald man was left with only the strength to groan, his cries dwindling. At this moment, Plain brought in a dog. It was a Neapolitan Mastiff, as large as a small cow, panting heavily with drool dripping everywhere. The dog's eyes were red, its teeth bared, clearly having not eaten for quite some time. The faces of the people in the cage turned pale upon seeing this dog. However, Plain ignored them and directly shoved the Neapolitan Mastiff into the cage where the bald man had been. The bald man had just a bit of strength left to groan, but as the dog entered, he exploded in panic, grabbing the iron bars and shouting, "Don't come here. Let me out. I agree. I will do anything." Yet no matter how desperately he shouted, it was futile. When he had insulted Su Tianyi earlier, he had sealed his fate. The Neapolitan Mastiff let out a low growl, its eyes ablaze, drool hitting the ground as it lunged at the bald man. What followed was a series of intermittent, horrifying howls, sharper than when he was being scalded. The remaining 4 in the cage huddled in the corner, trembling like leaves, not daring to breathe. They had been quite defiant earlier, but seeing the bald man being bitten alive, who would still dare to hold out? Dying quickly might be bearable, but who could endure such torment? The psychological defenses of the 4 completely crumbled, and their eyes fixed on Su Tianyi were filled only with fear. They didn't even dare to speak. The fate of the bald man made the remaining individuals' hearts tremble. Soon even his voice was silenced, leaving only the sounds of the Neapolitan Mastiff tearing into him. At this moment, Su Tianyi finally spoke. "Now only you 4 are left. For people, 3 opportunities." He paused before continuing. "Will you cooperate with me, or do you wish to meet the same fate as him? There is only one chance, choose wisely." Offering 3 chances to 4 people sounded generous, but regardless, one person would ultimately die. I am willing to cooperate. I can cooperate. I can betray young Master Lu. I am also willing. As long as you don't kill me, I will do any. As soon as Su Tianyi finished speaking, 3 people immediately began shouting to express their eagerness. The 3 gritted their teeth, picked up the iron hammer from the ground, and walked over. "We don't blame me," the first person said, raising the hammer and swinging it towards Ahui's head. With that strike, Ahui immediately fell silent, feeling dizzy and unable to articulate a complete thought. After the first person struck, he handed the hammer to the second. The second person did not hesitate, and also struck downwards towards the head, then passed the hammer to the third. Each one was intent on delivering lethal blows targeting the head with increasing ferocity. The 3 took turns striking for several rounds, until Ahui lay completely motionless on the ground, at which point they finally stopped. The fact that all 3 had joined in meant that if anything went wrong, none of them could escape. Afterwards, Su Tianyi asked, "Who killed Uncle Deng?" "It was Lin Huailo. We saw him do it with our own eyes," the 3 answered in unison. The 3 replied in unison once more. Su Tianyi nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "If you were given the chance now, would you kill him?" "Yes. If he doesn't die, we will." This time the response was equally resolute. Clearly they had no way out. Having taken the money and personally finished off a companion, they could only walk down this dark path. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be their own lives at stake, their families would also face disaster. They dared not entertain any other thoughts and could only strive to see this matter through, hoping for a slim chance of survival. After the job is done, you will leave Xianjiang. As long as you never come back in this lifetime, you will be safe, Su Tianyi instructed. Jean Mazai, take them to rest and let them relax well. You will start working tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Su, Jean Mazai replied. Thank you, Mr. Su. The 3 hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Once the 3 were taken away, Su Tianyi sneered, the show is about to begin. He turned to the other side. Tony, you all get ready too. After tonight, it's time to work. Understood, ego. Tony and the others replied, turning to prepare. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in Su Tiany's mind. Ding, congratulations host for triggering a god-level choice. Please make a selection from the following options. Option 1. Eliminate Lin Huailu and successfully take the position of the He Lian Sheng. Rewards include 500 points, 200 million Hong Kong dollars, and additional rewards based on task completion level. Option 2. Spare Lin Huailu and withdraw from the He Lian Sheng position competition. Our rewards include 100 points, 50 million Hong Kong dollars. This choice came a bit suddenly, and Su Tiany momentarily did not react. However, it was indeed a critical time, and it was time to make a decision, and perhaps that was why the system had issued the choice. Su Tiany glanced over the two options, hardly pausing. System, I choose the first one. Ding, the host has selected. Reward obtained 500 points, 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Subsequent rewards will be issued based on task completion level. With things having reached this point, how could Su Tiany possibly stop? That would mean throwing away all past efforts. Once he stopped, all his previous schemes would be in vain. Moreover, the position of the He Lian Sheng was something he had to obtain, and it was almost within his grasp. In this situation, he had no reason to spare Lin Huailu. For Su Tiany, eliminating Lin Huailu was furthermore, the rewards for the first option were far superior to the second. Thus, he had no reason to hesitate in his. A night quickly passed. Lin Huailu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, growing increasingly anxious. At dawn, he rushed to his territory to discuss the upcoming arrangements with his subordinates. However, although hundreds of underlings were gathered in the venue, none of his trusted aides appeared. All morning, Lin Huailu's phone rang incessantly. But no matter who he called, no one answered. After dialing several times, Lin Huailu finally exploded, smashing the phone to the ground. Damn it! Where did Hui and the others go? They knew the job was happening, yet I couldn't reach them all day. Deng Wei's sudden demise completely disrupted his plans. Without Deng Wei's support, Lin Huailu couldn't even compete with Big D, let alone vie with Su Tiany for the position. And with Deng Wei dead, the uncle and the operators from He Lian Sheng seemed to have vanished, as if they were collectively missing. Now he couldn't even find his trusted aides, and Lin Huailu felt a surge of anger rushing through his head. Get out and find them for me. Bring Hui and the others to see me immediately. Also have all the brothers on standby ready to act at any moment, and don't run around aimlessly until I notify you. Lin Huailu had already prepared for a showdown. With Deng Wei dead, he had no choice but to use this incident to challenge Su Tiany. He planned to gather the entire He Lian Sheng to deal with Su Tiany under the pretext of Su Tiany killing Deng Wei, and if necessary, even ally with Dongxing and Hongxing. He didn't believe that with so many forces united they couldn't take down a Su Tiany. Just as he finished arranging this, a younger brother rushed in a panic. Young master, it's bad. Something big has happened. A lot of people have come in. Their people are everywhere. They want to kill you, run. We can't hold them off anymore. Lin Huailu panicked. Who attacked? Is it Su Tiany? It's not Su Tiany, the younger brother stammered. It's everyone from the gang. They said they want to avenge Uncle Deng. They all want to kill you. Impossible. Lin Huailu could hardly believe it. How could they believe such a thing? How could I possibly have killed Uncle Deng? Anyone could have killed Deng Wei, but he was the last person who could. Deng Wei was the uncle who supported him most in becoming the seat master. How could he act against him at this time? The younger brother hurriedly explained, because Bao, Lao Wang, and Lao Hu have all pointed at you, saying they saw you do it with their own eyes. Everyone knew that these three were Lin Huailu's trusted aides. With them coming forward to testify, it was only natural that everyone would believe it. Lin Huailu stood frozen in place, never expecting that the ones who betrayed him would be those he trusted the most. Young master, run. If you don't run now, it will be too late. Lin Huailu came to his senses and realized that he could only escape for now. Not escaping meant certain death, perhaps fleeing would offer a slim chance of survival. With his subordinates desperately covering for him, Lin Huailu barely managed to escape. However, facing the entire He Lian Sheng's pursuit, he could only hide here and there with a few subordinates. He never expected to find himself in such a dire situation. Lin Huailu had initially planned to unite the entire He Lian Sheng to hunt down Su Tiany, yet unexpectedly, he became the one being hunted. The blue-haired younger brother spat angrily. This is clearly Su Tiany's doing. Young master must have been framed by him. He paused and grit his teeth. Those traitors Hu and the others, I will chop them to pieces one day. Lin Huailu truly hated the betrayal of Bao and the others. If it weren't for these three suddenly flipping on him and testifying, those incriminating accusations wouldn't stand, and no one would believe he killed Uncle Deng. Yet it was precisely the ones he trusted the most who betrayed him that led to his current state of hiding. The younger brother next to him, wearing earrings, suddenly spoke up. Young master, the He Lian Sheng is no longer a place we can return to. Why don't we establish a new faction? Anyway, the brothers are still with you. Lin Huailu immediately shook his head. No. Even if we set up a flag, would He Lian Sheng let us go? Other gangs would not stand by either, and we would end up dying even faster. At this moment, he was still somewhat rational. If a single faction could challenge the entire He Lian Sheng, he wouldn't have to flee today. Moreover, establishing a new faction would only attract more forces to encircle them. The younger brother with earrings grew anxious. So what should we do? We can't just disband like this. Without a banner to protect us, the brothers will quickly scatter. The blue-haired younger brother interjected, "Why don't we seek refuge with another gang? We have a lot of people, switching to another faction shouldn't be difficult, and we can find a chance to kill them back later." Lin Huailu pondered for a moment. After a long while he slowly said, "Go find Hongxing. Jiang Tiansheng has just regained his position and is in need of manpower, so he should take us in." He instructed, "You all think of a way to notify all the brothers to gather in batches at Hongxing's territory. Remember, try not to go alone and don't cause trouble over there. Keep a low profile." After giving these instructions, Lin Huailu set off for the Hongxing headquarters. Choosing Hongxing was naturally his consideration. Firstly, Hongxing's power was substantial enough to counter He Liansheng. Secondly, Hongxing had old grievances with Su Tianyi, and after joining he might be able to take advantage of that for revenge. He even thought further, once he established himself in Hongxing, he could also pull in Dongxing, and the two gangs could join forces against Su Tianyi. By then, even if Su Tianyi truly became the seat master of He Liansheng, he would still have the capital for revenge. Today's humiliation was etched in Lin Huailu's heart. No matter the cost, he would make Su Tianyi pay. Hongxing headquarters conference hall. After Liang Kuan went missing, several leaders invited Jiang Tiansheng back. Hongxing could not be without a leader, otherwise it would eventually fall apart. Among these hall masters, no one would submit to another, and only Jiang Tiansheng could stabilize the situation. Now that Jiang's family was back in charge, the hall masters appeared to be compliant on the surface. However, after the previous turmoil, and with Su Tianyi taking advantage to bite off a large piece, the gang had indeed suffered considerable losses. While Jiang Tiansheng was discussing how to regroup with everyone, a younger brother rushed in to report, "Mr. Jiang, Lin Huailu from He Liansheng wants to see you." "The He Liansheng people still dare to come. Didn't we teach them a lesson last time?" Ma Wang from Chaiwan School. The younger brother hurriedly explained, "No. I heard Lin Huailu is being hunted by He Liansheng. His subordinates testified that he killed Uncle Deng, and now he's at his wits' end, possibly here to seek refuge." Everyone was somewhat surprised to hear this. They had long heard of Deng Wei's death, but they didn't expect the killer to be Lin Huailu. Jiang Tiansheng looked at the hall masters. "What do you think?" Sister 13 spoke first. "Mr. Jiang, accepting Lin Huailu now is equivalent to openly making an enemy of Su Tianyi. That person is not easy to deal with. But what are we afraid of? Hongxing has long had enmity with Su Tianyi. This is a perfect opportunity to settle the score." Another person shook his head. "There's no need to offend the entire He Liansheng for Lin Huailu." "We can't say that," someone retorted. "Lin Huailu has a considerable number of subordinates. If he can join Hongxing, our strength will surely increase significantly." Someone else cautiously added, "We should still be careful. What if this is a trap set by He Liansheng?" With the opinions divided, Jiang Tiansheng remained silent for a moment after hearing this. "Let's meet Lin Huailu first," he said, "and see what conditions he can offer." He paused for a moment and added, "However, there is one thing everyone must understand. Su Tianyi is ambitious. Once he secures his position with Liansheng, he will undoubtedly expand his influence. If Hongxing is not prepared, it will eventually be swallowed by him. Therefore, whether we want to fight or not, we must hasten to strengthen our capabilities. This could be an opportunity." Once these words were spoken, no one dared to refute. Su Tianyi's style was well known in the underworld, and since Jiang Tiansheng had regained his position, he naturally wanted to revitalize Hongxing. But right now, Su Tianyi was indeed a pressing threat, and the two sides would inevitably confront each other. Strengthening our abilities was certainly the right move. Jiang Tiansheng had yet to meet Lin Huailu, but he was already inclined to take him in. The meeting concluded hastily, and he directly called for Lin Huailu to be brought in. The two spoke privately with no one else present. What they discussed remained unknown, but afterward Lin Huailu brought all his subordinates over to Hongxing. Hongxing immediately announced that Lin Huailu had become the new leader, taking charge of the Jordan district. The news caused a stir in the underworld. The day before he was competing for a position, and the next day he had become Hongxing's leader. Such a large-scale transition hadn't been seen in years. Everywhere on the streets people were discussing it. "Have you heard? Lin Huailu has joined Hongxing." "I knew it. I heard he made a deal with Jiang Tiansheng to join forces against Liansheng." "Are you crazy? The two families have a feud. Does he dare to go over?" "It's precisely because of the feud that Hongxing dares to take him in." The news spread widely, and those who were unaware seemed like they had never been in the underworld. Hongxing seized the opportunity to make a big deal out of it, gaining plenty of face. Meanwhile, Liansheng's side looked grim. Chuan Bao slammed the table upon hearing the news. "I told you Lin Huailu is a traitor. If he becomes the leader, Liansheng will definitely change its name to Hong." Di was even angrier and kicked over the table. "I wasn't this mad when he raised his flag. How could he go and join Hongxing?" Despite the cursing, Di felt a bit fortunate. Luckily, he had chosen to cooperate with Su Tianyi. If he had sided with Lin Huailu, he would likely be the one in trouble now. Everyone in Liansheng was cursing, but no one considered that Lin Huailu was being hunted by his own faction. Apart from seeking refuge in Hongxing, where else could he go? Su Tianyi quickly caught wind of the news. Instead of being angry, he laughed. The plan was a bit anxious, brother. Now that Lin Huailu has joined Hongxing, it will be difficult to move against him. What is there to fear? Su Tianyi replied casually, if Hongxing dares to protect him, we will take on Hongxing as well. To him, Lin Huiliang's alliance with Hongxing was actually a good thing. He was just one person, it wouldn't be difficult to crush him. However, what Su Tianyi desired was not just Liansheng. His sights had already set on a larger territory, which naturally included both Hongxing and Dongxing. However, previously he had established a peace agreement with both factions in the presence of the police. If he were to act without reason now, it would undoubtedly draw the police's scrutiny, which would be detrimental to his future plans. But with Lin Huiliang's defection, things changed. Su Tianyi's actions against Hongxing would immediately become justified. Even if he acted first to the police, it would appear that Hongxing had broken the rules first, and the moral high ground would be on his side. This delivered excuse was certainly a good thing. Just at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Option 1. Give up on hunting Lin Huiliang, cease hostilities, and receive a reward of 100 points and 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2. Pursue Lin Huiliang with all efforts and engage in a do-or-die struggle, which will reward 50028 points, 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and additional rewards based on mission completion. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi's lips curled into a smile. This system came at just the right time. System, I choose the second option. He hardly paused. Ding, congratulations to the host for choosing the second option. Reward received 500 points, 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Further rewards will be based on mission completion. Without doing anything, he already had 500 points and 100 million Hong Kong dollars in hand. As for the subsequent rewards, it seemed he would have to wait until he truly dealt with Lin Huiliang and extracted sufficient benefits before they would be distributed based on completion. Su Tianyi no longer hesitated and directly ordered notify everyone to issue a bounty on Lin Huiliang. It will be a do-or-die hunt. He looked at the plane, his tone calm, yet filled with coldness. Anyone associated with Liansheng who sees Lin Huiliang must find a way to eliminate him. Those who do not kill him will be treated as traitors. Understood. The plane replied loudly. The order was quickly disseminated, and soon every Liansheng member knew of this most severe bounty. The current leader of Hongxing also released a formal statement in the name of the faction at the earliest opportunity. All operatives quickly followed suit, instructing their subordinates to comply. Those who disobey will die. Although Su Tianyi was not yet the leader, his words were worth 1,000 times more than those of the leader. No one might listen to the leader's words, but no one dared to ignore Su Tianyi's. Those who did were already gone. Once this bounty was issued, the underworld was once again shaken. No one expected Liansheng to be so hardline. After all, Lin Huiliang was now Hongxing's leader, which was tantamount to declaring war on Hongxing without leaving any room for negotiation. Everyone understood that the coming days would not be peaceful. A great battle was inevitable between Liansheng and Hongxing. One side vowed to cleanse its ranks while the other would never sit idly by as its leader was killed. If the two top factions truly clashed, every day would be a scene of blood and carnage. Su Tianyi then arranged Tianhong, Tony, you guys take people to clean out all the establishments under Lin Huiliang, leave none behind. He paused for a moment and added, those who dare to obstruct must be killed. Understood. Both Luo Tianhong and Tony responded simultaneously, turning to assemble their forces. At this moment, Ao stepped forward, his eyes filled with urgency. Brother, let me go too. The Dark Guards have been prepared for a long time. It's a great chance for them to show their strength. Since aligning with Su Tianyi, Ao had devoted most of his energy to training this secret force and had been itching for an opportunity to act. However, Su Tianyi shook his head, his tone firm. No. The Dark Guards are a trump card and cannot be easily deployed. When the crucial moment arises, there will naturally be a chance for you to take the field. Right now, it was merely about clearing out establishments to show intent. Sending ordinary members was sufficient. If they used the Dark Guards now, it would not only be a waste, but would also prematurely expose their trump card. Ao felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, but he did not argue further. He understood that Su Tianyi had his reasons for such arrangements. Luo Tianhong and Tony acted swiftly and soon gathered nearly 2,000 men, a dark mass ready to strike. Luo Tianhong and Tony led their 2,000 men straight to the Jordan district. That was originally Lin Huiliang's stronghold, but now it bore the flag of Hongxing. These individuals were core members, battle-hardened, and it was no problem for one to take on several opponents. Therefore, sweeping through Lin Huiliang's establishments was far from a difficult task. However, there were not only Lin Huiliang's men in the Jordan district. Hongxing had also sent reinforcements. Jiang Tianxing had anticipated this move and had arranged for some thugs to help guard the area. But these precautions seemed ineffective. A bar that was lively suddenly had a group of men in black burst in. The leader surveyed the scene and shouted loudly, if you're not with Liansheng, get out now. Upon hearing this, the guests hurriedly fled. The security rushed out, eyes wide. What do you want? This is Hongxing. We're here to deal with Hongxing. The men in black struck down the security guard with a knife and waved their hands, shouting, smash everything. Hit anyone you see. A cacophony of noise erupted as the bar was quickly wrecked. Lin Huiliang's men either fled or lay on the ground. This was just one scene among many. In the Jordan district, one establishment after another belonging to Lin Huiliang was being swept away. Luo Tianhong and Tony swept through every corner. Despite the support from Hongxing, they failed to protect any establishments, leaving them utterly demolished. After the sweep was complete, Luo Tianhong and Tony directly led their men towards Lin Huiliang's main base. Meanwhile, Lin Huiliang had already gathered all his subordinates, including the thugs from Hongxing. But he felt uncertain knowing that these people could not hold off Luo Tianhong. Lin Huiliang paced back and forth, urging sternly, "Have you made the call yet? Hurry and urge Mr. Jiang to send reinforcements." His subordinate replied urgently, "We've called him Mr. Jiang said reinforcements are on the way and told us to hold on for now." At that moment someone rushed and flustered. "Young master, they're here. Lian Sheng has arrived at the doorstep." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lin Huiliang clenched his fists, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Tianhong had already charged in. With a sword in hand, he was the first to rush forward, remaining calm in the face of hundreds surrounding him. Luo Tianhong locked his gaze on Lin Huiliang and called out, "Lin Huiliang, Mr. Su sent me to take your life." Lin Huiliang gritted his teeth and shouted, "You dare to storm in alone? You won't survive today." With a wave of his hand, hundreds surged forward. The corner of Luo Tianhong's mouth lifted as he met them with his sword. Amidst the flashes of sword light, people fell screaming. Anyone who approached Luo Tianhong either lost an arm or a leg. The eight-sided sword in his hand was swift and fierce, cutting through obstacles. However, after knocking down a crowd, Luo Tianhong frowned. If Brother Yi were here, this would certainly be quicker, he thought. Even though his strength had improved since following Su Tianyi, he felt the gap had only widened. Because of this, even when surrounded, he instinctively thought, what would Brother Yi do? At this moment, the surrounding thugs were terrified and encircled him, but dared not advance. Luo Tianhong sneered and charged straight at Lin Huiliang. He did not care about the lives of others, but Lin Huiliang had to die. This was Su Tianyi's order, and no one could stop it. Yet Lin Huiliang's subordinates were also loyal. Though they were terrified of that sword when they saw Luo Tianhong charging, they still braced themselves to stand in front. However, such resistance merely traded lives for time. Luo Tianhong pressed forward, nearly taking down one person with each swing of his sword. Lin Huiliang had survived until now only because his subordinates used their bodies to block and bought time with their lives. But it could only last so long. Luo Tianhong toppled the last person and had reached Lin Huiliang. Lin Huiliang hurriedly swung a chair to strike, but it was effortlessly knocked aside by Luo Tianhong's sword. The sword edge swept across his left arm, causing blood to gush forth. Lin Huiliang clutched his arm and retreated hastily. Yet Luo Tianhong was upon him again, the sword light flashing once more. This time Lin Huiliang was half a beat slow to dodge, and his abdomen was slashed open. This sword nearly cost him his life. Lin Huiliang was terrified to the core, while Luo Tianhong lunged again, his sword tip piercing through Lin's right hand with a forceful twist. "Ah!" Lin Huiliang screamed in agony, a bloody hole appearing in his right hand. Even if it could be treated in the future, this hand would be considered crippled. Luo Tianhong withdrew his sword, aiming directly for Lin's heart. Lin Huiliang had nowhere to escape. Just as the sword tip was about to touch his chest, a wooden chair suddenly flew in from the side. Luo Tianhong had no choice but to retract his sword and block. Clang! The wooden chair was split in half. Luo Tianhong looked up to see a tall, strong man standing a few steps away, his gaze sharp as a knife. It was this man who intervened to save Lin Huiliang. "Prince Hongxing here to seek guidance." The prince fixed his gaze on Luo Tianhong, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Lin Huiliang collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, finally regaining his composure. With the prince's arrival, his life was preserved. Moreover, the prince had brought a large group of Hongxing thugs, and the scene quickly reversed. Those who had the advantage, the He Lianxing group, were forced back. Luo Tianhong hesitated not for a moment, raising his sword and charging toward the prince. He knew very well that he couldn't kill Lin Huiliang without dealing with the prince first. Furthermore, he wanted to test just how strong this Hongxing warrior truly was. Meeting strength with strength, Luo Tianhong felt exhilarated. The prince was equally eager, picking up a machete to meet him. The two immediately engaged in battle, the sounds of clashing blades ringing in the air, overshadowing the chaos around them. In the blink of an eye, over 100 exchanges had passed. Neither could gain the upper hand. Finally, both landed simultaneous kicks to each other's chests, sending them both flying back. However, they quickly rose again, brushing off the dust, their fighting spirit undiminished. Just as Luo Tianhong and the prince were about to clash again, Tony rushed in. He stood beside Luo Tianhong, shouting at the prince, "We are clearing our territory. Why must you Hongxing interfere?" The prince crossed his blade, replying, "He is now the Jia Fit of Hongxing. To touch him is to touch Hongxing. This place belongs to Hong." The prince raised his chin. "Take your people and leave. Let this evening pass." Both sides glared at each other, neither able to act against the other easily. Tony sneered, refused to hand him over. "Then we will flatten this place tonight." "Then let's fight," the prince retorted, unwilling to yield. "Let's see who falls first." Lin Huiliang, lying on the ground, felt the taut string in his heart finally relax a bit. The prince's attitude was clear. Hongxing would protect him no matter what. This meant that even if a full-scale war broke out with He Lianxing, Hongxing would stand by his side. Lin Huila secretly rejoiced, realizing that his move to ally with Hongxing had been the right one. Tony wasted no time shouting fight. As his words fell, both sides, which had just paused, immediately clashed again, attacking more fiercely than before. At the same time, Tony pulled out his phone and started calling for reinforcements. The prince had brought many men, they were starting to feel pressured, and they needed more manpower. Deng Wanzai received the call and jumped up. "Grab your weapons," he shouted into the house. "Let's go at it with those Hong. Be quick about it." Deng Wanzai swept a glance around. "Anyone dawdling will regret it." He was full of energy at this moment. This was the first time he was putting in effort for a major gang event after rising to power, and it was a great opportunity to shine. Only by handling things beautifully could he solidify his position. Thus Deng Wanzai acted swiftly, making a call and gathering everyone to head straight for Jordan. Meanwhile, Didi was in a business meeting, and upon hearing the news his expression darkened instantly. Without a word, he abandoned the half-finished deal and began to gather his men. Before long, he too was on his way to Jordan with his crew. In no time, all the operatives of Lianxing were in motion. Hongxing not only sheltered Lin Huila and took over the Jordan territory, but now the prince had also taken action to fight. No one could swallow this humiliation. If they lost today, the face of Lianxing would be completely lost. Thus, after receiving Tony's call, no one dared to delay, fearing they would arrive late to this great battle. Deng Wanzai was the first to arrive. From a distance, he saw chaos in the streets and immediately cursed, "Damn, who dares to touch our people? Kill them." After shouting, he was the first to charge forward. With agility, he vaulted over the road barrier and plunged into the fray. Deng Wanzai was ruthless, striking at any Hongxing member he encountered. His men followed suit, charging in with loud cries. The Hongxing members were forced back by this sudden onslaught, and Lianxing regained the upper hand. Both sides continued to fight, with more and more people joining in. The scene grew more chaotic, but no one stopped. At this moment, anyone who retreated would be seen as admitting defeat. "Damn it, why aren't we moving?" Didi cursed from the back seat of the car, irritated. He had come upon receiving the notice and was almost at the intersection, but had been blocked. The driver Chong Mao turned around. "The cars ahead are blocking the intersection. We can't get through. Make them move." Didi's temper flared. "If they don't let us through, smash their cars. Anyone who blocks us today will be crushed." Just as Chong Mao was about to get out of the car, he suddenly squinted and looked closely at the several vehicles ahead. "Boss," he hurriedly turned back. "Those are Hongxing's men." "Hongxing's?" Didi was taken aback, then grinned. "Then what are we waiting for? Charge through." He roared, "and attack anyone we see. Not a single one of Hongxing's men should be let go." Chong Mao stomped on the gas, speeding forward with the cars behind following suit and crashing into the front. Bang, bang, bang. Several cars collided in a chain reaction, making the scene even more chaotic. However, several of the opponent's vehicles were flipped over, and indeed those people were all from Hongxing. This group was brought by Defei, who was supposed to support Lin Huila, but ended up getting blocked at the same intersection as Didi. Defei had yet to understand the situation when Didi's convoy crashed into them, nearly overturning the car he was in. "What happened? How did we end up in an accident?" Defei shook his head and pushed open the car door to curse. Nearby, a little brother hurriedly shouted, "It's Lianxing's people." "It's Didi. Then what are we waiting for?" Defei directly drew out a machete from the car, "Get out," and chopped them up. He led the charge, and his little brothers all scrambled out of the car, weapons in hand. Didi was naturally unwilling to be outdone and led his men to attack Hedon. Thus, Lianxing and Hongxing opened up a new battlefield at the intersection. What was already a blocked traffic situation was now completely paralyzed. In fact, with continuous reinforcements from both sides, one street could no longer contain the chaos. Several nearby streets had become battlegrounds for both sides. Anyone arriving only needed to see the opposing camp. They wouldn't even have to reach their destination before they started fighting. In the lobby of the district police station, the emergency phones were ringing off the hook. The operators were flustered, and all the calls were directing towards Jordan. In the office of the police chief, Su Dawei stood up abruptly upon hearing his subordinate's report. Didi went there too, and he's fighting with Hongxing's Defei. Learning that the forces from both sides were continuously gathering in Jordan made Su Dawei's heart leap to his throat. Lianxing and Hongxing combined had over 10,000 members. If they all clashed in Jordan, it wouldn't be good. 10,000 gangsters, that's a powder keg ready to explode. Su Dawei couldn't sit still, immediately ordering everyone set out at once. All mobile units in this area are to be deployed, requesting the Flying Tiger Squad for support. Cancel all leaves, fully support Jordan. We must make them stop at all costs by any means necessary. With the command given, all police forces in the region were mobilized. The urgent sound of police sirens instantly filled the streets as vehicle after vehicle loaded with officers sped towards Jordan. The vehicles were fully equipped with riot shields, batons, tear gas, and even firearms, the display resembling an anti-terror operation. The Flying Tiger Squad was fully armed, and helicopters began to take off from the helipad, heading straight for Jordan. Su Dawei even thought that if the police had tanks, he would definitely deploy them now. This was by no means an overreaction. The consequences of tens of thousands of people fighting were unimaginable. Thus, he was the first to commit all resources, even using helicopters. Despite this, he still felt uneasy and personally rushed to the scene to command. What madness is Hongxing stirring again? Su Dawei complained on the way. Why are they provoking Su Tianyi for no reason? He felt that if this continued once a month, he wouldn't make it to retirement before his heart gave out. In his view, if Hongxing had not first taken Lin Huaila under their wing and seized He Lianxing's territory, things would not have escalated to this point. Naturally, he held a lot of grievances against Hongxing. At this moment, Jordan was already in an uproar. Several main streets were crowded with people impassable, and at a glance, all one could see were black heads of people. They were either from He Lianxing or Hongxing, and people were continuously rushing in from all directions. With the situation having developed to this extent, both sides found themselves unable to back down, making it impossible for either to retreat. Therefore, the scene would only grow larger and more chaotic. Only by being on site could one understand that Su Dawei's sense of imminent danger was not unwarranted. The most correct choice was to expend all efforts at the first opportunity, perhaps to quickly bring this terrifying situation under control. Police cars forcibly drove into the scene, their sirens piercing. However, neither side showed any intention of stopping, as some even began to push against the police cars, causing the officers present to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, several helicopters descended from above, the winds created by their rotors making it hard for people to stand, causing the street to sway perilously. Taking advantage of this chaos, both sides finally managed to temporarily separate. "Listen up, you have been surrounded." The loudspeaker atop the police car repeatedly announced, "Put down your weapons, evacuate immediately, and do not act impulsively." Directly arresting people was impossible. With tens of thousands at the scene, if arrests were made, the entire police station would be overwhelmed. Therefore, the most urgent matter was to disperse the crowd, allowing both He Lianxing and Hongxing to withdraw from Jordan. A team of flying tigers quickly entered, controlling the leaders of both sides. Su Dawei also arrived. Looking at the sea of blackheads around him, he felt a wave of fear. Had the police forces been any later, they would have been unable to control the scene. But he knew the situation wasn't over. If negotiations fell through, these people could start fighting again at any moment. Jiang Tianxing stood at the forefront of the Hongxing group. "Jiang Tianxing." Su Dawei walked straight, over his tone sharp. "Are you trying to force my hand to arrest you? Hongxing causes trouble every few days. This time you provoke things for no reason. Do you really think the police won't act against you?" Su David was indeed furious. This was supposed to be an internal matter within Lianxing, and they could resolve it behind closed doors, but Hongxing had to meddle, resulting in the current standoff of tens of thousands. Jiang Tianxing was also somewhat helpless. He took in Lin Huaila, hoping to use the opportunity to absorb Jordan, thinking that Lianxing would endure like Hongxing did with Liang Kuan back then. However, he did not expect Su Tianyi to react so violently, coming over with his men to attack. With the blame on his side, Jiang Tianxing could only say, "Officer Su, I will handle it and won't trouble you." "You had better handle it." Su David stared at him. "If it breaks out again, I will be the first to come looking for you." "Mr. Su! Mr. Su!" Suddenly, a synchronized shout arose from the Lianxing side, and the crowd parted to make way. Su Tianyi walked out leisurely and stood in front of Su David. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere tensed instantly. Jiang Tianxing had already expressed his willingness to negotiate, but Lianxing had yet to speak. Now that Su Tianyi had arrived, his attitude would directly determine whether it would be fighting or talking. "Su Tianyi, you came at the right time." Su David turned to him, his tone noticeably softening. "Have your people withdraw first, and Jiang Tianxing's men withdraw as well. Both sides should send representatives to sit down and talk. You can talk for as long as you want, just don't start fighting again." Anyone with eyes could see that Su David's attitude towards Su Tianyi was far better than towards Jiang Tianxing. Earlier, he had shown no mercy when reprimanding Jiang Tianxing, but now he seemed to be negotiating. Su Tianyi did not respond immediately. He glanced at Jiang Tianxing, then looked at the crowd of people surrounding them. Su David's differential attitude actually had his considerations. On one hand, Hongxing was at fault, so he naturally could not show a good face. On the other hand, he knew Su Tianyi preferred softness over hardness, and speaking too harshly could provoke an immediate fight. Moreover, compared to other factions, Su David indeed recognized Su Tianyi more. Besides having capable subordinates, Lianxing usually adhered to rules, which naturally made him somewhat partial. Seeing this, Jiang Tianxing also spoke up. "Mr. Su, if you're willing to talk, Hongxing will always oblige." He genuinely did not want to fight. Regardless of winning or losing, Hongxing would sustain serious injuries, and given that they had already taken advantage of Jordan, it was wise to withdraw while they could. Hence, Jiang Tianxing adopted a gentler tone and lowered his posture. Everyone's gaze returned to Su Tianyi. Hongxing had already expressed their position, and the next steps of either peace or war hinged entirely on his words. However, Su Tianyi did not even look at Jiang Tianxing, his gaze landing directly on Lin Huaila behind. "Talk." He chuckled. "As long as Lin Huaila is alive, there's nothing to discuss. If Hongxing doesn't leave Jordan, Lianxing will never back down." These words were firm, causing even Su David to furrow his brows. However, the people of Lianxing felt their blood boiling, their eyes shining with excitement. Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. "Lu is now the driver for Hongxing. There's no way we can hand him over. If you have sincerity, you can propose other conditions." Handing him over is equivalent to slapping Hongxing in the face. I cannot retreat from this. Then there's nothing to talk about. Su Tianyi withdrew his gaze. His tone is flat, as if discussing what to have for dinner. As long as Lin Huailu is alive, we will fight. Fight! Fight! The people of Lianxing shouted in unison, their voices shaking the ground. Many people on Hongxing's side turned pale, and the hands of the police gripping their guns tightened again. Su Tianyi, don't be impulsive. Su David hurriedly blocked the way. Just consider it a favor for me. We absolutely cannot fight today. Su Tianyi looked at him for 2 seconds and suddenly smiled. Hongxing will definitely fight. He paused, but I must give you Sir Su face. Let's call it a day for now. He turned back and shouted, Big D Dongwen Boy Tianhong, lead the men to withdraw. Yes. With the order given, the crowd began to retreat in an orderly manner. The police secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but Su David rubbed his temples. Just because they didn't fight today doesn't mean they want tomorrow. This mess was far from cleaned up. Thanks for running this errand, Sir Su. Su Tianyi nodded at Su David, then turned to Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, have Hongxing prepare. Lin Huaili's life is tied up with Lianxing now. Hongxing will be waiting. Jiang Tianxing replied in a deep voice. Su Tianyi turned and left, not casting a second glance at Lin Huailu. Once the crowd had moved far away, the tense atmosphere that had enveloped the entire scene suddenly dissipated. Many police officers had soaked backs, and several Hongxing henchmen even leaned against the wall, their legs feeling weak. The killing intent of tens of thousands was truly not something everyone could bear. As soon as Su Tianyi left, the tension in the scene immediately deflated. Not to mention ordinary gangsters, even the armed police secretly let out a breath. Many had already soaked their backs. However, the threat had not disappeared. Everyone knew that Lianxing had only temporarily retreated, and Su Tianyi's intent to kill Lin Huailu and engage Hongxing had not changed at all. This thought weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Some police officers even secretly wished Lin Huailu would die on the spot. Once he was dead, the trouble would be gone. Interestingly, similar thoughts also surfaced among Hongxing's own members. Several drivers exchanged glances, all secretly hoping that Luo Tianhong's knife just now could be sharper. Jiang Tianxing remained silent for a moment and instructed beside him, Shursan, Maid of Fei, tell the brothers to disperse, don't block the area. The crowd gradually retreated, and the streets of Jordan began to loosen. However, the littered ground would not be cleaned up anytime soon. Knives and sticks were scattered and bloodstains were found everywhere. Once Hongxing's people had mostly left, Su David walked up to Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing, this disaster was caused by your Hongxing. He stared at the other party. I hope it can be resolved properly. If such scenes happen again, the police will definitely pursue it to the end, and no one will escape. This sounded like a warning, but it carried significant weight. After all, the relationship between the police and the gangs had always been delicate, both antagonistic and cooperative. If the police were truly angered, replacing 1 or 2 leaders wasn't impossible. Rest assured, Sir Su, I will handle it. Jiang Tianxing could only respond. It's best that way. Su David waved his hand. Don't wait for us to intervene. It won't be good for anyone then. After saying that, he led his team away. Jiang Tianxing stood alone in place, looking at the chaos in front of him, letting out a long breath. He turned to look at the dying Lin Huailu. Let's send him to the hospital first, he said. When Lin Huailu was carried away, his consciousness was already blurred. Jiang Tianxing looked at that figure, but his heart was churning. Was it worth paying such a high price for the places in Jordan? Moreover, Lianxing would never let it go. If they fought again, the police would obviously favor the other side, and Hongxing would definitely suffer. A storm was brewing, and Jiang Tianxing felt a sense of confusion in his heart. In the Wangchao Entertainment Center in the office, Luo Tianhong knelt on one knee in front of Su Tianyi, his head bowed low. Brother, I'm sorry. His voice was tense. I couldn't eliminate Lin Huailu. This matter felt like a thorn stuck in his heart. He felt that if he had been a bit faster, Lin Huailu would have had no chance of survival. Get up. Su Tianyi raised his hand. It has nothing to do with you. His tone was calm. No one expected Hongxing to react so quickly. But this might not be a bad thing. Luo Tianhong raised his head. The more Hongxing tries to protect Lin Huailu, the more opportunities we have to take them all down. Su Tianyi said. Luo Tianhong then stood up, his eyes still filled with fierceness. Brother, let me go again. This time it will definitely succeed. As long as Su Tianyi nods, he will immediately head out with a knife. Even if facing thousands of troops, he had no intention of coming back alive. However, Su Tianyi shook his head. No. He said, Lin Huailu is definitely under heavy protection now. Oh, it would be very hard for you to succeed. Moreover, I promised Su David that we wouldn't take action today. Killing him now would be equivalent to slapping the police in the face, which is not beneficial for us. He paused, then added, just a Lin Huailu, letting him live a few more days is no problem. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Tony next to him chimed in, that's right, Brother E's word is golden. Since we said we wouldn't take action today, we must keep our promise. Tony then asked, Brother E, what should we do about Hongxing? Su Tianyi thought for a moment and said, directly attacking them has a good chance of winning, but the losses would be. He paused, then continued, moreover, once Hongxing feels pressure, Dongxing will definitely intervene. Even if we can win in the end, we would still suffer losses which wouldn't be worth it. So this time it's best to let Hongxing create chaos by themselves. Su Tianyi continued, as long as there's internal confusion their strength will naturally collapse. At that time Dongxing not only wouldn't help them, they might even take the lead in attacking, sharing Hongxing's territory with us. Dongxing had been eyeing Hongxing's territory for a long time. Luo Tianhong asked, what specifically should we do? Su Tianyi smiled, it's very simple. Since Hongxing can take in Lin Huailo and give him the position of driver in Jordan, we can do the same. Let Hongxing's drivers switch sides to Lianxing. This is called reciprocity. Luo Tianhong looked somewhat puzzled, but at this critical moment would Hongxing's people be willing to switch to us? If they are unwilling, then we will find a way to make them willing. Su Tianyi's tone was calm. If persuasion doesn't work, then we will use coercion. There will always be a way. Luo Tianhong and Tony exchanged glances, immediately understanding. Brother, we will go invite them to talk right now, Luo Tianhong said. Su Tianyi nodded, named a few people, and let them take care of it. This was not an unrealistic idea. Previously Liang Kuan was able to make things difficult for Jiang Tiansheng, and even briefly occupy the leader's position, indicating that the Jiang family's control over Hongxing was not an ironclad unit, especially for those drivers. Thus targeted actions could present opportunities. Su Tianyi understood that while Jiang Tiansheng appeared amiable, he was focused solely on making money. His business was on the right track, but those drivers below still had to earn a living through violence. Jiang Tiansheng had not shared the spoils when he got rich, so these people naturally felt no sense of belonging to Hongxing or Jiang Tiansheng. Otherwise they would not have tacitly allowed Liang Kuan to rise to power. For this reason Su Tianyi planned to take action from here. He did not expect to buy over everyone, but moving a few would be enough. In the West District, inside a nightclub private room, Baki was embracing a girl, spitting words excitedly. You have no idea how dangerous tonight's scene was. The police even deployed helicopters, nearly bringing in tanks. Just think about that. He added, it was only because I was present that both sides didn't end up fighting. Please give me some respect. Harmony brings wealth, right? He took a sip of his drink and continued, but if Liansheng dares to come again, I won't hold back. They must be driven out of Hong Kong. As Baki boasted with flair, the door to the private room suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Two individuals walked in. Baki was startled. Who are you? One of them chuckled. We are the Liansheng people you want to drive out of Hong Kong. Baki's expression froze instantly, his face filled with embarrassment. He quickly regained his composure and threatened. What do you want? This is the West District, the territory of Hongxing. Touch a single hair on me, and you won't walk out of here. Tony remained calm, smiling as he pulled out a gun and pressed it directly against Baki's forehead. Baki's legs went weak, and he knelt with a thud. Don't shoot. Let's talk, anything can be discussed. They'll do whatever you want. His voice trembled. Come with us for a bit. Tony said, Mister. Su wants to see you. Baki dared not refuse and nodded repeatedly. He followed Tony out of the private room, only to see some of his subordinates sprawled on the ground at the entrance unconscious. Baki's heart sank, and he dared not speak. Meanwhile in Kowloon City, Tang Zhuolong was just about to head home when he was blocked by a few individuals. Luo Tianhong stood at the forefront saying, Brother Long, we need you to come with us, Mister. Su wants to see you. Tang Zhuolong's face darkened as his hand instinctively moved toward his waist. However, Luo Tianhong leisurely pulled out a photo and presented it to him. It was a picture of his daughter. Tang Zhuolong froze, staring at the photo for a few seconds before looking up and saying, I'll go with you. But if anything happens to my daughter, I will make sure you all pay for it. Rest assured, Luo Tianhong smiled. She is perfectly fine. If you cooperate, she will be safe. The same situation is occurring elsewhere. The Greyhound in North Point and the Dinosaur in Tuen Mun have all received, though referred to as invitations, the methods were far from polite. Those willing to cooperate were welcomed into the car. Those unwilling were beaten before being escorted inside. Once they were in the car, anxiety filled the air as they realized this ride could end badly. They truly had not anticipated this turn of events. The entire Hongxing thought Su Tianyi's target was Lin Huailo. Thus Jiang Tiansheng dispatched people to protect Lin Huailo, unaware that Su Tianyi would also target other triad members. As such, Baki and the others were caught off guard and easily taken away without alarming anyone else. For the time being, no one in Hongxing had noticed that several triad members were missing. Several cars successively drove into an abandoned factory. After a few triad members got out of the car and glanced at each other, they felt a chill in their hearts. Clearly tonight's events were far from simple. Terrifying howls echoed from within the factory, accompanied by barking dogs. In the dead of night, the sounds were unnerving. Baki, feeling intimidated, huddled closely to Tang Zhuolong, as if that would ensure his safety. As they walked inside, they saw a person bound to a wooden frame, covered in blood, looking utterly wretched. Alung. Baki blurted out quickly, covering his mouth. The others recognized him as the most capable horseman under Defei. Seeing him in such a state, a sense of dread filled the hearts of the few present. Fei Ji stood before Alang holding a bottle of wine. You refuse to cooperate, right? Fei Ji said, then no need for consent. Before he finished speaking, the bottle smashed against Alung's head. Bang! Shards mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Fei Ji didn't stop smashing one after another, each blow more brutal than the last. After smashing 7 or 8 bottles, he finally ceased. But that was not the end. Fei Ji took out a box of iron nails and a hammer. The nails were the thickness of a pinky and 10 centimeters long. He picked up one, pressed it against Alung's palm, and hammered it down. The iron nail pierced through his palm and embedded itself into the wooden frame behind him. Alang, who was previously dazed, suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming in agony. Fei Ji didn't stop. He picked up another nail. But this time Alung broke down first. I agree. I agree to cooperate, he shouted repeatedly. Only then did Fei Ji stop, glancing back. Su Tianyi was sitting behind, leisurely smoking, quite incongruous in this environment. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, there is only one opportunity. This statement immediately made Fei Ji understand. One opportunity meant that a chance had been given before and Alung had failed to seize it, so now even if he agreed, it was already too late. Thus Fei Ji continued to hammer the iron nails into Alung's palm regardless of his wails, and pleas for mercy, his actions showing no signs of stopping. After a while, Su Tianyi turned his head as if just noticing the few of them. Gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable, have a seat, Su Tianyi said with a smile. Baki and the others exchanged glances and slowly walked over, anxiously taking a seat. Alung's tragic state was right before them. No one doubted that if they did not cooperate, their fate would be even worse. Tang Zhuolong remained relatively calm and spoke first. Mr. So why did you call us here tonight? Su Tianyi flicked the ash off his cigarette and replied, it's nothing much, just wanted to offer you a fortune and ask for a small favor. Brother Long, I heard your smuggling ship was held by customs with goods worth tens of millions, right? I can have the ship released. Greyhound, you were just released on bail yesterday, and your case is not yet concluded. I can help you settle it and ensure your acquittal. He made promises to Tang Zhuolong, Baki, and Greyhound, but did not mention Dinosaur. Dinosaur sat there staring longingly at Su Tianyi, his expression clearly displeased. Additionally, Su Tianyi continued, each of you will receive an extra 5 million. The money is right here, you just need to nod to take it. Upon hearing 5 million, Baki's breath quickened, his eyes fixated on the pile of cash. 5 million is not a substantial amount for a big boss in business, but for these Triad members with no connections, it was already a considerable sum. Su Tianyi exhaled a puff of smoke and added, after completing the task, an additional 5 million will be added. In just a few sentences, the price had risen to 10 million. Greyhound couldn't help but ask, what do you want us to do? Su Tianyi smiled and replied, it's simple. I want all of you to switch allegiance to Lianshang. Impossible. Dinosaur stood up abruptly, shouting, don't think you can buy us off with 10 million. He continued, you better let us go, and well, consider tonight as if it never happened. If we can't get out, Hongxing will definitely wipe Lianshang off the map. Su Tianyi remained silent, merely glancing back. Tony, standing behind, swung a hammer and struck Dinosaur on the head. Dinosaur collapsed to the ground, blood immediately gushing out. However, Tony did not kill him. Instead, he dragged him further inside, a smile on his face that sent chills down everyone's spine. Tang Zhuolong and the others exchanged glances, their faces pale. Just a single wrong word led to such a fate for Dinosaur. The next likely would also suffer the same torment as Alung. They all understood that Dinosaur was not particularly loyal to Hongxing. He simply wanted to drive up the price. Su Tianyi could not have overlooked this, yet he acted directly rather than negotiating. This indicated that he was not swayed by such tactics. I prefer to be straightforward, Su Tianyi said. If the price isn't satisfactory, it can be discussed slowly, but threats I don't tolerate. This was clearly directed at the remaining three. No, please don't. I agree. I agree to switch. I am willing to go to Lianshang. Please let me go. From within came Dinosaur's intermittent pleas for mercy, but no one paid attention anymore. His nails were being pulled out one by one, iron needles driven into his fingers, salt water poured over his open wounds. The screams echoed, making the listeners restless. Su Tianyi waited for a while before slowly speaking. There is only one opportunity, so it's best to think carefully before answering. Don't do something you'll regret. After saying this, Su Tianyi looked toward Tang Zhuolong and the others. He smiled and continued, everyone has their value, but none are irreplaceable. If someone does not agree, there will naturally be someone else who will, and that person will no longer be necessary. The warning in these words was clear to all. Then Su Tianyi instructed Luo Tianhong to take out the documents and distribute them to the three. Upon receiving his, Tang Zhuolong's expression changed immediately, and he shouted, you can do whatever you want with me, but if you touch my family, I will make sure you pay. The documents contained detailed information about his family. Su Tianyi waved his hand, saying, don't worry, they are very safe right now, preparing to go abroad for a trip. However, if you do not cooperate, that might not be the case. Next, he looked at Baki and handed over another document. Brother G, if this evidence were to leak, could you still survive in Hongxing? Baki hurriedly shook his head, his voice trembling. Don't. Please. I agree to cooperate. I will switch allegiance to Lianshang right now. The documents contained records of his embezzlement. Greyhound stared at the criminal evidence in his hands, astonished, and asked, how did you get this? Su Tianyi replied with a casual smile, how I got it is not important. What matters is your choice. Cooperate, and these things will disappear. Do not cooperate, and your family will suffer. Tang Zhuolong and Greyhound exchanged glances, both falling silent. Baki, however, was already shouting, "I want 5 million. Then he quickly corrected himself. "No, I mean I am willing to cooperate." Luo Tianhong pushed 5 million in cash over, and Baki's face instantly lit up with joy. Su Tianyi turned to Tang Zhuolong and Greyhound, waiting for their response. Tang Zhuolong took a deep breath and said, "I am also willing to cooperate." Greyhound nodded, adding, "I have no reason to refuse." He'll switch allegiance to Lian Sheng. They all understood that if they did not agree, they would not leave this place today, and their families would not be safe. Su Tianyi then said with satisfaction, "Congratulations on joining Lian Sheng. Here you will live better than in Hongxing." Baji immediately nodded and smiled. "Yes, I absolutely trust Mr. Su. His talent guarantees we won't suffer any loss." Su Tianyi cut straight to the point. "However, I have already demonstrated my sincerity. Now it is your turn to act." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhuolong and the others instantly understood they were expected to offer proof of loyalty. Refusal would make escape nearly impossible. Without hesitation, Tang Zhuolong seized a blade and strode toward Longhua. Huigo and Baji quickly followed suit, each gripping a knife. Su Tianyi watched silently, offering no interference. If they attempted betrayal, death would be their only outcome. Tang Zhuolong approached Longhua, who lay half dead, his body mangled and ghastly. Longhua cried out in terror, Don't kill me. Mr. Su. I swore allegiance to Ho Lin Sheng. I'll do anything. Give me one more chance." Tang Zhuolong paused and turned to Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi spoke coolly. "I made it clear. There is only one chance. A man must keep his word." Without further hesitation, Tang Zhuolong plunged the blade deep into Longhua's abdomen and withdrew it. Longhua's eyes bulged wide, fixed upon him in silent accusation. Huigo said nothing, merely struck with equal finality. Blood welled from Longhua's mouth, choking off his voice. Baji trembled slightly, but stepped forward nonetheless. "Longhua, don't blame me. To sever another's livelihood is akin to killing his parents. You blocked my path. I strike you once. Now we are even." With that, he delivered the third blow. Longhua lay utterly still, yet his eyes remained wide open. Baji tentatively tried to close them, but each time he pressed gently, they sprang back open. Startled, he recoiled and dared not touch again. Su Tianyi nodded approvingly. "Excellent. There is a task for you today." Baji blurted first, "Are we to eliminate Lin Huaila?" Su Tianyi shook his head. "No. I want you to launch a surprise assault on Tunman. Seize every one of Longhua's establishments. You have until dawn. Can you accomplish it?" The three hesitated briefly, then nodded in unison. They knew full well this meant irrevocable rupture with Heng Hing. Su Tianyi continued, "Tianhong Tony and Fei Ji, you will assist them. Ensure their safety at all costs. Should any harm befall them, I will hold you accountable." Luo Tianhong and the others responded in unison, voices booming. "Understood. We will protect Mr. Tang and his men with our lives." Their thunderous reply startled Tang Zhuolong's group. These three were both allies, and blades suspended over their necks. Tang Zhuolong sighed inwardly, though he dismissed the unease. So long as loyalty held firm, Luo Tianhong and his comrades were unparalleled allies. Finally, Su Tianyi said, "You may depart. I await good news." Tang Zhuolong nodded solemnly. Huigo remained silent. Baji hastened to add, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, this task will be executed flawlessly. Consider it our formal pledge of allegiance." With that, the three left the factory, clutching their money. As they passed through the gate, they instinctively glanced back. Though no physical wounds marked them, the suffocating pressure lingered like ice down their spines. Emerging whole and unharmed truly counted as fortune. Their eyes met. Each face mirrored quiet relief. Without another word, they dispersed swiftly in separate directions. Su Tianyi's order brooked no delay. They had to rally their forces immediately. Tang Zhuolong returned to Kowloon City and summoned every one of his brothers without delay. Gazing upon those familiar faces filling the room, he faltered. These men still bore Heng Hing's name, even if only in title. "Brothers," Tang Zhuolong cleared his throat and spoke at last. "I have formally withdrawn from Heng Hing and pledged myself to Ho Lin Sheng." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. "Those who choose to follow me, Tang Zhuolong, shall henceforth be brothers of Ho Lin Sheng. Those unwilling may leave now. I shall neither detain nor reproach you. But know this, should we meet again as foes, there will be no mercy." Silence fell, then erupted into clamorous, "Boss, you've seen the truth at last. We follow you always. Who'd stay in that rotting den of Heng Hing?" "Exactly. Jiang Tianxing feasts alone. He won't even share a drop of broth. They say Mr. Su of Ho Lin Sheng treats his brothers generously. Wherever you lead, boss, we'll rise together." Their fervent response stunned Tang Zhuolong completely. He had braced for dissent, perhaps even walkouts. Instead, overwhelming support washed over him. He blinked, then steadied resolve settling deep within his chest. "Good." Tang Zhuolong raised his voice. "Arm yourselves. Tonight we take Tunman." Roars of assent filled the room as men scattered to fetch weapons. Meanwhile, Huigo and Baji faced similar scenes. Their subordinates, too, overwhelmingly chose loyalty over legacy. Swiftly, three converging forces advanced upon Tun Mun from disparate directions, silent, relentless. Luo Tianhong Tony and Fei Ji trailed discreetly, maintaining watchful distance. Their presence heightened urgency. Tang Zhuolong's trio dared not slacken. Speed and brutality were non-negotiable. That night, Tun Mun appeared unchanged, tranquil, ordinary. Yet currents surged inward, from Kowloon City North Point and Saiwan, like tributaries merging into a hidden river. Their objective was singular and absolute: eradicate every Hung Hing establishment in Tun Mun, no exception, no quarter. With Longwa dead, Tun Mun stood leaderless, and three united factions attacking one fractured domain rendered victory all but certain. Hung Hing's vigilance, however, remained fixated elsewhere, on Ho Lin Sheng's headquarters. Seeing no movement there, they relaxed, never imagining treachery would bloom from within. After rendezvousing in Tun Mun, Tang, Zhuolong Baji, and Hui Go divided the territory and launched their coordinated assault. Inside a dimly lit bar, music throbbed and lights swirled. A young enforcer leaned idly by the entrance, until a flood of figures surged into view. Startled at first, he relaxed upon recognizing familiar faces. "Ah, so it's you lot," he laughed, stepping forward. "Nearly scared me. Thought Ho Lin Sheng had come knocking." Before he could finish, the man at the front swung a steel pipe with brutal force. "Who's our brother?" The pipe whistled and crashed against the neon sign above the door with a deafening crack. Glass exploded outward. "Tonight, we purge Hung Hing," the leader roared. "Seal both exits. Let no one escape." Music died mid-beat. Screams and curses tore through the haze. Chaos swallowed the bar whole. In a single night, Hung Hing's dominion over Tun Mun was erased. From this night onward, no Hung Hing banner would fly in Tun Mun. At the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tianxing spent the entire night sleepless. Su Tianyi had sworn not to act, but Jiang knew such restraint defied his nature. He tossed and turned, dread coiling tight in his gut, until the phone shrieked. His eyelid twitched violently as he snatched up the receiver. His face paled instantly. "What a... All Tun Mun establishments lost, and by our own men." He bellowed into the receiver. "Summon every Zai Fat Yen, immediately. Whether sleeping or occupied, every man must attend. This crisis demands unity, or else tonight's absence brands you a traitor." He dropped the phone and sat frozen for a long moment. "Su Tianyi, I truly underestimated you." Regret now pierced him, sharp and cold, for having accepted Lin Huila. He'd sought to absorb Jordan, but Su Tianyi retaliated by shattering Tun Mun and poaching 3 senior captains. Hung Hing had hemorrhaged, for pillars collapsed overnight. Regret changed nothing. The path was chosen, our retreat impossible. News spread like wildfire. Other Zai Fat Yen soon received word. 13 sisters seated beside Hanbin gasped, eyes widening. "I warned them not to provoke Su Tianyi. I urged Master Jiang to reject Lin Huila. No one listened. But this is recklessness beyond measure." Hanbin tugged her sleeve. "Let's return, see how Master Jiang responds." Across the city, Zai Fat Yen hurried toward headquarters. All understood absence equaled treason. Deep into the night, Hung Hing convened its emergency summit. The chamber felt conspicuously hollow. Far fewer chairs filled than usual. Ma Wang Jin, Zai Fat Yen of Chaiwan, scanned the room and cursed. Along Hui Go Baji, none showed. "Damn traitors." 13 sister frowned deeply. How much did Su Tianyi offer to turn them so utterly? Hanbin interjected quietly. "That man spends lavishly to win hearts. None who serve him lack for wealth." Those words stirred uneasy murmurs. Though outwardly powerful, these Zai Fat Yen lived lean, feeding legions of underlings beneath them. Ma Wang Jin rapped the table sharply. "This is catastrophic. 3 captains defected, and Tun Mun lies in ruins. We've lost 4 pillars in one stroke. If Su Tianyi marches on us now, how do we stand?" Grimness tightened every face. The Yu of Kuntong spoke suddenly. "I warned against accepting Lin Huila. No one listened." Ma Wang Jin glared. "That decision rested with Master Jiang. Did you presume to oppose him?" Shh. 13 sister and Hanbin exchanged weary glances, then sighed in unison. Hung Hing's vitality was sapped, infighting now corroded its core. Victory seemed ever more distant. The price exacted was staggering. Jordan's survival hung in balance, and even Hung Hing's very existence teetered on the edge. 13 sister and Hanbin seethed inwardly. Like their peers, they judged Jiang Tianxing's error profound and unforgivable. As grievances swelled, Jiang Tianxing entered the chamber. "Master Jiang." Several Zai Fat Yen rose to greet him, but reverence had faded, replaced by brittle formality. Jiang Tianxing surveyed them. Understanding bloomed cold and clear. "You are all aware of tonight's events," he began flatly. "Tang Zhuolong, Hui Go, and Baji have formally joined Ho Lin Sheng. Moments ago, under Ho Lin Sheng's banner, they seized every one of our Tun Mun operations." He paused. "Longwa has vanished, most likely their doing. Sheng Fan witnessed them commit the act, with Su Tianyi's men standing guard nearby. They have truly betrayed us." Though rumors had flown, hearing confirmation from Jiang himself ignited fury. "Treacherous dogs, they must pay dearly." Ho Lin Sheng plays too viciously, striking down 4 pillars in one night. Master Jiang, we must act now, or Hung Hing will cease to exist. One after another voiced their dissatisfaction. Jiang Tianxing nodded slightly. He Lianxing will not back down. He looked at the crowd. What do you think we should do? The 13th sister spoke first. Mr. Jiang, we should send Lin Huayue back. If we hand him over, He Lianxing will have no excuse to act, and even Officer Su won't let them go wild. Hanbin chimed in. He Lianxing is using Lin Huayue as a pretext this time. Without this pretext, Su Tianyi won't be able to be so arrogant. The others didn't speak, but their thoughts were similar. They all wanted Jiang Tianxing to hand over Lin Huayue to let this matter pass without further incident. After all, the root of the trouble was taking in Lin Huayue, so they naturally wanted to resolve it by handing him over. However, Jiang Tianxing shook his head directly. No, he said. If we hand him over now, the whole underworld will think Hongxing is afraid of He Lianxing. And who would dare to come to us for help in the future? How can the gang expand? We absolutely cannot hand him over. He said a lot, but everyone understood his reasoning. Taking in Lin Huayue and swallowing up the Jordan district was Jiang Tianxing's own decision, and there were many objections at the time. Handing him over now would be akin to slapping his own face, ruining his reputation. Therefore, he had to stick to his guns. If we don't hand him over, we won't be able to stop He Lianxing, Hanbin said. And if Su Tianyi can bribe along, and the others, who's to say he won't bribe more people? This statement startled everyone. Ma Wangjin immediately widened his eyes. Hanbin, what do you mean? Are you suggesting there's a traitor among us? I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, Hanbin said calmly. I'm just saying that any one of us could be bribed. If there's a mole hiding within us, Hongxing would be in even greater danger. Everyone felt a sinking feeling. Tang Zhuolong and the others openly defected, which was a significant loss, but at least it was visible. However, if there was an undisclosed traitor hidden in the gang, that would be 100 times more terrifying than a visible defector. Jiang Tianxing was naturally worried about this, but worrying was useless. Voicing it would only cause panic and suspicion among them. So he directly changed the subject. Next, I will meet with the head of Dongxing to discuss, Jiang Tianxing said, to see if the two of us can join forces against He Lianxing. For Dongxing, He Lianxing is also a significant threat, and they are likely to agree. As long as they join forces, He Lianxing would not be a concern. After saying this, he ended the meeting. Continuing the discussion had no meaning now. It was crucial to see Dongxing's intentions. It was just dawning. 2 people sat in a private room of a tea house. Outside the room stood quite a few people divided into 2 sides watching each other. On one side were Luo Tianhong and Fei Ji, while on the other side were Sidu Haonan and Xia Meng from Dongxing. The only one who could command these people to act as bodyguards outside was naturally Su Tianyi, along with the current head of Dongxing, Uncle Ben. Inside the room, Uncle Ben, with graying hair and dressed in a suit, smoked a cigar and smiled at Su Tianyi. After a long while, he finally spoke. You killed our Dongxing's head, now you dare to sit here and talk to me. Don't you find it ridiculous? What's so funny? Su Tianyi replied. If the camel isn't dead, you don't have the right to sit here and talk to me. He admitted quite straightforwardly that it was indeed his doing. Uncle Ben exhaled a puff of smoke. Oh, then I should thank you. No need for that. Su Tianyi leaned slightly forward. I'm here for one thing. That is for He Lianxing and Dongxing to join forces and take down Hongxing together. Whatever we can grab, it's based on our own abilities. Are you afraid that we will ally with Hongxing? Uncle Ben laughed. Afraid? Su Tianyi shook his head. Even if you ally, you can only protect yourselves and won't be able to harm me in the slightest. Moreover, Dongxing will gain nothing, but instead suffer losses. He paused and continued. But if we divide Hongxing together, you can eat well. This calculation isn't hard to figure out. Uncle Ben flicked the ash from his cigar. The conditions sound good, but I also have to guard against you finishing off Hongxing and then turning on Dongxing. Naturally, Su Tianyi smiled. Do you think Dongxing doesn't want to swallow He Lianxing? First we divide Hongxing, and then the future matters will be based on our own means. I do indeed fear your means. Uncle Ben took another puff of his cigar and slowly said, so I need to consider this matter. I can't give you a response right now. All right, Su Tianyi replied straightforwardly, but I believe you will eventually agree. So confident. The world is unpredictable. Uncle Ben responded. Then let's wait and see. Uncle Ben stood up and left the private room. He glanced at Luo Tianhong and the others outside the door and waved to Sidu Haonan and the others. Let's go. Luo Tianhong walked in. Brother, did that old fox agree? This kind of old fox won't bet so quickly, Su Tianyi said coldly. He definitely still wants to see what price Hongxing offers before making a choice. He stood up and walked to the window. But if he wants to consider, I'll make it so he has no choice. Tianhong, call a Wu here. I have something for him to do. That night, at a private club, Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao sat in a private room, and Uncle Ben had not yet arrived. Chun Yao looked worried. Mr. Jiang, I heard Uncle Ben met with Su Tianyi during the day. Will he still cooperate with us? He will, Jiang Tianxing affirmed. Not only are we afraid of He Lianxing growing stronger, but Dongxing is the same. If Hongxing collapses, Dongxing will be next. No one wants to see He Lianxing dominate, especially someone like Uncle Ben who has been in the game for a long time. He took a sip of tea and continued, of course the price won't be small. This time without bloodshed. Dongxing won't. Chen Yao nodded about to speak, but Jiang Tiansheng waved his hand. Yao, you should go back first. Su Tianyi has many tricks. I'm worried he will continue to bribe our people. Keep a close watch. If any of our members contact suspicious individuals, let me know immediately. Understood, I'll handle it right away. Chen Yao stood up. As he reached the door, he happened to run into Uncle Ben coming in. The two exchanged glances, and Chen Yao nodded before hastily leaving. Uncle Ben, you've seen the situation, Jiang Tianxing stated directly. Su Tianyi's ambitions encompass all of Hong Kong. If Hongxing fails, Dongxing will be next. The matter with the camel is a lesson learned. He fixed his gaze on Uncle Ben. If Hongxing and Dongxing cannot unite today, we will all be forced into a corner in the future. Uncle Ben sat down and lit a cigar. Mr. Jiang, let's be straightforward, he smiled. Everyone knows Su Tianyi has ambitions. But no matter how ambitious he is, he still has to abide by the rules of the underworld. In today's world, one cannot rely solely on killing to dominate. He exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly stating, as long as Dongxing doesn't overstep, He Lianqing has no reason to strike. For no reason to start a war would draw the attention of the police first. So Dongxing actually has nothing to fear. The implication was clear. Hongxing had brought trouble upon itself by sheltering Lin Huayue. Dongxing had no reason to shield Hongxing from harm. Therefore, Uncle Ben concluded Dongxing doesn't need to go all out against He Lianqing for Hongxing's sake. Uncle Ben flicked the ash from his cigar. Mr. Jiang, to think Dongxing would go all out against He Lianqing based solely on verbal assurances is quite inappropriate, isn't it? Jiang Tiansheng had anticipated he would say this. Uncle Ben was someone who wouldn't act without seeing results. He pondered for a moment and spoke. I know Dongxing has been eyeing the gambling halls in Aoqing. As long as we join forces this time, Hongxing can offer 1/10 of the gambling tables to Dongxing. Uncle Ben didn't respond, just took another puff of his cigar. Threatens, he slowly exhaled the smoke. This is the bottom line. If we can't agree on this, then let's not discuss it. Jiang Tianxing fell silent for a moment. Fine, threatens it is. He finally nodded, but Dongxing must declare war on He Lianqing immediately to make our stance clear. No problem. Uncle Ben smiled, raising his glass. Mr. Jiang is straightforward. Oh, Dongxing won't just take benefits without working. Let's toast to the cooperation as a pre-celebration. Cheers. Jiang Tiansheng raised his glass as well and drank it all in one go. With Dongxing joining, He Lianqing will no longer be a concern. He put down his glass. Su Tianyi is capable, but he's too arrogant, thinking one person can swallow the entire underworld. That will only provoke everyone to unite against him. That's right. Uncle Ben nodded. With the two of us joining forces, Su Tianyi will have no way out. Perhaps we can also take the opportunity to divide He Lianqing's territory. The two discussed some details, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Uncle Ben, I'll leave this matter to you. Jiang Tianxing stood up. I still need to go back to make some arrangements, and I hope you can announce it in Dongxing soon. Don't worry, I'll certainly handle what I promised, Uncle Ben assured. Tomorrow Dongxing will officially declare war on He Lianqing and take a stand with Hongxing. Thank you very much. After Jiang Tianxing finished speaking, he left the club. Although it was a significant cost to exchange for an alliance with threatens of the gambling tables, he felt it was worth it. If they could force He Lianqing to relinquish control over the Tunmun and North Point territories, it would be even more profitable. Thinking this way, he felt in good spirits, believing that the problem would soon be resolved. However, he did not notice that someone in the shadows was watching him leave. 3 cars drove towards the Hongxing headquarters. Jiang Tianxing sat in the middle vehicle planning to return and announced the news of cooperation to stabilize morale. But as the car passed a secluded mountain road, a truck suddenly rushed out from the front, directly blocking the road, and cut. Jiang Tianxing's expression changed. Quick retreat. Take another route, he shouted urgently. The driver reacted swiftly, immediately reversing. But just a short distance back, another truck burst out from behind, blocking the escape route. Protect Mr. Jiang. Fight them. The bodyguards rushed out of the car, but upon seeing dozens of people surge from the front and back, they felt disheartened. 9 against nearly 100. How could they fight this battle? Jiang Tianxing could see at a glance that the people surrounding them were all skilled fighters, each on par with his own bodyguards, and they outnumbered them 10 to 1. His little hope was completely extinguished. In fact, it was true. The moment his 9 bodyguards rushed and blades flashed, and they all fell down. From the engagement to lying down, it took just one exchange, and not a single hair of the opponent was harmed. The battle ended absurdly quickly. Jiang Tianxing's heart sank, realizing the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Without any hesitation, almost at the same time his bodyguards fell, he leaped into the driver's seat, yanked the steering wheel, and the car charged down the steep slope off the mountain road. With the front and back roads blocked by trucks, crashing through would only take down a few, but ultimately lead to death. Though racing down the mountain was risky, the chance of surviving was at least 50-50. It was far better than staying put, which would guarantee death. Strangely, when he drove down the steep slope, the group on the mountain did not pursue him. They simply stood by the road, watching coldly. Just as the car jolted toward the foot of the mountain, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Boom. The entire vehicle was lifted into the air by the shockwave of the explosion, instantly transforming into a massive fireball. In the next moment, a figure engulfed in flames struggled out of the car, staggered a few steps, then collapsed onto the ground, writhing a couple of times before going completely still. The leader on the mountain watched the burning wreckage below and took out his phone to make a call. He reported Jiang Tiansheng is dead. It was a Wu on the line. All the people down the mountain were his hand-trained dark guards. This was the first mission for the dark guards, and it was executed cleanly and decisively. Only Su Tianyi could command the dark guards. The news of Jiang Tiansheng's demise dropped like a bomb into the Jianghu of Shangjiang. He was nothing like the previous short-lived Liang Koan. He was the true leader who had controlled Hongxing for many years. In terms of strength and influence, he was ranked among the top in the Hong Kong underworld. Even someone like Deng Wei, who belonged to the older generation, could not compete with a leader who held real power. Therefore, the shock caused by Jiang Tiansheng's death was far greater than that from Deng Wei's incident. All the factions once again focused their attention on Hongxing. Reactions varied, but everyone was guessing who was responsible. Undoubtedly, Su Tianyi had the greatest suspicion. After all, the fiercest competitor against Hongxing at the moment was He Lianxing. Everyone was waiting to see how Hongxing would respond next. With the leader killed, if they did not retaliate at all, they might as well not exist in the underworld anymore. District Police Station. What? Jiang Tiansheng is dead. Su Dawei jumped up from his chair upon hearing the news. Find out immediately who did it. He pointed at Huang Zhiqing in front of him, his tone urgent. And immediately send people to keep a close watch on Hongxing and He Lianxing. Under no circumstances can we allow them to fight. However, Huang Zhiqing replied, Su sir, I think this might not have been done by He Lianxing. I've received word that Jiang Tianxing met with Ben Shu from Dongxing before his death. And Ben Shu had met with Su Tianyi previously. Do you think it's possible that Dongxing wanted to take advantage of the situation to swallow Hongxing, and that's why they acted? Su Dawei immediately ordered, investigate. Focus on those decision-makers in Dongxing, especially Ben Shu. His expression darkened. If it really is Dongxing stirring up trouble from behind, then we must hit them hard. Sweep through all their places, let them know the cost. For Su Dawei, the conflict between He Lianxing and Hongxing was already troublesome enough. If Dongxing also jumped in to cause chaos, he would not hold back. But regardless of who the culprit was, he knew that a larger storm was already gathering over Shangjiang. Dongxing headquarters. Ben Shu was also taken aback when he heard the news. Jiang Tiansheng. Really dead. C2 Haonan, standing in front of him, spoke with a fierce tone. Ben Shu, Hongxing must surely suspect it was us. Since we are bound to fight sooner or later, why not take action now while they are without a leader and directly swallow Hongxing? But after listening, Ben Shu frowned. Haonan, he said slowly, this matter is not as simple as you think. Ben Shu pondered. This incident was most likely orchestrated by Su Tianyi, whose goal was to disrupt the alliance between Dongxing and Hongxing, forcing everyone to share the spoils of Hongxing. However, Su Tianyi would not let Dongxing benefit, so they must not act impulsively. He recalled the last words Su Tianyi had said during their meeting, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. No wonder Su Tianyi was so confident about the cooperation. It turned out he had long prepared this move to turn Dongxing and Hongxing against each other. Jiang Tiansheng was killed on his way back after meeting with Ben Shu. That meeting was very discreet, with only a few people knowing the details. As a result, anyone could suspect that it was Ben Shu who did it, and naturally Dongxing and Hongxing could no longer ally. Realizing this, Ben Shu couldn't help but be amazed by Su Tianyi's clever tactics. However, it also made him more wary of Su Tianyi, preventing him from easily cooperating with He Lianxing. He feared that after dividing Hongxing, the next target would be Dongxing. Additionally, Ben Shu was worried that if Hongxing was pushed too hard, they might merge with He Lianxing and turn around to swallow Dongxing. Out of these concerns, Ben Shu decided to observe the situation first and refrain from taking any rash actions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Hongxing headquarters grew even more intense. The death of Jiang Tianxing shocked the outside world, but internally Hongxing was filled with rage. Another leader had died after the previous one. Of this was an immense humiliation for Hongxing. Ma Wangjian slammed the table, asking, Shun Yao, you were the last person to see Mr. Jiang. What exactly happened? Who killed Mr. Jiang? You took over the conversation? Isn't that obvious? It was definitely Su Tianyi. But whether we have any of his spies among us is hard to say. Ever since Tang Zhuolong and the others shifted to He Lianxing and took over the turf in Tunmun, mutual suspicion grew within Hongxing. These leaders were worried that people around them had been bought off by Su Tianyi and would stab them in the back, following in the footsteps of the fearsome dragon. As a result, suspicion never ceased, and the atmosphere remained tense. Chen Yao spoke up. I did indeed see Mr. Jiang. However, Mr. Jiang went to meet Ben Shu from Dongxing that evening to discuss the alliance. He told me to return first. What they talked about and what happened afterward, I don't know any more than you do. He paused, then continued. But I know that Su Tianyi had met with Ben Shu before. Whether they reached an agreement is unclear to anyone. Thus, whether this was done by Su Tianyi or Dongxing, we cannot draw a conclusion yet. However, based on the circumstances of Mr. Jiang's death, this does not seem to be the style of Su Tianyi's subordinates. Ma Wangjian shouted, damn it must have been Ben Shu. Dongxing wants to partner with He Lianxing to deal with us at Hongxing. No matter who it is, we must find out. Chen Yao continued. However, what we face now is not just avenging Mr. Jiang, but also the survival. If Dongxing truly allies with He Lianqing, we will be in a very passive position, and it will be uncertain whether we can survive. This question silenced all the leaders. Hongxing had already suffered heavy losses, and now, without a leader, the morale of the group was even more shaken. If He Lianqing and Dongxing joined forces, Hongxing would likely not be able to withstand it, and would end up being divided. Han Bin suggested, let's negotiate. If we hand over Lin Huailu, Su Tianyi should not take action. 13 Mei echoed, yes, as long as He Lianqing does not act, Dongxing will not dare to move. Once this matter is settled, we can slowly investigate the culprit. Chen Yao nodded, I think the same. Everything started because of Lin Huailu and should end with him. I have already sent someone to bring Lin Huailu back. We need to control him first, and then see He Lianqing's attitude. As long as we can negotiate, we should try our best to avoid conflict with He Lianqing. In fact, the entire organization relied solely on Jiang Tianxing to protect Lin Huailu. The others did not want to protect him. Lin Huailu joined Hongxing and became one of the leaders, which did not benefit anyone else. Instead, due to his presence, everyone suffered significant losses. Thus, no one wanted to continue protecting Lin Huailu. They had long wanted to hand him over to He Lianqing. But Jiang Tianxing was the leader, and his decisions went unopposed, allowing Lin Huailu to remain in Hongxing. Now that Jiang Tianxing was dead, naturally no one would protect Lin Huailu anymore. After Chen Yao announced this, there were no objections from the many leaders. They all shared the same sentiment. However, just then one of Chen Yao's subordinates rushed in to report, Yao Ge, Lin Huailu has escaped. He was gone by the time we arrived. This news left Chen Yao and the others on edge. If Lin Huailu had truly escaped, what would Hongxing use to negotiate with He Lianqing? If Su Tianyi believed that Hongxing was deliberately hiding someone, the situation would only worsen. Thus, Lin Huailu's disappearance was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for Hongxing. Chen Yao immediately stood up. Tell all the brothers to search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. We cannot let him slip away. He turned to the attending leaders, his tone serious. Everyone, Lin Huailu is key. Without him, we will have to pay a heavy price to negotiate terms with He Lianqing. I hope everyone will do their utmost to bring him back. Everyone understood this principle. Lin Huailu was crucial for maintaining face with He Lianqing and was an important bargaining chip. Losing this chip would undoubtedly come at an even greater cost to make He Lianqing back down. Thus, the leaders urgently notified their subordinates, mobilizing the entire strength of Hongxing to search for Lin Huailu. However, Lin Huailu choosing to disappear at this moment clearly indicated he anticipated becoming a pawn after Jiang Tianxing's death. He knew his life was in danger and thus took the initiative to flee. Hence, even if Hongxing mobilized everyone, finding someone who was determined to hide would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If he had already left Xiangjiang, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiangjiang Dock. A figure crouched behind a large rock, occasionally peeking out. As the light swept across, it revealed a familiar face. It was the missing Lin Huailu. Upon hearing of Jiang Tianxing's demise, his first thought was to run. The protection he received from Hongxing was solely because of Jiang Tianxing's backing. Now that the support was gone, who would still harden their resolve to confront He Lianqing for him? Handing him over was the inevitable outcome. Lin Huailu was all too aware of his enmity with Su Tianyi. If he fell into He Lianqing's hands, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, and it would be a brutal one. Therefore, as soon as the news spread, he wasted no time and immediately slipped away, not allowing Hongxing any opportunity to control him. He now planned to first flee to Aoqing to lay low, then scheme to gather his former subordinates and unite with local forces, waiting for the chance to strike back at Xiangjiang. A boat slowly approached the dock, its searchlight flashing rhythmically 3 times. Lin Huailu, hidden behind the rock, saw the signal and immediately dashed out. He turned back and gazed deeply at the illuminated city behind him, then turned and jumped onto the boat without hesitation. As Lin Huailu made his escape, chaos erupted within Hongxing. Without this bargaining chip, Hongxing, already at a disadvantage, was placed in an even more passive position. However, they searched through Xiangjiang several times without finding him, finally realizing that Lin Huailu had likely already left the port and had to give up. Immediately afterward, from Chen Yao to all the leaders, they were summoned to the police station for a tea session. The police's message was clear: Hongxing must negotiate and is not allowed to fight anymore. Even if it meant sacrificing huge interests, they had to comply. Because Hongxing was now in an absolutely disadvantaged position, the police firmly insisted that they make the largest concessions. If these leaders refused to comply, the police would definitely take action, making Hongxing's subsequent days even more difficult. Just as Hongxing was in a state of confusion, Su Tianyi, on the other hand, was leisurely having lunch at a Western restaurant. At this time, Su Dawei appeared at his table. Mr. Su, would you mind if I sit down? Su, sir, please sit. Su Tianyi smiled and said, just in time, I have the chance to treat you to a meal. No need for food. Su Dawei waved his hand as he sat down. I'm afraid of being invited for coffee by the ICAC. He got straight to the point. You've played big enough, but it's time to ease off, isn't it? Su Tianyi chuckled. Su, sir, I don't understand your words. It seems I haven't done anything at all. He shifted the topic, continuing. However, I really should start doing things now. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the organization. I have already said, Su Tiany's tone was calm, yet resolute. If Lin Huailu is not dead, Hongxing will not roll out of Jordan, and he Lianxing will never stop. If these 2 points cannot be achieved, do not expect negotiations. Even in the face of a police inspector, he showed no signs of compromise. Is it true that as long as Hongxing is willing to hand over Lin Huaiyue and return the territory of Jordan, you would be willing to sit down and talk? Su David stared at him. Su Tianyi nodded. As long as Hongxing can do these 2 things, considering your standing, Su sir, I can give them a chance. However, it still depends on whether they have sincerity or not. Su David immediately responded. I have already talked to the negotiator from Hongxing. They have agreed to these 2 conditions. This time Hongxing is quite sincere. Su Tianyi laughed. Looks like I have been played by you, Su sir. Su David also chuckled. With your character, mister. So you wouldn't go back on your word, right? Su Tianyi smiled and nodded. Of course not. Since Su sir has spoken, I must give this face. Su David was even more pleased to hear this. Good, then I will arrange the time and place and notify you later. No problem, Su Tianyi agreed readily. Su David was very satisfied as Su Tianyi's agreement was crucial. As long as he agreed, the matter could settle down. Su David then stood up. Mr. Su, I will head back to the police station now and will not disturb you any longer. I have finished eating as well. Let me see you off, Su Tianyi said. The 2 walked out of the Western restaurant. Just as Su Tianyi was about to get the car, an unexpected incident occurred. With a loud explosion, Su Tianyi's car was instantly destroyed. Mr. Su, be careful. Su David quickly pulled him away, avoiding the center of the explosion, but the shockwave still knocked both of them down. That car was Su Tianyi's vehicle, which exploded just as he was about to drive. If Su David hadn't pulled him away, he certainly wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Su David hurriedly helped him up. Mr. Su, are you all right? Su Tianyi's face was grim, his eyes filled with fury. Su sir, is this the sincerity you speak of? He snorted coldly. It seems that negotiations are out of the question. It's not that I don't want to talk, but someone doesn't want to. After saying that, a car pulled up, and Su Tianyi got in directly and left. Mr. Su. Su David called out a few times, but Su Tianyi did not look back. Su David was also extremely angry. He had just finalized the negotiations when such an incident occurred. He immediately called back to the police station. All officers, listen up, immediately conduct surprise checks on the establishments of Hongxing and Dongxing, spare none, especially Hongxing. The explosion infuriated Su Tianyi and embarrassed Su David. He felt that it was either Hongxing or Dongxing who did this, and it must be investigated thoroughly. He pressured Hongxing and Dongxing, hoping to make Hongxing see benefits to calm Su Tianyi's anger. Otherwise, Su Tianyi might resort to violence, and things would escalate. Thus, Su David arranged everything, promptly aiming to have Su Tianyi sit down and negotiate. Meanwhile, after getting in the car, Su Tianyi's anger faded, replaced by a faint smile. Tony asked worriedly, Brother, you weren't hurt just now, were you? Su Tianyi smiled. It's nothing. The explosion was timed perfectly, it wasn't dangerous. How could Su David trust me otherwise? From the conversation, it was easy to guess that the explosion was deliberately arranged by them. Su Tianyi had planted the bomb long ago, waiting for Su David to come to him before detonating it. He possessed a divine perception ability. If someone really wanted to blow him up, he would have sensed it long ago. Besides, he rarely drove himself, so if someone tampered with his car, the plane would have detected it. Su Tianyi staged this act for Su David to see. After Jiang Tiansheng's death, Hongxing would accept negotiations, but if Su Tianyi proposed excessive conditions, it would only worsen relations with the police. Through the explosion, he gained a reason to retaliate against Hongxing under the pretext of personal safety threats, which was reasonable and wouldn't be seen as disrespectful to the police. Tony, after we return, take people to smash Hongxing's place, Su Tianyi ordered. Under police pressure, Hongxing wouldn't dare retaliate, and any territory we seize will belong to us. Also, let's hit Dongxing to make them bleed a bit. We can't just watch the show. Yes, Tony replied excitedly. Su Tianyi contemplated, after the explosion stunt, the police would definitely pressure Hongxing and Dongxing. Now was the time to act. The other side wouldn't dare retaliate, and with Liansheng backing them, the police would turn a blind eye as long as things didn't go too far. Thus, he urged Tony to act immediately, cutting through the chaos and seizing the benefits before negotiations. Once the police forced negotiations, retaliating would put them in a disadvantageous position. Today's performance was solely to reap benefits without provoking the police. With the order given, Liansheng immediately sprang into action. The members put on their uniforms, grabbed their weapons, and quickly assembled. Before long, over 10,000 people were ready. As night fell, this group surged directly towards the establishments of Hongxing and Dongxing with a clear purpose to smash their places. The lookouts rushed out shouting, "What are you doing? This is Hongxing's territory." The Liansheng members laughed. "That's perfect. Today we are specifically here to smash Hongxing." The leader kicked down the lookout, and the others rushed in, knocking all the lookouts down. Then everything inside the establishment was smashed to pieces, nothing remaining intact. After smashing it up, they fled to the next establishment to continue their rampage. The bosses were furious and immediately called Hongxing's leaders for an explanation. They pay protection fees every month, and with their shop not being protected, they were naturally furious about the damage caused by Hongxing. However, the leaders didn't dare retaliate. The police were closely watching, and any counterattack would lead to serious trouble. Moreover, the police were still investigating the establishments, and provoking trouble would make their lives even harder. Even if they wanted to counterattack, they couldn't beat Liansheng, and a direct confrontation would lead to greater losses. Thus, they could only endure watching their establishments being seized. It was frustrating, but there was nothing they could do. After Jiang Tiansheng's death, Hongxing had no leader and was naturally at a disadvantage. At Hongxing's headquarters in the conference room, Ma Wangjian slammed the table and cursed, "Damn it, which idiot blew up Su Tianyi? If he didn't die, we have completely offended Liansheng. Let me find out, and I will never let it go." Shisanmai interjected, "Even if it was a bombing, it wasn't the right time for that. The police are watching, isn't this a death wish?" Chen Yao said, "Whoever did it, step forward now. If it's for Mr. Jiang's revenge, we can overlook it." But no one admitted. Admitting would not only bring no benefits, but also make them the target of public criticism. Hanbin spoke up, "I don't think it was done by our own people. It's likely Dongxing is behind this, wanting us to clash with Liansheng while they reap the benefits." Chen Yao nodded. "Yes, Dongxing is highly suspicious. However, I spoke with Inspector Su. He will let Su Tianyi negotiate. But before that, we must endure and not act, or we won't be able to clean up the mess." Shisanmai was dissatisfied. Endure. Until when? When has Hongxing ever been this suppressed? I really want to fight." Chen Yao sighed. "There's nothing we can do, there's no leader. After resolving this matter, we must quickly select a new leader, otherwise we will always be bullied. I have already notified Jiang Tianyang, hoping he will return to take charge." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit relieved. If they could hold on until Jiang Tianyang returned, the problem would be easier to handle. A night passed, and Liansheng had seized quite a few establishments, more than half of Hongxing's, and the rest belonging to Dongxing. Su Tianyi did not spare Dongxing, making them bleed as well. The police were also watching Dongxing, suspecting them of foul play, and Dongxing similarly did not dare retaliate. Thus, Liansheng easily swept through the establishments and claimed them as their own. The police, in fact, had the intention of letting Liansheng vent their anger, so they initially did not intervene. It wasn't until Liansheng had caused enough chaos that they stepped in to stop it. After all, Su Tianyi had almost been blown to bits, and if they didn't allow Liansheng to vent, this matter would never be resolved. Thus, with the police turning a blind eye, Liansheng reaped substantial benefits, while Hongxing and Dongxing could only watch helplessly. Before long, Su David's call reached Su Tianyi. Su David said on the other end, "Mr. So you've also taken your share, so the anger should have subsided, right? Give me a favor, sit down and talk with Hongxing and refrain from further violence." He paused and added, "There's immense pressure from above, and if this continues, I won't be able to manage it." Hongxing is genuinely sincere this time, I assure you. Su Tianyi chuckled. Since Su Sir has spoken, how could I not go? He actually understood that it was time to settle. Now that the benefits had been secured, there was no need to continue being headstrong. Therefore, under Su David's arrangement, both sides decided to negotiate again. The location was still the old place, the Gucci restaurant. This restaurant had a great reputation in the underworld, and most organizations chose this venue for discussions. That evening, the police surrounded the restaurant tightly with layers of personnel. Su Tianyi got out of the car and walked straight into the restaurant. From Hongxing's side, Chen Yao arrived with a group of leaders as well. However, with Su Tianyi making the decisions for Liansheng, Hongxing was like a loose sand, without anyone who could truly take charge. As a result, before the negotiations even began, Hongxing had already fallen at a disadvantage. Su David sat in the middle, intending to oversee this negotiation. He didn't care who lost or gained, he just wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Su David raised his hand and signaled, "Mr. Su, please go ahead." Su Tianyi was not polite. "I've already stated my conditions, hand over Lin Huayue and get Hongxing out of Jordan. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Shisanmai immediately responded, "We can return Jordan, but Lin Huayue has gone missing, and we cannot deliver him now." Chen Yao added, "I can attest to this, Lin Huayue has indeed fled and is not in Hong Kong." Su Tianyi nodded, "All right, I can overlook this matter." He then shifted his tone, "But you Hongxing have meddled indiscriminately, causing us considerable losses. There should be compensation for the tea and service fees, right? 200 million Hong Kong dollars plus a guarantee not to touch Liansheng's establishments in the future, and we can consider this matter settled." Shisanmai's expression darkened. This was not only asking for an exorbitant amount, but also meant they would not get back the establishments that were seized last night. Hanbin couldn't help but speak up, "Mr. So you're being unreasonable. We suffered greater losses, and now you want us to pay. Moreover, with the 4 branches plus last night's establishments, you've taken everything. Isn't that too much?" Su Tianyi sneered, "Too much. If it weren't for Su Sir's reputation, I wouldn't even bother sitting here." He continued, "Tang Zhuolong and the others came over of their own accord. If you can't retain your people, whose fault is that? From now on, they belong to Liansheng. If you dare to act against them, we will definitely retaliate." Han Bin and the others had grim faces, as this was a direct slap in the face. Su Tianyi added, "Want the establishments back? Come and take them anytime. If you have the ability, take all of Liansheng's territory. If you don't, then stop talking nonsense. I won't return a single establishment. If you act, we will respond in kind." Su Tiany's words left the Hongxing. Though it was frustrating, they also knew that if they truly had the ability to reclaim the establishments, they wouldn't be sitting there negotiating now. Moreover, Hongxing currently had no leader, so no one dared to make a decision to fight back. It seemed they were destined to take this loss. Su David cleared his throat at the right moment, breaking the stalemate. Mr. Su, he said, the conditions are a bit excessive. 200 million in compensation is indeed asking too much, do I think. This number needs to be lowered. His words sounded like he was helping Hongxing, but he only mentioned the compensation without saying a word about the ownership of the venue. The others in Hongxing immediately understood the implication. Su David was tacitly acknowledging that the venue belonged to He Lianxing, thus preventing any further contention. They felt frustrated, but what could they do? He Lianxing had already pressed them to the point of suffocation, and offending the police would lead to Hongxing's downfall. Alright, since Su Sir has spoken, I will take another step back. Su Tianyi readily agreed, though his tone remained unchanged. The other conditions remain the same, and the compensation is reduced to 100 million as a fee for my brothers. This matter can be considered settled. Even though he had gained a tremendous advantage, it sounded as if he was being magnificent. Su David then looked at the people from Hongxing, his meaning clear: it's best to take what you can get. If this drags on, I won't be responsible for what happens. Han Bin 13 Mei and Shun Yao exchanged glances, all feeling helpless. What they needed most now was time to breathe, even if it meant sacrificing some of their own. Only by stabilizing the situation could they find a way to bring Jiang Tianyang back to take charge. Fine. Shun Yao finally spoke on behalf of Hongxing, his voice a bit hoarse. We accept the conditions. I hope that both sides can coexist peacefully in the future and not seek revenge over this matter. Su Tianyi smiled and said nothing further. With that, the negotiations were effectively settled. The outcome was clear. He Lianxing walked away with a substantial profit, while Hongxing was left nursing a significant loss. Moreover, the Eastern Star, which had hoped to profit from the situation, also suffered considerable losses without any gain to show for it. In the end, Hongxing straightforwardly paid 100 million Hong Kong dollars. They dared not refuse, having nodded at the negotiation table. If they defaulted, the police would have grounds to come down hard on them. The matter settled. After the gathering, Su David called Su Tianyi aside. Su Sir, any further instructions? Su Tianyi asked. I've acted completely according to your wishes. I hope I haven't gone overboard. I am very satisfied that you managed to keep things calm without resorting to violence. Su David nodded, but then his tone shifted. However, He Lianxing's numbers are growing and their territory is expanding. I hope the entire organization can follow your rules and not descend into chaos like before. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi showed a somewhat helpless expression. Su Sir, am not yet the leader, and some factions may not heed my words. However, he quickly changed his tone and assured, but I can assure you that if one day I become the leader, I will definitely tidy up He Lianxing to your satisfaction. Su David listened, but he naturally didn't believe the first part. Everyone knew that Su Tianyi, the operator, had more influence than the leader. Although Su Tianyi was merely an operator within He Lianxing, his words carried more weight than the leader's, and he had nearly absolute authority within the organization. Nevertheless, Su David was quite satisfied with his assurance. Su David nodded and said, I understand, but He Lianxing is about to hold elections. Soon you will be the leader. I hope you can achieve this. Of course I will make it happen, Su Tianyi replied cheerfully. Su David felt somewhat reassured. After all, Su Tianyi's territory had always been well regulated, avoiding drugs, and his subordinates were quite compliant, making it easier to manage than other organizations. In fact, Su Tianyi could have already become the leader. With Deng Wei dead and Lin Huayue fled, there was no one left to contest him. As long as he wanted, he could easily take the position and no one would dare oppose him. However, Su Tianyi was not in a hurry to ascend. This was mainly because He Lianxing was currently too chaotic with various factions mixed together. He planned to take this time to properly organize things. That way, once everything was in order, he could take over as the leader and all past debts would not involve him, allowing him to wash his hands clean. In the future, He Lianxing would operate entirely according to his rules. Su Tianyi turned to Tony and commanded, notify everyone to continue hunting for Lin Huayue. I want to see him alive or dead. Tony immediately replied yes. Su Tianyi thought to himself that Lin Huayue was too cunning and keeping him out would surely cause trouble. Moreover, he had a mission related to Lin Huayue that needed to be eliminated. This was also a warning to everyone that opposing him would not end well. Thus, regardless of whether they could find him, the attitude must be resolute and the search must continue. Su Tianyi then added, also keep a close watch on Hongxing's territory and seize any opportunity to strike. This negotiation was merely to give Hongxing a breather. The enmity between the two gangs will not be easily resolved. The fighting will continue as needed. The current negotiations are merely to save face for the police. Once the storm passes, they would continue to seize any territory available. Hongxing was like this, and so was Eastern Star. Su Tianyi never intended to truly let them off the hook. As long as there was an opportunity, he would continue to annex their territory. Su David was also clear that a single negotiation couldn't resolve decades of conflict. As long as interests remained, the fighting would not cease. In addition to dealing with external enemies, Su Tianyi also began to organize He Lianxing. As the organization expanded and the number of members grew, more problems arose. He needed to eliminate hazards in advance to pave the way for his ascension. With his current prestige, no one dared to oppose him in these matters. Once the organization was sorted out, he could logically take over as the leader. That day was not far off. Minghua Western Restaurant. This is a high-end restaurant with a considerable cost. Only wealthy people dine here. Su Tianyi owned the restaurant, but he wasn't operating it for profit, it was merely for convenience. With his status, dining in his own territory felt much safer. That day Su Tianyi was having a meal here, while Luo Tianhong and Tony were seated at another table. Su Tianyi was eating leisurely, but Luo Tianhong and the others were on high alert. They kept their knives and forks moving while their eyes scanned the surroundings, ready to react immediately if anyone approached the boss table. At that moment, Luo Tianhong, Feiji, and Tony almost simultaneously set down their utensils and stood. The reason was simple. Several people were approaching, led by a man with slicked back hair dressed in a brown suit, with a cigar clamped between his teeth. Behind him followed Chun Yao, 13 Mei, and Hanbin, all of whom were Hong Xing's men. Anyone could see that they meant. Luo Tianhong's hand was already resting on his waist, his gaze icy as he stared at the approaching group. After all, just a few days ago, Hong Xing had suffered a significant loss at the hands of Su Tianyi, losing both money and territory. Now they suddenly approached, and everyone needed to be cautious. The cigar man walked up to the table, removed the cigar from his mouth, and smiled broadly. "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to have a word with Mr. Su." His expression was lively, and his gestures were exaggerated, quite different from the usual composed demeanor of a boss. Su Tianyi raised his hand, signaling Luo Tianhong and the others to sit down. Luo Tianhong and the others exchanged glances before returning to their seats, but their eyes remained fixed on the Hong Xing group. "Sit," Su Tianyi said. The cigar man pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling as he introduced himself. "Mr. Su, hello, my name is Jiang Tianyong. You may not have heard of me, a nameless nobody." 13 Mei immediately interjected. "Mr. Jiang will be the leader of Hong Xing from now on." Su Tianyi merely smiled faintly, showing no sign of surprise. "I've heard of your great name while in Siam." Jiang Tianyong continued, "I admire what you've accomplished. Starting today, I will be the one to deal with you on behalf of Hong Xing. I hope you will guide me in the future, and hope for your understanding if I cause any offense." "Very well," Su Tianyi replied decisively. "I also look forward to seeing Hong Xing become stronger under your leadership. That would make things much more interesting." "Mr. Su is indeed a hero with extraordinary demeanor," Jiang Tianyong said with a smile as he stood up. "I just came to say hello and won't disturb your meal any longer." After saying this, he turned with 13 Mei and the others, leaving as if he had only come to make an appearance. Su Tianyi said nothing, but he understood. Jiang Tianyong had just returned to Hong Kong and needed to make himself known, especially to ensure that the influential figures in Lianxing remembered him, making future dealings smoother. Once they were far away, a smile crept onto Su Tianyi's lips. With Jiang Tianyong and Hong Xing, they would likely not be so easily pushed around in the future. He turned to Tony and said, "Find out about Jiang Tianyang's background, what he has done since returning to Hong Xing." "Understood, I will go right away." Tony complied and left his seat. Su Tianyi wasn't afraid of Jiang Tianyong, but he was accustomed to knowing his enemies and himself. Hong Xing had previously been pressured to the point of nearly falling apart. With Jiang Tianyang's return, he surely wanted to stabilize the situation. In that case, Su Tianyi needed to get a sense of his methods to arrange the next steps. The news of Jiang Tianyang's return spread throughout Hong Kong in just a few days. This was clearly a deliberate leak from Hong Xing. They wanted to inform everyone that Hong Xing was no longer leading. The news of Jiang Tianyang's return quickly reached every corner. Many forces felt a jolt upon hearing it. Although they weren't well acquainted with Jiang Tianyong, they knew he had been doing well outside. His sudden return clearly indicated that he was planning something significant, and Hong Xing's stagnant waters were likely to be disturbed. Thus everyone felt surprised while also unable to resist keeping an eye on this newly appointed Mr. Jiang, eager to see what he could accomplish. At the Eastern Star headquarters, Ben Shu frowned. Jiang Tianyong has returned. He set down his teacup and pondered for a moment. This news was not particularly good. After all, Hong Xing had recently been pressured by Su Tianyi to the point of near collapse, and several influential figures were contemplating their exit. However, with Jiang Tianyang's return, regardless of his methods, he could at least consolidate people's hearts effectively, giving Hong Xing a new lease on life. Ben Shu certainly did not want to see this scene. Everyone wanted to see Hong Xing continue to decline. That way there would be no threat, and it would be easier to reap profits. Now with this development, Eastern Star would undoubtedly have fewer advantages. However, he couldn't stop it, so he could only instruct his subordinates go find out about Jiang Tianyang's background and what he plans to do after returning. The Eastern Star members took the order and immediately set off. At the police station, Su David also had Jiang Tianyang's information on his desk. He flipped through a few pages and looked up at his subordinates, saying, "This person seems to be quite formidable. Keep a close watch on him. Report any developments immediately." Su David closed the folder, his tone serious. "The order in Hong Kong cannot be disrupted. Anyone causing trouble will be dealt with without exception." With this order, the police also fixed their gaze on Jiang Tianyong. After all, to the police, he was still a stranger, and until they understood his methods, they naturally needed to keep a close eye on him. In an instant, Jiang Tianyang's name became the focus of the Hong Kong underworld. All factions adjusted their strategies due to his return, which was precisely the effect Jiang Tianyang wanted. Only by making everyone recognize him would his future endeavors become easier. A few days later, Tony came to find Su Tianyi with news. Brother, we've figured out Jiang Tianyang's background, Tony said steadily. He is the biological brother of Jiang Tianxing. After Jiang Zhen passed the leadership to Jiang Tianxing, Jiang Tianyang went to Siam. There he conducted large-scale business and established a significant influence. This time he returned with a lot of money and manpower. The leaders of Hung Hing now follow his orders. Tony paused and added, his methods are indeed impressive and the morale of Hung Hing has stabilized. Su Tianyi just smiled upon hearing this. It doesn't matter, he waved his hand. Even if Hung Hing gathers together, they won't turn the tide. Just keep an eye on them. There's no need to be overly anxious. Jiang Tianyang had wealth and manpower, and upon his return he indeed managed to stabilize the situation. However, even so, he merely delayed Hung Hing's disbandment temporarily to reclaim territory from Su Tianyi. That was simply a dream. Thus Su Tianyi would continue to observe, but he felt no panic. The meeting hall of Lianxing was filled with people. All the uncle's various hall members, and even the newly joined Tang, Zhuolong were present. Today was a special day. The term of the current leader was ending, and the representative token had to be handed over to the next one. The hall was quiet, as everyone waited. They awaited the person who would take over Lianxing. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Su Tianyi walked in. Everyone stood up in unison. Hello, Mr. Su, you have arrived. The crowd greeted him in unison, and the atmosphere was warm. Su Tianyi nodded, walked to the main seat, and raised his hand to signal. I called everyone here today for the election of the leader. The term of the current leader has ended, and according to the rules, we need to re-elect someone. He glanced around the room and continued, I am now running for leader, and all uncles and hall members can vote. Having said that, who supports? Who opposes? His tone was calm, but everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. After all, everyone understood that once Su Tianyi took office, the rules of Lianxing would change. The previous leader had limited power with members acting independently, but Su Tianyi was different. If he occupied this position, it would mean his word was law, and everyone would have to obey him. However, to be fair, even if he didn't become the leader, Su Tianyi currently had the final say in Lianxing, and no one dared to speak against him. Thus, whether or not he was elected made little difference. Big D was the first to stand up, his voice booming. I support Mr. Su. I support as well. If Mr. Su becomes the leader, Lianxing will undoubtedly thrive. Apart from Mr. Su, I don't respect anyone else. With Big D taking the lead, others quickly voiced their support. Whether uncles or hall members, there was not a single dissenting voice. After all, going against the grain at this moment would mean wasting their prior efforts. Those who dared to oppose Su Tianyi were long gone from the organization. The current leader immediately declared, passed unanimously. From now on, Mr. Su will be the leader of Lianxing, and all matters will require his approval. After saying this, he solemnly handed the leader's staff to Su Tianyi. This staff had been passed down for over 100 years. For the current leader, it was a symbol of identity. But for Su Tianyi, this item was nothing special except for its age. Whether he had the staff or not, he was firmly seated in this position, and no one dared to oppose him. Su Tianyi accepted it, and casually handed it to Luo Tianhong behind him, his expression as calm as if he had merely taken a glass of water. Then he looked at everyone and said, Thank you all for your support, I will not disappoint you. Since I have become the leader, I will set some rules. The goal is simple: to make Lianxing more legitimate, everyone to earn legally, and to live with dignity. Therefore, everyone must comply. Big D quickly responded, Mr. Su, whatever you say, we will definitely follow. His enthusiasm was driven by ulterior motives. Su Tianyi had promised him that once the goals were achieved, he would pass the leadership position to him. So Big D was eager for Su Tianyi to make reforms, hoping that when the time came for the transfer, the organization would be even stronger. Su Tianyi wasted no time and directly stated, first, all industries and venues will be managed uniformly by the organization with clear income, and everything will proceed according to the rules. Second, we will establish a security company. In the future, we will not collect protection fees, but security fees. No one is allowed to collect fees privately. The company will determine the costs, and hall members cannot interfere. As soon as these words were spoken, several people's expressions changed. Changing the rules meant handing over all venues, significantly reducing the power of the hall members, and they would have to abide by the company's arrangements for their earnings. Previously, apart from paying management fees, they were essentially kings on their own turf, but now they had essentially become employees of the organization. Although it was anticipated that Su Tianyi would do this, hearing it directly felt uncomfortable. Everyone unanimously turned toward Big D. He had the most influence, and if he had no objections, it would be futile for others to voice dissent. Big D pondered for a moment, recalled Su Tianyi's promise, and then spoke up. I support Mr. Su. Lianxing is currently too chaotic, with each hall acting independently, wasting strength. Unified management is the only way for the organization to become legitimate and stronger. Once Big D expressed his support, others naturally did not dare to oppose. Su Tianyi nodded and then said, in addition to the security company, we must also ban drugs. He surveyed the crowd. All venues of Lianxing will be free of drugs. There will be no tolerance for white powder or pills. I don't care what happened before, but from now on whoever touches drugs will face severe punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in chaos. Several hall members turned pale. Although they might not have personally sold drugs, renting out venues and taking a cut was common practice and a significant source of income. Now that Su Tianyi had outright banned it, it was equivalent to cutting off their financial lifeline, making everyone feel even more uncomfortable. Yudo couldn't help but interject, Mr. Su, while the logic is sound, what about our brothers who need to eat? How can we support ourselves without this business? Another person followed up. Yes, the idea is good, but it needs to be practical. Earning money is not easy, and we can't just let everyone starve. Su Tianyi had already anticipated this reaction. Banning drugs and cutting off income would not be easily accepted. He raised his hand directly. This is a notification, not a discussion. From today on, anyone who touches drugs will face severe consequences. If you don't believe it, feel free to test it. With these words, he left no room for negotiation. The crowd was displeased, but no one dared to oppose. Seeing their tacit agreement, Su Tianyi continued, establishing security and banning drugs is not only for the organization, but also for you. The times have changed. If drugs are involved, Lianxing will never clean its name, and you won't be able to get out either. He paused, his voice becoming more serious. Your records are heavy. It doesn't matter if they get darker. But what about future generations? Should they also be caught up in the darkness? You can earn, but can they? What will their future look like when they can't earn it? This left the crowd in silence. Their own futures might not matter, but the future of their descendants could not follow the same path. Su Tianyi continued, signing contracts with the security company. Regularizing the venues will prevent others from stealing them away. Banning drugs is to clear the path for you and your descendants. Don't worry about income, follow the company's arrangements, and I guarantee you'll earn even more. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits were lifted. Unable to oppose, they felt the proposal was good. Su Tianyi's promise of profit excited them. Deng Guanzai immediately stated, I agree. In my venue, whoever touches drugs, I will personally clean it up and apologize to Mr. Su. Big D followed up with, I support as well. Mr. Su will not let his brothers suffer. Others chimed in support Mr. Su. Think of future generations. No objections, we will follow Mr. Su's lead. Su Tianyi took the position of leader, and Lianxing announced this to the outside world. There were no surprises from the outside. Given his strength, the position of leader was well-deserved. Previously, he hadn't held the title, but Lianxing had still followed his orders. The position of the previous leader was quite transparent, and no one took it seriously. Su Tianyi nodded, and things could be easily accomplished. Without his nod, nothing could proceed. Thus, his ascension to leader was expected. However, the actions he took afterward shocked the outside world. After Su Tianyi took the position, Lianxing quickly established a security company. All venues were handed over to this company for management. However, this company was even more legitimate than ordinary commercial institutions. Not only were all members turned into formal employees, but they also signed security contracts with each venue. They no longer collected protection fees, but instead charged fees under the pretext of providing security services. Moreover, the company had complete qualifications, all necessary documents were in order, and they even voluntarily paid taxes without delay. As news spread, all factions were stunned. No one understood what Su Tianyi was aiming for. Wasn't this clearly increasing costs and reducing income? At Dongxing's headquarters, Sidu Haonan sat across from Ben Shu, shaking his head with a smile. I've never heard of gangsters paying taxes in my life. Is Su Tianyi trying to go legit? Several people nearby laughed along, finding the situation absurd. However, Ben Shu did not laugh. He raised his hand. Don't be quick to laugh. This person is not simple. Do you really think he is giving away money for nothing? He is using a little tax money to exchange for the entire Lianxing's legitimate identity. In the future, if the government wants to touch them, it won't be so easy. Situ Haonan's smile faded. What Ben Shu means is... Ben Shu continued, they have signed contracts with each venue, which effectively binds all businesses together. Even if other organizations come to take over the venues, will still have to pay Lianxing according to the contracts. With this, who would dare to stand up for these venues? Once the contracts are signed for 2 or 3 years, these territories will be essentially secured. The group exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Ben Shu added, they voluntarily pay taxes and have complete documentation. Who do you think the government will favor more? Is it the bandits or the regular army? Sha Meng suddenly spoke up. Then why don't we learn from them and set up a company to pay taxes? Ben Shu merely smiled and did not respond. Situ Haonan, however, understood. Only Lianxing could do such a thing because Su Tianyi had absolute authority and all power rested in his hands. In Dongxing, the decision-makers acted independently. Who would be willing to give up a piece of meat from their mouths? On Henghing's side, Jiang Tianyang listened to Chen Yao's report in his villa. He took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled smoke. I indeed did not misjudge this person. My big brother losing to him is not unjust. Jiang Tianyang put down the cigar. However, from now on he will be Henghing's greatest enemy. His tone carried admiration, yet also concealed a sense of caution. In Jiang Tianying's view, other factions posed no threat. Only Su Tianyi had the genuine potential to consume Hongxing. Su Tianyi sat in the office of the Mingjue Club, his mind working tirelessly. He contemplated how to expand the territory of his faction. With the current momentum of Lianxing, securing more venues was not an issue, but the challenge lay in not being too aggressive. Attacking other factions without reason would surely upset the authorities. He did not want to provoke the police, yet sought to enlarge his territory, so he needed a plausible justification. A legitimate reason would make things much easier. While he was lost in thought, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking charge of Lianxing. The task completion evaluation is extremely high. Rewards received 500 points, 3 erasure cards, 5 agility attribute points, and the opening of storage space. A series of notifications came crashing in, leaving Su Tianyi momentarily stunned. He had almost forgotten about this option task, not expecting a sudden settlement today, and the rewards were rather generous. He recalled that when he chose this task, he had already received 500 points and 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Now receiving even more was unexpected, but genuinely delightful. He quickly checked the details of the rewards. The 500 points were self-explanatory, as they were hard currency in the system shop. More was always better. The 3 erasure cards were even more practical. Su Tianyi had previously used 2, regardless of the situation, using them left no trace, allowing him to act with much less hesitation. Now with 3 more in hand, he felt he could act even more freely. Next were the 5 agility attribute points. Su Tianyi did not hesitate and immediately extracted the enhancement. A warm current surged through his legs. He stood up and stretched a bit, feeling considerably lighter and his reflexes sharper. If someone were to point a gun at him, now he was confident he could move before they pulled the trigger. Although he couldn't dodge bullets, yet being faster than someone drawing a gun was sufficient. Lastly, there was the storage space he had been looking forward to the most. According to the description, it was a 1-cubitor pocket dimension capable of holding anything except living beings. Accessing items was instantaneous, and anything placed inside bore no weight. Su Tianyi casually stored the pen and documents from the desk inside, and with the thought the items returned to their original positions. The process was so swift that it was almost imperceptible. He tried a few more times, and discovered this item was indeed convenient. Not only could it serve as an absolutely safe vault, but it also opened up possibilities for transporting special items or engaging in other activities. Leaning back in his chair, Su Tianyi felt quite pleased. The rewards from the system came at just the right time, as he needed to expand his territory. His methods had to keep pace. Su Tianyi glanced at the system panel, feeling quite content. His agility had reached 33 points, his points had accumulated to 2,000, and he had collected 5 erasure cards. What pleased him most was the newly opened storage space. Though it was only 1 cubic meter for now, it could be expanded later. As he pondered how to use these points, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in." Ruby entered leading a girl. The girl kept her head down, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. "Mr. Su this is, and she works as our receptionist," Ruby said deliberately, enunciating the word receptionist a bit more clearly. Su Tianyi looked at Ruby and asked, "Is there something up?" "And has encountered some trouble and would like to ask for your help," Ruby quickly explained. "What do you think?" "All right, you go out and keep an eye on her." Su Tianyi nodded. Ruby sighed in relief, turned to and whispered, "Don't be afraid, just tell Mr. Su if you have any difficulties." After saying that, she closed the door behind her. The room fell silent and appeared even more anxious, burying her head low. Su Tianyi studied her. This girl was indeed beautiful, quiet, and gentle, contrasting sharply with the atmosphere in the venue. He kept her around partly because of her looks and partly because her name and appearance reminded him of an old film called The New Family Law. "Sit." Su Tianyi gestured to the chair opposite him. "Now tell me what's the matter," and finally lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. "Mr. Su, my brother owes a high-interest loan to a man named Sex Demon Xiong. He can't pay it back now, and his shop has been wrecked. Sex Demon Xiong said that if he doesn't pay back the money, he will take me away." She spoke quickly, her voice trembling. "Could you please help me plead with him? I will repay the money slowly." "How much does he owe?" "It was originally 30,000, but Sex Demon Xiong insists he pay back 300,000, and said anxiously. Su Tianyi smiled. It indeed matched up. The troubles in the movie stemmed from this debt. He had a vague impression of Sex Demon Xiong, a local bully from Yuanlong, not very powerful, but with a rather sordid mind. Lending money to Anne's brother was clearly a scheme targeting her. However, Anne was seeking his help, not the general. This was getting interesting. "Where is your brother?" Su Tianyi inquired. "He's hiding," and replied. "Hiding won't help." Su Tianyi leaned back in his chair. "Here's the deal. Have your brother come to see me tomorrow. I'll have someone pay Sex Demon Xiong a visit." And was stunned, seemingly not expecting it to be this easy. "We'll discuss the money later," Su Tianyi added. "First, let's resolve your brother's troubles." "Thank you, Mr. Su." "Thank you." And hurriedly stood up, bowed, her eyes reddening even more. "You can go out now. I'll let Ruby assign you some other tasks. Don't man the reception desk for now." Su Tianyi waved his hand and thanked him repeatedly and exited. The door closed gently behind her. Su Tianyi turned the pen in his hand. Sex Demon Xiong was indeed a ready-made stepping stone. In that area of Yuanlong, he just happened to want to extend his reach. Just as Anne's voice faded, a notification chimed in Su Tiany's mind. Option 1: agree to help and deal with sex demon Xiong. Rewards include 500 points and 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Option 2: refuse and wash your hands of the matter. Rewards include 100 points and 20 million Hong. Upon hearing this, Su Tiany's lips curled into a smile. With these two options laid out, he didn't even need to ponder. While the second option offered money for doing nothing, the first option provided 5 times the points plus 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Points were crucial for him, so the choice was obvious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting the first option. Rewards received 500 points and 100 million Hong Kong dollars. With the rewards in hand, Su Tiany felt even better. However, his choice wasn't solely for the rewards. He already had plans concerning sex demon Xiong. At that moment, and seeing him silent, softly asked Mr. Su, could you please help me? Su Tiany chuckled and replied, this matter is quite simple for me. Whether it's 30,000 or sex demon Xiong, it's all manageable. He paused, then shifted the topic. But why should I help you since we are not related? And upon hearing this, intertwined her finger. Ruby had warned her before, but when it came to this point, she still hesitated. However, she understood that she was just an employee, and Su Tiany had no reason to help without compensation. Moreover, since sex demon Xiong had fixed his gaze on her, even if she managed to gather the money, he wouldn't simply let her off. After struggling for a moment, and looked up and tentatively asked Mr. Su, I could pay extra interest deducting it from my salary. Would that be okay? Do you think I lack money? Su Tiany laughed. Or do you think your meager interest is worth my attention? And was instantly at a loss for words. Indeed, how could he care about such a sum? She lowered her head, recalling Ruby. Being with Mr. Su was something many women could only dream of. On one side was the trouble with sex demon Xiong, and on the other was the opportunity to follow him. It seemed there was no need to think further. Clenching her teeth, and declared, I'm willing. As long as Mr. Su helps me resolve this matter, I will follow you. Su Tiany shook his head, just saying isn't enough. You need to show some sincerity. And was taken aback, then stood up and walked to his side. Having made her decision, she was no longer hesitant. Su Tiany reached out and pulled her down onto his lap. Anne's face flushed crimson, her ears felt hot as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Mr. Su, how do you plan to resolve this matter? And asked softly, what, afraid I might go back on my word? Su Tiany teased her. No, and hurriedly shook her head. Su Tiany chuckled before saying, dealing with just one sex demon Xiong is quite easy. After saying this, he called out towards the door. Before long, A Xing pushed the door open and entered. Su Tiany directly instructed, A Xing, I have a task. A Xing's eyes lit up immediately as he leaned in closer. Mr. Su, what is it? You can command me, and I guarantee it will be done. He had long been eager to work for Mr. Su. After all, only by working could he have a chance to stand out, and he understood this principle. Su Tiany nodded and said, you go to Yuan Long and find sex demon Xiong. Anne's brother by Xian owes him 30,000. You are responsible for settling it. A Xing replied without a moment's thought, no problem. He had never heard of sex demon Xiong, likely just a minor character, and since it was just about returning money, how hard could it be? Mr. Su, it's not 30,000, it's 300,000. And quickly interjected. If it were just 30,000, she wouldn't need to plead for help. Su Tiany merely chuckled. If they were willing to settle for 300,000, would I need to send someone to Yuan Long specifically? A Xing immediately responded, sister, and don't worry, I'll take care of this. And was taken aback, then quickly realized. Her brother only borrowed 30,000, and the 300,000 was clearly sex demon Xiong taking advantage of the situation to extort. With Mr. Su's current standing, he would never admit to such a debt. After A Xing left in high spirits, Tony frowned and spoke up, yet go, I'm afraid A Xing won't be able to handle sex demon Xiong. Shouldn't I go instead? No. Su Tiany waved his hand. Precisely because he can't handle it, I want him to go. Tony was initially startled, then suddenly enlightened, yet Go wants to use this chance to establish a foothold in Yuan Long. Su Tiany did not deny it, only stating Yuan Long is Dongxing's territory. If we enter without reason, it's easy to attract gossip. However, sex demon Xiong is a breakthrough point. If we clear out his venue, we can rightfully set up our flag in Yuan Long. Though sex demon Xiong's territory was small, once secured it would provide a reason to act against other venues of Dongxing. Previously, Su Tiany had been searching for an excuse, and unexpectedly, and had just delivered one. The reason for sending A Xing was that he had no reputation or deterrent effect. With a person like sex demon Xiong who lacked brains, seeing a fresh face like A Xing, he would likely not accept the money quietly. If it were Tony, he might scare the other party, and the matter would not be accomplished. As for A Xing, Su Tiany believes he is clever enough to run back after taking a few punches, and listened in confusion, but understood that since Mr. Su had agreed, there would be no problem. Meanwhile, A Xing drove to find Bai Xian and Zhou David, his heart filled with excitement. Mr. Su entrusted him with such an important task, and it had to be done beautifully. As long as he performed well this time, he would surely be valued more in the future with success right in front of him. He even began to ponder how to speak when he met the lecherous Xiong, ensuring he carried himself well and never embarrassed Mr. Su. However, A Xing did not realize that Su Tiany actually wanted him to mess things up. If he knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. At the car dealership, A Xing quickly found Bai Xian and Zhou David. Are you Bai Xian and Zhou David? A Xing sized them up, Mr. Su sent me to find you. Zhou David asked warily. Who are you? Which Mr.? A Xing scoffed. Haven't you heard of Mr. Su from Lianxing? Hurry up and get in the car, it'll take you to settle the debt, with Xiong the Lecher. Lianxing's Su Tianyi. How could Zhou David and Bai Xian not know? He is currently the most prominent figure in Xiangjiang. It would be strange if they hadn't heard of him. Why is Mr. Su helping us? Zhou David asked again. A Xing opened the car door and casually replied, Sister, and is Mr. Su's woman. How could we not help with our sister-in-law's matter? When did and become Mr. Su's woman? Zhou David was taken aback, his tone changing. Bai Xian, however, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, That's great. From now on with someone taken care of, and who would dare to bully her? And I could benefit from it too. In his view, his sister being with Su Tianyi was simply a tremendous stroke of luck. He had status and wealth, and it was said that he never acted recklessly towards women. Where else could one find such a brother-in-law? Thus Bai Xian was not the least bit conflicted, and was instead very excited. However, excitement aside, he recalled the matter at hand, and began to worry. But, are you going alone? Xiong the Lecher is a madman. Am I not enough alone? A Xing retorted, Do I need to gather hundreds of people just to deal with a Lecher? He waved his hand, and directly sat in the driver's seat. Xiong the Lecher isn't that significant. Don't worry, you'll handle it if the sky falls. A Xing was full of confidence. Zhou David and Bai Xian exchanged glances. Although they were anxious, there was no other way but to get in the car. Upon reconsideration, after all, with Su Tianyi's name backing them, Xiong the Lecher should give them some respect, right? At worst, if they couldn't negotiate, they would just be thrown out. Comforting themselves in this way, the three drove straight to Yuanlong. Upon arrival, A Xing remained enthusiastic, while Zhou David and Bai Xian in the passenger seat began to fidget. After all, this was someone else's territory, and there were only three of them. They felt quite insecure. Yuanlong is really far away. A Xing parked the car, mumbling, Once the matter is settled, I must buy 2 boxes of wife cakes to take back. It can't be a wasted trip. He turned his head and saw that the two were looking tense, grinning. What are you afraid of? It's just a lecherous Xiong. Watch how I make him submit. Zhou David and Bai Xian could only force a smile. Bai Xian couldn't help but ask, Brother Xing, how did you get involved with Mr. Su? I wanted to steal his car and was caught on the spot. A Xing blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. Just kidding. Mr. Su recognized my exceptional courage and let me follow him to work. He added specifically, don't think about it. Without some skills and loyalty, you can't catch Mr. Su's eye. Zhou David and Bai Xian exchanged anxious glances. Stealing Mr. Su's car. He sounded even less reliable now. They had little hope for the upcoming negotiation. Soon A Xing found out that Xiong the Lecher was at a mahjong parlor. He led the two straight to the door. The parlor was filled with smoke, and Xiong the Lecher was playing mahjong with a few lackeys. A Xing walked in and got straight to the point. Are you Xiong Gu? Xiong the Lecher did not look up. Where are you from? He Lianxing, A Xing. A Xing puffed out his chest. Just call me Xing Gu. He Lianxing. Only then did Xiong the Lecher move aside, sizing him up. Xing Gu, huh? He Lianxing came all the way to Yuanlong for something. I'm here to pay off their debt. A Xing threw a stack of cash. They owe 30,000. Oh, I'll pay 50,000. The extra 20,000 is for your lackeys to have tea. Xiong the Lecher glanced at the money and laughed. Xing Gu, are you messing with me? Do I look like I have the luxury to joke around? A Xing's voice rose. If it weren't for this, would I come all this way? You can take the money or leave it. This debt is settled. If you dare to harass them again, I will not be polite. He struck a strong pose, and his words were resolute. Xiong the Lecher stroked his chin, ignoring a Xing, and instead walked up to Bai Xian. When did you join He Lianxing? What business is it of yours? A Xing interjected immediately. Xiong the Lecher, you only bully honest people. If you have guts, come at me. He pointed at the stack of money on the table. Giving you an extra 20,000 is showing you respect. If it weren't for He Lianxing's rules, I wouldn't give you a single cent. You'd better be content with that. Bai Xian and Zhou David beside him turned pale with fear, shrinking their necks, and not daring to make a sound, wishing they could go up and cover a Xing's mouth. Bai Xian and Zhou David felt their hearts in their throats, fearing a Xing would continue speaking. You today, no one would leave Yuanlong. The money stays here, take it or leave it. After a Xing finished speaking, he turned to leave with the two. Xiong the Lecher spoke up. You're from He Lianxing, I'll give the gang face, you can leave. He turned his gaze to Bai Xian and Zhou David, sneering, but these two must stay. I brought them or I have to take. A Xing turned back and walked straight up to Xiong the Lecher. I'm taking them with me now. Oh, if you have guts, stop me. He grabbed Bai Xian and Zhou David and headed for the exit. Damn it, no one is leaving. Xiong the Lecher slammed the table. You're asking for trouble. This is Yuanlong, not He Lianxing. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, it won't matter. Find him. The lackeys rushed forward. A Xing reacted quickly, grabbed a glass Coke bottle from the table, and swung it towards Xiong the Lecher's bald head. With a dull thud, the bottle surprisingly did not break. Xiong the Lecher grimaced in pain, clutching his head. A Xing was momentarily stunned, not expecting the bottle to be of such good quality. But he didn't hesitate, jumping up and smashing another bottle down hard. This time the bottle shattered glass shards and coke splattering everywhere. Ah, my head. Xiong the lecher screamed, blood appearing at his temple. Hit me hard, he yelled while covering his head. A dozen people immediately surrounded him. Only then did Xing start to panic. He thought showing his name would control the situation and never imagined they would actually dare to fight back. The three were forced to retreat, repeatedly grabbing mahjong tiles to smash and throwing whatever they could find. But the door had long been blocked and they couldn't escape. Soon Zhou David and Bai Xian were pinned down. Just when Xing was about to give in, he suddenly pulled something out of his pocket, causing everyone to back away in an instant. Don't move. If you come closer, we all die. He held a grenade in his hand, his index finger hooked on the pin. Damn, who are you trying to scare? Xiong the lecher cursed. Xing directly pulled the pin and shouted, come on. Let's go down together. I won't lose anything. No, don't be impulsive. Xiong the lecher's face changed. Xing, you should go. Don't let go of that thing. He ultimately dared not take the risk. What if it really happened, his life would be lost. Let them go. Xing shouted. Xiong the lecher gritted his teeth and hesitated for a few seconds before waving his hand. The lackeys released Bai Xian and Zhou David. Xing held the grenade and stepped back out the door. No one dared to stop him. Once outside, he immediately began cursing, damn it, you dare to hit me, it'll blow you all up. After saying that, he threw the grenade into the mahjong parlor. Get down. Xiong the lecher and his gang were terrified and all fell to the ground. However, the expected explosion did not occur. Instead, a cheerful children's song rang out. The grenade spun around on the ground, singing a nursery rhyme. A bunch of idiots even afraid of toys. Xing laughed recklessly. Xiong the lecher, has your courage been eaten by dogs? You got scared by a toy. I'll kill you. Xiong the lecher's face turned red as he grabbed a machete and charged out. Just as Xiong the lecher rushed out with the machete, Xing had already jumped into the car. He turned around and shouted, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Only then did Zhou David and Bai Xian react, scrambling into the car. As soon as the car started, Xiong the lecher chased to the roadside, but Xing stepped on the gas and the car shot out. Bai Xian patted his chest vigorously, gasping. You scared me to death, I almost thought we were done for. Zhou David was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with fear, sitting there trembling. Xing curled his lip disdainfully, saying, is this what scared you? I've seen much scarier scenes than this. However, though he spoke firmly, his hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel, slightly trembling, clearly putting on a brave front. That Xiong the lecher is such a mad dog, daring to touch me. Xing cursed, initially wanting to show off, but ended up in such a sorry state. Bai Xian regained his composure and worriedly asked, Brother Xing, what should we do next? Xiong the lecher definitely won't let us go. Let us go. Xing immediately retorted, I won't let him go. I'm going back to Lianxing now to call for help. As soon as Mr. Su makes a move, he'll wipe out Xiong the lecher's territory. Zhou David and Bai Xian exchanged glances, thinking that if Su Tianyi was willing to help, perhaps this matter could be settled. However, Xing was usually unreliable. Would Su Tianyi really step in for such a small matter? Xing returned home with a face full of anger. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of Mo Xiong, and he was determined to make up for it. However, just as he was about to find Su Tianyi, Tony stopped him. Tony, whatever it is, let me go first. I need to find Ego, it's urgent. Tony stretched out his hand to stop him, smiling. No need to find Ego. I know what you want to do, and I've prepared everything for you. No. Xing became even more anxious, trying to squeeze past him. I need to ask Ego to transfer someone. That bastard Mo Xiong, I must hit him back today, don't get in my way. Tony grabbed his arm and raised his hand behind him. You need people, right? Look, are these enough? He waved his hand, and a synchronized roar erupted from behind. Hello, Xing. The sound was deafening, and Xing was instantly stunned. Just by hearing the commotion, there were at least 1,000 people, and they were all well trained. He hadn't even noticed that there were so many people earlier. Xing, Tony asked, are these people enough for you to get some revenge? Xing's eyes widened in surprise, nodding repeatedly, enough. More than enough. Mo Xiong is nothing, I will flatten him today. Today is your home ground. Tony patted his shoulder. Do whatever you want, lead them to wipe out all of Mo Xiong's territories. This statement made Xing's blood surge, and the previous frustration dissipated instantly. He felt mighty. Let's go. He raised his arm and shouted, to Yuan Long. Yes, Xing. Over 1,000 people responded in unison, then hurriedly got into their vehicles, engines roaring in anticipation. Xing and Tony also got in, while Zhou Dawei and Bai Xian followed behind in a daze. The two exchanged glances, both with incredulous expressions. The usually unreliable Xing actually mobilized over 1,000 people to sweep the area. With such terrifying combat strength from Liansheng, this display was more than enough to deal with a mere Mo Xiong. Zhou Dawei and Bai Xian looked at the scene before them, and they couldn't help but feel excited, secretly hoping that one day they could be as imposing. The convoy set off with great momentum. Su Tianyi stood by the window, quietly smoking, watching the scene below. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This arrangement was indeed his suggestion. He had long known that Xing suffered a loss in Yuan Long, and sending Xing with 1,000 people to seek revenge was also a form of compensation. Leading over 1,000 people to sweep the area was enough to make that kid happy. In a mahjong parlor in Yunlong. Damn it, Bai Xian dares to mess with me, I will make him pay with his life. Sei Mo Xiong touched the bandage on his bald head and said viciously, and that guy Xing, don't let me catch him, or I'll chop him into 18 pieces and feed him to the dogs. One of the younger brothers nearby looked worried. Brother Xiong Xing is with Lian Sheng. Would he go back to fetch reinforcements? Fetch reinforcements. Sei Mo Xiong sneered. Use your brain. If he could really bring Lian Sheng's people, would he come to see me alone today? Has Lian Sheng ever been so petty? The more he spoke, the more he felt justified. This is Yunlong, the territory of Dongxing. Would Lian Sheng go to war with Dongxing over a minor character? Is that possible? The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Lian Sheng had always made a big deal out of things. They wouldn't send just one person to negotiate. Sei Mo Xiong had accurately grasped this point, which is why he dared to make a move against Xing. If Xing really had the ability to call Lian Sheng's people. Sei Mo Xiong pounded his chest, speaking with conviction. I'll cut off my own head and let him sit on it. Before his words were finished, several younger brothers rushed in a flurry. Not good. Lian Sheng has come. The outside is full of Lian Sheng's people. We are surrounded. It's packed with their cars charging towards us. Sei Mo Xiong was stunned. The slap in the face came too quickly, and he momentarily couldn't react. But now was not the time for awkwardness. Survival was the priority. He rushed to the window and looked outside, his face turning pale. He saw that the street was lit up like a dragon, with car after car stretching as far as the eye could see. Next to each car stood armed thugs, a sea of black exuding a frightening momentum. Sei Mo Xiong shrank behind the window, no longer daring to think about fighting back, his mind filled only with how to escape. The people outside were Xing and Tony. As soon as Xing got out of the car, he raised his hand and shouted, "Fight for me." With his words, over 1,000 people surged forward, surrounding Sei Mo Xiong's men completely. Although Sei Mo Xiong had about 100 subordinates, they were all taken down in the blink of an eye. Following behind, who wielded a machete and directly chased after Sei Mo Xiong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Sei Mo Xiong rolled and crawled, his voice trembling. I didn't know they were from Lian Sheng. I really didn't. I beg you, let me go this time. I won't dare again. I won't dare again. Let me go this time. I beg you. I beg you. Sei Mo Xiong's arm was severed and he fell to the ground screaming. Who didn't take his life directly, not because he was afraid, but because he deliberately left him for Xing to deal with. Xing, Tony said from the side. Ego has instructed that he should be handled by you. Xing understood immediately. This was a chance specifically left for him to take revenge. He had suffered a loss at the hands of Sei Mo Xiong today, and this was the perfect opportunity to regain his face. Although he needed to take action himself, if he couldn't even deal with a disabled person, he might as well not follow Tianyi anymore. Resolutely, Xing picked up a heavy iron hammer and walked over. Xinggu, Xingyi, don't kill me. Sei Mo Xiong looked at the approaching Xing, nearly terrified out of his wits. I really didn't know you were the big brother of Lian Sheng. Give me a chance, I beg you. Do we need to explain when working with Lian Sheng? Xing stared at him. Weren't you very arrogant today? Didn't you chase after me to fight? Now why do you look like a dead dog? The more he spoke, the angrier he got, recalling the humiliation of earlier. No longer hesitating, he swung the hammer down. Bang! Sei Mo Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood instantly, in a precarious state. Then Xing handed the hammer to Zhou Dawei and Bai Xian beside him. You two also took a hit today. Now is your chance to fight back. Zhou Dawei and Bai Xian exchanged glances, both slightly hesitant. They hated Sei Mo Xiong, of course, but they weren't really from the underworld. If they really had to make a move, they felt a bit intimidated. However, the gazes of Tony, Hu, and the others fell on them, their eyes filled with deep meaning. Lian Sheng was standing up for them today. If they didn't dare to act, it would be truly unreasonable. Zhou Dawei steeled his heart, took the hammer, and smashed it down hard on the downed Sei Mo Xiong. This blow was heavy and fierce, causing Sei Mo Xiong to spit blood again, splattering Zhou Dawei's face with blood. Zhou Dawei was startled, but his fierce effort was genuine. Then Bai Xian also took the hammer, closed his eyes, and struck once, then hurriedly threw the hammer away. At this point, Sei Mo Xiong had lost all signs of life and was completely dead. Tony, seeing this, shouted loudly, Mr. Su instructed that we must wipe out all of Sei Mo Xiong's territories today, leaving not a single one behind. Over 1,000 people echoed in unison, then hurriedly got into their vehicles, starting a frenzied sweep. Deploying so many people was certainly not just to kill a Sei Mo Xiong. Sei Mo Xiong's territory was the main focus, and it had to be taken before other gangs, especially Dongxing, could react. Thus Tony and the others had to act quickly, fast enough to take over all the territories in a short time. In this way, Lian Sheng would establish their flag in Yunlong. Establishing a flag or not made a huge difference. Only by establishing a flag would there be an opportunity to compete with Dongxing for control of Yunlong. As Lian Sheng swept through the area wildly, the news also shocked various gangs. Sha Meng was enraged by these words, ready to strike immediately. But Tony, accompanied by a large group, arrived just in time. Seeing his own people surrounded, Tony rushed to the front, grabbing a chair and smashing it toward Sha Meng. Damn it! Sha Meng was hit squarely, letting out a cry of pain. Tony had reached him and kicked him away. The nearby lackeys, caught off guard, were swiftly taken down by Tony's punches and kicks. With Tony's arrival, the morale of the Lian Sheng group surged, each one glaring fiercely. Sha Meng got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Tony, this is Dongxing's territory. What are you and Lian Sheng doing here in Yuanlong? Tony and Ahu led their group, and Sha Meng truly did not dare to attack directly. Although he had the numerical advantage, the Lian Sheng members were notorious for their ferocity, especially this batch, led by Su Tianyi. Without a significant numerical advantage, victory was out of reach. Sha Meng had over 2,000 men, while Tony had only around 1,000, yet Sha Meng still felt uneasy. What does it have to do with you if we work with Lian Sheng? Tony scoffed at him. You'd better not make any sudden moves, otherwise he'll take your life. Damn it, do you really think Dongxing is a sick cat? Sha Meng, unable to hold back his rage, shouted, fight. Get ready to fight. Today we will let Lian Sheng leave Yuanlong in defeat. Being mocked in his own territory, Sha Meng couldn't swallow this humiliation. He thought to himself that with his numbers and Yuanlong being Dongxing's turf, once the fight started, other factions would soon come to his aid, and his chances of winning were still very high. With this in mind, Sha Meng decided to take the initiative. He didn't believe they would lose today. Those from Lian Sheng attack. At Tony's command, all his subordinates charged forward, showing no fear, each one like a wolf ready to pounce. Ahu led the charge, his iron fists like cannonballs, sending one opponent flying with each punch. When he got into the rhythm, he simply treated his enemies like sandbags, tossing them aside in heaps. If Dongxing's fighters were a pack of wolves, then Lian Sheng were a group of fierce tigers, with Ahu being the king of the tigers. The outcome of a wolf pack facing a tiger pack was predictable. Under Ahu's leadership, the Lian Sheng members fought with increasing vigor, quickly overpowering the Dongxing fighters, turning the tide overwhelmingly in their favor. Even though this was Dongxing's home ground, it did not affect Lian Sheng's momentum in the slightest. Tony kept his eyes fixed on Sha Meng, directly charging towards him. The usually arrogant Sha Meng, however, did not dare to advance, only urging his lackeys to hold the line. Sha Meng dared not engage Tony, as both men made him uneasy. He just wanted to buy time, hoping for Dongxing's reinforcements to arrive. But Tony had no intention of waiting. He charged straight in, regardless of how many stood in his way. In the blink of an eye, Tony was in front of Sha Meng, shouting, "Come on, aren't you tough? Come over and fight me, aren't you afraid?" Sha Meng gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Tony, don't be arrogant. This is Dongxing's territory, and we will eventually drive you out." But Tony didn't listen at all, throwing a punch right away. Sha Meng, who had managed to become the boss, naturally had some skills, but against Tony, he was completely outmatched. Tony's fist struck Sha Meng's chest, causing him to spit out blood on the spot, and then he grabbed Sha Meng by the hair and slammed his knee into his face. With a loud thud, Sha Meng fell backward, blood gushing from his nose, nearly losing consciousness. Yet Tony did not stop. He effortlessly picked up a table and slammed it down on Sha Meng. Again and again, Sha Meng was utterly defenseless, and the nearby lackeys were all terrified, not one daring to step forward. Only when the table fell apart did Tony toss aside the broken pieces. Sha Meng was left gasping for breath, and Tony squatted down, saying fiercely, "This is how we handle things. If you have the guts, drive us out, otherwise let's do it by the rules." With that, he picked up a broken table leg and aimed it at Sha Meng's neck. With a sound of piercing flesh, Sha Meng trembled all over, spitting out blood, and then fell silent. Tony stood up, his face expressionless, but his blood-stained gaze swept menacingly over the surrounding lackeys. With Sha Meng dead, the Dongxing fighters completely crumbled, fleeing in all directions under Tony and Ahu's fierce assault. Ahu was still eager to chase after them, but Tony shouted at him, "Ahu, don't chase them anymore. Today isn't about fighting. We need to establish our presence in Yuanlong." Tony had planned this all along. Provoking Sha Meng into action was to justify taking over the territory. Now that Dongxing was in the wrong, Lian Sheng sweeping through the area meant no one could find fault with them. So Tony led his men straight to Sha Meng's territory, finding almost no one guarding the nearby venues, sweeping through as if there was no one there. They had to occupy as much ground as possible before Dongxing's main force could react. News quickly reached the Dongxing headquarters. Uncle Ben was convening the decision-makers to discuss how to deal with Lian Sheng, but Sha Meng was conspicuously absent. A person rushed in a panic, shouting, "Uncle Ben, it's bad. Sha Meng and Lian Sheng had a fight and were killed by Tony, and now Lian Sheng is taking over his territory." C2 Haonan stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. "What? Sha Meng is dead?" The Dongxing side was instantly in an uproar. Lian Sheng came to Yuanlong to kill, and they even dared to touch Sha Meng. One decision-maker slammed the table and shouted, "If we don't drive them out today, how can Dongxing survive in the future?" "Tony must pay with his life," another shouted. "Gather all the men, bring the weapons, and today we will have a showdown with Lian Sheng." As the crowd grew more and more agitated, everyone wanted to take action. Uncle Ben had originally wanted to wait for everyone to gather before making arrangements, but unexpectedly Sha Meng had rushed in first, allowing Lien Sheng to seize the initiative. But now it was too late to back down. Fight! Uncle Ben ordered with a stern face. All factions send men. We cannot let Lien Sheng establish themselves in Yuanlong. With the command given, Dongxing's forces began to assemble. On the other side at the Wangchao Entertainment Center, Su Tianyi leaned back in his chair holding a cigarette. Fei Ji stood at the table reporting, Brother Yi Dongxing has mobilized all their men. Uncle Ben is leading C2 Hao Nan and Wu Zhuwei. It looks like they want to drive Tony out of Yuanlong. How's Tony's side doing? Su Tianyi lifted his eyelids. Sha Meng was taken out by him, and the venues have been, but Dongxing has at least 10,000 men this time, and Tony only brought around 1,000, which might not hold up, Fei Ji said. Su Tianyi, however, smiled upon hearing this. Tony did a great job. He flicked the ash from his cigarette. Establishing our presence in Yuanlong, the more venues the better. If we don't seize them today, it won't be as easy later. Fei Ji looked a bit worried. So what should we do now? Support them or call for withdrawal? Supporting means a direct confrontation with Dongxing. Withdrawing would make today a wasted effort. Just as they were discussing, a system prompt sound rang in Su Tianyi's ear. Ding, triggering a divine choice. Two options appeared before him. Su Tianyi glanced at them, already having a decision in mind. Choose one, he silently thought. Reward granted 500 points, 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Additional rewards will be given based on task completion. Su Tianyi received the reward and waved his hand at Fei Ji. Notified to Di Dongguanzi, and along all of you go to Yuanlong. His tone was very calm, but it carried a fierce determination. If Dongxing wants to fight, we will fight them. Today this flag must be established. Fei Ji nodded and turned to make the phone call. Lien Sheng's members had long been prepared. Dongguanzi sat in the bar, a phone placed in front of him. The bar was filled with people, all his subordinates. The weapons and vehicles were ready, just waiting for a call. Dongguanzi immediately picked up the receiver. Okay, I got it. He hung up the phone, stood up, and shouted, Mr. Su has given us orders. All brothers, let's go. Yes. The crowd surged out of the bar, boarding the vehicles in an orderly fashion, heading straight for Yuanlong. On the other side. Yes, I understand, rest assured, brother. Di hung up the phone and turned to look at the crowd of his brothers behind him. Mr. Su has given orders. We're going to Yuanlong to have some fun. He raised his voice and asked, do you have the guts for this? Yes. The roar shook the heavens. Then let's go. Di waved his hand. Today we will take down those 4 brothers from Dongxing. The crowd swiftly rushed into the vehicles. One by one cars left Sun, one speeding towards Yuanlong. Tunmun. Tang Zhuolong put down the phone, and both Grey Dog and Baki looked over. What did Mr. Su say? Grey Dog asked immediately. Tang Zhuolong replied directly, Mr. Su said we can take action now. What are we waiting for? Baki slammed the table. Let's kill those Dongxing scum. Oh, I've long been annoyed with them. My men are ready. Oh, we can leave right now. Grey Dog added. They had grievances with Dongxing during their time in Hongxing, having fought several times, and had long wanted to have a big showdown. Now with Su Tianyi, they felt even more at ease. Their status was not low, and the profit sharing was generous, so they naturally wanted to show off their worth. Tang Zhuolong and the others had already prepared their manpower and vehicles. Once the order was given, they acted immediately. Countless vehicles carrying fighters drove from Tunmun towards Yuanlong. In a moment, traffic from all over Xiangjiang flowed towards Yuanlong. Such a large commotion could not escape the notice of other gangs. All factions became tense, especially Hongxing. 13 may received the news and immediately shouted, quick. Gather all the brothers. Lien Sheng might be coming over. Hold on, don't rush, Han Bin said more steadily. Let's ask Mr. Jiang first. Other Jia Fit members were also contacting Jiang Tianyang. With Lien Sheng mobilizing their forces, no one dared to take it lightly. When Jiang Tianyang first heard the news, he was also surprised and immediately sent someone to investigate. After learning that the target was Yuanlong, he breathed a sigh of relief and informed all Jia Fit members. No need to be nervous, oh, just watch the show. Lien Sheng is going to fight Dongxing, not us. Yuanlong was Dongxing's territory and had nothing to do with Hongxing. Jiang Tianyang hoped they would fight it out, preferably to both sides suffering losses. That way Hongxing would have an opportunity. The Jia Fit members of Hongxing learned that Lien Sheng was targeting Yuanlong, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, turning their focus to watching the show. However, they were not idle, each planning to find opportunities to benefit. At this moment, all eyes were on Yuanlong. In the police station office, Sudawa had just hung up the phone. He rubbed his temples, feeling that this time was a bit different. Although his head hurt, he felt a bit pleased. The call came directly from above, specifically regarding the situation in Yuanlong. It was originally not his responsibility, and when he first heard about it, he was secretly delighted, thinking he could finally have a quiet time. But before he could relish that joy, the order came crashing down, specifically directing him to handle it. The reason was simple. Every time there was a gang clash, Sudawa handled it most beautifully. Aren't you bullying honest people? Sudawa almost said this back. However, the higher-ups quickly offered a sweet deal as long as he handled this matter well. He would be prioritized for promotion next time. Concerning his future, Su Dawa immediately agreed. He then called Huang Zhiqing in. Huang Zhiqing had been keeping an eye on Su Tianyi's line and had the most up-to-date information. Why is Su Tianyi at odds with Dong Xing this time? Su Dawa asked. Huang Zhiqing replied. The sex offender in Yuan Long stirred up his people and nearly killed them. Lian Sheng then swept through all the sex offenders' venues. Su David frowned. What does that have to do with Dongxing? Dongxing's sand mantis sent people to block Lianxing, stating that they wouldn't let them leave Yuan Long. Huang Zhiqing said it lightly. As a result, Dongxing's people were driven away and the place was swept by Lianxing. His words shifted the focus entirely onto Dongxing. Su David shook his head upon hearing this. Isn't Dongxing making a fuss? What audacity! So they started the trouble without the ability to handle it, causing such a big mess. Huang Zhiqing nodded. That can be understood. Now Dongxing has surrounded Lianxing in Yuanlong, and that's why Lianxing is sending troops over. I don't care who's right or wrong, Su David declared. We absolutely cannot let them fight. You need to go to Yuanlong immediately, keep a close watch on both sides, and do not allow anyone to strike. He added, also warn Hung Hing not to think about taking advantage of the chaos. He paused before saying, I will have the Yuanlong police cooperate with you. You go maintain order first, and try to prevent them from clashing as much as possible. Yes, sir. Huang Zhiqing responded immediately, and went out to make arrangements. Su David also prepared to go to the scene himself. Although it wasn't his jurisdiction, if this matter was handled well, it would give him leverage for a promotion to senior inspector. He certainly didn't want anything to go wrong. However, just as he was about to rise, he sat back down. After some thought, he decided to call Su Tianyi first. The key lay in Su Tianyi's attitude. As long as he nodded, things would be much easier. It's always good to touch base. Wangchao Entertainment Center. Su Tianyi hung up the phone and smiled. Ego, what did Su Sir say? Oh, what else can he say? Su Tianyi laughed. He hopes we don't take action, and he will try to help us settle things with Dongxing. Su David was clearly still on his side, believing this was the quickest way. So, are we going to fight? Wu asked again. Su Tianyi put away his smile and said, fight, why not? If Dongxing wants to reclaim the Sand Mantis territory, then let's fight. His tone was calm, but the meaning was firm. What I consume cannot be regurgitated. If Dongxing wants to fight, Lianxing will accompany them to the end until they dare not reach out again. His goal was clear. Lianxing would never withdraw from Yuanlong. Neither the Color Demon Xiong nor the Sand Mantis territory would be given up. If Dongxing could recognize that, then there was no need to fight. If Dongxing wanted to snatch it, then they would fight until they recognized it. These territories were the foundation of his involvement in Yuanlong, and he could not let go. However, since the police had intervened, Dongxing would most likely be too afraid to push back. Even if they were aggrieved, they would have to admit defeat. Let's go. Su Tianyi stood up and said leisurely. We should also head to Yuanlong to see the excitement. The timing was just right. If they went too early, they couldn't do much. If they went too late, it would seem like they were not giving Su Sir face. This timing was just enough for him to make some arrangements. After all, Didi and the others had already gone, and Tony and the others wouldn't suffer. There was no need for him to. Tony and Ahu had just finished sweeping the Sand Mantis territory when they were surrounded by Dongxing's people. However, even with the numerical disadvantage, Tony and the others did not show fear. Situ Haonan emerged from the crowd and shouted, whoever killed the Sand Mantis, step forward. The rest of Lianxing, get out of Yuanlong. This matter is over. I did it. Tony stepped forward. If Dongxing has the ability, then come at me. He glared at Situ Haonan. Has Lianxing ever feared anyone? You came to Yuanlong. We can come too, Tony continued. If you want to come, then come. If you want to leave, then leave. These few words sent Dongxing's people into an uproar. Tony, you have guts. Situ Haonan's voice turned cold. It seems you all don't want to live anymore. Then today, none of you will leave. Ahu stepped to Tony's side, glaring at Situ Haonan. You'd better not make any moves, Ahu warned, otherwise I will kill you. Situ Haonan's face darkened, completely enraged. Fight, he shouted. None of Lianxing are to leave today. Just as Dongxing's people were about to act, several vehicles suddenly charged and even directly crashing into the crowd. The crowd panicked and surged backward, toppling over in a wave. The doors opened and a group of people in black t-shirts jumped out, armed with either knives or clubs and wearing protective gear. This attire was unmistakably that of Lianxing's people. In all of Hong Kong, only they equipped their underlings so thoroughly. Grey dog, Elong Baki. Situ Haonan gritted his teeth. Can't make it in Hung Hing, so you ran to be a dog for Lianxing? What are you barking about? Grey dog shot back directly. If Dongxing has the ability, let them come. Oh, we will accept as many as they send. Finally, Tang Zhuolong and his team from Tunmun arrived. Although they were still outnumbered by Dongxing, at least Tony and the others were not alone. Moreover, Lianxing's reinforcements were certainly not limited to this wave. Didi, Didi. A shout arose from the back of the crowd. Didi leisurely stepped out of the vehicle, walked to Tony's side, and looked at Situ Haonan. Situ Haonan, does your Dongxing only know how to bully the weak with numbers? Didi smiled. Now let me show you who has more people. He raised his voice. Lianxing's brothers are not to be bullied by anyone. Whoever lays a hand on our people, we will strike back. The D had brought several thousand men, and the scene instantly became even more chaotic. Does He Lianxing really want to go to war? Situ Haonan shouted. Leave now, and you still have time. Go to hell. The D grabbed a bottle and fight. Situ Haonan was thoroughly enraged, waving his hand as the tide of people surged forward. Get ready to fight. Without hesitation, Tony was the first to charge in. He Lianxing's people followed suit. Although they were outnumbered, none showed cowardice. If they were afraid, they wouldn't have come here today. Just as the two sides clashed, more vehicles arrived. Dongguan Boy jumped out of the car, and seeing the situation, drew his knife and shouted, "Does Dongxing dare to make a move? Kill them." He led his men into the fray, attacking anyone from Dongxing. This team from Dongguan was fierce enough to turn the tide a bit. Ben Shu watched from behind, his face increasingly grim. At present, Dongxing hadn't lost, but He Lianxing's people were too ferocious, each reckless in their attacks. If this continued, Dongxing's morale would certainly collapse first. Moreover, dragging this out would cost money. Su Tianyi could afford it, but Ben Shu could not. This was Yuan Long, and the things destroyed were all Dongxing's own. No matter how you calculated it, they would be at a loss. The police vehicles finally arrived, but the scene was already in complete disarray. He Lianxing and Dongxing's people were mixed together, making it impossible to tell who was who. Huang Zhiqing squeezed to Su David's side urgently, saying, "Sir, both sides have completely lost control. Our people cannot get in, or we have no way to separate them." Su David's face was ashen. The police had arrived late this time, and the situation had spiraled out of control. If they forced their way in with guns, it might provoke an even fiercer backlash. But if they let it go, how many lives would be lost in this grand melee? He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Deploy tear gas. Release smoke. Bring all the high-pressure water cannon vehicles over. First disperse them." Huang Zhiqing immediately turned to make arrangements. Soon tear gas canisters were thrown into the crowd, and smoke began to spread. The crowd was suddenly thrown into chaos, with coughing and shouting erupting. 5 high-pressure water cannon vehicles drove straight up, and thick streams of water surged toward the crowd, knocking many people off balance. The mobile unit took the opportunity to push forward their riot shields, forming a wall forcefully separating the combatants. Anyone who dared to strike would face pepper spray and batons. The police were very familiar with this process, as it was not their first time dealing with such a scene. And Su David, who was in command, was chosen for his experience, which had led to his being sent to restore order. The chaos was finally forcibly subdued. Su David, wielding his baton, walked straight toward the sedan at the back of Dongxing. Ben Shu had been sitting inside all along. He swung his baton down onto the car window. A muffled thud echoed. Ben Shu inside was startled, causing his cigar to tremble in his hand. "Ben Shu, right?" Su David stared at the car window, his voice cold. "Tell your people to stop immediately. Otherwise he'll play with you slowly." The window slowly lowered. Ben Shu exhaled smoke and said leisurely, "Su, sir, your words are unreasonable. It was He Lianxing who started this. Does that mean my Dongxing's tens of thousands of people should just stand there and be beaten? You know clearly who started it." Su David lightly tapped the car door with his baton. "I will naturally investigate. But if anyone makes a move today, I will spend the next year doing nothing but keeping an eye on him." Ben Shu fell silent for a moment. Smoke wafted from the car window. He suddenly smiled. "Su, sir, my promise alone is not enough. What if He Lianxing refuses to stop? If Dongxing stops, then He Lianxing will naturally stop too." Su David retracted his baton. "Good. As long as He Lianxing is willing to talk, Dongxing can also sit down to talk." He did not want to offend this rising inspector, especially since if this situation continued, Dongxing would not benefit either. Dongxing's people began to retreat. Sure enough, He Lianxing's side also did not pursue. The brief skirmish stopped, but both sides continued to glare at each other, the tension still palpable. Looking roughly, although Dongxing had more people, many had fallen. On their own turf in Yuanlong, such a fight was in fact already considered a loss. Ben Shu and Sidu Haonan both had displeased expressions. Meanwhile, on He Lianxing's side, Di Tony and Dongguan Boy stood at the front, and although they were fewer in number, their momentum was not diminished. Their purpose in coming today was not to win, but to defend the territories of Color Demon Xiong and Sand Mantis. Now the territories remained intact. As long as the territory was secured, the goal of establishing a foothold in Yuanlong was achieved. Therefore, as long as Dongxing did not take action, there was naturally no need for He Lianxing to continue fighting. However, just then a sedan slowly drove in. "Mr. Su! Mr. Su!" The people of He Lianxing almost shouted in unison. The car door opened, and Su Tianyi stepped out. He nodded at the crowd. Ben Shu immediately walked over, his expression heavy. "Su Tianyi, what do you mean by this? What is He Lianxing doing in Yuanlong for no reason?" Su Tianyi did not look at him and turned directly to Tony. "Tony, what's going on?" "Dongxing wants to hit us, says we won't leave Yuanlong alive," Tony shouted back. "So we fought back and drove." These words darkened the faces of Dongxing's men even further, yet they had no retort. They'd lost, outnumbered, their turf had been seized. "Well done. If you let others trample your threshold and dare not strike back, you're unworthy of remaining in Heilwensheng." He raised his voice. "All who fought victoriously today shall be rewarded." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Their roars surged higher, morale blazing anew. Uncle Ben's face turned ashen. Su Tianyi, do you intend to rule by brute force? Is Yuan Long yours alone, Uncle Ben? Su Tianyi countered. He paused then added, if not, then why may Dongxing enter yet He Wensheng may not? Or have you purchased every inch of Yuan Long? If so, I'll withdraw my men immediately. He Wensheng came to Yuan Long to conduct business, and never provoked Dongxing. Then by what right did you strike first? What of Sha Meng's life? Uncle Ben demanded instantly. His territory was seized. How do you reckon that debt? His gaze locked onto Su Tianyi, an eye for an eye. Hand over the killer, return all of Sha Meng's venues, and Dongxing will pursue this matter no further. Uncle Ben, I call you uncle out of respect for your age, Su Tianyi sneered. But don't mistake deference for license to lord it over others. Sha Meng died because he lacked competence. Without skill, yet still daring to cross boundaries. Who else should perish but him? His tone shifted, laced with mockery. Still, I am magnanimous. I delight in acts of charity. I'll personally cover his funeral expenses, as a courtesy to you, elder. Then his voice dropped grave and unyielding. As for these venues, since He Wensheng seized them in open combat, they belong to He Wensheng. No restitution, only reclamation. Let Dongxing try to take them back, if it dares. He Wensheng stands ready, anytime, anywhere. The words were brazen, arrogant, yet he spoke with the authority of one who commanded such audacity. Dongxing fell silent. He Wensheng's ranks swelled with fierce exhilaration. Uncle Ben whirled sharply towards Su David. Inspector Su, you've witnessed it yourself. It's not that I refuse to yield. It's Su Tianyi who refuses reason. I care not how you negotiate, or what terms you set, Su David cut in flatly. But no further violence, under any pretext. Raising his voice, he addressed both sides. If talk stall, now sit down, somewhere neutral, and talk until agreement is reached. His gaze swept across the crowd. Whether He Wensheng or Dongxing, anyone who lifts a hand again will be arrested. As many as necessary. And from now on, every one of your venues will be inspected, thoroughly. Think twice before acting again. Gauge whether you can bear the consequences. If you believe you can, then act. Uncle Ben's expression hardened further, but he dared not antagonize the police. To become a prime target for law enforcement would cripple Dongxing. Its shadow enterprises, smuggling, loan sharking, gambling, would crumble under scrutiny. Su David's warning held weight for both sides, but its bite fell far sharper upon Dongxing. Su Tianyi, don't press your dominance too far. Su David turned to Su Tianyi. Regardless of fault, I expect concessions from both parties. Agreed, Su Tianyi smiled. Sha Meng led men to attack He Wensheng first, so we repelled them and claimed their venues. Is that not perfectly just? Dongxing instigated this conflict, therefore the venues are ours. So long as that remains unchanged, everything else is negotiable. These venues belong to Dongxing. Situ Haonan couldn't stay silent. By what right do you refuse to return them? By what right? Su Tianyi met his gaze. By He Wensheng's proven strength to seize them. Dongxing possesses the strength, let it reclaim them. Fine. Situ Haonan flared. Let's fight again. Let's see just how formidable He Wensheng truly is. At his words, He Wensheng's men stepped forward in unison, eyes locked on Situ Haonan, poised to strike. The sight tightened Su David's chest. Anyone who moves now, I arrest you first, the Washuran among you. Haonan, don't act rashly. Uncle Ben restrained Situ Haonan, then Su David continued, direct, uncompromising. You provoked this. There is no justification for demanding the venues back. Thus these venues now belong to He Wensheng. However, his tone shifted. Should you contest it, propose an alternative. Police will witness, but violence remains forbidden. Uncle Ben's face sank. Su David's words amounted to a formal ruling on ownership. Yet the loophole he left, room for negotiation, prevented Dongxing's men from erupting outright. Very well, I grant Inspector Su face. Su Tianyi smiled faintly. Today I step back, granting Dongxing one final opportunity. Prove your strength, take the venues back. He Wensheng will raise no objection. Inspector Su wishes no bloodshed, and as leaders we owe our brothers more than senseless sacrifice. He paused, then proposed, here's the solution: 10 fighters from each side. Enter the ring. Life or death, victory or defeat, determines ownership. Team bouts or single combat, your choice. Su David listened, then turned immediately to Uncle Ben. The proposal was sound. Limited participants, controlled casualties, minimal public fallout. The police welcomed such resolution. Yet Uncle Ben exchanged a glance with Situ Haonan, and neither spoke. They dared not accept. He Wensheng boasted elite fighters, undeniably. Among Su Tianyi's inner circle alone stood warriors of exceptional caliber. Dongxing, by contrast, had lost 3 of its 5 tigers. Only Situ Haonan remained capable of holding ground. A ring match would almost certainly end in Dongxing's humiliation. You dare not even accept? Su Tianyi scoffed. Has Dongxing run out of men? Situ Haonan bristled, ready to snap back, when Uncle Ben seized his arm hard. Don't fall for it, Uncle Ben hissed low. He's provoking us. Seeing their hesitation, Su Tianyi's contempt deepened. Since you lack contenders, let's settle this king toking. King toking. Situ Haonan frowned. Masterdo master, sign the death pact. Su Tianyi replied coolly. A wave of laughter rippled through He Wensheng. Everyone knew Uncle Ben, the master of Dongxing, was elderly, frail, utterly incapable of combat. To demand his presence in the ring was sheer ridicule. Su David deemed the condition absurd and opened his mouth to mediate, only for Su Tianyi to intervene first. Master to master, death assumed. Still afraid. His tone sharpened, edged with derision. Though I acknowledge Uncle Ben's years, I won't exploit his age. Here's my concession. Su Tianyi raised a single finger. Any man Dongxing recognizes as master, even newly appointed, shall face me, defeat me, and every venue reverts to Dongxing instantly. This was near generous. Dongxing could install its strongest fighter as master on the spot and send him into battle. Uncle Ben. Situ Haonan pivoted sharply, eyes blazing. Let me fight him. No. Uncle Ben refused, jaw clenched, face livid. No one goes forward. Ignoring Situ Haonan entirely, he waved dismissively at Su Tianyi. This condition, I rejected outright. Turning to Su David, his voice dripped with feigned helplessness. Inspector Su, you've seen all. I've done all I can. Su Tianyi spread his hands towards Su David. Inspector Su, surely I've yielded enough. Yet Dongxing refuses every offer. I'm at an impasse. Uncle Ben, what exactly is your position? Su David's expression darkened. In his view, Su Tianyi had conceded far beyond fairness. Dongxing's obstinacy verged on arrogance. He laid bare the stakes. Refuse, and you forfeit all claim to those venues effective today. From now on they belong solely to He Wensheng. No further dispute permitted. To Su David, Su Tianyi's proposals were impeccably balanced, either to non combat or master to master, one decisive bout. Anything less was mere obstructionism, and he would indulge no such games. Uncle Ben, we must accept. What do we fear? Situ Haonan stepped forward, voice rising. Victory reclaims every venue. Refusal surrenders them all. Other senior members nodded fervently in agreement. With police intervention, outright seizure was impossible. Su Tianyi's ring challenge was Dongxing's last lifeline, a golden chance to reclaim honor and territory. Could a syndicate of Dongxing's stature truly produce no fighter capable of besting Su Tianyi? The odds objectively were not negligible. Precisely because hope flickered, their frustration with Uncle Ben's rigid refusal intensified, each silently pleading for his assent. I said no, and it stands. Uncle Ben's resolve was ironclad, words forced between gritted teeth. I will recover these venues, in time. But today, I will not concede to him. A chill settled over the group. Delay meant ceding ground. Once He Wensheng entrenched itself in Yuanlong, recovery would grow exponentially harder. And He Wensheng emboldened would inevitably expand, shrinking Dongxing's domain ever further. Yet Uncle Ben as master held absolute authority. No open defiance was possible. Still, resentment boiled beneath the surface. Many now saw him as autocratic, self-serving, indifferent to the syndicate's survival. Uncle Ben's adamant refusal stemmed from a simple, brutal truth. Su Tianyi demanded the current master enter the ring, meaning whoever accepted must first assume the title of Dongxing's master, forcing Uncle Ben to abdicate. Take Situ Haonan, powerful, popular. Should he ascend as master, fight, and win, would he peacefully relinquish the title afterward? No guarantee existed. Uncle Ben had clawed his way to power through decades of cunning and sacrifice. He would risk neither his throne nor his life for uncertain gains. He chose to sacrifice venues rather than sovereignty. After Su David's ultimatum, retaining power meant swallowing pride and waiting. Uncle Ben, I've honored your age sufficiently. Su Tianyi's voice rang out, sharp with irony, but don't mistake courtesy for submission. He Wensheng has extended every ounce of grace and justice. He paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice, shouting, if you want to fight, we will accompany Lianxing to the end. Have we ever been afraid of Lianxing? Never been afraid. We will fight to the death against Dongxing. The members of Lianxing behind him roared in unison, their voices rising in waves that made the ears of those present ache. The momentum of the thousands shouting caused even the police maintaining order to instinctively swallow hard. If chaos broke out, they wouldn't be able to control the scene at all with just their numbers. Su Dawei's face was ashen, yet he couldn't blame Su Tianyi. Su had been presenting plan after plan, but it was Dongxing that refused to respond. Was he not allowed to get angry? The more fervent Lianxing became, the more Su Dawei felt the problem lay with Dongxing, particularly with Ben Shu. At this moment, Ben Shu's face was extraordinarily grim. He understood that Su Tianyi had completely cornered him. After this incident, Dongxing's morale would inevitably plummet and his prestige within the gang would likely fall to an all-time low. Whether it was the decision-makers or the younger brothers below, everyone felt a simmering resentment. Just look at how strong Lianxing's leader is, then look at their own boss, who doesn't even dare to step into the ring. Even if they went up and lost, at least they would have fought with dignity. But now this situation was truly embarrassing. However, with no one daring to fight, this suppressed anger naturally turned into resentment. Ben Shu had already figured it out. Su Tianyi proposed this condition to divide Dongxing and sow dissatisfaction towards him among everyone in the gang. From now on, if he wanted to lead Dongxing to do anything, it would surely be difficult. Therefore he was very angry inside, yet he felt utterly powerless. Su Tiany's move was an open strategy, clearly not afraid of being seen through. But for Ben Shu, in order to maintain his position, he dared not engage in battle. Even if he saw through it, it would be of no use. Watching Dongxing's morale completely collapse, Ben Shu knew that there was no chance of fighting back. Alright. Ben Shu glared at Su Tianyi. Today I will give Su Sir this face, and the venue will be given to you and Lianxing first. He paused, trying to regain some momentum. But wait, we will definitely take it back from you. Yet these words came out weak, lacking any strength. Everyone knew this was just face-saving talk. If they really had the ability, they would take it back now. Once Lianxing officially established a foothold in Yuanlong, it would be even harder to reclaim. Su Tianyi scoffed. Fine, we will wait. His tone was relaxed. But don't keep us waiting too long. He took half a step forward, his voice not loud, yet every person across from him heard clearly. However, I also remind you, Dongxing, if you dare to make a move, Lianxing will definitely drive you out of Yuanlong. The expressions of Dongxing's people instantly turned extremely ugly. Though spoken plainly, the threat was immense. Because Su Tianyi had always been one to follow through on his words. Everyone realized that Lianxing was not just aiming to establish a flag, they intended to swallow up all of Yuanlong and eradicate Dongxing entirely. Yuanlong was Dongxing's stronghold. On their own turf, being threatened by the enemy to be driven out was utterly humiliating. Yet after suffering defeat, Dongxing had no way to refute. Many younger brothers were even thinking that with a boss like Ben Shu who didn't dare to fight Yuanlong would eventually be lost. If they couldn't even step into the ring, how could they withstand the ferocity of Lianxing? Su Tianyi's threat loomed over every Dongxing member like a dark cloud. Su Dawei felt heavy-hearted. Today this matter could be suppressed, but the root issue remained unresolved. The two factions would inevitably clash in Yuanlong again. But worrying now was pointless. They could only take it one step at a time. Let's go. Ben Shu cast a deep glance at Su Tianyi and finally ordered a retreat. The Dongxing members began to withdraw, but one by one they hung their heads like defeated dogs. Gangster's valued face, and leaving so dejectedly today, made it impossible to continue mixing in the society. After this incident, many would likely want to quit Dongxing, making it difficult to recruit new members in the future, who would want to join a gang that couldn't even defend its own home. Of course, they would prefer to join a rising powerful group. Both Ben Shu and Situ Haonan understood that Dongxing's decline likely began from today. Unless they could win a spectacular comeback battle, the downward trend would be hard to reverse. Once the Dongxing members had left, Su Dawei approached. Mr. Su, he began. I hope you and Lianxing can maintain a level-headed approach from now on. It's too detrimental to society to always showcase such a grand spectacle. I will try my best, Su Tianyi smiled. However, Su Sir, some matters cannot simply be wished into existence. He shifted the topic casually. As for you today, you've handled such a significant matter, adding a splendid entry to your resume. Our promotion should be just around the corner, right? Su Dawei was not surprised by this. Su Tianyi was well informed, so it was normal for him to know the rumors. He could only once again marvel at Su Tianyi's deep background. Whether I can be promoted depends on how much face you big shots give me and how well we cooperate. It's not about whether I get promoted or not. Maintaining social order is what truly matters. If all gangs in Xinjiang could behave themselves, I wouldn't mind even being demoted. His attitude towards Su Tianyi was quite tolerant. In fact, Su Dawei felt that a subtle cooperative relationship had already formed between the police and Lianxing. Su Tianyi's rise had indeed caused the police a lot of trouble. However, without these troubles, how would the police and he have so many opportunities to perform and achieve merit? Su Dawei led the team to withdraw. Su Tianyi turned to Tony and ordered, tell the brothers to disperse. Get the injured to the hospital quickly, and don't worry about the money, just ensure they heal properly. For those who have died, handle their affairs well, and make sure the condolence money reaches their homes in full. If their families face difficulties, do your best to help. He paused, his tone turning cold. But if anyone dares to lay hands on the condolence money, no matter who it is, or how much they took, they will face the clan's punishment. Understood, brother E. Tony immediately replied. Su Tianyi was never lenient on this matter. The willingness of Lianxing's members to fight hard was largely because their leader was generous and never allowed their brothers to suffer in their aftermath. Other matters might be overlooked, but this money, if touched, would mean death. Days later at the Wangchao Entertainment Center, Zhang Mitzi stood in front of the desk holding a report as he reported the expenses from the Yuanlong skirmish to Su Tianyi. Brother E roughly calculated this time the expenditure is about 50 million. Zhang Mitzi said. Su Tianyi nodded. The amount was within his expectations. Now that the gang was in conflict, it was all about the money. Firearms, transportation, medicines, and compensations, everything costs money. Can we withdraw from the gang's treasury? Su Tianyi asked. Is it enough? It's sufficient, Zhang Mitzi replied straightforwardly. The treasury is quite abundant now. Every gang has such a treasury to collect fees from various branches and cover various operational expenses. In the past, the leader often treated it as a personal vault to make money, but Su Tianyi did not do this. He only aimed to balance income and expenditure, ensuring no losses. After all, his income didn't come from the gang's fees, Thus, with the treasury being ample, it was convenient to spend. For instance, spending 50 million in this skirmish could directly be withdrawn from the treasury, saving the hassle of collecting from various branches. As for Dongxing, Zhang Mitzi chuckled. I estimate they won't save much either. With this kind of commotion, everyone will have to bleed heavily. Both sides had suffered injuries and lost brothers. Although Lianxing spent money, they regained territory, so overall they still profited. But Dongxing had it tough, spending significantly, while losing a bunch of venues resulting in a huge loss. Zhang Mitzi continued. I heard Ben Shu is unwilling to touch Dongxing's treasury and wants each branch to raise their own funds to settle the accounts. Now those decision-makers are quite displeased. Su Tianyi upon hearing this couldn't help but smile. This situation was precisely what he wanted to see. For someone like Ben Shu, keeping his purse tightly shut was of utmost importance. Dongxing's public funds were probably already empty, or would he really expect them to dig into their own pockets? Absolutely impossible. So it was no surprise to pressure the lower ranks to come up with money. Those decision-makers were required to contribute both manpower and money while having suffered defeat. It would be strange if they felt good about it. Su Tianyi was pleased to see this. The greedier Ben Shu was, the greater the internal rifts within Dongxing would become. A fractured Dongxing was far more manageable than a united front. Zhang Mitzi, Su Tianyi instructed, take good care of the brothers below. Whatever personnel and money each branch contributed, the gang will reimburse them. I don't let them suffer losses. Understood, brother, Zhang Mitzi nodded. The better Su Tianyi treated his own brothers, the deeper the resentment Dongxing's members would feel towards Ben Shu. This comparison was in itself a double-edged sword. Tony Tianhong, Su Tianyi turned to the two. During this time, keep a close watch on Yuan Long. Dongxing will not be content, and will definitely retaliate. We cannot be careless. He paused, his tone turning cold. If they dare to make a move, don't hold back, just strike back directly. It would be best to completely drive them out of Yuan Long in one go. Yes, brother. Tony and Luo Tianhong responded in unison. On ordinary days, Su Tianyi added, it would be good to let our brothers below stir up some trouble in Yuan Long. However, it's best to let Dongxing make the first move. Once they act, we will all push forward without leaving any room. Brother Yi's goal has never just been to plant a flag. He wants the entire Yuan Long. Today's actions are merely, how many venues did we manage to seize back this time? Su Tianyi asked again. Tony immediately reported, mahjong parlors, nightclubs, bars, karaoke, saunas. In total there are about 200. Plus one fruit stall. Su Tianyi nodded. The results were good. Most of these venues had previously belonged to Sha Meng, and Dongxing had suffered a serious blow this time. Once we reclaim the venues, we will handle things according to our rules. Su Tianyi instructed, be strict, don't let the lower ranks act recklessly, and don't give Dongxing any opportunity to exploit. Understood, Tony replied. Having these venues meant that Lianxing was not just planting a flag in Yuan Long, they were truly establishing a foothold. After clarifying everything, Su Tianyi let them go about their business. Just as a few of them left, and gently pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, she said, looking down, her voice very soft. Because of me, such a huge trouble has arisen. She felt overwhelmed with guilt and anxiety, yet also had a somewhat indescribable feeling of being touched. In her view, the conflict between the two gangs had reached this point with so many injuries and countless expenses. The root cause was her brother's debt of 30,000. She thought that repaying the debt would resolve everything, but little did she know it would escalate like this. Su Tianyi looked at her and suddenly smiled, finding her somewhat charming. To create such a grand spectacle for a woman he had just met, that was not in line with his character. Not to mention, it was merely for 30,000 in high-interest loans. If it were truly just to settle matters, he wouldn't have sent a Xing. He could have dispatched Tony or Luo Tianhong, who wouldn't dare make a sound against the likes of Sei Emotion. He sent a Xing to escalate the conflict, provoking Sei Emotion. He needed a pretext to justify bringing He Lianxing into Yuan Long. And or rather, the debt owed by her brother was merely an excuse he had seized upon. Even without her, Su Tianyi would still have targeted Yuan Long. It would have just been under a different pretext. But now, and clearly misunderstood the situation. She believed that everything was for her, feeling quite moved. However, Su Tianyi had no intention of explaining. Letting and continue to misunderstand would only bind her heart to him more tightly. Don't think too much, it has nothing to do with you, he casually remarked, leaving his words vague, making it sound more like a consolation. Then he leaned in and kissed, and lightly saying, go out first, I have some matters to attend to, and he'll find you later. And obediently nodded, and turned to close the door. Su Tianyi gazed at her retreating figure, a smile curling at his lips. This misunderstanding was quite beneficial, as he had unwittingly gained a devoted woman and expanded his territory into Yuan Long, which was certainly worth it. Just as he was thinking, a sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for establishing a foothold in Yuan Long. Task completion degree extremely high. Reward 500 points, strength attribute points 5, and a gambling ship. Su Tianyi chuckled. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He had chosen establishing a foothold in Yuan Long when the system presented the options. Now He Lianxing had not only secured over 200 venues, but also repelled Dongxing. The flag was firmly planted, and the system naturally acknowledged it. The rewards were quite surprising. He had already gained 500 points and 200 million Hong Kong dollars from his choice, and now with the completion of this task, he was set to receive another boost, especially with that gambling ship, which was simply perfect. With a thought, he directly claimed the rewards. His strength attribute was instantly maxed out. A surge of warmth surged through his body, awakening his muscles and bones, and he could visibly feel his strength increasing. Su Tianyi squinted his eyes, enjoying the process. It wasn't until the warmth subsided that he clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked lightly, and a robust power flowed through his arms. He casually pressed down on the wooden desk, which immediately caved under the pressure of his 5 fingers. With another forceful push crack, the entire desk splintered into pieces, wood flying everywhere. Su Tianyi looked at the chaos he had created, his smile widening. If that slap had landed on a person, the outcome was easy to imagine. He summoned the panel to take a glance. Strength 43, the standard for adult males, is 10 points 3,500. With 4 times the explosive power of an ordinary person along with over 3,000 points, Su Tianyi was feeling quite pleased. In this line of work, personal strength was the hard truth, otherwise how could one keep those ambitious individuals beneath them in check? As for that gambling ship, he glanced at the item list, his thoughts already churning. Su Tianyi was quite satisfied. 3,500 points were enough to accomplish many tasks. However, what piqued his interest even more was that gambling ship. Though he wasn't yet aware of its specifics, the system's offerings were never disappointing. He immediately thought to himself, system, extract the gambling ship. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a stack of documents appeared beside him out of thin air. The ship didn't crash down directly. The system had always been very considerate. The gambling ship was already docked at a certain pier, and these were the ownership documents and full legal procedures. Su Tianyi flipped through the documents, a smile creeping onto his face. This was better. It saved him a lot of trouble. Properly managed, a gambling ship could bring in significant profits, perfectly solving the current financial dilemma for the organization. After He Lianqing banned drugs, the income of each division had decreased significantly. Although Su Tianyi did not siphon money from the organization and had given up smuggling profits, expanding the organization required funds, and the more manpower, the greater the expenses. If the financial flow did not keep up, problems would inevitably arise. So this ship arrived just in time. He needed to get it operational quickly and find a new source of income for everyone. With this in mind, Su Tianyi called someone in to clean up the shattered desk. Luo Tianhong and Feiji pushed the door open and were momentarily stunned at the sight of the pile of broken wood. Luo Tianhong stared at the remains of the desk, his gaze shifting. He could tell that the boss' strength had likely advanced once again. Su Tianyi offered no further explanation and merely waved his hand. Get a new one. Prepare the car, we're heading to the pier. Yes, Brother E. His subordinates never asked too many questions. The group quickly set off, heading straight for the pier. When the car arrived at the location, Feiji and the others finally understood the purpose of the trip. Gazing at the brand new white giant ship in the berth, they were all momentarily stunned. Even Su Tianyi was taken aback. This ship was even larger than he had imagined. The scale of this vessel far surpassed Su Tianyi's expectations. At the pier, the brand new white giant ship rested quietly, making the nearby vessels appear much smaller. The system's investment this time was indeed significant. He had initially thought it would be worth at most a few tens of millions, but this behemoth before him was likely worth over $1 billion Hong Kong dollars. After a brief shock, genuine surprise washed over him. The larger the ship, the more guests it could accommodate, which naturally meant future profits would soar, giving him even more confidence to support his brothers. He led Luo Tianhong and the others onto the deck, and the interior was even more impressive than the exterior. The decor was extravagantly luxurious, and the facilities were complete. It was not only a perfect casino, but could also attract a large number of guests, even if operated solely as a vacation cruise. Brother E, is this ship also yours? Ajah looked around, unable to contain his excitement. I just saw a ballroom with top-notch equipment. If we could host a party here and invite a bunch of beautiful women. Wow. The more he spoke, the more absorbed he became, swaying to an imagined rhythm, his movements quite alluring. The others nearby couldn't help but laugh at him. Ajah. Su Tianyi redirected his gaze and spoke. This ship will be named Tianqing, to be used as a gambling ship. You are responsible for hiring crew members, service staff, and dealers, and select a reliable group of brothers from the organization to take turns guarding it. I want it operational as soon as possible. Understood, Brother E. You'll handle it right away. Ajah immediately agreed. The sooner this ship was operational, the sooner they could start counting money. He understood that principle. Promotion must also keep pace, Su Tianyi added. I want Tianqing to become the most famous gambling ship in all of Xianjiang. Ajah chuckled. Brother E, I don't think we need to put in too much effort for promotion. With such a massive newcomer at the pier, it had already caused a stir, and there were too many spectators to count. Once the news spread, who in the entire harbor wouldn't know about Tianqing? However, the necessary promotion must be done. With the very least, people need to know that this is a gambling ship where they can play. At this moment, Tony also chimed in with a smile. With Tianqing, outsiders will be able to better understand the strength of He Lianqing. This statement was quite reasonable. To run a business of this scale was a symbol of strength in itself. If the organization wanted to expand and attract newcomers, there was no better advertisement than this. Copper Lobo Bay. After arranging the general matters regarding the gambling ship, Su Tianyi led his men away from the pier. Although Tianxing had all the necessary paperwork, it still needed to wait for Jia to gather the full crew before officially starting operations. However, he believed that day wouldn't be far off. The car stopped in front of the nocturnal bar. Su Tianyi mentioned that it had been a long time since he last visited and wanted to take a look. Feiji steadied the car, and the others followed suit. This bar was where Su Tianyi had gotten his start. Passing by, he suddenly felt the urge to go in and take a peek. However, upon entering, he found the dance floor in disarray. But upon closer inspection, it was a group of people surrounding another group fighting. Both sides were gangsters, but the few getting beaten were clenching their fists tightly, especially the young leader, who wore an expression of defiance, yet refrained from retaliating. The bouncer pushed through and grabbed one of them, scolding, "You dare cause trouble in Lianxing's territory." The attackers then panicked, shouting, "We are from the Tianyi gang." Su Tianyi walked in, and the bouncer quickly nodded in greeting. He waved his hand, stating, "Bring them all in." In the office, the bouncer forced those individuals to kneel on the ground. Tony kicked the person at his feet and asked, "Where are you from?" "We're from the Tianyi gang. Our boss is Brother Gio," the attacker shouted, raising his head. Su Tianyi pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Causing trouble in Lianxing's territory, one hand gets chopped off for each person." The faces of the few turned pale, and they cried, "We are from Tianyi. You can't touch us." Su Tianyi merely smiled and continued, "Then chop off one hand. If Tianyi has objections, let them come find me." The bouncer pulled out a cleaver while others held the arms of those few tightly. With a flash of the blade, screams erupted immediately. "Throw them out." Su Tianyi waved his hand. The bouncer grabbed one and tossed him out the back door. On the other side, a few young men cowering in the corner were trembling in fear, begging for mercy. Yet one of them remained silent, staring intently at the ground. Su Tianyi scrutinized him for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" "Fei Chuan," the young man replied, looking up. Su Tianyi's lips curled. It was indeed the person he had guessed. Su Tianyi looked at the young man before him, fragments of memories flashing in his mind. He recalled an old movie titled Gold List Fame, featuring a gangster named Fei Chuan who was loyal and tough, striving to rise in status. That character eventually became a red stick, but his impulsive nature and desire to prove himself led to the organization abandoning him, and he ended up dying on the streets. When Su Tianyi watched that film years ago, he had felt that character's ending was unfortunate. Fei Chuan was not incapable. He simply lacked a strong leader to rein him in, which led him down the wrong path. He never expected to encounter him here. From Feiquan's current state, he seemed not to have formally joined Hongla, yet merely a rookie, just starting out. However, Su Tianyi found it strange how, according to Feiquan's character, how could he not fight back when surrounded? That wasn't like him. When he got impulsive, he would hit first and ask questions later, regardless of who was in front of him. If he could fight, he would, and if he couldn't, he would still put up a fight. There was no way he would just take a beating. Therefore, Su Tianyi asked another question. "Aren't you afraid that I will cut off your hand?" Su Tianyi looked at Fei Quan, his tone laced with amusement. Fei Quan straightened his back and answered succinctly, "Not afraid." He paused and added, "I know that, Mr. Su is reasonable. We weren't causing trouble in the bar, so you wouldn't harm us." "Well, that's not certain," Su Tianyi smiled. "First, tell me how you got into a conflict with the people from Tianyi." "They were bullying my friend. I stood up for him, and before I knew it, we ended up fighting." Fei Quan answered honestly. Su Tianyi nodded. He believed this explanation. Though Fei Quan was reckless, he wasn't the type to instigate trouble. "Then why didn't you fight back when they attacked you?" Su Tianyi continued to ask. Fei Quan took a breath, his voice rising slightly. "Because this is Mr. Su's territory. I want to work with you, so I endured it. If I don't die today, if I encounter them again outside, they'll definitely fight to the end." He stared at Su Tianyi and suddenly shouted, "Mr. Su, please take me in." Su Tianyi was taken aback, then laughed. So that was the reason. This excuse didn't seem fake. Given his current reputation, many young thugs in Xiangjiang idolized him, and those who wanted to be associated with him could line up from Wanchai to Kowloon. It wasn't surprising that Fei Quan and his friends were waiting for an opportunity in this bar. "There are many who want to be with me." Su Tianyi leaned back slightly. "Why should I take you in?" "You need to have something extraordinary about you." Fei Quan replied without hesitation, "I am not afraid of death. I will accomplish whatever you, Mr. Su, instruct me to do, even if it costs my life." At that moment, Su Tianyi heard the system notification sound in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a god-level choice. Please make a selection from the following options. Option 1, accept Fei Quan, and use this to control Hong Lu with rewards of 500 points, 200 million Hong Kong dollars, and further rewards based on task completion. Option 2, reject Fei Quan, and have him leave the bar with rewards of 100 points and 50 million Hong. Su Tianyi glanced at the options and found it amusing. Just looking at the reward difference made it clear which one to choose. 500 points plus 200 million Hong Kong dollars compared to 100 points plus 50 million, there was no need to hesitate. However, accepting Fei Quan was not solely for the rewards. Even without this system, he had intended to take this person in. Although impulsive, Fei Quan was a person of value, loyal and tough. Moreover, through him, he might be able to connect with Hong Lo. System, I choose the first option, Su Tianyi replied. Ding, congratulations to the host for choosing the first option. Reward obtained 500 points, 200 million Hong Kong dollars, and subsequent rewards will be based on task completion. Su Tianyi's lips curled into a smile. The points and money had been credited, and it felt as if this money would never run out. He refocused his thoughts and looked at the nervous Fei Quan before him. You want to be with me, right? Su Tianyi began. Then you need to accomplish one task first. Fei Quan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, what task? Su Tianyi wasted no time. You need to find a way to join Hong Lu and then strive to become their leader. Upon hearing this, Fei Quan's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that this was simply asking too much. He was just a newcomer trying to make his mark, and joining Hong Lu was already difficult, let alone becoming their leader. If rising to power were that easy, he wouldn't be waiting in the bar every day for an opportunity. As long as you dare to agree, Su Tianyi continued, I'll provide the funds. With money there will be people. If you can't rise to power with both money and people, then there's really no point in trying. He paused, his tone softening a bit. Of course, once you get in, if you find that the people of Hong Lu are truly loyal and treat you well, you can follow them. I won't force you to betray them. But if you find that they are just a bunch of hypocrites, Su Tianyi shifted the conversation. Then collaborate with me to take them down, and you can take that leadership position for yourself. This statement stirred something in Fei Quan's heart. He was a person of loyalty and was originally extremely resistant to betraying his brothers. But Su Tianyi had made it clear if Hong Lu truly treated him with loyalty, he could completely avoid doing anything to betray the gang. Unless those people were hypocrites from the start. In that case, collaborating with Brother E to take control of the gang didn't seem wrong. The opportunity was right before him. If he didn't dare to seize it, he might as well go back to work and stop dreaming of becoming the boss. All right. Fei Quan no longer hesitated. Mr. Su, I agree. Once you're in, I'll cover all the expenses for recruiting and training. You just need to find a way to rise up, Su Tianyi said directly, but apart from that I want to assist you. Even if you encounter danger, you must bear it yourself. I don't keep useless people under me. Understood. Fei Quan immediately replied. And Su Tianyi added, I will only allow an incident like today where you were beaten and didn't dare to fight back. He looked at Fei Quan, his tone calm, yet carrying pressure. If I find out again that you were beaten without fighting back, don't expect to stay with me. My people cannot be weaklings. Rest assured, Mr. Su, Fei Quan exclaimed excitedly. From now on, if anyone dares to touch us, we will definitely fight back. Su Tianyi chuckled. All right, you can go now. Come back and find me once you've truly stabilized in Honglo. Really can leave? One of Fei Quan's younger brothers asked incredulously, as if they had just been given a new lease on life. Su Tianyi smiled. What do you want to leave with only one hand? I wouldn't mind helping. No need, no need. Thank you, Mr. Su. The few of them waved their hands, repeatedly scurrying out of the bar. Watching them leave, Su Tianyi stood up. Let's go too. He had come to the bar on a whim and hadn't expected to encounter Fei Quan. This was an unexpected gain. Fei Quan was indeed a person of potential. With a little polish he could be useful. Moreover, with him by his side, Fei Quan's original path of dying on the streets would naturally be avoided. Currently the leader of Hong Lu was Piao Gu, a guy full of gang loyalty. Yet Fei Quan had fought hard for the gang in his past life, and when his brothers were killed, Hong Lu had not stood up for him. After Fei Quan took his revenge, Piao Gu instead expelled him from the gang, leaving him to be hunted by his enemies. This double standard would help Fei Quan see their true colors. Thus, Su Tianyi intended to push Fei Quan into the gang to replace Piao Gu. Once Fei Quan took the leader position, Hong Lu would indirectly fall into Su Tianyi's hands, just like Wei Jixiang controlled Hong Tai. Sometimes expanding one's influence doesn't necessarily require violence. Using one's brain to control other gangs with a smaller price is equally effective. Besides developing He Lianxing, Su Tianyi also planned to support several other gangs. Not putting all eggs in one basket allows for mutual checks and balances, making it easier to manage. For this reason, after Wei Jixiang took over Hong Tai, even though he had cooperation with He Lianxing, he did not merge with them. It wasn't that he couldn't merge, but rather that Su Tianyi didn't want it. Once he achieved certain goals, he would eventually need to clean his hands and go ashore. At that time, He Lianxing would be handed over to someone else to manage. If he only had one gang, he couldn't ensure that the next leader wouldn't have ulterior motives and want to break free from his control. But holding a few at the same time, allowing them to mutually restrain each other, would naturally eliminate many troubles. Thus, Su Tianyi planned to control several gangs to ensure they could all be useful. As for Hong Lu, it was quite simple. He just needed to give Fei Quan some money and occasionally provide guidance. With Fei Quan's abilities, he wouldn't take long to rise. At that time, finding an opportunity to take out Piao Gu, the leader position, would naturally fall to Fei Quan. After all, Piao Gu was not a man of principle, and there was no need for Su Tianyi to be polite with him. Su Tianyi believed that after Fei Quan experienced some events, he would understand how to choose. After returning from outside, Su Tianyi went straight to the Dynasty Entertainment Center. As soon as he entered, Ruby came to greet him. Mr. Su D is waiting for you inside. He says he has something to discuss. Okay, you can go ahead and be busy. Su Tianyi nodded. The D's sudden visit surprised him, and he couldn't guess what it was about. Soon he saw Didi in the lobby outside the office. As soon as Didi saw him, he immediately stood up. Mr. Su, let's talk in the office, Su Tianyi said as he pushed the door and walked in. The two sat down in the office. Sit, don't be formal. Su Tianyi raised his hand. What brings you here? Mr. Su, we saw a Lu in Ouching. Didi leaned forward. It turns out he ran away there. No wonder we couldn't find him in Xinjiang at all. For Didi, he didn't have any deep hatred for Lin Huailu. It was just a matter of competing for the leadership in the past. But he knew very well that since he had sided with Su Tianyi, he had already become a thorn in Lin Huailu's side. Now that Lin Huailu was forced to flee, this debt would certainly include him as well. So as long as Lin Huailu was alive, Didi wouldn't feel at ease. As soon as he received the news, he hurried over to report, wanting to resolve this trouble as soon as possible. What a pity, Didi shook his head. My men ran into him at the Lisboa Hotel, and they couldn't make a move there, otherwise we could have dealt with him on the spot. The Lisboa Hotel was the gambling king's territory, and very few dared to cause trouble there, let alone kill someone. After hearing this, Su Tianyi spoke directly. Find a way to locate him and take him out. Lin Huailu no longer posed a threat to him, but people who had offended him were never left alive. Moreover, this person had run off to Ouching, and he would not just be hiding, as sooner or later he would find a way to return and seek revenge. Rather than waiting for him to come back, it's better to strike first. Additionally, Su Tianyi had a task related to Lin Huailu that required his death. Understood, Mr. Su, Didi immediately replied. We'll send more men to Ouching and make sure to drag him out. He paused, his tone becoming cautious. There's also something. A few brothers asked me to ask for your opinion. Speak. Su Tianyi raised his eyes. It's about the gang's anti-drug policy. Of course, I'm not saying it's wrong. That kind of business is indeed unscrupulous. Didi rubbed his hands. But cutting off this source of income has significantly reduced many brothers' earnings. Like you two, Biao, and the others, there aren't many venues, and they support a bunch of people, so life is quite tough for them right now. So everyone is thinking if you could point out another path for the brothers to have a means of making a living. Su Tianyi glanced at him, his tone flat. Better to starve than to touch drugs. Whoever touches it dies. If someone wants to do it, fine, but they must leave Lianqing. However, as long as they're still in the gang, this is a strict rule, and there's no room for negotiation. Yes, I'll definitely comply. Didi quickly nodded. However, Su Tianyi stood up. I also said that I won't let everyone starve. The promises I've made, I will naturally fulfill. Come with me, I will show you something. He led Didi into the adjacent room, where dozens of machines were neatly arranged. Didi was taken aback. Arcade machines. The machines in the room are indeed arcade machines, but Su Tianyi's selection is quite different. If they were ordinary ones, he wouldn't have needed to specially bring Didi to see them. These machines are all exchanged from the system, containing games that are hardly seen in the market. Whether it's an addictive adventure game or a gambling-style machine, they are all included. In this era, these arcade machines are enough to captivate every player, turning into cash cows. For at least 5 years, similar products will not appear in the market. Su Tianyi brought them out to find a new source of income for the gang to make up for the revenue gap after the drug ban. At this moment, Jean Mitzi walked over. Didi, these are not ordinary arcade machines, he said with a smile. You'll know after you try a couple of rounds. Didi sat down skeptically and inserted a coin to play a game. As a result, he couldn't stop playing, and in the blink of an eye, a whole basket of tokens was used up. Jean Mitzi, get me some more tokens. Didi shouted without looking up. I must clear this level today. Jean Mitzi stepped closer. Didi, we haven't discussed the main business yet, he reminded. There are not only arcade machines here, but also gambling machines, which you just tried. If we open an arcade hall with these machines, do you think we can make money? Of course we can make money, and we can make a lot. Didi immediately looked up, his tone excited. If there are enough machines, this business will make more money than drug dealing. He had personally played these machines and knew how attractive they were. One moment of carelessness could lead to losing a month's worth of income, yet they only made people want to play more. Let alone the gambling machines. Even those ordinary games collect coins at a terrifying speed. Didi immediately got up to find Su Tianyi. Mr. Su, where did you get these machines? I'm curious, he asked. I have several arcade halls under me, and I've never seen these games before. He thought to himself that if these machines were launched, his old-style arcade halls would probably have to shut down. After playing this, who would still be interested in the old machines? Su Tianyi smiled and didn't directly answer the source. In planning to open an arcade hall under the name of the gang, he said, each branch will have these machines, and the profits will be split equally between the gang and the branch. That's great. Didi's eyes lit up. With this business, will my brothers still worry about not having food to eat? From now on, other gangs can only watch us make money. He was genuinely excited. This business has high profits, isn't illegal, and doesn't require hiding from the police or living in fear. It's simply perfect. You take care of this matter, and Jean Mitzi will assist you, Su Tianyi continued. I can help everyone make money, but if anyone dares to touch drugs, rest assured, Mr. Su, Didi hurriedly promised, in the future, whoever deals drugs, I will personally cut him into 8 pieces. Even if it's my son, I won't let him go. Su Tianyi nodded and said no more. He had already exchanged 2,000 points for 1,000 arcade machines, with more to be delivered later. If the profits are considerable, it's not difficult to exchange for more. What he was doing was less about making money for himself and more about paving the way for the gang. With a stable source of income, they could completely cut off those who dealt drugs. Tianyi knew that relying solely on intimidation was not enough. He also needed to ensure that his subordinates could earn money, or else people's hearts would eventually scatter. However, relying solely on intimidation won't work. He had to make people both fear him and want to follow him, so he launched the arcade machines as a way to sweeten the deal. After the arcade hall opened in Suan, everyone in the Honglian society became excited. The workers put down their tasks and all rushed to see the excitement. The exchange area was crowded with people each holding cash waiting to exchange for tokens. As for in front of the machines, it goes without saying, as soon as there was an empty spot, someone would immediately fill it. "Boss, give me another 100 tokens. I'm about to clear the level." A player shouted, eyes fixed on the screen. "It's my turn, you've played long enough." Another person squeezed over, reaching out to push him. "Don't cut in line, I saw it first." Someone nearby shouted in dissatisfaction. However, this was the Honglian society's turf, and no one dared to really fight. Even if there was anger, they would have to go outside to settle it. No one wanted to cause trouble here. Utubio watched the scene and couldn't help but ask the D, "Are they giving away tokens for free today?" "What free tokens? They're all exchanged with real money." The D waved his hand. Chuan Bao exclaimed in surprise, "Are these arcade machines really that fun? Everyone's almost fighting to get in. You guys better not try. Once you play, you'll get addicted." The D shook his head. "The last time I talked business with Mr. Su, I tried one and almost got sidetracked. This thing is more addictive than drugs." "Wow, wouldn't that be a fortune?" Utubio's eyes lit up. "Of course it's easier to make money than dealing drugs." The D stated firmly, "These machines outside can easily make 30 to 40,000 a day. The gambling machines inside are even more impressive. At the very least, they can make 1 to 200,000 or even 3 to 400,000. So much in a day. If we open 100 or 1,000, making money would be faster than robbing a bank." Utubio became more excited as he spoke, his face turning red. In comparison, dealing drugs suddenly didn't seem appealing. The arcade hall was stable and risk-free, while drug dealing required constant vigilance and could even lead to being eaten by one's own kind. "Don't get your hopes up. It's not that easy." The D interrupted him. "Mr. Su said each branch will first open one. Well, decide based on the profits later. The order is based on contributions. In the first thing, Wanzai is second, and you all better perform well." Hearing this, everyone envied the D. After all, opening one day earlier means earning money one day earlier. The D's influence is great, and he actively responds to Tianyi's plans, so it's not surprising he gets this treatment. The others can only work hard to earn the next opportunity. Meanwhile, Tianyi's gambling ship, the Tianyi, was also ready. With extensive publicity, the entire Hong Kong knew about the luxurious gambling ship, attracting countless people. The crew, dealers, and waitstaff were all in place, ready to operate at any time. Tianyi set the opening date for the 18th of this month, when the Tianyi would officially welcome guests. There are only a few days left until this day, and many people in Hong Kong are keeping an eye on this matter. From the arcade business to the Tianyi gambling ship, every step taken by the Honglian society is eye-catching. And these actions all signify a lot of cash, making other gangs envious. In comparison, the brothers from other gangs feel a bit uncomfortable. They are all in the same line of work doing similar tasks, yet their income is significantly lower than that of those in the Honglian society. How can anyone balance that? The Honglian society has multiple sources of income, allowing them to share more with their subordinates. Additionally, Tianyi is not greedy. What should be in his pocket is all distributed to the lower-level members. As a result, every member of the Honglian society earns more than the same-level thugs in other gangs. After all, in other gangs, the leaders take the largest share, leaving less for the subordinates. With poorer money-making abilities, the boss also takes the most, so ordinary members naturally earn far less than those in the Honglian society. This imbalance has sparked thoughts of switching sides for many, and even some who have already become leaders are starting to reconsider. The situation on the Dongxing side is the most apparent. Especially after suffering defeat last time, the gang's morale plummeted and their sense of belonging dropped to rock bottom. Ben Shu is well aware of the current situation. He is also anxious, knowing that if this continues, his position as the leader will lose all credibility. At that time, Dongxing will either disband, or he, Ben Shu, will have to step down. After all, last time, he didn't dare to respond directly, handing over the territory, and many brothers are harboring resentment. Now that Dongxing's income is decreasing, the dissatisfaction towards Ben Shu among the gang members is naturally growing. Therefore, Ben Shu understands that he can no longer wait. He must find a way to reverse the situation. He is also very clear that the only way is to achieve a stunning victory, preferably against the Honglian society, to regain his prestige and bring Dongxing back together as one. To defeat the currently thriving Honglian society, he must come up with an unconventional strategy. Ben Shu had an idea in mind and summoned all the decision-makers of Dongxing for a meeting. Dongxing headquarters conference hall. All the decision-makers were present. Since the demise of Crow Lei Yaoyang and Sha Mang, Ben Shu brought up 3 new people and restructured the Dongxing 5 tigers. The positions of the dragon catcher Situ Haonan and the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei remained unchanged. The other 3 tigers were replaced by the nameless tiger Dedong, the mountain tiger Fizai Ping, and the howling tiger Sihai. Dedong, Fizai Ping, and Sihai are all newly appointed, rising rapidly under Ben Shu's support. Especially Dedong, who is skilled and can even compete with Situ Haonan, is quite famous in the gang, nearly matching Situ Haonan's reputation. At this moment, the Dongxing 5 tigers sat in the conference hall waiting for Ben Shu. The 5 of them did not speak, each lost in their own thoughts. It was evident that the relationship between Situ Haonan and Dedong, even if not hostile, was definitely not friendly. The two had no communication, and the atmosphere was cold. After all, Dedong was someone Ben Shu promoted specifically to counterbalance Situ Haonan, so their relationship was naturally not cordial. At this moment, Ben Shu walked in. Ben Shu. Ben Shu. Good day, Ben Shu. All 4 tigers stood up except for Situ Haonan. Only Situ Haonan remained seated, his expression indifferent. Since that incident last time, Situ Haonan no longer respected Ben Shu as before. He felt that Ben Shu's refusal to fight was the biggest mistake and was quite dissatisfied. Situ Haonan believed that if Ben Shu had been willing to let him fight at that time, there would have been at least a 50% chance of winning, far better than handing over the territory. So he was upset, and he was extremely arrogant, showing no signs of hiding his dissatisfaction. Regarding Situ Haonan's disrespect, Ben Shu felt uncomfortable but did not show it on his face. Ben Shu, did you summon us for a reason? Wu Jiwei asked. Ben Shu nodded. You've all seen it, he said. The Honglian society is becoming more and more outrageous, continuously swallowing our territory in Yuanlong. That's right, Sihai interjected. The Honglian society frequently crosses the line. Just this month I've fought with them several times. With agreement, Ben Shu continued. Therefore we can no longer tolerate it, we must fight back. How do we fight? Situ Haonan immediately countered. With the current strength of the Honglian society, we have no chance in a direct confrontation. That's true, Ben Shu admitted. If we collide heating, we indeed have no chance. So to win, we must use unconventional tactics. Concentrate all our forces and hit the Honglian society when they least expect it. Only then do we have a chance to take back all the territory in Yuanlong. Wu Jiwei immediately asked, Ben Shu, what do you think we should do? Uncle Ben continued. On the 18th, Su Tianyi's gambling ship will open for business, and the attention of Lianxing will definitely be focused there. We will choose that day to concentrate all our manpower and take back the territory of Yuanlong in one swift move while they are unprepared. He paused. If we act quickly enough, we might even sweep through their other territories. By the time Lianxing reacts, we will have already succeeded. The police will never stand idly by while they retaliate on such a large scale. We will have the upper hand. The others listened, their eyes brightening slightly. However, Dedong thought for a moment and raised a question. But with so many people mobilized, it's hard to keep it hidden from Lianxing. That's why we need someone to divert their attention. Uncle Ben nodded. Send some people to make rounds in Hongxing's territory to make Lianxing think we are targeting Hongxing. He looked at Situ Haonan. Haonan, that day you take half the brothers to create a stir in Hongxing's area. The others will follow Dedong to take over the territory. Situ Haonan immediately frowned. This arrangement was clearly aimed at him. The most important action of taking territory did not involve him, yet he was assigned to the trivial task of attracting fire. According to the rules, whoever takes the territory owns it. He would put in the effort but receive very little benefit in the end. Situ Haonan felt extremely displeased, but he did not want to confront Uncle Ben directly, so he suppressed his anger and said, All right, I'll go stir up some trouble in Hongxing. Very good, Uncle Ben instructed. This operation must remain confidential. If anyone leaks information and Lianxing becomes alert, it will all be over. Even when assigning subordinates, don't disclose the specific plan first. Understood, Uncle Ben, several people replied. They had indeed been feeling stifled for a long time and were naturally looking forward to this operation against Lianxing. Only Situ Haonan felt aggrieved. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one at a disadvantage. Uncle Ben's targeting of him was not only due to his previous attitude, but also because Situ Haonan's current prestige in the gang posed a threat to his position. Last time Uncle Ben did not dare to confront him because he feared that after the competition he would no longer be able to reclaim his position. For this reason, he now wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Situ Haonan. In the Wangchao Entertainment Center office, Su Tianyi sat in his chair listening to Jean Mises' report. Brother E, on the opening day of the arcade into DS territory, the revenue approached stabilizing around 1500 in the following days. Su Tianyi nodded. 1500 a day translates to over 4 million a month. If more locations open, the profits will be considerable. Jean Mitzi continued. The personnel and materials for the Tianqing ship are all in place and the tickets are sold out, ensuring a smooth opening on the 18th. This is currently the most important project. Su Tianyi listened carefully. As they were talking, Feiji knocked and entered. Brother E, he said, the people from Dongxing are here saying they want to see you. Su Tianyi was indeed a bit surprised. Their relationship was one of intense rivalry, and for them to dare come alone at this time was quite interesting. Bring him up, he said. Su Tianyi said directly. He wanted to see what tricks the people from Dongxing were up to. Soon Feiji brought the person in. The newcomer was fully covered with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Upon entering the office, he removed them to reveal his face. It was none other than the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei, one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. Wu Jiwei put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and walked up to Su Tianyi. "Mr. Su, long time no see," he said with a smile. Su Tianyi glanced at him. "You are one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, yet you dare to come here?" Su Tianyi asked. "Aren't you afraid? I'll just kill you." Wu Jiwei chuckled. "Afraid, yes," he said, "but I have a business proposition for Mr. Su, and I believe you won't kill me." "Oh, what business?" Su Tianyi casually inquired. Wu Jiwei immediately replied, "We from Dongxing want to launch a surprise attack on Liansheng's territory, and I believe Mr. Su would be interested in this information." Su Tianyi raised an eyebrow. "How much do you want?" he asked directly. 10 million. Wu Jiwei worried that Su Tianyi would not agree, adding, "I can also provide a piece of information regarding Uncle Ben that could cause him to lose at least 100 million. Mr. Su, 10 million for such intelligence shouldn't be considered expensive, right?" Su Tianyi said, "Not expensive, very cost-effective. But you are one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, why should I trust you?" "Although I am one of the 5 tigers, I haven't actually gained much benefit," Wu Jiwei stated directly. "Even if Dongxing wins, I won't get much out of it. I might as well make some money with this information." He paused. "The most important thing is you have the ability to kill me. If I deceive you, you can kill me at any time. With Mr. Su's capabilities, this is not difficult. I have no need to risk my life for 10 million. He continued, "Moreover, I want to continue cooperating with Mr. Su in the future for mutual benefit. If Dongxing is wiped out by you, I hope you can spare my life." Su Tianyi smiled slightly. "I can give you 10 million, he said, "but you have to tell me first." "No problem, I trust Mr. Su's character." Wu Jiwei readily agreed. In fact, it was pointless for Wu Jiwei to refuse, as this was Su Tianyi's territory. If he did not want to pay, even if he did so now, once Wu Jiwei revealed the information, he could take it back or even kill him directly. Therefore, it made no difference whether he paid first or later. Wu Jiwei naturally had no reason to refuse. On the day of Mr. Su's gambling ship opening, we from Dongxing will attack all of Liansheng's venues in Yuanlong. Wu Jiwei said directly. At that time, Situ Haonan will lead men to create disturbances in Hongxing's territory to divert attention so that you and Liansheng won't realize our true objective is Yuanlong. He revealed the timing and details of the operation. Su Tianyi simply asked, "What about the other piece of information?" "On that day, Uncle Ben will have a batch of drugs worth 100 million Hong Kong dollars shipped by water. This is the specific time and location. If Mr. Su is interested, you can handle this batch of goods as you wish." Wu Jiwei was very straightforward, showing sincerity. After hearing this, Su Tianyi wrote a check for 10 million. "This is 10 million. You can go to the bank and withdraw the money at any time," he said. "Thank you, Mr. Su. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation next time." Wu Jiwei smiled. After receiving the check, he put on his mask, sunglasses, and hat, and turned to leave. At this time, Tony spoke up. "Brother E, could this be a scam?" he said. "This might be false information deliberately spread by Dongxing, or Wu Jiwei could be trying to scam money with fake intel. Otherwise, I could just capture him, torture him for the truth, and see if it's real or not. I don't believe he won't confess." After all, Wu Jiwei was one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. Tony doubted that Wu Jiwei would betray Dongxing for 10 million and sell important information to Su Tianyi, so he suspected a scam. "No need," Su Tianyi replied. "You don't understand Wu Jiwei. He is someone who can do anything for profit." He was very certain. "Moreover, even if it's false information, we might lose 10 million at most, just a wasted trip. But afterward, Wu Jiwei would definitely be dead. He wouldn't joke about his own life. This person values his. He also knows that we may not be able to wipe out all of Dongxing, but we definitely have a way to kill him, so he absolutely wouldn't dare sell false information to me." Su Tianyi's confidence stemmed from his understanding of Wu Jiwei. After all, Wu Jiwei was willing to kill his own boss for profit. Although the camel did not treat the crow and Wu Jiwei poorly, Wu Jiwei instigated the two to kill camel for some benefit. Such a person will do anything for profit. Moreover, Wu Jiwei's status in Dongxing isn't high, and even if they win this battle, he wouldn't earn 10 million. Rather than risking his life for no benefit, it's better to trade information for money. At the same time, this also proves that Wu Jiwei is dissatisfied with Uncle Ben and wants to take the opportunity to undermine him. For this reason, Su Tianyi was willing to believe that this information was true and that Dongxing indeed planned to launch a surprise attack on Liansheng's territory. If the information is true, its value far exceeds 10 million. This deal seems advantageous from every angle. After hearing this, Tony immediately asked, "Brother E, if the information is true, should we mobilize our forces to Yuanlong and set a trap for Dongxing?" Su Tianyi thought for a moment, but shook his head. "No," he said. "We won't leave anyone in Yuanlong. Instead, we need to move our brothers elsewhere." He tapped his fingers on the table. "If Dongxing wants to take Yuanlong's territory while we are unprepared, then we will turn the tables and take advantage of their vulnerable rear to sweep through their territory and reclaim ours." Tony was momentarily stunned. Then, "We aren't going to keep Yuanlong's venues." "How could we not?" Su Tianyi smiled. "We worked so hard to establish our presence in Yuanlong. Can we just abandon it? He leaned forward looking at Tony. We must protect every single venue in Yunlong. Tony was even more. How can we keep the venues without sending anyone to defend them? Su Tianyi saw his confusion and directly revealed the answer. We don't need our brothers to guard, we can have others help us defend them. He paused, a calculating smile on his face. The information about Uncle Ben's drugs worth 100 million is just what we need to help us with this. Clearly he already had a comprehensive plan in mind. Then Su Tianyi picked up the phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end was not Su Dawei, but another police inspector. Inspector Lee, I have some information I'd like to provide you. As soon as the call connected, Su Tianyi got straight to the point. About a batch of drugs worth 100 million. However, I have a condition. This Inspector Lee was someone Su Tianyi had met by chance, and they had no prior relation. But Su Tianyi believed that after this call the other party would owe him a favor, creating a bond of friendship. He never just befriends one police officer, but tries to build connections with as many high-ranking police officials as possible to facilitate his dealings. Additionally, Su Tianyi had also discovered that this Inspector Lee was likely to be Li Wenbin, who would appear in the future Cold War. A clue about 100 million worth of drugs would entice any police officer. Solving the case would make for a splendid entry on their resume facilitating promotions. My conditions are simple, Su Tianyi said into the microphone. After you solve the case, I hope you can hold a celebration banquet in Yunlong that very night. I will provide the venue, ensuring it does not violate your police department's regulations. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. All right, Li Wenbin's voice came through. I agree. Li Wenbin could surely guess that Su Tianyi had other motives, yet he still agreed. Su Tianyi smiled and promptly reported the detailed time and location. With intelligence provided to this extent, if they still couldn't crack the case, it would be a matter of Li Wenbin's own capabilities. After hanging up the phone, Tony couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brilliant, brother. This move is truly clever. He leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. Are you planning to use the police to block East Star, and then we take advantage of their empty lair to sweep them out? Exactly, Su Tianyi nodded. With so many police in Yunlong helping us keep watch, how can East Star succeed? This was indeed his plan. Requiring Li Wenbin to hold the celebration in Yunlong, particularly at Liansheng's venue, was for this very reason. When East Star's people come crashing in, it would be Li Wenbin and his police subordinates who would be the ones caught in the crossfire. Su Tianyi knew Li Wenbin very well. He was a strong, hawkish figure with a tough style. If East Star's men run into him, he would certainly arrest them all, even if it meant detaining them for a few days. He would not be as easygoing as Su David. Thus, Su Tianyi did not need to leave a single soldier in Yunlong. He could concentrate all his manpower and directly strike at East Star's vulnerable rear. As for whether this would offend Li Wenbin, Su Tianyi had considered it, but felt it unlikely, even if this meant using the other side as a pawn. Li Wenbin would undoubtedly realize he had been used afterward, but Su Tianyi did not care. After all, he had indeed delivered a tremendous accomplishment to Li Wenbin, and reciprocation in return would be expected, helping him with this small favor. He did not believe this would offend the future big shot. Unless the intelligence was false, that might bring trouble. Tony listened, thoroughly impressed. When he learned of the intelligence, he only thought about laying an ambush in Yunlong, while Su Tianyi had already envisioned a further and bolder step. Tony felt thoroughly impressed, yet Su Tianyi's plan was not finished. He turned to the group and directly began assigning tasks. Jean Mitzi stepped forward and asked, Brother E, who should take action this time? Big D and Dongguan Boy and Xiang should also be ready. Su Tianyi said, no need to involve others. He paused and added, this must be done discreetly. If East Star learns of our movements, they will certainly abort the plan. Therefore, we cannot let too many people act together to avoid alarming the snake. The others should continue preparing for the opening of the Tianqing, and don't let too many people know about this operation. Su Tianyi emphasized. Yes, Brother E. Everyone responded in unison. Tony nodded, thinking that the more discreet this plan was, the better. After all, East Star was a prime example. Their intelligence was cleanly sold out and their ambush was turned against them. Su Tianyi suddenly recalled something and asked, Tony, I asked you to keep an eye on Fei Quan. How is that kid doing now? Tony replied, Fei Quan is doing quite well. He's very capable. After joining Honglu, he has accomplished a few things and is now gaining a bit of fame, even starting to recruit. Su Tianyi nodded. It seemed he had not misjudged him. With financial backing, Fei Quan's rise would not be difficult. If Fei Quan needs help, you can discreetly assist him in rising quickly. Su Tianyi said, but don't make it too obvious. We cannot expose his connection to us just yet. Yes, Brother E, we will find a way. Tony immediately agreed. Before long, it was the 18th, the port became lively. The Tianqing docked by the shore, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Today, this luxury cruise ship officially opened for business and tickets had already sold out. The tourists boarded one after another, including many wealthy individuals who came specifically to gamble. At this moment, a convoy entered the port, drawing attention. Jiang Tianyang, with a cigar in his mouth, emerged from one of the cars. Shisa Maihan bin Qinyao and other Hongxing members also appeared from other vehicles. Before long, it was the 18th, the port became lively. The Tianqing docked by the shore, attracting a crowd of onlookers. This luxury cruise ship officially opened for business today, and tickets had already sold out. Tourists boarded one after another, including many wealthy individuals who came specifically to gamble. At this moment, a convoy entered the port, drawing attention. Jiang Tianyang, with a cigar in his mouth, emerged from one of the cars. Shisa Maihan bin Qinyao and other Hongxing members also appeared from other vehicles. Jiang Tianyang walked over with a cigar in his mouth and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, we specifically came to congratulate you on the opening of your gambling ship." Su Tianyi smiled and welcomed him. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for taking the time to support us." Jiang Tianyang continued, "I also came to learn advanced experience. Perhaps I might buy a small gambling boat to play with in the future. I hope Mr. Su won't mind." Su Tianyi waved his hand, speaking casually. "We each conduct our own business. What is there to mind? Whether or not we can make money depends on our own abilities. Mr. Jiang, with your wealth of experience from abroad, will surely make great strides in the business scene of Xiangjiang." Jiang Tianyang laughed heartily. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su. You are indeed magnanimous." Just as they were speaking, another convoy approached, consisting of East Star's Sit and Uncle Ben, accompanied by Wu Zhuwei, while the 5 tigers of East Star were nowhere to be seen. Uncle Ben walked over with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Mr. Su, on opening such a large gambling ship. It will surely bring in a fortune." Su Tianyi responded with a smile. "I didn't expect Uncle Ben to also come to support. It's truly a surprise." The few of them stood together, chatting and laughing like very close friends, yet everyone was clear that their relationship had already reached a life-and-death level. Not only East Star and Hongxing Sitten, but various small and large societies in Xiangjiang also came to show their support, creating a grand and lively scene demonstrating the strength of Tianqing. Many well-known wealthy individuals, celebrities, and models were also present, with even a few high-ranking officials from Xiangjiang coming to witness the ribbon cutting, though their identities were not suitable for public disclosure, so they did not attract attention. After all, Su Tianyi's Dynasty Entertainment Center had already established connections with many members of high society. Although their ties were not extremely deep, putting in an appearance was certainly not a problem. The more lively the ribbon-cutting ceremony became, the more it showcased his extraordinary influence. Jiang Tianyang and others watched, and their evaluation of Su Tianyi rose another level, increasingly feeling that he was the most troublesome adversary. Once the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, the Tianqing officially set sail. Amid the wailing of the ship's horn, the cruise ship slowly departed from the port, heading towards the sea. After the Tianqing set sail, Uncle Ben stood on the deck and said to Wu Zhuwei, "Away, call Big Dong and the tell them that everything is normal on our side, and they should act normally tonight. They must be quick and strike East Star before Lianqing has a chance to react." Wu Zhuwei replied, "Understood." Su Tianyi approached and asked with a smile, "Uncle Ben, why are you standing here? Won't you go in and play a few hands?" Uncle Ben laughed heartily. "All right, I'll go in to support Mr. Su." After Uncle Ben went inside, Wu leaned over and whispered, "This old fox is quite the actor." Su Tianyi said casually, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Unfortunately, no matter how good the acting is, using it in the wrong place is of no use." Uncle Ben's arrival at Tianqing did not surprise Su Tianyi. His actions could both divert attention and prevent anyone from noticing East Star's movements, while also observing if there were any abnormalities with Lianqing, ensuring that the plan could proceed safely. Wu looked worried and said, "Brother, what if the intelligence is false?" Su Tianyi was very certain it's not. If it were false intelligence, he wouldn't dare come aboard today. Once he boarded this ship, his life and death would no longer be his to control. The more treacherous a person is, the more they value their own life. The fact that he dared to come indicates that the intelligence is true. Su Tianyi paused and continued, "If Wu Zhuwei dares to deceive me, he shouldn't expect to survive to get back to shore. The sea will be his final resting place. Such a person would not joke about their life, let alone end up in a fate worse than death. So since Uncle Ben and Wu Zhuwei dared to board the ship, the intelligence must be genuine. Even if it were false intelligence, Su Tianyi would not suffer much of a loss. At worst, he would have wasted effort and slightly offended Li Wenbin, which would only be a matter of face. But if it were true, the benefits would be enormous. Even if there were only a 50% chance that it was false, he still had to gamble. Giving up was not an option. Su Tianyi turned to Wu and said, "Call Big D and let them prepare. Once the time is right, act immediately." Wu agreed and immediately went to make arrangements. Once the call was made, Xiangjiang instantly became a stormy sea. Unlike the extravagant Tianqing, the 3 forces in Xiangjiang began to maneuver in the shadows. At night, the originally tranquil seaside suddenly erupted with gunfire. The gunshots and cries were quickly brought under control, and the chaotic footsteps gradually returned to order. A large number of police officers swiftly completed the encirclement and arrests, leaving only the sounds of dragging and commanding at the scene. A police officer ran up to Li Wenbin, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Li sir, we found something under the speedboat. It was tied with waterproof bags, and the quantity is very large." He paused and added, 6 targets, 2 dead and 4 injured. All have been apprehended, not a single one escaped. Li Wenbin felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing this. He had previously suspected this, and even thought it might be Su Tianyi's sleight of hand. However, in the end, he took a gamble and won. Looking at the goods being dragged up from the sea, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. How many people would be harmed if so much drugs entered the market? Yet immediately afterward a wave of intense excitement surged up. This accomplishment was genuine and substantial. However, the more it was like this, the heavier his doubts became. Such a secretive transaction had not raised any alarm with the police beforehand. How did Su Tianyi know? Even the time and place were precise and accurate. This guy, where did he come from? Li Wenbin pondered to himself, feeling that Su Tianyi was not an ordinary person. After this incident, the line between the two of them had been established. What about in the future? Li Wenbin lit a cigarette, silently weighing his options. Collaborating with Su Tianyi was undoubtedly a shortcut that could allow him to climb higher and faster. Conversely, this also meant placing an unpredictable bomb by his side. The path was too wild, and something would eventually go wrong. Should he ascend straight to the heavens, or would it lead to his doom? He shook his head. It was too early to think about these things. Often the situation pushes you forward, leaving you with no choice. Li, sir. A nearby subordinate saw him lost in thought, and reminded him softly. Li Wenbin extinguished the cigarette, but regaining his composed demeanor. Make sure the brothers are careful. No evidence should be overlooked. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. After we're done, I'll treat everyone and give a half-day off tomorrow morning. Thank you, boss. A low cheer erupted around them. Li, sir, where are we going to celebrate? Someone asked with a smile. Li Wenbin fell silent for a few moments before uttering two words, Yuan Long. This was the condition he had agreed upon with Su Tianyi. The so-called celebration was merely a facade. He knew that this trip would not be peaceful. He could certainly refuse to go there by cutting ties with Su Tianyi, but that would completely sever his retreat and might even create a formidable enemy. A gang sitting which he would usually not dread was different with Su Tianyi. Li Wenbin felt this was an exception. It was unwise to confront such a person. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Dongxing headquarters was tense. Dedong glanced at the time and said to the sitting Sita Haonan, Haonan, it's time to act. Sita Haonan snorted coldly, stood up, and replied, I know what to do, you don't need to teach me. With that he strode out without looking back. Dedong was unconcerned and turned to the other decision-makers in the room. Make sure the men below are ready. Once Haonan stirs up trouble in Chai, one will immediately take over Yuan Long. Everyone nodded. The plan was already set. Sita Haonan would create chaos in the territory of Hongxing and Chai, want to draw everyone's attention, while they would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and reclaim the territory occupied by He Lianxing in Yuan Long. Fei Ziping still felt a bit uneasy and leaned in to whisper, Dedong, do you think Haonan's earlier attitude? Could he intentionally mess things up? No way, Dedong replied firmly. He's a bit arrogant, but he never muddles through important matters. Moreover, this task was personally assigned by Uncle Ben, so he wouldn't act recklessly. In this regard, Dedong trusted Sita Haonan despite their ongoing discord. As he anticipated, Sita Haonan had already begun to act on time. After leaving half of his men with Dedong, Sita Haonan headed straight for Chaiwan. Tonight's operation was crucial for Dongxing. Even if Uncle Ben intended to target him, he couldn't let personal matters interfere with the greater scheme. Not long after Sita Haonan set off, Wang Jin, the man in charge of Hongxing and Chaiwan, received wind of the situation. He promptly gathered all personnel, deciding to confront this Dongxing five tigers on his home turf. Soon both sides met in a bar street, blocking it off tightly. Ma Wang Jin stood at the forefront of the crowd. Sita Haonan, what do you mean bringing so many people to my Chaiwan? He raised his hand, pointing at the opposing side. Get lost now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Sita Haonan merely smiled. Is Chaiwan written in your name? I'm just happy to bring my brothers out for a drink. Oh, what's wrong with that? No sooner had he spoken than he hurled the bottle in his hand, shattering it on the ground. Immediately his underlings followed suit, smashing bottles and littering the ground with glass. The provocative intent was unmistakable. The commotion attracted the attention of the police, who quickly arrived. Huang Zhiqing commanded a large number of officers to separate both parties, picking up a loudspeaker. Gathering to cause trouble are we. Disperse immediately. Whoever strikes first will be arrested. He glanced at the Dongxing men. Return now, and I won't pursue tonight's matter. Sita Haonan shrugged. Sir, it's just a stroll. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? A stroll? Huang Zhiqing scoffed. Is this how you stroll? The files on Dongxing are piling up. Should I pull them out for you to review? Sita Haonan didn't respond, but merely, he certainly wouldn't act, as his goal was merely to buy time and attract attention. A standoff was sufficient. However, Ma Wang Jin would not retreat. This was his territory. As long as Dongxing didn't leave, he would never back down. While they were in a standoff at Chaiwan, preparations were already underway at Yuan Long. Sihai received the news and immediately reported to Dedong. Haonan is causing a ruckus in Chaiwan, and Hongxing's men are heading there now. Dedong discarded his cigarette, but decisively. Get to work. He surveyed everyone. Make your moves quickly. Oh, ideally we resolve this in an hour, at most 2 hours. The longer it drags on, the more we'll be in trouble when He Lianxing's reinforcements arrive. Understood, Brother Dedong. Everyone responded in unison, then hurriedly got into their vehicles, heading towards He Lianxing's territory. Dongxing was filled with confidence, this time all eager to reclaim what they had lost. The Huahua Bar, the largest and busiest venue of Lianqing in Yuanlong, naturally became the first target. A dozen Dongxing men rushed in first to take credit. The leader smashed a stick down on the bar counter, shouting fiercely, "Dongxing is here to do business. Outsiders get lost." After shouting, they raised their weapons ready to smash. However, just then a group of people surged out from the side, all drawing guns and pointing them at them. "Police, put down your weapons and raise your hands." Faced with the dark muzzles of the guns, the Dongxing men were instantly rendered dumbfounded. Their sticks and hammers clattered to the ground as they hurriedly raised their hands, not daring to move. They could not comprehend why, having come to smash the venue, they had run into a police ambush. After controlling a dozen gangsters, an undercover officer immediately shouted to his companions, "More people are coming outside, arrest them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the police inside the bar rushed out, launching a large-scale arrest. These officers were also bewildered. They had come here to celebrate, not expecting someone to deliver themselves for capture. Dedong's face changed drastically upon seeing the police rush out, and he immediately shouted, "Bad. We've been tricked, run." He urgently called out, "Everyone retreat, scatter, and run, don't get caught by the police." The Dongxing men arrived with great momentum, but at this moment they fled in panic, looking utterly disheveled. Dedong understood that tonight's operation had been thoroughly exposed. If it hadn't been exposed, they would have met Lianqing's men instead of the police. Even with a swift retreat, many were caught before they could escape. Worse still, some gangsters clashed with the police and were directly shot, injuring and killing several. The losses for Dongxing tonight were severe, with a large group captured and casualties unknown. They had come in force, yet ultimately only smashed the bar counter, paying a tragic price. A shadow loomed over everyone's heart. This experience was utterly dreadful. Li Wenbin walked out of the Huahua Bar, watching his subordinates busy capturing gangsters and calling for help, his expression darkening. He realized he had been used as a pawn by Su Tianyi. The celebration location arranged by Su Tianyi was right here. He had suspected something was amiss, but didn't expect it would lead to the police watching over Lianqing. Li Wenbin felt unsettled, but wasn't truly angry. After all, capturing these gangsters counted as the police's surprise action, barely creditable, yet he felt like he was working for Su Tianyi for free, which was frustrating. While the Dongxing men fled in disarray, desperately dodging the police, a large contingent quietly entered Wang Tai-sin. Wang Tai-sin served as Dongxing's base, and the decision-maker Fei Ziping was hiding from the police in Yuanlong, inadvertently running into the reinforcements and getting captured. At this moment, Wang Tai-sin was left with almost half of its territory empty. This team consisted entirely of Lianqing's men, led by Di Dongguanzai and Tony. Tony glanced at everyone and said, "Mr. Su instructed that today we must take down all of Fei Ziping's venues. Not a single one can be left." "No problem on my end. I'll definitely accomplish Mr. Su's task." Dongguanzai immediately replied. The D laughed heartily and said, "You guys are fine. I'm even more fine. Now let's not talk about anything else. Each person is responsible for one line, and let's see who finishes first." Dongguanzai and Tony both responded, "Okay." The three of them then led their men and charged into Wang Tai-sin's venues, beginning their sweep. Although Fei Ziping had many venues, only 2 or 3 were being watched tonight. Uncle Ben had sent him with all his subordinates to Yuanlong to take action, leaving Wang Tai-sin's venues mostly empty. Lianqing's sweep was like traversing a deserted land, unable to be stopped for even a moment. Dongxing originally planned to launch a surprise attack on Lianqing, but ran into a police encirclement in Yuanlong, with their rear directly collapsing. They never anticipated that their plan would backfire. Lianqing's men charged into the nightclub, and the leading figures shouted loudly, "Lianqing is here to do business. Outsiders get out." The venue was quickly cleared, and they wasted no time directly smashing those who didn't comply. After all, they had come here to seize Dongxing's territory, intending to leave no venue belonging to Fei Ziping. However, there were only 2 or 3 guards in each venue, which couldn't put up any resistance. Lianqing had sufficient manpower and acted swiftly, hardly encountering any substantial resistance. The other gang members at Wang Tai-sin were naturally shocked, but soon realized that Lianqing was only sweeping Dongxing's venues, leaving others untouched. Of course, anyone who thought to intervene at this time would not be overlooked by Tony and the others. However, tonight's timeline was tight, and the task was clear: to solely sweep Fei Ziping's territory. The accounts of other gangs could be postponed. "They're coming. Lianqing's men are coming to kill." The Dongxing guards turned and shouted, then they bolted out without even a thought of resisting. With fewer people against many, those who tried to stand firm would only face death. Even streetwise individuals understood this logic. Tonight's events unfolded one after another, and all parties were struggling to respond. First, Sita Haonan caused trouble in Chaiwan, then Dongxing attempted a surprise attack in Yuanlong, but ran into the police. Now Lianqing was directly targeting Wang Tai-sin, cleaning out Dongxing's venues. Dongxing was leaderless, and Wang Tai-sin unable to organize a resistance. As news spread, it was evident that Dongxing had suffered a significant loss this time. Lianqing not only retained their territories in Yuanlong, but also seized a substantial amount of Wang Tai-sin. Meanwhile, Huang Zhiqing received the notification and called out to Sita Haonan. Sita Haonan, all your Dongxing men and Yuan Long have been caught. What are you still hanging around for? Situ Haonan was taken aback. Next to him, Ma Wangjian burst into laughter. Your hometown has already been raided. If you don't go back soon, you'll lose your nest. He had long figured out that Situ Haonan was just trying to distract them. Unfortunately, the actions on the Eastern Star's side had all failed, and Ma Wangjian felt immensely pleased. Just then a subordinate rushed over to whisper urgently to Situ Haonan. His expression darkened as he waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat." The Eastern Star's men turned tail and left in disarray, while Hongxing erupted in laughter. The mocking laughter was piercing, but Situ Haonan couldn't afford to turn back. He could only hurriedly lead his men toward Wang Tai-sin. However, by the time he arrived, it was clear that he was too late. When Situ Haonan reached Wang Tai-sin, Tony and his crew had already cleared out the entire scene, leaving no one behind. Inside a bar by the street, Tony and Ahu were sitting at the bar counter drinking. The door swung open and Didi and Deng Guanzai entered one after the other. Tony raised his glass, shook it, and laughed. "Didi, Deng, you guys are a bit late." Ahu chimed in, "Exactly. My brother and I have already had several drinks, and you just arrived. Your pace is too slow." Seeing this, Didi smiled sheepishly and said, "All right, I admit defeat." He walked to the bar, poured himself 3 glasses of liquor, and downed them all in one go. Deng Guanzai said nothing, simply picked up his glass and downed 3 shots of strong liquor in one breath. Before entering Wang Tai-sin, the 3 had made a bet to clear 1 street each and see who finished first. The outcome was obvious. Tony won without a doubt. Didi and Deng Guanzai accepted their defeat, but were still impressed. These brothers worked swiftly and ruthlessly, and the men they brought were truly fierce. After downing 3 penalty drinks, Deng Guanzai wiped his mouth and said, "Situ Haonan is bringing his men, so what if he comes?" Tony put down his glass, his tone dismissive. "Can he really take back the territory?" Didi slammed the table. "Exactly. Even if he comes with us here, he can only leave in disgrace. From tonight on, Wang Tai-sin belongs only to us and Lianqing. There's no place for Eastern Star." "Yes, only us and Lianqing," Ahu eagerly echoed. Didi then waved his hand. "Get ready. If Situ Haonan dares to make a move, well, make sure he can't find his way back." Although Tony wasn't worried about Situ Haonan turning the tables, he wouldn't be unprepared either. The group quickly gathered their men, waiting for the other side to come to them. At this moment, the area around TSC Wanshan was crowded with people. Situ Haonan brought all the subordinates he could muster, intending to reclaim his territory. However, Tony and his crew had already assembled their forces, a dark mass waiting there. Even if they left some men behind to watch, the number of people from Lianqing was not fewer than that of Eastern Star. After all, the main forces of Eastern Star were still hiding from the police in Yuan Long and couldn't make it. The people besides Situ Haonan were practically all he had. Tonight he was isolated and helpless, while Lianqing had sent out Didi, Deng Guanzai, and Tony from 3 different factions with plenty of backup. If a fight broke out, Eastern Star would definitely be directly driven out of Wang Tai-sin. Yet Situ Haonan still came. If he didn't even dare to show up, Eastern Star would never be able to lift their heads again. He walked to the front of the crowd, glaring at Didi and the others, and questioned, "What do you mean by teaming up with Lianqing? We agreed not to interfere with each other. Did you cross the line tonight to start a war?" "Situ Haonan, don't be so naive," Didi immediately shot back. "What do you mean by not interfering with each other? If you Eastern Star hadn't gone to Yuan Long to stir up trouble, would we have come to Wang Tai-sin? This is called reciprocity. You made the first move, so we retaliate. Who told you Eastern Star to be so useless, even messing up a sneak attack? If I were you, I would have found a place to hide long ago, instead of showing my face." Situ Haonan's face turned ashen. Eastern Star's actions tonight were indeed disgraceful. A meticulously planned ambush had ended in complete failure. He gritted his teeth and asked again, "So you don't plan to leave?" "Leave?" Tony interjected coldly. "We want leave. If you have the ability, drive us out. If you don't, get lost." A surge of anger flared in Situ Haonan's chest, and he could hardly restrain himself from striking. However, at that moment, a large group of people suddenly surged out from a side street. Wai Jixiang was at the forefront holding a baseball bat, smiling as he said, "It's so lively. If we Hontai don't join in, wouldn't that be a pity?" Situ Haonan turned sharply furious. "Are you Hontai also getting involved?" Wai Jixiang chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "Since Eastern Star is here, Hontai naturally has to be here too. If you want to fight, well, accompany you to the end." Hongtai's stance was clear. They were siding with Lianqing. As long as Eastern Star dared to make a move, the two sides would immediately join forces and drive Situ Haonan's men out of Wang Tai-sin. With Wai Jixiang and his men showing up, Situ Haonan's side was utterly at a disadvantage. If a fight broke out, they would definitely lose. Moreover, once it started, Eastern Star would not only lose, but would also suffer a humiliating retreat. Yet if they didn't fight, Eastern Star would lose all face tonight. Their territory had been seized, and they dared not retaliate. It would become a laughingstock. Caught in a dilemma, Situ Haonan suddenly heard the sound of police sirens approaching. A large number of mobile police units rushed into the space between both sides, forcefully separating the two groups. Su Dawei stepped out from beside a police car, his face a dark shade. He glared at Situ Haonan and scolded, "Eastern Star has been quite busy tonight. Chai Wan Yuan Long, and now Wang Tai-sin. Are you planning to turn all of Xiangjiang upside down? The anger in his words was barely contained. The police were clearly extremely dissatisfied with Eastern Star, believing that all the trouble tonight was instigated by them, causing them to rush around putting out fires. Thus, as soon as Su Dawei appeared, he aimed his ire directly at Situ Haonan. Situ Haonan opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Eastern Star indeed suffered a huge loss tonight. The damage was significant. However, no matter how great the loss, it was Eastern Star that instigated the conflict first, and they were in the wrong. Now, with the police questioning him face-to-face, he had no way to refute. If it weren't for Eastern Star's initial ambush against Lianxing would have no reason to invade Wang Tai-sin. Thus, even if Eastern Star suffered a crushing defeat, it was well-deserved. They not only lost their territory, but also offended the police, and now they had no idea how to wrap things up. Thinking of this, Situ Haonan felt a headache coming on. Unfortunately, Ben Shu was still on Su Tianyi's gambling boat, and couldn't return for the time being to take charge. Situ Haonan, I'll give you Eastern Star one more chance, Su Dawei said sternly, leaving no room for negotiation. Immediately take your men and withdraw from Wang Tai-sin. If you don't comply, I will arrest everyone here one by one. What about the territory we've lost? Situ Haonan couldn't help but ask. After you leave, you can come to me to discuss it. Su Dawei waved his hand. But right now you must leave immediately. Situ Haonan's face darkened. He remained silent for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and saying, all right, we'll go. He turned and led his men away, effectively abandoning the territory of Wang Tai-sin. Leaving like this was indeed very embarrassing. Yet Situ Haonan had no other choice. With Lianxing and Hong Tai together, he could never win. Besides, the police were already on edge. If he didn't retreat now, it would be even harder to conclude the matter tonight. Weighing it all, he could only lead his men away from TSE Wanshan for now. Oh, so Eastern Star is leaving already. Weren't you fierce? Why aren't you fighting? Situ Haonan, aren't you the war god of Eastern Star? Why are you running? The men from Lianxing and Hong Tai immediately burst into laughter, each comment poking at their sore spots. Eastern Star arrived with great momentum, but now they left in disgrace like a lost dog. Situ Haonan acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to walk forward. But his face grew increasingly pale, his fists clenched tightly, clearly holding back his anger. With his temperament, he didn't want to exit this way at all. But at the moment, there was no other choice. He couldn't let a moment of impulse push Eastern Star into a worse predicament. Su Dawei turned to Tony, his tone slightly softer. You all with Lianxing should also tone it down, tell everyone to disperse and not block the street. Tony immediately nodded. Rest assured, Su Sir, you're Mr. Su's friend, we will definitely follow your orders. He then called back. Su Sir has spoken, everyone should head back first. This gave Su Dawei enough face, and his expression finally improved a bit. Soon the crowd gathered at TSE Wanshan gradually dispersed, and the street returned to calm. However, the dynamics of Wang Tai-sin had completely changed. The territory that originally belonged to Eastern Star now bore the unmistakable signs of Lianxing. On the Tianqing boat, while the winds were turbulent in Xiangjiang, this place remained a realm of extravagance, as if it belonged to another world. Naturally, a few people felt out of place, anxiously fidgeting. Chen Yao leaned towards Jiang Tianyang's ear and whispered a few words. Jiang Tianyang was first taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed uncontrollably, taking a while to catch his breath. That old fox Ben Shu actually pulled this off. He shook his head, but the smile on his face grew even wider. However, Su Tianyi is even more clever, making that old fellow fall flat on his face. Now that Eastern Star has lost Wang Tai-sin, I'm sure Ben Shu must be heartbroken. Tonight we will have a good show to watch. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. Having fought against Eastern Star for so many years, Hongxing was already a sworn enemy. Jiang Tianyang always believed that last time, when Hongxing lost to Su Tianyi, Eastern Star had definitely played a part. So now that Eastern Star was in trouble, he naturally felt pleased. Even if Hongxing didn't gain any benefits, it didn't affect his enthusiasm for watching the drama unfold. Sister 13 and the others also laughed along, thrilled to see Eastern Star suffer. However, while Jiang Tianyang was enjoying the humor, the atmosphere in another guest room was completely different. Ben Shu crushed the cigar in his hand, his face dark with anger. Su Tianyi is too much. He gritted his teeth. There must be a mole, otherwise how could he know we were going to Yuan Long? The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. If I find out who this person is, I'll chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs, leaving no one in their family alive. Across from him, Wu Jiwei's eyelids twitched, and his face turned pale. Why do you look so unwell? Uncle Ben glanced at him. Wu Jiwei hurriedly explained. Maybe it's seasickness, I'm not feeling well. He was indeed frightened, afraid that Uncle Ben would realize he had betrayed Dongxing. Uncle Ben didn't think much of it, only irritably waved his hand. We need to go back quickly, otherwise Dongxing will be in big trouble. But the boat has already sailed far away. Wu Jiwei whispered. Uncle Ben immediately stood up. Go find Su Tianyi. He pushed the door open and headed straight for Su Tianyi's office. In the luxurious office of the Tianqing, Su Tianyi was listening to a report. Luo Tianhong spoke excitedly. Brother, we've secured all the Huang Daxin, and all the people from Dongxing have been cleared out. He smiled and continued. They've also arrested quite a few people over in Yuanlong, who just the bail alone is enough to give Dongxing a headache. This time Dongxing is really losing more than they gain. Uncle Ben is probably going to explode with anger. Su Tianyi merely smiled lightly. He had anticipated this outcome, or rather it was part of his plan. Spending 10 million to buy that piece of information was aimed precisely at achieving this effect. Moreover, this 10 million would bring even more value later. Just then Uncle Ben arrived. He walked in with a serious expression and said bluntly, "Mr. Su, you really are impressive. Do I admire you?" Su Tianyi smiled. "You're too kind. It's just a matter of reciprocity, and I've been a bit lucky. I want to go back." Uncle Ben pressed down his anger. "Could you do me a favor, Mr. Su?" Su Tianyi showed a troubled expression. "The ship has just set sail. Returning now would offend the guests. It'll take at least 3 days to return." His tone was gentle, but his words were firm. Uncle Ben might as well enjoy a few more days to let the subordinates handle matters in Hong Kong. "Then give me a speedboat." Uncle Ben gritted his teeth. Su Tianyi maintained his calm smile. "We don't have a speedboat available at the moment, so I can't send one." He paused and added, "Since you're already here, why not relax for a few days? Why rush back?" Su Tianyi don't. Uncle Ben finally lost his temper. Su Tianyi said directly, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you really..." He smiled leisurely. "Then you'll have to swim back. The boat moves slowly. If you swim for 2 or 3 days, you might reach shore sooner than the boat. Find the wheel of fortune turns. This time I admit defeat." Uncle Ben almost squeezed this sentence out between his teeth and turned to leave. But Su Tianyi called out to him. "Uncle Ben, just a friendly reminder." His tone was calm. "Do you know why I was able to uncover Dongxing's plans?" Uncle Ben paused. This was indeed the part he found most puzzling. Su Tianyi didn't keep him in suspense. "The information was something I bought for 10 million, or it seems that this money spent was quite worthwhile." Uncle Ben suddenly turned around staring hard at him, but in the end said nothing and stormed out. As Uncle Ben slammed the door, Wu Jiwei beside him turned pale, with fright, his heart racing. He was genuinely afraid Su Tianyi would expose him. If that happened, Dongxing would never let him go. However, Su Tianyi only mentioned 10 million and didn't mention who sold the information, which finally eased Wu Jiwei's mind. Luo Tianhong frowned and asked, "Brother E, why did you tell Uncle Ben?" He was worried that Wu Jiwei wouldn't dare sell information again in the future. Su Tianyi smiled and said, "Whether I tell him or not, Uncle Ben will be suspicious. Since that's the case, why not let there be mutual suspicion within Dongxing? This way they can create chaos." Luo Tianhong nodded, seemingly understanding. "After Uncle Ben returns, he will surely investigate, and the process of investigation will cause dissatisfaction among many, feeling untrusted. Moreover, for self-preservation, Wu Jiwei would definitely find a way to frame others, causing even more chaos in Dongxing. In this way, Dongxing's strength would be significantly reduced, which was exactly the effect Su Tianyi desired. This strategy may not be brilliant, but it is practical." Luo Tianhong couldn't help but admire Su Tianyi for achieving such good results with 10 million. At this moment, Jean Mizai walked in. He was responsible for the operation of the Tianqing and was here to report the situation. Jean Mizai stood in front of Su Tianyi and said, "Preliminary statistics show that ticket sales and shopping profits are good, earning about 1 million a day." Su Tianyi directly asked, "What about the gambling hall?" The Tianqing was primarily a gambling ship, and gambling income was the main source of revenue. Other profits only needed to cover expenses. Jean Mizai replied, "The gambling hall made a profit of over 3 million today, but over 90% came from gambling machines." Su Tianyi frowned, feeling something was off. The casino profits should be guaranteed by odds, and earning millions in a day isn't strange, but if the gambling table's income is less than 10%, that's abnormal. He asked, "Aren't the tables lively? Why is the profit so low?" Jean Mizai said, "The gambling table's profit isn't low, but today a master came, and he won over 2 million all by himself." Su Tianyi suddenly understood. If it weren't for this person, the gambling table's profit would have been about the same as the gambling machines. Is he lucky, or is his gambling skill exceptional? Su Tianyi asked. Jean Mizai replied, "It should be exceptional skills, or our people couldn't figure out any issues." Su Tianyi stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." He became interested in this master. Su Tianyi had long anticipated this. Running a gambling ship would inevitably encounter such masters. This kind of situation is unavoidable, though any casino experience is the same. However, if he wanted to eliminate future troubles, the gambling ship ultimately needed a master to maintain control. Yet on the very first day of operations, they encountered such a person, which piqued Su Tianyi's interest, wanting to meet this person. He quickly arrived at the monitoring room with Jean Mizai. This room focused solely on the gambling hall, capturing every corner, clearly both to prevent trouble and to guard against cheating. Jean Mizai pulled up a screen, enlarging it on the main screen. "Brother E, it's him." Su Tianyi saw the man's appearance, his eyes flickered, and then he said, "Play back the entire process of his game at an accelerated speed." The technician immediately started operating. Jean Mizai added from the side, "Checked already. This person is called G.E., and he has no reputation in the gambling world. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. He might be trying to make a name for himself through the Tianqing." No, Su Tianyi shook his head after watching for a while. "He's not trying to become famous. He's here to hone his skills." He pointed at the screen and continued, "Look at his bets. They are not large, purely relying on winning more and losing less to accumulate this amount. If he really wanted to make a name for himself, his stakes wouldn't be so small. Moreover, there were several rounds he could clearly win, yet he intentionally let them go, even losing. This is already showing mercy." Jean Mazai was taken aback upon hearing this. If that's the case, if the opponent didn't hold back, Tianyi would have lost much more than 2 million. What surprised him even more was that while so many people failed to see through it, Tianyi only took a quick glance at the surveillance and discerned the opponent's intentions. This could only mean that Brother Yi's own gambling skills were likely unfathomable. Tianyi no longer looked at the screen and turned to give an order. "Jean Mazai, go invite him to see me. Be polite and don't disturb the other guests." "Understood, Brother Yi." Jean Mazai responded and went out. He knew that if guests winning were to be caught and the news spread, no one would dare come again. Unless they caught solid evidence of cheating, otherwise, even if the opponent won a lot, they couldn't act violently. However, Tianyi wasn't planning to deal with this person. He was simply interested in his gambling skills. Because he recognized that this G.E. came from a movie called Supreme 2 Eternal Domination. Not only that, but Tianyi also knew that G.E. had a senior brother known as the fastest hand in Asia. He was quite interested in both of them. If he were just an ordinary master, a warning would suffice, but since he was a familiar face, it was worth meeting. In the office, Tianyi leaned back on the sofa, casually smoking a cigarette. The door opened, and Jean Mazai led in a young man dressed in a black leather coat. Tianyi looked up and saw that it was indeed G.E. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a god-level choice. Please make a selection from the following options. Option 1, recruit G.E. to work for you and receive a reward of 500 points, 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and additional rewards based on task completion. Option 2, kill G.E. to eliminate his threat and receive a reward of 100 points, 20 million Hong Kong." Tianyi immediately made a decision after hearing the prompts. "System, I choose the first one." To him, G.E. was a talent. It would be a pity not to utilize him. Tianyi listened to the prompt and made up his mind. After all, G.E. was a talent. If he couldn't be used, it would indeed be a great loss. Receive 500 points, 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Subsequent rewards will be distributed based on task completion. This prompt was undoubtedly very pleasing to Tianyi. After all, he hadn't done anything yet. Just meeting G.E. had earned him points and a fortune. If he could successfully recruit him, there would be even more rewards. He looked at G.E. and said, "Have a seat." G.E. sat down opposite him, took out a cigarette to hold in his mouth, but didn't light it. "I wonder why Mr. Su has called me here," he asked. "I admire your gambling skills." Tianyi smiled. 80% relies on skill and 20% on cunning. Winning money can be so swift. G.E.'s expression became more serious. He knew that he had encountered someone who truly understood the field. "Mr. Su, I boarded the ship without prior notice, which was against the rules." G.E. said, "I apologize to you. I can return all the chips I want." "I don't want your money," Tianyi said. He leaned slightly forward. "Name your price or work for me in the future." "Sorry," G.E. shook his head. "I haven't graduated yet, so I can't agree." Hearing this, Tianyi smiled. "I know your gambling skills were taught by Master Fan One Can," he said slowly. "You also have a senior brother named Qiu Jie, known as the fastest hand in Asia. You've been honing your gambling skills to take revenge on Master Fan and teach that traitor Zhang Yongfei a lesson, right?" G.E.'s expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to know so much. "Don't be nervous," Tianyi waved his hand. "I don't know Zhang Yongfei, and look down on this kind of traitor. I would never cooperate with him." He paused and continued. "I just want to remind you that no matter how high your gambling skills are, even if you can win against Zhang Yongfei at the card table, you won't be able to take revenge. Without a backing, you are merely pawns. Wins and losses at the gambling table do not determine your fate. If you truly desire revenge, you must find a reliable ally. Otherwise, with Zhang Yongfei's current power, he could easily eliminate you before you even sit at the table. You wouldn't even have the chance to gamble." G.E.'s expression changed repeatedly. He felt as though he had no secrets in front of Mr. Su. Yet he had to admit that these words were not mere threats. Indeed, with Zhang Yongfei's current influence, he could easily play them to death, without even giving them a chance to prove themselves at the gambling table. After a long silence, G.E. finally spoke. "What do you want?" "Talent," Tianyi replied succinctly. "I don't want anything else, just talent. You can see that my gambling boat lacks skilled individuals. It would be very difficult to deal with someone like you again. Your gambling skills are clearly superior to mine," G.E. said. "I do not deny that." Tianyi nodded. "But I cannot always stay on the gambling boat. Moreover, I will not only have this one boat in the future. I need enough talent to manage for me to fend off those petty individuals." He looked at G.E., his tone calm. "If you work with me, I can help you eliminate Zhang Yongfei. Or I can offer you a fair gambling opportunity to win back everything he has taken from you. And I guarantee that afterward no one will dare to touch you." G.E. pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I cannot make that decision. I apologize for today. I can assure Mr. Su that I will never step onto this boat again, including all the casinos under your name. I hope Mr. Su can let me leave." Tianyi smiled. "I had no intention of keeping you here," he said. I only wanted to make a suggestion. Why don't we make a bet? If you win, you take all this money, and it'll give you another double today. If you lose, you stay, and Ge raised his eyes. How do we bet? It's simple. Su Tianyi picked up an unopened deck of playing cards from the table. There is only one ace of spades in here. Whoever picks it first wins. You are the younger brother of Asia's fastest hand, and have been practicing hand speed for years. This bet should be fair for you. Ge stared at the deck and finally nodded. All right, let's bet. He was indeed confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this bet. Su Tianyi opened the package, drew out the ace of spades, returned it to the deck, and casually shuffled it a few times. Do you want to check the cards? He asked. No need, Ge replied. Su Tianyi then handed the entire deck to Zhang Mitzi. Just toss them around, he instructed. Zhang Mitzi took the cards and threw them into the air. The whole deck of playing cards spread out and floated down. Ge fixed his gaze on the falling cards, not blinking, trying to spot the ace of spades before it landed. He had to be faster than Su Tianyi, or he would not win. However, Su Tianyi merely sat leisurely, not even glancing at the cards, as if he had already given up. But suddenly Ge's expression changed, revealing a look of fear. When all the cards landed, he did not make a move, but simply stated, "You win, I am inferior." Su Tianyi also did not touch the cards, but Ge knew he had lost. He realized that there was one less ace of spades in the pile, clearly taken by Su Tianyi beforehand. Throughout the entire process, Ge's eyes never left the playing cards, yet even so he failed to notice when Su Tianyi made his move. This only indicated that his gambling skills were far inferior to his opponent's. Thus Ge decisively conceded defeat. Su Tianyi smiled, and suddenly a card appeared in his hand. It was the ace of spades. Though Ge had guessed it, he was still shocked, and completely could not understand how Su Tianyi had done it. Amidst the shock, Ge's mind began to race. If he received help from Su Tianyi, his gambling skills could not only improve rapidly, but he would also have the chance to avenge his master Fan Wencan. Faced with Su Tianyi's skills, Ge willingly submitted. However, he did not know that Su Tianyi relied on a spatial storage method, instantly taking and releasing cards undetectable by the naked eye. Yet even without this technique, Su Tianyi's speed would still have allowed him to win, just not as impressively. This money is still yours. For the next few days, just relax on the boat, Su Tianyi said. What I said earlier still stands. Once we dock, you can go find Fan Lauda. I will help you get your revenge, but the condition is that you work for me. He paused and added, of course I won't force you. If Fan Lauda is unwilling, then consider this conversation null and void. Ge immediately responded, thank you, Mr. Su. I will speak with Uncle Fan. In fact, he was already tempted. With Zhang Yangfei's current power, it would be nearly impossible to seek revenge without a backing. Su Tianyi nodded and let Ge leave. He did not do this to seek justice for Fan Wencan. Fan Wencan was old and his gambling skills had diminished greatly, leaving only experience to rely on. Su Tianyi's true target was the fastest hand in Asia, Qiujia. Only by bringing Fan Wencan and Ge on board could he have the opportunity to persuade Qiujia to work for him. Furthermore, during the process of revenge, Su Tianyi could also profit, becoming the biggest winner in the Asian gambling scene. Therefore, Ge, Qiujia, and Fan Wencan were all crucial. A few days later, the Tianyi boat began its return journey to dock, and passengers disembarked one after another. Su Tianyi looked at Ben Shu as he walked out, and deliberately said, Ben Shu, take care. Ben Shu merely snorted coldly, and directly left in a car. In recent days, Dongxing had been in a difficult situation, and Ben Shu could not return to hold things together, naturally feeling quite down. As for Su Tianyi, he was in a very good mood. With Liansheng and Tony watching, there would be no issues. Moreover, the Tianyi boat had not made less than 5 million a day in profit over the past few days. With such a profitable gambling boat, he was certainly pleased. And the Tianyi boat was just a trial. If the operation went smoothly, Su Tianyi wanted to increase the number of gambling boats, and even venture into the gambling industry in Aoqing. Mr. Su, I'm leaving. Ge bid farewell to Su Tianyi, and also left the Tianyi boat, preparing to find Fan Wencan. Su Tianyi had no intention of keeping Ge, so he let him go. However, he believed Ge would come to understand, as a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, it is better to wait for someone to willingly cooperate. Once Su Tianyi and Luo Tianhong had disembarked, Tony and the others had long been waiting at the dock with the car already prepared. As soon as they got in the car, Su Tianyi asked, what is the current situation? Tony replied immediately, the Huang Daxian has been dealt with and Dongxing's venues over there all belong to us. He paused and continued, Dongxing attempted to gather manpower for a counterattack, but in the end they didn't dare to move. They know they cannot win. Su Tianyi nodded. He was not surprised by this outcome. With Liansheng's current momentum, the territory they had taken could not be relinquished. Moreover, Dongxing was in complete disarray internally, yet they still hoped to turn the tide. That was simply a dream. Tony continued, Dongxing was wiped out quite a bit in Yuanlong by the police, who I've heard that the bail alone cost nearly 100 million. There are still lawsuits to fight, and money will continue to burn. As he spoke, his tone became excited. Dongxing has suffered greatly this time, gathering so many people to Yuanlong. They just so happened to run into Li Wenbin leading the team. Although they were not caught all at once, those who were arrested will not get out without paying bail. Dongxing is now in a difficult position if they don't spend money to bail people out who will work with them in the future. Moreover, they were already short-handed, and if these people were not released, they would be even more short-handed. Thus they must spend this money even if it hurts. Su Tianyi simply smiled and said, Dongxing's troubles are still ahead, we just need to sit back and enjoy the show. Since Ben Shu knows there is a mole, he will undoubtedly try his best to root them out. And within Dongxing there has long been mutual suspicion, which will only make the situation more chaotic. On the other side, Ben Shu in the car maintained a serious expression. Even if he returned, he could only... On the other side, Ben Shu in the car maintained a serious expression. Even if he returned, he could only barely stabilize Dongxing, but he couldn't change the current mess. What was even more troublesome was that this operation was initiated by him, and now suffering heavy losses, he could not absolve himself of blame as the one in charge. Thus he was very worried that Sidu Haonan and his group would take the opportunity to pressure him to step down. Ben Shu would never give up his position as the leader until he achieved his goals. The only way to secure his seat now was to find a scapegoat. If this failure was due to an internal traitor, then the responsibility would not lie with him. As long as he identified the mole, he could continue to sit in that position.